Hashtag Chapter 1 F-Level Aptitude. September 2nd, Xingqing 2nd Cultivation High School, Class 5 of Grade 12. The aptitude assessments are out. Someone's sudden shout jerked me awake from my slumber. What kind of aptitude assessment? I muttered to myself as I slowly opened my eyes. Gazing at the familiar yet strange surroundings and examining my now somewhat youthful hands, my mind was filled with bewilderment. What's happening to me? Though I could already guess, I still found it hard to believe. Suddenly, a flood of memories rushed into my mind, memories that belonged to the original owner of this body. It further confirmed that I had crossed over, and into a cultivation world where humans, gods, demons, and monsters coexisted. As I was processing these memories, our homeroom teacher Old Yang came in holding a list. Today is the day when your aptitude evaluation results come out, and also the day you'll be assigned to different classes. The school will place you in classes 1 through 17 based on your aptitude levels. Aptitude evaluation. I murmured quietly, quickly understanding what this meant through the inherited memories. I now found myself in a parallel world where spiritual energy was abundant enough for humans to cultivate. However, not everyone could become practitioners. Cultivators were extremely valuable to human society, so much so that they were considered strategic resources. Therefore, the Ministry of Education selects a group of promising cultivator candidates after the middle school entrance exams to attend local cultivation high schools. After students study cultivation knowledge for 2 years, the cultivation high school conducts an aptitude assessment and focuses on nurturing those with exceptional talents. After understanding the importance of aptitude, I continued listening to Old Yang. Aptitude is divided into 6 levels: A, B, C, D, E, and F. Grade A represents the best aptitude, followed by B, and so on. Out of 337 students in the entire grade, only 1 has Grade A aptitude, while 33 have Grade B. I'll now announce your aptitude assessment results and your new class assignments. Make sure to take notes. Manhwa, B Grade Aptitude, Class 1. As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom erupted with gasps of admiration. Good heavens, an actual B grade. That means he's already halfway into the practitioner profession. Just wonder whether he'll become a martial artist or a mage. Exactly. How I envy Manhwa. If only I were B grade too. Wang Kongming, B grade Aptitude, Class 1. Damn, you really are B grade. What a prophet. Quick, bless me with some of that luck. What grade do you want? A grade. Lu Feiyue, E grade Aptitude, Class E16. Gu Zhengyu, C grade Aptitude, Class C3. The list was being called in random order. I waited quietly, thinking to myself, as someone who transmigrated here, I must surely be A grade without a doubt. Jang Xiaoa. Old Yang stared at the name list and froze for a moment, frowning slightly as he instinctively drew in a sharp breath. The crowd, noticing Old Yang's grave and astonished expression, couldn't help but begin to speculate. Why has Old Yang stopped reading? His expression doesn't look right. He's so shocked. Could Jang Xiaoa actually be that A rank? If it's A rank, that cultivation talent would be downright monstrous. Sitting in the back row, I quickly became the focus of the entire class's attention as all eyes turned toward me. On the surface, I pretended to look clueless. Why are you all staring at me like that? I know nothing, but inside, I was already swelling with pride. How's that? Now you've seen the terror of a transmigrator. Old Yang sighed softly. Jang Xiaoa, F-rank aptitude, Class 17. Me? Hearing I had an F-rank aptitude, my spirit utterly shattered. Why the hell is my aptitude F-rank? Where's the promised transmigrator's buff? How did it turn into a bug? And even if my aptitude's crap, why the hell did you have to gasp like that? Isn't that move supposed to be exclusive to geniuses? Careful or I'll report you for misleading the youth. Hearing this result, the crowd was stunned for a moment before beginning to whisper among themselves. TCH, I thought he was some cultivation prodigy. Turns out he's got this kind of aptitude. F-rank is barely stronger than an ordinary person. I doubt he'll even make it to first grade cultivator. Some gloated while others expressed pity for me. What a shame. I remember he always scored near perfect marks in academic subjects. With better aptitude, he might have gotten into a decent cultivation university someday. The homeroom teacher Old Yang said with pity, having poor cultivation aptitude doesn't matter. At least you can still practice, and if you study cultural subjects well, even if you can't get into a cultivation university, attending a liberal arts college isn't out of the question. I hope all the students present can adjust their mindset properly. Let's continue with the name list. It's fine, Zhang Zi. Listen to your bro, this cultivation stuff is all virtual anyway. The waters here run deep, you can't handle it. Let me take care of it. I can manage. The speaker was my deskmate Rin Jinjin. This little fatty was as close to me as a brother. We'd been seatmates from elementary school all the way through high school. As for my F-rank aptitude, the little fatty felt quite sorry for me, but as longtime friends who loved mocking each other, he still made sure to deliver the obligatory teasing. He was talking animatedly when Old Yang on the podium called his name, Rin Jinjin, F-rank aptitude, Class 17. Rin Jinjin's smile froze. Feeling somewhat relieved by his misfortune, I said to him, "Who would have thought the water runs this deep, even you couldn't keep up?" Still unable to believe the result, Ren Jinjin muttered to himself, "There must be a mistake in the assessment. There's no way I'm F rank. Does this mean I'm destined for a liberal arts college now?" I retorted, "Absolutely not." Hearing my denial, Ren Jinjin seemed to grasp a glimmer of hope. "You don't think I could really be just F rank either, right?" I paused for a moment. "What I mean is, your grades are too poor. There's absolutely no way you'll get into liberal arts college." Ren Jinjin. Old Yang put away the roster and addressed the class. "Our class isn't doing too badly. We have 3 students with B-grade aptitudes. Alright, pack up your things and prepare to switch classes. One final thing, though we'll be in separate classes after this, and I probably won't be your homeroom teacher anymore. We'll still be teacher and students, friends. If you ever run into difficulties, you can always come find old Yang." Actually, old Yang wasn't old at all, he just turned 30. We called him old Yang because we got along well with him and liked calling him that. The girl with C-level aptitude asked up front, "Old Yang, which class are you in charge of this year? Still class 5? Old Yang chuckled, "No, the school assigned me to class 17 instead." The reason old Yang was transferred to class 17 was that his wife had given birth, and he requested the move to better take care of his family. The girl turned back to me and Ren Jinjin, saying with envy, "You two are so lucky to still have old Yang as your homeroom teacher." Me, Ren Jinjin. The class assignments were over, and I sat in classroom 17 with a gloomy face, surrounded by 20 or so other unlucky souls wearing the same expression. Old Yang counted the students in the class, glanced at his watch, and said to everyone, "Since everyone's here now, take this chance to get to know each other. Let's all look out for one another during this coming year. It looks like rain outside, and it's getting late," he continued. "Everyone should head home now." After saying goodbye to Ren Jinjin, I walked alone toward home. Just as old Yang had said, the weather really was changing. The sky was densely overcast, and the entire city quickly darkened. At first, only a few raindrops fell, but before long, a heavy downpour began with flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Chapter 2, Monster Compendium. Passing through a narrow, dilapidated alley, I arrived at the second-floor rental where I lived, soaked to the bone. By then, it was already pitch black outside. I hastily took a shower, only to find the power out when I stepped out. The room was engulfed in darkness, illuminated occasionally by flashes of lightning. I couldn't help but complain, every time it rains, the power goes out. Is our electricity rain-controlled or something? Slumping into my chair, I muttered self-deprecatingly, I must be the unluckiest transmigrator ever, stuck in the body of a loser high school student whose parents died in a car crash and whose cultivation talent is rock bottom. The only redeeming qualities are barely being able to cultivate at all and having decent grades. Bang bang bang! A series of knocks jolted me out of my self-pitying daze. "Who is it?" I asked listlessly. After waiting for a while, there was no response. Seeing no movement outside the door, I continued my zen-like corpse sprawl on the chair. Knock knock knock. Another round of knocking came, this time much softer. I got up to look at the door, wondering who could be knocking. This old 2-story apartment only had 3 tenants aside from me. There was the young guy next door and the elderly landlady downstairs. The neighbor had moved out yesterday afternoon to stay with his girlfriend, unable to tolerate the daily power outages anymore. Could it be the hard-of-hearing old landlady from downstairs? Unlikely, she has trouble getting around and goes to bed early. Then who could it be? I walked to the door and cautiously opened it a crack. Peering through the gap, I saw a wolfhound lying at the doorstep. I reached out and gently poked it with a finger, but it didn't budge. Its fur was damp with some sticky fluid. Under the dim glow of my phone, I took a closer look and realized the slickness on my hand was blood. Startled, fear instantly ignited the anger simmering in my chest. I poked my head out and scanned the area. Seeing no one around, I started cursing loudly. Who the hell is so damn heartless? Throwing a dead dog at my doorstep in the middle of the night. Right after I finished shouting, a notification sounded in my head. Ding. Monster system initializing. Monster system activation successful. Host has made first contact with a monster. Reward obtained, monster coins times 10, basic blood replenishment potion times 1. Current monster identified. This monster is a werewolf. Attribute, demon. Status, weak. Danger level, extremely low. I blurted out, holy shit, a werewolf. Bang! I quickly shut the door, leaning against it with my heart pounding wildly. This was my first time encountering a demonic creature in this world. Claiming I wasn't nervous would be a lie, but what excited me more was having obtained the system. Lying outside in the hallway was indeed a werewolf, named William Willwolf. Not long ago, his werewolf clan had a conflict with a vampire clan. The two sides were evenly matched, but after a verbal altercation, a sudden turn of events left countless dead and wounded on both sides, with only a handful of survivors, he being one of them. At this moment, the werewolf was on the verge of death, urgently in need of medical attention even just to stop the bleeding. Knock, knock, knock. The werewolf, now recognized, tapped gently on the door with its claws. Unsure if I would open it again, it could only take a gamble. Knock, 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 knock. At last, its persistence paid off as I spoke up from behind the door. Stop knocking. There's nobody here. The werewolf was rendered speechless. I hid behind the door, with no intention of intervening to help. A century ago, monsters exploited the loopholes in the laws of nature to invade Earth, bringing unprecedented disaster to humanity. If not for the gods later descending to the mortal realm, mankind might have vanished from Earth. Moreover, werewolves and humans have always been enemies. Saving it could put my life at risk. Growing up, I've heard countless cautionary tales, Dongwa and the wolf, the farmer and the snake, Hao Jian and the old lady. On the contrary, I hoped this werewolf would die sooner rather than later. After all, monster corpses can be traded for a hefty sum at the hunter organization. Just as I steeled myself to ignore the werewolf, the system prompted, host may receive system rewards by collecting monster information. How to obtain monster information? Touch a living monster for a total of 5 seconds. I was somewhat tempted. Gritting my teeth, I turned around, opened the door, crouched down, and placed my hand on the werewolf. The wounded werewolf, covered in injuries, sharply inhaled as I suddenly pressed down on it and spoke in a human voice, SSS, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Detected monster entering a dying state. Monster information collection failed. Contact duration, 0.88 seconds, it's dying already? I was stunned, I'd barely kept my hand on it for less than a second. I asked the system, how can I save it? I haven't even reached 5 seconds yet. Basic HP recovery potion, the system prompted. I took out the recovery potion from my system backpack, uncorked the bottle, and let a drop of pale red liquid fall into the werewolf's mouth. The werewolf, who'd already had one foot in the grave, suddenly jerked awake as its heart began to beat faintly once more. I quickly placed my hand on it again. The werewolf, hiss, detected monster entering near-death state, monster information collection failed. Total contact duration, 1.5 seconds. This time I poured 2 drops. The werewolf, hiss, total contact duration, 2.3 seconds. I poured 3 more drops. The werewolf, hiss, total contact duration, 2.7 seconds. Noticing the healing potion's effect was diminishing progressively, I steeled myself and poured 10 drops. This time the effect was much better, and the werewolf even managed to say a few more words. Please, just make it quick. I ignored it. At that moment, the system notification sounded, monster has been added to the monster codex. Congratulations, host, on collecting your first monster information. Reward obtained, monster coins times 20, concealment potion, primary soul contract times 1. Please check your inventory. I opened the monster codex, and the first page featured the werewolf with detailed information. Monster species, werewolf, medium-sized humanoid creature, capable of transforming into a half-human, half-creature state or a wolf form, and can speak in wolf form. Species information collected, 2%, traits, chaotic evil. Weaknesses, silver items, magical attacks. Bestiary information source, William Werewolf. Can form a soul contract. Highest observed skill level of subject, sensory enhancement LV5. Learn? Turns out this werewolf is named William Werewolf, and it's actually a foreign species. Didn't expect it to speak Chinese. And why has only 3% been collected after all this time? How can I speed up the progress? System notification. Host needs to gather more members of the werewolf race. Upon reaching 100%, the species origin item can be obtained. Origin item? What's that? All things are possible. I was completely baffled by this mysterious talk. I wanted to ask what exactly it was, but the system played dead. I continued reading the monster manual. What is this soul contract scroll anyway? I remembered there seemed to be a soul contract scroll in the system rewards. Clicking open the system rewards to find it, the description read, primary soul contract scroll can establish contracts with monsters. After signing, the monster shares life and death with the scroll owner and can teach its skills to the owner. The contract lasts for 2 months. After reading the description, I couldn't help exclaiming that I'd struck gold. The contract scroll looks like a good item. This werewolf can't die now, keeping it alive will be useful. I stepped out of the room, stepped over the werewolf's body, carefully scanned the surroundings to make sure no one was watching, then dragged the werewolf into the room. Chapter 3, The Soul Contract. After entering the house, I found a fruit knife to defend myself, then returned to the werewolf in its wolf form. Seeing the werewolf nearing death again, I immediately poured a quarter of the healing potion into its mouth. Once its breathing stabilized a bit, I took out the soul contract and held it in front of it. Sign your name here. The werewolf played dumb and asked, what does this say? It's too dark to read. A faint smile curled at the corners of my lips. In my memory, the school had taught us some information about werewolves. I said to the werewolf, you're a werewolf. Werewolf's vision isn't affected at all in the dark. He immediately changed his tune. I can't read. I handed him my math test along with a pen and said, this is my math test. It needs a parent's signature. He tried to refuse, then find your parents. Why ask me? I stated bluntly, they're dead. He added, I don't know how to write your human script. I quickly reassured him, that's fine, I can teach you hand in hand. But he still wanted to refuse. I don't think this is a math test. With an apologetic look, I paused before admitting, sorry, I lied to you. This is actually a humanities exam. To my surprise, he shouted excitedly, bullshit. This is clearly a contract. I gave him a meaningful glance and said, so it seems you can read after all. I put away the healing potion, gripping the fruit knife as I looked at his weakened form and said, now you have two choices. First, refuse to sign, then you can wait here to die slowly. After you're gone, I'll hand your corpse over to the hunter organization and make a hefty profit. Second, sign the document, and the remaining healing potion is yours. You can recover properly in my room, with dog food provided daily to keep you full. Choose one. He muttered in correction, I'm not a dog. I'm a werewolf, a valiant werewolf warrior. I chuckled and advised him, in a human city, I suggest you'd be better off acting like a dog. Otherwise, the hunter organization might label you as a threat and deal with you anytime. I'm right, aren't I, Mr. William Werewolf? His pupils trembled in shock. How do you know my name? Ignoring his question, I simply said, I'll give you 1 minute to think about it. Seeing no room for negotiation, he began to hesitate. Refusing to sign meant certain death, while signing offered a glimmer of hope. Moreover, he thought me just an ordinary person. He could always kill me once his body recovered. I too was calculating, once his injuries were nearly healed, I'd sell him to the hunters organization. While he was thinking, I opened the system. The system had 4 sections, attributes, album, backpack, and lucky draw. The attributes section contained my basic information, nothing too important. My race was human, my aptitude was F rank, and I had no skills. The album only showed partial information about the werewolf on the first page, everything else was blank. The backpack held some system-rewarded items. I wanted to test whether the backpack space was usable, but when I tried storing a fruit knife in it, I failed. Quite disappointing. What excited me most was the lottery system. I clicked on it with a gambler's grin. 5 monster coins per draw. I had 30, and though it was pricey, I decided to give it a try. 4 draws later, all I got was dog food. My grin instantly collapsed, though at least I saved on buying dog food for the werewolf. The werewolf nearby watched me alternate between laughter and gloom, probably thinking I'd lost my mind. I snapped back to reality and asked him, made up your mind, Mr. Werewolf? He gritted his teeth and said, yes, decided. I'll sign. So I had him sign. After he agreed to sign, the contract's information transmitted directly into his mind, and he started reading it. This contract was different from any he'd seen before, binding for 2 months with renewal options. The short duration made it acceptable to him. When he saw the clause stating the signee would share life and death with me, he reluctantly accepted it too. While setting permissions, I made him choose permanent access to location, vision, and skill information. After all, learning his skills was the whole point of this contract. If he'd refused, I'd have sold him out immediately. After signing my name to authorize the agreement, the contract spontaneously combusted, leaving behind mere wisps of ash. I tossed the healing potion to the werewolf. I wasn't afraid he might turn on me after recovering. He had to protect me now, otherwise he'd die too. The werewolf drank the potion, and the bleeding from his wounds stopped as some of his vitality was restored. I asked him how he ended up in such a battered state, noticing needle-like puncture marks all over his body. Suspecting he might be a drug addict, I threatened to call the police. He explained he'd been bitten by a vampire after his family got into an argument with some in Luzhou City. I asked who won the fight, and he said just as they were about to win, a god suddenly intervened and nearly wiped them all out. He barely escaped with a few vampires. I pondered that Luzhou City was over 100 kilometers from Qingcheng and asked if anyone was following him. He proudly declared he had just escaped from the god's grasp. My face turned pale as I cursed him, calling him a dumb mutt. Turns out I had rescued a werewolf being hunted by gods. If caught, I'd be dead too. I quickly pulled out the concealment potion and skimmed the description. It could erase sense and lower one's presence. I handed the potion to the werewolf and urged him to drink quickly. He eyed it warily and asked what it was, so I simply uncorked the bottle and poured it straight into his mouth. I silently prayed, I hope it's not too late. Chapter 4, Bloodchief Frenzy. Above downtown Luzhou City, 3 bat-like creatures, each the size of eagles, fled through the torrential rain between human skyscrapers. Pursuing them was a young man in a white trench coat, bearing a vertical eye between his brows and wielding a 3-pointed, double-edged blade. My name is Jang Xiaoa. 3 bats were flying swiftly through the air, their movements severely hindered by raindrops as big as bullets pelting against them. Behind them, a white-robed young man soared through the air, his body seemingly shielded by an invisible barrier that made the raindrops veer away from him as they approached. The lead bat turned to his comrades and said, if this goes on, we'll all die. Someone must stop this guy. The chubby bat on the right didn't dare pause, exclaiming, "He's a god. Even bound by the earthly realm's rules, his strength far surpasses ours." The lead bat commanded, "We scatter in different directions, don't stay together. At least one of us might have a chance to survive." "Understood," came the simultaneous replies from left and right. The three bats swiftly scattered in different directions, though the white-clad youth wielding the three-pointed, double-edged halberd had already discerned their intentions. He hurled the long blade, which transformed into a streak of silver light, instantly piercing through the leader bat's body. The radiant glow from the blade burned the bat to ashes. "It's over." The plump bat panicked when he saw the leader instantly killed. Triggering his golden cicada shed's shell skill, it suddenly multiplied from one to several bats, scattering in all directions. The white-clothed youth snorted coldly, "Using illusions in front of me? You're asking for death." A vertical eye opened on his forehead, shooting out a beam of light that struck one of the bats, instantly reducing it to dust and causing the other illusions to vanish. The young man in white was Yang Jian. After slaying two of the bats, he let the last one escape. The Luzhou High Tower was the tallest and most renowned landmark in Luzhou City, where the escaped bat now trembled in fear at the very tip of the spire. The torrential rain battered against its face, forcing its eyes shut as it clung tightly to the spire, not daring to move an inch. Time passed, and as no god found it, its guard relaxed. Then, from the darkness behind, came a mocking voice, "Found you, adorable little mouse." As it strained to turn its head, a white light flashed before it, that very god. The god spoke toward the area behind it, saying, "Hurry up, there's still one werewolf that got away." The bat gasped with its last ounce of strength, "Who in the world are you? At least let me die understanding." The god slung the spear across his back and spoke impassively, "The celestial marshal of justice, Yang Jian." With that, a razor-sharp claw pierced through the bat's chest, wrenching out its pulverized heart. "Xiao Tian Quan, do you still remember the werewolf scent?" Yang Jian asked. "Yes, master." The sky howler hound shook the blood and flesh from its claws and replied deferentially. At that moment, flashes of lightning illuminated a slender hound enveloped in dark mist. A god and a dog flew southwest toward Lufu City. Arriving at Qingcheng, the howling celestial dog sniffed near the alley entrance and said, "Master, it's still inside." "All right, take me to find and kill it." Yang Jian was about to move when his communication device crackled with a hoarse, smoky voice. "Hey, you still alive?" Yang Jian replied coldly, "First, if you have something to say it directly. Second, my name isn't Hey, I'm your senior brother. Third, stop trying to sound deeper like an adult." The other person said they accidentally let a bat escape, but its wings were burned and two of its fangs were pulled out. Yang Jian said he'd be more careful next time. The other person then asked him about the situation, to which Yang Jian replied that only a severely injured werewolf remained. At this moment, Xin Tiandog mentioned that the scent of the werewolf and the demonic aura had both vanished. Yang Jian furrowed his brows, and the voice on the communicator stated that the disappearance of the demonic aura meant the monster was dead, they just needed to return. They also asked Yang Jian to bring back a pack of Huazi cigarettes. Yang Jian frowned again, saying kids weren't allowed to smoke, but the other person insisted Li Jing wanted it. The rain hammered against the rented apartment's window pane, grating on my nerves. The werewolf and I had been hiding under the bed for 2 hours when he suddenly poked his head out, sniffed the air, and announced the deity was gone. We crawled out from under the bed. I pointed at the blood-covered werewolf and told him to take a shower. As he headed into the bathroom, I started cleaning up the room. After finishing up and sitting on the bed, I remembered I hadn't studied the werewolf's skills yet. Opening the monster catalog, all of Werewolf William's skills were displayed. Enhanced Senses LV5, cost 5 monster coins, learnable. Blood Frenzy LV3, cost 5 monster coins, learnable. And Moon God's Blessing LV1, cost 10 monster coins, learnable. Learning skills requires monster coins, but my inventory only has 10 left. Looks like I won't be doing much drawing from the prize pool. After scanning the skill description, I gave up on Moon Goddess's Blessing. The cost-performance ratio was simply too poor. The activation conditions were overly stringent, usable only once a month, and rendered completely useless on rainy days. I noticed the sensory enhancement skill, recalling that the system had prompted me it could be learned when collecting werewolf information. But I didn't deeply consider whether this learning opportunity came with every collection or just as a first-time reward. In any case, with 10 monster coins, I could learn both the sensory enhancement and blood frenzy skills. Deducted 10 monster coins. With the notification sound, a flood of information about these two skills poured into my mind. Sensory enhancement is a passive skill that activates the moment it's transmitted into the brain. In an instant, the world before my eyes grew clearer. I could see dust particles floating in the dimly lit room, summer insects beating their wings. My sense of smell and hearing were also significantly enhanced. I could clearly detect the metallic tang of the werewolf's blood trail and the snores of the landlady downstairs. It looks like this money wasn't wasted, I murmured with a satisfied smile. Though with my enhanced hearing, the world had become deafeningly loud. Each clap of thunder felt like an explosion right beside my ear. Next, I wanted to check the effect of the Blood Fury skill. This ability rapidly consumes one's vital energy to enter a berserk state for a short duration, boosting all attributes by 50%. However, after the skill duration ends, the user suffers from weakness and dizziness. Although there were side effects, it was still manageable. While the werewolf was still bathing, I attempted to activate Blood Fury. Qi and Blood Rampage, activate. In an instant, I felt the weak Qi and blood in my body rapidly depleting while all my physical functions surged abruptly, my body temperature soaring alongside them. I threw a punch forward with all my strength, my fist cutting through the air with a sharp, explosive crack. Not only has my strength increased, but my speed has improved considerably too. I reckon I can hold on for another 10 seconds. I closed my eyes, savoring the euphoria brought by the sudden surge of power. During this time, I was standing there when the werewolf happened to come out of the bathroom. Seeing me, he showed a hint of surprise and muttered to himself, "Why does this boy suddenly seem stronger? Could it be my imagination? And why does this feel somewhat familiar?" Within seconds, he noticed my aura weakening again as the surrounding temperature dropped. This powerful state lasted much shorter than I had imagined, just 7 seconds from start to finish, truly living up to the saying, 7 seconds of real manhood. As the Bloodchief frenzy skill ended, my body felt utterly drained. Waves of dizziness and weakness crashed over me, accompanied by an indescribable, pervasive heat. I'm not sure how much time passed before the dizziness lessened, only for me to notice a system notification alert. Host learns a skill for the first time, rewarded with 10 monster coins. Please check your inventory. Another 10 coins, let's try one more draw. Congratulations, you've obtained 1 dog leash. This gacha drop rate truly defies description. With both dog food and a leash popping up, I'm starting to think this system was specially designed for this werewolf. Left with no choice, I could only rest for now, saving the remaining 5 monster coins for future use. Seeing the werewolf maintaining its wolf form, I curiously asked, "Why don't you turn into a human or a half-human half-wolf form?" The werewolf shook off the water droplets from its fur and replied, "I'm too weak right now. Staying in wolf form consumes the least energy for me." With that said, it obediently walked to the corner of the room, curled up and began licking its wounds. Fighting against sleepiness, I asked the werewolf, "What's your rank?" "3rd tier mid-stage, but now with these deity-inflicted wounds, I'm barely at 1st tier initial stage at most." I nodded slightly. The ranking system for humans and these demonic creatures was the same, with the lowest being 1st tier and the highest being 9th tier. "Then how old are you?" The werewolf looked up at me lying on the bed and said, I just came of age today." I suddenly sensed a wave of despondent emotion emanating from the werewolf. Come to think of it, having your entire clan wiped out on your coming-of-age birthday, even a normal human would completely break down over that. I feel a certain kinship with this werewolf and scratch my head while saying, in just 1 more year, I'll also turn 18 and become an adult, yet still just as alone. The werewolf said quietly, "I'm 30 this year." I stared blankly. The werewolf explained matter-of-factly, "We werewolves have lifespans as long as vampires, and our coming of age is marked by the ability to assume human form." Gurgle. Just as they were talking, the werewolf's stomach growled. "There's dog food in the cabinet. Help yourself if you're hungry." The werewolf said angrily, "I'm a werewolf warrior, not some stupid dog. Suit yourself, but chew quietly. Don't slurp, I'm trying to sleep." Dizziness washed over me again, and this time I truly passed out. The werewolf stubbornly retorted, "Don't worry. I'd rather starve to death, jump from here and get smote by the gods than eat a single piece of your dog food." In the dead of night, crisp chewing sounds roused me from sleep. I asked, "How does it taste?" The werewolf replied, "So delicious." After speaking, the werewolf probably also felt a little awkward and fell silent for a moment. The next day, I woke up the werewolf. "I'm going to class. Stay at home alone, and if you're hungry, go eat the dog food." The werewolf didn't respond. I went downstairs and saw the husky raised by the landlady downstairs sleeping by the door. My favorite thing every morning was to pet the husky's head and watch it give me that wise look. As I rubbed the husky's head with my hand, the system notification suddenly sounded, "Current monster identified. This monster is Cerberus, unawakened. Attribute, demon. Status, normal. Danger level, extremely low. Congratulations, host, for collecting information on a second monster. Reward obtained, monster coins times 20. Please check your inventory." I was somewhat surprised. Who would have thought that an ordinary husky downstairs was actually a demonic creature? It seems collecting new monster data earns me monster coins. Now, my monster catalog has its second page. Monster race, Cerberus, unawakened. Medium demon, often serving high-ranking demons, suitable for guarding homes. Race data collected, 2%, alignment, lawful evil. Weakness, abdomen, light-based magic. Source of bestiary information, era, consign a soul contract. Highest level skills of subject, old habits die hard LV10, household destruction LV10. Learn? Reject. I replied without thinking. I arrived at the entrance of Qingcheng No. 2 High School. Jianzi, brought you soy milk. Rin Jin greeted me. Ren Jinjin's voice not only caught my attention but also drew the notice of someone named Chen Wei beside him. Chen Wei sneered mockingly, isn't this Jang Xiaoa? Long time no see, heard you got assigned to class 17. What a pity for a genius like you. Chen Wei was my sworn enemy. Ever since middle school, we couldn't stand each other, all because of a girl named Li Wanru. Back then, Chen Wei liked Li Wanru liked me, but all I cared about was digging into my meals. After Chen Wei confessed to Li Wanru, she explicitly stated that the person she liked was actually me. From that moment on, the petty-minded Chen Wei held a grudge against me. Even after the three of us graduated from middle school and Li Wanru transferred to another high school, Chen Wei's malice toward me never faded. Hearing Chen Wei's taunts, I paid no attention. Drawing from my past life's experience, the best way to deal with people like him was to ignore them. Sooner or later, when he realized he was making a fool of himself, he would shut up. I completely ignored the idiot and greeted Ren Jinjin instead. Morning, let's go. Chen Wei wouldn't let up. I'm B-grade qualified, it'll only take me half a year to become a cultivator, while you'll remain a good-for-nothing forever. His voice carried loud enough for surrounding students to hear, drawing envious looks from the crowd. B-grade qualification practically marks someone as a potential cultivator. I continued ignoring him, but Ren Jinjin beside me couldn't take it anymore. Aren't you going to respond? This guy's way too arrogant. I replied mildly, no need to waste words on him. Who said anything about words? I'd rather just punch him. No rush, I said expressionlessly. The chubby kid clenched his fists angrily and said, how can we not be worried? In another 6 months, if he becomes a practitioner, we really won't be able to beat him. On the other side, noticing the envious looks around him, Chen Wei continued boastfully, once I become a practitioner, I'll be superior to everyone else. I'll be eating at Pizza Hut and wearing CK underwear, things you lowlifes couldn't even dream of comparing to. Hearing Chen Wei's words, I stopped in my tracks. Ren Jinjin asked, why'd you stop walking? I smiled and said, you're right, if I don't fight him now, I'll never get another chance. The crowd's initial envy toward Chen Wei's words instantly turned to anger, though no one dared voice their resentment. After all, he was the vice principal's grandson. As I walked toward Chen Wei, I remarked to Ren Jinjin, he just bragged about wearing CK underwear. Since when do decent people wear underwear? Ren Jinjin, right? Me, do you wear underwear? I don't, Ren Jinjin retorted. Do you? Me, damn, you're hardcore. Ren Jinjin blinked in confusion. I continued, who would ever casually announce they're wearing underwear? Ren Jinjin retorted, if someone's shouting about it, would they really be wearing any in the first place? Clinking their soy milk cups together, the two simultaneously chuckled and exclaimed, how shameless. Chen Wei frowned, hey, what kind of messed up duet are you two performing over there? Ren Jinjin said with mischievous glee, we just wanted to check if you're wearing underwear. Chen Wei instinctively clenched, suddenly feeling the atmosphere grow uncomfortably tense. What the hell are you two implying? Ren Jinjin looked at me and asked, strip first then beat, or beat first then strip? Beat first then strip. With that, the two of us took action. The surrounding crowd couldn't hold back either and joined the ranks of punishing these superior beings. Chapter 6, Marrow Cleansing Pill. Office. 20 or 30 people, and right in front of so many witnesses, some even took photos and posted them in group chats. Disgusting. The grade director stepped forward and handed him a glass of water. Vice principal, please calm down. At least they didn't pull them all the way off, right? The vice principal glared, refusing the water, and jabbed a finger at the grade director's nose. Calm down my ass. What do you mean, not all the way off? Investigate this thoroughly. Find everyone involved, the ones who beat him up, the ones who pulled his pants down, and the ones who took the damn photos. The grade director quickly nodded and instructed the nearby teachers, go ask around in your classes who dared lay a hand on the vice principal's grandson. The vice principal snorted and stormed out of the office while cursing under his breath, they're nothing but bandits. Worse than bandits. Disgusting. After the vice principal left, the other teachers also filed out. Yang Tianyuan walked out of the office carrying a wooden box and headed to class 17's doorway, where he summoned Jang Xiaoa and Ren Jinjin outside. Jang Xiaoa asked, old Yang, why'd you call us out here? This morning, vice principal's grandson Chen Wei got beaten up. Not only that, but his pants were pulled down and nude photos were taken and posted in the group chat. Do you two know who did it? Jang Xiaobai was the first to speak. Old Yang, you know me, I never bring my phone to school. Ren Jinjin quickly followed up. Old Yang, you know me, my photography skills aren't that good. Old Yang stared at them for a moment before saying, stop pretending. I saw everything when I was buying breakfast this morning. It's no use denying it now. Chen Wei will definitely point the finger at both of you. But let's be honest, Chen Wei isn't exactly a saint either. He's been bullying other students day in and day out, all because of his status. That beating he got? Well deserved. Caught red-handed, the chubby Ren Jinjin scratched his head awkwardly, while Jang Xiaobai stood by without batting an eye, as if nothing had happened at all. Alright, go ahead and head to class. While you're at it, Call Wu Kuei and Xiaoa for me, I need to have a word with them. Oh, and one more thing, remember, if the vice principal gives you any trouble alone, come tell me. But if it's Chunwei who's after you, I won't be able to interfere. After finishing his inquiries, old Yang entered the classroom. Standing before the students, he opened the small box he carried and took out a dark greenish-black stone. Addressing the students, he said, I'm here to help you review some second-year high school material. Cultivators are ranked in grades from 1 to 9. But before reaching the graded tiers, there's an initial stage called body tempering, which involves strengthening the body. Only a robust physique can contain more spiritual energy and vital essence. Old Yang continued, there are 2 benefits to body tempering. First, body tempering consists of 9 layers, and each completed layer increases the upper limit of one's spiritual energy and vital essence. Second, after each layer of tempering, the body, whether in speed or strength, gains about a 10% improvement compared to its baseline state. This means that by the time you reach the 9th layer of body tempering, your physical prowess could be nearly double that of an ordinary person. Someone then asked, Teacher, what's this stone for? This is called spirit stone, a mineral nourished by the chi of heaven and earth. It's generally used by cultivators for training, and these are meant to open your spirit valves. Spirit valves? The crowd looked puzzled. Old Yang nodded, yes, spirit valves are like the gates in your body that absorb the chi of heaven and earth. Until now, your spirit valves have been closed, so you couldn't actively absorb the chi drifting through the world, only passively accumulate it bit by bit. But if you can open your spirit valves, you'll be able to actively absorb chi and use it to refine your blood and strengthen your vitality. It's important to understand that during the body tempering stage, martial artists below the ranking grade rely solely on circulating their own blood chi within their bodies to achieve physical strengthening. Another key point is that once you open your spiritual aperture, you'll immediately enter the body tempering stage and attain the first level of body tempering cultivation. The group suddenly understood. Old Yang continued, I'll now distribute the spirit stones to everyone. You can begin attempting to break through your spiritual apertures. The method of spiritual valve breakthrough is simple, just relax your mind. Jang Xiaoa took the spirit stone and did as Lao Yang instructed. Placing the spirit stone in his palm, he closed his eyes and relaxed his mind. Soon, he felt a surge of energy rushing into his body. It seems the spiritual energy from the spirit stone has broken through my spiritual gate. Though the impact from the spirit stone appeared powerful, it stubbornly failed to open his body's spiritual gate like an unbreakable plastic film forever sealing it shut. Just as Class 17 was agonizing over how to open their spiritual gates, a girl's piercing scream startled everyone awake. The spiritual gate has burst open. The voice came from the genius Class 1 next door. Indeed, Class 17 was deliberately placed next to Class 1, as if the school intended to mock their status as cultivation failures. This girl was the only A-grade talent in the entire grade. Before their homeroom teacher Wang Zigan could even explain the method to break through the spirit valve, this elite student had already unlocked it. Nice work, Luli, truly befitting an A-grade talent. Wang Zigan didn't hold back his praise. Before long, another student from Class 1 successfully unlocked their spiritual gate. Soon, more and more students began unlocking their spiritual gates, with Class 1's members jubilantly reporting their achievements. Meanwhile, Class 17 remained lifeless and stagnant throughout. Impatient Rin Jinjin couldn't help but ask Old Yang, is there any way to speed up opening the spiritual valve? Old Yang didn't know how to accelerate it either, because the speed of opening depended entirely on one's aptitude. The higher the aptitude, the faster it would open. However, fearing that telling them directly might dampen their enthusiasm, Old Yang jokingly suggested, you could try placing it on a softer body part, or adjusting your sitting posture. Hearing this, Jang Xiaoa and Ring Jinjin exchanged a glance before promptly springing into action without another word. Jang Xiaoa placed the spirit stone in his mouth and sat cross-legged on his desk with his eyes closed, while Rin Jinjin simply plopped himself right on top of the spirit stone. Old Yang took one look at their baffling antics and felt his eyelid twitch, wondering whether he should tell them that his earlier statement had just been a joke. Before long, the joy of opening their spiritual valve spread to other classes as well. The cheerful laughter of others pricked at the nerves of every member in Class 17, including Old Yang. Just as everyone was sinking into gloom, Jang Xiaobai, who had been meditating with his eyes closed on the desk, suddenly let out a strange shout, "Holy shit!" The eerie cry instantly drew everyone's attention, and it seemed hope had appeared as they all hurriedly climbed onto their seats holding spirit stones to meditate. Old Yang quickly asked Jang Xiaobai, "Did you open your spiritual valve?" Jang Xiaobai shook his head, "No." "Then why did you scream?" Jang Xiaobai thought for a moment and said, "I just saw that no one from our class was shouting, so I thought I'd call out a couple of times to liven up the atmosphere a bit." Old Yang, "Everyone, liven up the atmosphere, my foot." Actually, Jang Xiaobai shouted because of his monster system. Because he was bored, Jang Xiaobai opened the lottery section of the monster system while simultaneously breaking through his spiritual valve. Seeing that he still had 5 monster coins left in his backpack, and thinking he shouldn't let the werewolf go hungry, he decided to try his luck again. To his surprise, this time he pulled something amazing, a marrow cleansing pill. This thing would be considered a heaven-defying treasure in any novel, something that could completely alter one's fate. Which is precisely why Jang Xiaoa screamed out loud in excitement. Jang Xiaoa almost burst out laughing at the sight of the marrow cleansing pill in his backpack. He was itching to swallow it right then and there, but he held back. After all, logic suggested this thing would cause quite a commotion during the process, and he didn't want to scare his classmates or Lao Yang. Just as Jang Xiaoa was happily contemplating swallowing the marrow cleansing pill, Ren Jinjin, who had placed the spirit stone beneath his buttocks, suddenly let out a loud yell. Damn it! In their desperation to try anything, the crowd spat out spirit stones, ready to place them under their bottoms, when suddenly the fat man started cursing to himself. Damn it, almost got sucked in. The classmates? Old Yang. At this moment, Old Yang suddenly somewhat regretted his decision to voluntarily transfer to class 17. Chapter 7, Talent Enhancement. Xingcheng Villa. Where, tell Grandpa who hit you. Grandpa will get revenge for you. Chen Wei lay on the hospital bed, gnashing his teeth. No need, Grandpa. I'll pay them back for today's humiliation with my own hands. Both of them have terrible aptitudes. With my talent, it won't take long before I leave them far behind. There will be plenty of time for revenge then. Well said. Truly worthy of being Chen Lingshan's grandson. You don't need to go to school these days, just focus on cultivation at home. If you have any questions, call Wang Zigong directly. Here are 10 inferior grade spirit stones for now. Tell me if you need more. With that said, Chen Lingshan left the room with a dark expression on his face. Xingcheng No. 2 High School. As soon as the class-ending bell rang, Jang Xiaoa rushed into the restroom. The restroom had individual cubicles. Closing the stall door behind him, Jang Xiaoa eagerly took out the marrow cleansing pill and swallowed it. As soon as the marrow cleansing pill entered his stomach, a warm current immediately surged toward his dantian. The warmth made his dantian grow uncomfortably hot, as if fire burned in his abdomen. After a while, the gathered warmth rushed through his meridians like a flood, spreading to every corner of his body. One stream of warmth shot straight up his meridians to his brain, instantly filling Jang Xiaoa with a euphoric, intoxicated sensation. In his dazed state, Jang Xiaoa, with his keen hearing, faintly discerned the ringing of a phone from the neighboring cubicle. Dad, I've got some great news. I've opened my spiritual gate and reached the first level of body tempering. Truly my worthy son. Tell me, what wish do you have? Just say the word, and your father will make it happen. At this moment, Jang Xiaoa, who was in the critical stage of marrow cleansing and hair refinement, let out an utterly euphoric moan, a male sign so good. For a moment, the entire bathroom fell eerily silent. After a long pause, the voice on the other end of the phone spoke. Son, your father respects your decision, but be careful and don't neglect your cultivation. No, Dad, let me explain. No need to say more. I won't stop you. Go ahead and boldly pursue your own happiness. Don't repeat the same path your Uncle Lu and I took because of worldly prejudices. From the neighboring cubicle? On the other side, Jang Xiaoa, having completed the marrow cleansing process, suddenly sensed energy flowing towards his dantian from his surroundings. He knew instinctively that this energy was spiritual qi. The marrow cleansing pill had not only enhanced his innate talent but also coincidentally opened his spiritual valves. At this moment, his body became like a whirlpool, voraciously devouring all the spiritual qi within the confined space of the restroom. In just the time it takes to relieve oneself, Jang Xiaoba's body reached a state of spiritual energy saturation. At the same time, the door of the neighboring stall swung open, only to be slammed shut with a loud bang. Jang Xiaobai couldn't understand why the guy next door was so angry, nor did he care to find out. His full attention was now focused on his marrow cleansing results. He opened the attribute panel. Race, human. Aptitude, grade C. Level, body forging tier 1. Spiritual energy, 100 out of 100. Vitality, 100 out of 100. Skill, blood fury LV1. Sensory enhancement LV1. Jang Xiaobai noticed that the status bar now displayed an additional level in spiritual energy/health value. He didn't know the exact spiritual energy and health values for A or B grade talents, they might be the same or even higher, but he was thoroughly satisfied with this marrow cleansing result. After all, with his original F-level aptitude, he didn't even qualify to become a cultivator. Now, even though it's only been raised to C level, it at least gives him hope. If only I could get another body tempering pill. But I'm out of monster coins. Looks like I need to find a way to gather more information about monsters. By the way, can this skill be upgraded? He tried clicking it, but the system prompted him that upgrading would only be possible upon reaching the first rank. Jang Xiaobai seemed to remember something else. Oh right, I've read in novels that body refinement usually expels impurities and filth from the body. I didn't expect mine not to have that. Not having it is fine too, saves me from dirtying my clothes. Pushing open the stall door, Jang Xiaobai was about to step out of the restroom when a sudden urge to urinate struck him, sending him back to the urinal. Undoing his belt and lowering his pants, Jang Xiaobai tilted his head back in relaxed relief as he relieved himself. For some reason, he kept feeling the gazes of the men on either side lingering between him and his little brother. He turned his head to look at the other person, who wore an expression of horror. "What's wrong? Never seen someone so." The man pointed at Jang Xiaobai's brother and said, "Never seen something like this." Jang Xiaobai confidently lowered his head, only to be scared out of his wits. The liquid he expelled turned out to be pitch black. It was at this moment he finally remembered this was how the filth inside his body was being expelled. "Bro, what the hell is this?" Jang Xiaobai casually made up an excuse. "I've had digestive issues since childhood, whatever I eat comes right back out." "So what you ate was?" Jang Xiaobai calmly replied, "I swallowed the spirit stone the school gave me." The two beside him? Of course the two didn't believe it. While the spirit stone was indeed black, the damn thing was solid. How could anyone swallow solid spirit stones and then piss them out like urine? What kind of superhuman digestive system would that even take? Jang Xiaobai didn't bother explaining further and just wrapped it around his waist before heading out. Back in the classroom, the other students still wore expressions of distress, with only one person smiling brightly. Old Yang also returned to the classroom with a hint of a smile on his face. "Congratulations, Tian Ruyang. I heard you broke through the spirit gate?" Tian Ruyang couldn't contain his excitement. "Yes, it happened not long after you left." Old Yang was equally delighted. In previous years, the first student from class 17 to open the spirit gate usually took about an hour and a half. But now, someone had achieved it in just one class period. This was truly an auspicious beginning. He patted Tian Ruyang on the shoulder. "Good, very good. Later, I'll teach you the spirit gathering technique and body forging cultivation methods." Tian Ruyang seemed to sense the teacher's emphasis and nodded heavily. The spirit gathering technique was a 36-word mantra. After copying the incantation on the blackboard, Old Yang began teaching the technique to Tian Ruyang. The teaching process was simple. Old Yang used his own qi and blood to guide Tian Ruyang in circulating his own. Seeing this scene, the other students couldn't help but show expressions of envy before steeling themselves to continue opening their spirit gates. Meanwhile, Jang Xiaobai watched the two passing on skills with great interest. At that moment, Ren Jinjin nudged him and said, "What are you staring at? I just checked classes 1 through 5 already have more than half their students opening their spirit valves. In our class, apart from Tian Ruyang, no one else has shown any progress. Those are all high aptitude classes. Why even compare?" Ren Jinjin turned to Jang Xiaobai gloomily. "Aren't you anxious seeing others open their spirit valves already? Even E-rank classes have several who've succeeded by now." Jang Xiaobai smiled faintly. "No rush. I've already opened it." The chubby kid's face was full of disbelief. "Yeah, right. If you've really opened it, I'll eat this desk." Before he could finish his sentence, Jang Xiaobai raised his hand and shouted, "Teacher, I've activated my spiritual valve." Ren Jinjin? For a moment, the entire class's gaze once again focused on Jang Xiaobai. Chapter 8, might as well skip this body tempering. Old Yang was also surprised. Class 17 actually had their second student open their spiritual valve so quickly. Normally, getting one student per half day was already considered quite good. Old Yang walked over to Jang Xiaobai, placing a hand on his shoulder to carefully sense for a moment before speaking. Very good. You've indeed opened your spiritual valve, and your qi and blood are quite abundant. But you'll need to wait a bit first. I must finish teaching Tian Ruyang his cultivation technique." Jang Xiaobai nodded with a mischievous grin before turning to Ren Jinjin. "Alright, out with it. Are you eating your desk or mine?" The pudgy boy gave an awkward laugh. "Let me owe you this time. I'll pay up next time for sure." Jang Xiaobai scolded jokingly. "You damn freeloader, still putting it off? You already owe me 5 desks, 4 chairs, 3 computer monitors, and 12 mice." Ren Jinjin turned a deaf ear and sidled up to Jang Xiaobai again. "Jiangzi, no, brother Jang, quick, tell me the secret to opening the spirit valve." Jang Xiaobai shook his head. "There's no trick to it at all." Ren Pangzi clung to Jang Xiaobai's arm, whining, "Why keep it all hush-hush? Big brother Jang, just tell me already. If you do, I promise I'll only have tender feelings for you from now on." Jang Xiaobai couldn't help but shiver, forcefully peeling off Ren Pangzi's bare hug. "Cut it out. We're on the same side. Gross." He straightened himself and continued, "There are indeed tricks to it, but they come with some risks. I'm just worried you might not dare to take them on." Ren Jinjin was desperate to awaken his spirit valve. "It's fine, just say it. Any method is worth trying. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Speak freely. How did you awaken your spirit valve?" Jang Xiaobai said calmly, "I swallowed the spirit stone." Ren Jinjin? The chubby boy naturally didn't believe him and pressed on, teasingly, "Stop messing with me, just tell me how you really did it." Jang Xiaobai had no choice but to play along. He knew the chubby guy wouldn't believe even if he told him the spiritual valve had opened on its own. So, with a mischievous glint, he handed Rin Fatty a roll of paper, a web address, and a knowing look. The little fatty caught on instantly, overjoyed as if he'd struck gold. Seizing the chance while Lao Yang was busy teaching Jang Xiaobai cultivation techniques, he excused himself to the bathroom, citing diarrhea. Lao Yang watched Ren Jinjin's beaming face with confusion and asked Jang Xiaobai, "Since when is diarrhea so thrilling?" Jang Xiaobai paused and replied, "Must have been constipation." Old Yang didn't think too much and began helping Jang Xiaobai activate the body tempering technique. He placed his hand on Jang Xiaobai's back and discovered this kid had excessively abundant qi and blood, not at all like someone who just opened their spiritual aperture. Despite his surprise, Old Yang didn't stop his movements. He began using the qi and blood from his palm region to stimulate the energy flowing within Jang Xiaobai's body. "Can you feel the energy raging inside you?" Jang Xiaobai nodded. Old Yang also nodded and said, "Good. This energy is the vital energy within your body. Try to control and circulate this vital energy. If you can manage to circulate it, it means you've officially crossed the threshold of body tempering." Upon hearing this, Jang Xiaobai began trying to actively control his vital energy. However, managing it proved difficult. Too much force and the energy would become chaotic, too little and it wouldn't circulate. Old Yang seemed to sense the turbulence in Jang Xiaobai's vital energy and comforted him, saying, "Don't rush, take your time." Generally speaking, someone with F-grade aptitude requires at least 5 minutes to achieve circulating their vital energy. Classmate Tian Ruyang's aptitude is among the upper tier of F-level talents, and it still took him 4 minutes. Tian Ruyang, who was instructing his classmates nearby on how to activate their spiritual valves, straightened his back slightly upon hearing his homeroom teacher praising him. Jang Xiaobai wasn't in a hurry. With his current C-level aptitude and the Bloodchief frenzy skill he had used the night before, controlling his qi and blood was hardly a challenge for him. Old Yang then turned to the two of them and added, "In a few days, the school's testing room will open. You should go and measure your exact qi and blood values as well as spiritual power levels. It'll be beneficial for your cultivation. By the way, just a reminder, every 20-point increase in qi, blood and spiritual power during the body tempering stage elevates you to the next level." In class C3, Jang Xiaoa asked for leave from his homeroom teacher and headed to the bathroom. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "This time, I really have to explain it clearly to my dad, or else he'll genuinely think I share his peculiar preferences." He shut the stall door and had just dialed the phone when a sharp moan erupted from the neighboring stall. Instantly, the bathroom fell into dead silence, just like last time. After a long silence, a voice came from the other end of the phone, "Son, you don't have to call me every time you know, Jang Xiaoa. Also, why does the voice sound different from last time? Son, you gotta be loyal." Click, Jang Xiaoa hung up the phone in a flash. Before he could lose his temper and slam the door next to him swung open first. With the sound of flushing water, the neighbor had already vanished. About a minute later, Jang Xiaobai spoke slowly, "Teacher, I can circulate my qi and blood now." Old Yang's eyelids twitched behind him, disbelief written across his face. "Show me how you circulate your qi and blood." As Jang Xiaobai began circulating his qi and blood, Old Yang could sense the state of the energy flow within his body. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly, was this guy really just an F-rank talent? Even a D-rank talent would be left in the dust at such a speed. Just as he was thinking, Ren Jinjin came rushing back from outside, excitedly shouting, "Old Yang, come take a look at me, I've opened my spiritual vein too." "Teacher Yang, I've opened mine too," a girl happily called out. For in just one morning, what the hell is going on? Old Yang muttered to himself before addressing the two who had opened their spiritual veins, "You two get ready, I plan to teach you both body forging techniques at the same time." The two nodded. Ren Jinjin ran back to Jang Xiaobai's side. "Jang, it only took me 2 tries to open it, how badass am I, huh?" Jang Xiaobai, not watching. "Ren Jinjin?" Jang Xiaobai seemed to recall something. "Wait, you just said you tried twice?" "Yeah, what about it?" Ren Jinjin's chubby face was filled with confusion. Jang Xiaobai hesitated for a moment before murmuring, 2 times in 1 minute. "You're really fast." Ren Jinjin's face turned ashen. Jang Xiaobai's one sentence completely doused all his joy. "Jiang Zi, you mustn't tell anyone." Jang Xiaobai said with a smile, "Call me bro." Ren Jinjin's mouth twitched, "Bro Jiang." All morning, Ren Jinjin wore a face as if he'd lost half his fortune, so visibly dejected that even Old Yang noticed his low spirits while teaching him cultivation techniques. "Ren Jinjin, what's wrong? You seem distracted, and why is your vital energy so weak?" Ren Jinjin remained silent. Jang Xiaobai, standing nearby, smiled knowingly without speaking. Old Yang felt puzzled. Moments ago they'd been in high spirits, yet now after just a sip of tea they'd become utterly despondent. In the end, Ren Jinjin had to halt that day's cultivation instruction due to insufficient qi and inability to concentrate. At last, Old Yang reminded him, "Your vital energy is too weak. Take care of your health recently, cut down on lustful desires and take more tonic herbs." Jang Xiaobai tensed up and asked, "Is there a connection between lust and cultivation?" Old Yang said gravely, "A huge connection. During the body forging stage, the more you indulge in such activities, the more vital energy you lose, and naturally, your progress will be much slower than others. Jang Xiaobai was shocked and thought indignantly, cultivation actually requires abstaining from lust. Forget this body forging, I won't practice it then. Chapter 9, Hereditary Infertility. Evening. Long after school had ended, old Yang was tidying up in the office, preparing to go home and take care of his wife. Xian Yuan, you're still here today? Why are you leaving so late? Normally you bolt the moment the bell rings. The speaker was Sun Xing, the principal of Qingqing No. 2 High School. Old Yang chuckled awkwardly in response, oh, it's the weekend break tomorrow. I thought I'd stay to see if anyone's about to open their spiritual valve. If so, I could teach them body refining techniques while I'm at it. Sun Xing nodded casually and asked, how did class 17 fare today? Old Yang replied, today, 6 have reached the body tempering stage. As for the 7th, his blood chi was insufficient, so I plan to have him come back on Monday for another try. Sun Xing was extremely surprised by the news. According to past experience at the school, having even 2 students from class 17 reach the body tempering stage on the first day was already considered quite good. Yet this year, there were actually 6 who had entered the body tempering stage. He hurriedly asked, there are actually 6? Counting one with an open spiritual valve, it'd be 6.5. How did you manage that? Old Yang, already at the doorway, turned back sharply. I haven't done anything. Though I'm their homeroom teacher, you know as well as I do, cultivation depends entirely on innate talent. Before he could finish speaking, Old Yang's voice trailed off as he disappeared through the doorway. The school principal inside the room gave a helpless chuckle and shook his head, muttering, that little bastard. Rental apartment. The werewolf lay sprawled on the floor, happily munching on dog food while humming a tune, completely oblivious to Jang Xiaobai's return behind him. You're recovering quite well, Jang Xiaobai teased. The werewolf was startled by the sudden voice and immediately put on a dramatic dying expression, whimpering pitifully. Jang Xiaobai found the werewolf's performance amusing. His gaze fell on the dog food bag in front of the creature. It had nearly finished the entire bag. Stop faking death. How did you eat this dog food so quickly? The werewolf replied, because the dog food contains faint spiritual energy and helps replenish my vitality, recovering somewhat faster than my natural healing. The werewolf's words astonished Jang Xiaobai. He had thought it was just ordinary dog food, never expecting it to contain spiritual energy and even nourish vitality. It made him somewhat tempted too. At the same time, he secretly wondered what special function the system's dog leash might have. Noticing the sudden silence, the werewolf looked up at him. In a daze, he saw greed flickering in this human's eyes. He asked weakly, you humans don't eat dog food, right? Jang Xiaobai. Jang Xiaobai said irritably, just eat your damn dog food in peace. Hearing this, the werewolf's restless heart finally settled down, pressing his luck by saying, it'd be even better if you could bring me another bottle of that so-called healing potion. There's no more healing potion, but I brought you a welcome gift instead. The werewolf grew interested, lifting his head to ask, what kind of gift is it? Jang Xiaobai didn't answer him, instead revealing an eerie smile. The werewolf sensed danger and wanted to flee, but it was already too late. Human, I fuck your ancestors. A wretched scream echoed through the dilapidated residential area. Human, remove this damn dog leash from my neck. Don't even think about it. I'm a brave werewolf warrior, you can't treat me like this. Werewolf warrior? Are you sure you want to live in human society with that identity? The werewolf seethed with rage, of course. Jang Xiaobai pulled out his phone. Hello, is this the hunter organization? My dog started talking, says he's a werewolf, can you guys come take a look? The werewolf snorted coldly. Who do you think you're fooling? What, you want to know how my dog talks? Jang Xiaobai held the phone up to the werewolf's mouth. The werewolf. The person on the phone, hello, anyone there? Say something. The werewolf was shocked. He never expected this guy to actually call the hunter organization. After hesitating for a moment, the werewolf cautiously tested the phone. Woof woof woof. The werewolf had just cried out when Jang Xiaobai pulled his phone away. I'm so sorry, I must have misheard earlier. What I actually have is just a dog. With that, he hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Chen Wei stood frozen, staring at his disconnected phone. It took him a long while to process what had happened. That bastard Zhang. You're asking for death. How dare you mock me with a damn dog? Jang Xiaobai looked at the obedient werewolf before him and suddenly found the creature adorably stupid. He began examining the dog leash, only to find it was no different from an ordinary one. Suddenly, he felt something sticky on his hand. Looking down, he saw it was red blood. Jang Xiaobai stopped teasing him. Why hasn't your wound healed yet? This injury was inflicted by a god. It bears a divine mark, making it difficult to heal. Jang Xiaobai nodded lightly. No wonder. He thought to himself, I must stop this guy's bleeding. If it dies, the contract's mental backlash might turn me into an idiot. Jang Xiaobai immediately stood up and said, come on, I'll take you to the hospital. The werewolf asked, what are we going to the hospital for? Jang Xiaobai, get snipped. Werewolf, Jang Xiaobai, just kidding, bandage it up. The werewolf shook its head, no need. Our saliva has a minor healing effect, a few licks will do. Jang Xiaobai was somewhat amazed. So magical? The werewolf looked smug. You scratched me when I was putting the leash on you earlier. Mind licking it better? The werewolf reluctantly agreed. I suppose that's fine. Where's the scratch? Jang Xiaobai, ass. The werewolf. In the end, Jang Xiaobai still arrived at the pet hospital entrance, holding the dog leash. The werewolf looked up and asked Jang Xiaobai, aren't we going to the hospital? Why are we here? Jang Xiaobai replied, aren't you a dog? The werewolf. Before even entering the hospital, the werewolf's aura sent the pet dogs inside trembling with fear, whimpering softly, not daring to lift their heads. The nurse in the hospital found the scene peculiar. Turning her head, she spotted a young boy holding onto a blood-soaked wolfhound at the clinic entrance. Jang Xiaobai and the werewolf were led by the nurse to the doctor. The consulting doctor was an elderly man wearing reading glasses. He adjusted his spectacles and scrutinized the werewolf, startled. With a hint of fear in his voice, he asked, is this a wolf you've taken in? Hearing someone finally acknowledge he was a wolf, the werewolf was moved to tears of gratitude. Jang Xiaobai shook his head and said, no, it's a dog. The werewolf. The doctor asked dubiously, how did your dog get so badly injured? Jang Xiaobai replied, got beaten up by the husky downstairs. The werewolf. The doctor examined the werewolf's wounds with a grave expression and asked, how has your dog's appetite been lately? Jang Xiaobai thought for a moment before answering, not bad, I can eat 2 big bowls every day. Doctor, look how overweight your dog is. I'll prescribe some weight loss medicine for it later. Jang Xiaobai, save it. What's the point of it going on a diet? The doctor said, lose some weight so you can run faster next time you get beaten up. The werewolf. Jang Xiaobai looked at the werewolf lying on the operating table and remarked, this dog isn't fat either, it's practically skin and bones. The doctor answered off topic, foreskin? What foreskin? Dogs don't need circumcision. Oh, I see, you mean you wanted neutered. Shaoli, take the customer to pay for the neutering procedure. Jang Xiaobai realized what was going on and this doctor was clearly trying to squeeze money out of him. He refused decisively, stating with righteous indignation, no need. This dog's infertility is hereditary, just like its dad. Nurse, exclamation point. Doctor. The werewolf. Jang Xiaobai continued, by the way, it scratched me, I need a rabies shot. The doctor said slowly, if I were it, I'd scratch you too. In the end, Jang Xiaobai didn't get vaccinated. The doctor told him he'd have to go to the municipal hospital for that. Before setting off, the veterinarian instructed, avoid strong tea, spicy foods, and alcohol for the next while. Jang Xiaobai looked surprised. Dogs can drink alcohol? The doctor, that reminder was for you. Jang Xiaobai. Jang Xiaobai asked again, anything else I should know? Drink more hot water, the doctor added, and that goes for you too. Jang Xiaobai. Chapter 10 The Hunter Organization. After getting vaccinated, Jang Xiaobai almost went bankrupt, with barely enough money left to last him a week. On the road, Jang Xiaobai began pondering ways to make money. According to Rinjin Jin, hunters' organizations can generate income, perhaps I should head there first, he thought. With that in mind, he turned to the mummy-wrapped werewolf and said, after you get your shots, you're coming with me to the hunter organization. Hearing Jang Xiaobai say he was going to the hunter organization, the werewolf stopped in his tracks, his eyes brimming with hostility. Jang Xiaobai reassured, don't worry, I'm just going to apply for a hunter's license. I'm not selling the dog. The headquarters of Qingqing's hunter organization wasn't far from the city hospital, and he arrived after a short walk. The hunter organization is a global entity, and those who join are all given the title of hunter. The organization's mission is to unite with divine beings, combat demons and monsters, and protect humanity. Entering the building, Jang Xiaobai walked straight to the counter and took a seat. No sooner had he sat down than people nearby began silently edging toward the counter. Jang Xiaobai noticed the movements around him but didn't dwell on it. Addressing the staff member behind the counter, he said, hello, I'm here to apply for hunter qualification. The staff at the counter was a young girl with short hair, pretty and with a sweet voice. Alright, please fill out this form. Jang Xiaobai didn't rush to fill out the form but got straight to the point. I heard that once you become a hunter, you get a salary? That's right. As long as you become a hunter, you'll receive a basic salary payment. How much? Jang Xiaobai asked again. The short-haired girl noticed Jang Xiaobai was just a student unfamiliar with the hunter organization, so she patiently explained, here's how it works, your salary depends entirely on your hunter rank. The system divides hunters into 7-star base tiers, with 1-star being the lowest and 7-star the highest. 1-star hunters receive a base salary of 500 yuan monthly, 2-star gets 10,000, 3-star earns 50,000. The salaries for higher ranks will be revealed when you reach those levels. Additionally, you can earn income by accepting missions issued by the hunter organization. Completing a certain number of missions will also help you advance your hunter rank. Missions are similarly graded from 1 to 7 stars, with rewards determined by difficulty level. Just a reminder, you can join hunter squads for more efficient and safer mission completion. Squad members also receive separate compensation from their teams. Jang Xiaoa nodded and asked, why is there such a big difference in the base salary between 1-star hunters and 2-star hunters? Also, where can I pick up missions? The short-haired girl explained, because 1-star hunters can only take on ordinary missions that don't pose any life-threatening risks. Then she pointed to the sticker on the nearby window. We've now introduced an online mission system. You can just scan the QR code to register and accept missions, but you'll need to come here to submit them after completion. Finally, she flashed a professional smile. Is there anything else I can help you with? May I ask which country founded this hunter organization? It's a bit complicated to explain. Why? The short-haired girl clarified. It was originally established by China, the United States, and Russia, but later South Korea successfully claimed it as their intangible cultural heritage. Anything else you'd like to ask? Nothing left, thank you. Alright then, could you please rate the service I just provided? The short-haired girl said as she handed Jang Xiaoa a tablet displaying her name and employee ID. The short-haired girl's name is Mao Rongrong, and her employee ID is 9527. Jang Xiaoa took the computer without hesitation and immediately gave a 5-star review. Excellent service, we'll definitely order from you again. Short-haired girl? At the entrance of the Hunter Organization building, the werewolf lying on the ground began to ponder. This human boy has already healed most of my injuries, so I don't need to hide with him and endure this humiliation anymore. Besides, my contract with this human only lasts 2 months. As long as I run fast enough, he won't be able to catch me. Even if he finds me again, the contract's duration will have expired. At this thought, the werewolf stood up, stealthily glanced toward the Hunter Organization's entrance to confirm Jang Xiaoa hadn't emerged, then took off like a shot. The werewolf moved with incredible speed, covering over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Just as it was feeling smug, a sudden force clamped onto its neck and yanked it backward. The force was so immense that the werewolf was strangled enough to roll its eyes white, flying backward in reverse. The fallen werewolf was slightly dazed as its head hit the ground. How did I end up back here? It shook its head in disbelief and charged out again defiantly. This time the werewolf wised up, no longer reckless as before. Controlling its speed carefully, when it reached beyond 10 meters again, that sensation of having fate's throat in a vice returned. Turning its head, it discovered the dog leash around its neck, originally just 2 meters long, had mysteriously extended a full 10 meters, with the other end lying completely still on the ground. The werewolf growled in a low voice, "What the hell? Damn it all. There's something wrong with this kid. Why does he have a spiritual artifact like this?" The freedom-loving werewolf stubbornly pressed forward, only to be choked until its eyes rolled back. Foaming at the mouth and passing out still didn't free it from the leash's restraints. Hunter Organization Headquarters. Just as Jang Xiaoa was about to leave the window, Mao Rongrong called out, "You haven't filled out all your information yet." Jang Xiaoa asked, "What information?" Mao Rongrong said, "You're from Qingqing 2nd Cultivation High School, right?" Jang Xiaoa nodded. The crowd around Jang Xiaoa drew closer. "What tier is your aptitude then?" Jang Xiaoa didn't conceal it, F tier. As soon as the words left his mouth, the gathered crowd instantly scattered. Baffled, Jang Xiaoa turned to Mao Rongrong. "What's going on here?" Mao Rongrong said somewhat awkwardly, "They're the recruitment team members from the Hunter Squad. I originally wanted to find you a good position, but I never expected." Jang Xiaoa didn't mind and even reassured her, "It's fine. Having an F-rank aptitude isn't something to be ashamed of. I can still take on missions by myself." Having said that, he prepared to leave the hall. Just as Jang Xiaoa was about to exit the Hunter Organization's main hall, a middle-aged man, slightly older, stopped him. "Young friend, I can see you possess extraordinary bone structure, clearly a gifted talent for cultivation." Jang Xiaoa said flatly, "I have F-rank aptitude." The middle-aged man continued, "I see you haven't joined a hunter squad yet. Our team happens to be short on members." Jang Xiaoa got straight to the point. "How much is the salary?" The middle-aged man replied, "Talking about salary is so shallow. Don't always think about what the team can give you, focus more on what you can contribute to the team." Jang Xiaoa casually said, "Alright then, I won't take a salary. In fact, I'll donate 500 to the team every month. How does that sound?" The middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise, "Really? You're not joking, are you?" Jang Xiaoa rolled his eyes and said, "You started joking first." Middle-aged man. Seeing Jang Xiaoa about to leave, the middle-aged man couldn't hold back anymore. "Young friend, please wait. We can discuss the salary again, but first I need to know what your strengths are." Jang Xiaoa, "I have extraordinary bones." The middle-aged man. Jang Xiaoa, "What's wrong?" The middle-aged man, "Anything else?" Jang Xiaoa, "I'm a prodigy of cultivation." The middle-aged man. Chapter 11, Con Artist Zhang Yin. The middle-aged man couldn't be bothered to keep arguing. Let's cut the crap and speak frankly. My name is Zhang Yan, deputy captain of the capital's Azure Skyhunter squad. Go ask around if you don't believe me. Everyone knows about our Azure Sky squad. Jang Xiaoa eyed him skeptically. If you're really that impressive, why are you bothering with an F-level aptitude student like me? I just happened to pass by and saw you joining the hunter organization. It reminded me of when I was young and first became a hunter. Zhang Yan wore a wistful expression, as if reminiscing about his past. Snapping back to attention, Zhang Yan saw Jang Xiaoa still looking unconvinced and said irritatedly, "What? Don't believe me? Should I leave then?" Jang Xiaoa thought to himself, this old codger looks thick-browed and big-eyed, there's probably some truth to what he's saying. He continued with his question, if I join, what's my salary? Zhang Yan pondered for a moment before saying, given your qualifications, 300 a month. See ya. Zhang Yan's face twitched, 500 a month. Jang Xiaoa slowed his steps, calculating roughly in his mind, if I get 500 from the hunter organization and another 500 from the hunter squad, it should barely be enough for me to scrape by. With that thought, he turned around. Zhang Yan asked Jang Xiaoa with a kindly smile, well, have you decided? Jang Xiaoa flashed a friendly smile in return, about to say yes until he saw Mao Rongrong behind Zhang Yan shaking her head at him. Jang Xiaoa immediately understood, his smile growing even more amiable. Haven't figured it out yet. Zhang Yan? Zhang Yan was completely baffled. Why the hell are you smiling if you haven't figured it out yet? And grinning so widely at that. Why haven't you figured it out? Jang Xiaobai replied, didn't you say before that my bones were extraordinary and my talent was exceptional? Zhang Yan asked, yeah, so what? Jang Xiaobai paused, then it'll cost extra. Zhang Yan then asked, how much more? Name your price. 1,000. Mao Rongrong shook her head. No. 1,500. Mao Rongrong continued shaking her head. Not enough. 2,000. Mao Rongrong nodded. Only then did Jang Xiaobai say with satisfaction, deal. Zhang Yan said with a pained expression, 2,000 it is, but we have to sign a 1-year contract. Jang Xiaobai readily agreed, no problem. After signing the contract, Zhang Yan hastily added Jang Xiaobai's WeChat before fleeing almost as if escaping. Zhang Yan's sudden escape left Jang Xiaobai thoroughly perplexed. He walked over to the window and asked an experienced hunter nearby, Uncle, do you know about the Clear Sky Hunter team? The old man replied, the Clear what team? Zhang Xiaobai repeated louder, the Clear Sky Hunter team. The old man asked again, what's this Sky Hunter team you're talking about? Jang Xiaobai, Azure Sky Hunting Squad. The old man grumbled, no energy, can't hear a damn thing when you're whispering like that. Jang Xiaobai gave up asking questions and sighed wearily. At your age, you shouldn't be wandering around recklessly, you might get beat up. The old man pressed on, what did you say? Zhang Xiaobai mumbled casually under his breath, I said the eggs at the supermarket are on sale. The old man grasped Jang Xiaobai's hand and said, thank you, young man, I'll go buy them right away. Farewell. With that, he dashed out the door. The old man moved with astonishing speed, his movements fluid and effortlessly seamless. The security guard at the entrance was also shocked and rushed out after the old man. Before long, the guard returned carrying the door, grumbling, damn it, that old man's got issues, steals our door for no reason. Jang Xiaobai. Zhang Xiaobai felt unwilling to accept it and continued asking the people around him, Uncle, do you know the Qingtian hunter team? Of course, the uncle replied, let me tell you, you should never join this hunter team. Why? Asked Jang Xiaobai. The older man said, I've heard this squad has a terrifyingly high mortality rate. What started as a 100-man unit has been whittled down to barely 10 survivors. Others nearby immediately joined the chorus of condemnation upon hearing the name Qingtian Squad. After listening to the crowd's disparaging remarks about the Qingtian Squad, Zhang Xiaobai shot a resentful glare at Mao Rongrong behind the counter. Right now, he felt positively homicidal. Mao Rongrong tapped on the counter glass and said, bulletproof. Zhang Xiaobai. Mao Rongrong chuckled and reassured, don't worry, it's not as exaggerated as what Uncle Wang and the others said. Their team is perfectly safe. Zhang Xiaobai felt like crying but had no tears left, so he could only vent his frustration on WeChat at Zhang Yan. You old coot, didn't you brag about how famous your team was? All I see are people cursing you lot. Zhang Yan was displeased. What do you mean your team? It's our team now. Besides, isn't any publicity good publicity? Jang Xiaobai was rendered speechless. At this moment, Zhang Yan slid over a group chat profile, here's our team's group, join it and don't forget to set a nickname. The moment they stepped out of the building, they spotted the werewolf sprawled on the ground by the entrance, sound asleep and snoring loudly. Zhang Xiaobai said irritably, this stupid dog actually fell asleep in the time it took to register as a hunter. A werewolf sleeping right at the entrance of the hunter organization must either have nerves of steel or the sheer audacity of the devil himself. He patted the werewolf awake. Stop sleeping, time to go home. The werewolf woke up in a daze. Hearing Jang Xiaobai say he'd been sleeping, he was furious but didn't dare speak up. He could only grumble inwardly, asleep? I was strangled unconscious, nearly choked out by a dog leash. How messed up is that? On the way, Jang Xiaobai suddenly remembered something and stared at the werewolf, asking, I left you outside, yet you didn't run away. That really surprised me. The werewolf curled his lips, glanced around to make sure no other humans were nearby, and whispered, I tried to escape, but who knew you'd be so shameless using a spiritual artifact to suppress me? Spiritual artifact? Hearing Jang Xiaobai's question, the werewolf grew even more displeased. The one around my neck, this rope has a restraining effect. Wherever the other end falls, that's my range of movement. Jang Xiaobai chuckled, seems like you really want to run away. The werewolf was startled and immediately blurted out, let me explain. He had expected the werewolf might try to escape, but he never imagined this leash was actually a spiritual artifact. Cultivator's tools are divided into two types, alloy-based equipment and spiritual artifacts. Alloy weapons might be pricey, but they're still within reach for ordinary cultivators. Magical artifacts, on the other hand, are extremely precious even to high-ranking cultivators due to the rarity and special properties of their materials. Jang Xiaobai couldn't help but marvel, as expected, the system only produces top-notch goods. Thinking this, Jang Xiaobai cheerfully asked again, then why didn't you just grab the rope and run with it in your mouth? The werewolf stopped in its tracks, instantly crestfallen as it contemplated its wolf existence. Yeah, why didn't I just grab the rope with my teeth and run? Why? At this moment, Jang Xiaobai added, don't worry, even if you had it in your teeth you couldn't escape, because I control this spiritual artifact. This was Jang Xiaobai bragging, but the werewolf seemed to believe it, because these words brought the werewolf considerable comfort, making him feel he wasn't quite that foolish after all. Yet doubts still lingered in his mind, why would this seemingly ordinary human possess such a powerful restraining spirit artifact? He lifted his head to look at Jang Xiaobai and noticed the human fiddling with his phone, where a particular photo suddenly caught his attention. I recognize this bat. Jang Xiaobai looked at the werewolf in surprise. He had merely been flipping casually through the task list issued by the hunter organization, never expecting to come across an acquaintance of the werewolf. You know it? Who is it? The werewolf replied, his name is Brohavos. His family was the vampire clan that quarreled with our werewolf clan that night. How strong is he? He's the third most talented among the younger generation of the Broha family. Last time I saw him, he was already at the peak of third rank. I'm not sure how much stronger he's gotten now. Jang Xiaobai stroked his chin. If he's the third genius, then where do you rank? The werewolf hesitated before answering haltingly, eighth, maybe. Jang Xiaobai teased, that's quite a ranking. From now on, I'll call you Old Eight. The werewolf. Jang Xiaobai continued, who would have thought a peak third-tier fighter would only rank as a 2-star mission in the Hunter organization's task list? The werewolf howled in protest, he's just a 2-star mission? Impossible. He's peak third tier, by your human mission rating system, it should at least be 3 stars. Unless what? Asked Jang Xiaobai. Unless he was seriously injured like me that night, causing his strength to plummet drastically. I'm very curious about exactly what gods you encountered that night. The werewolf raised his head, recollecting for a moment, and said, there were 2 gods. They came at us one after another. The first to appear was a 3-eyed guy wielding a long spear. The one who came out next was a child, with 2 small buns tied in her hair, a red scarf wrapped around her neck, and a golden hula hoop slung diagonally across her back. The wheels of her roller skates screeched and sparked as she glided. Jang Xiaobai naturally guessed that those 2 were none other than the famous Yang Jian and Neza. Though, judging by this guy's description, this must be the most brutally inaccurate portrayal of gods ever. Chapter 12, Monsters in Human Society. As Jang Xiaobai walked while listening to the werewolf recount his memories of that night, his phone rang. It was a group message from the Azure Sky team. A person named Ji Buji spoke up. Jang Xiaobai? Some liquor seller? Kick him out. Don't you know cultivators aren't supposed to drink? At that moment, Zhang Yan chimed in, don't kick him, I just recruited him. As soon as Zhang Yan finished speaking, another message popped up in the group. Chao Fengyu, welcome, welcome. Dian Yuan, welcome, welcome. Lin Shang, old Zhang, where did you manage to trick another newcomer from this time? Zhang Yan snapped, piss off. Adding fresh blood to the team can't be called trickery. Lin Shang sent a disdainful emoji and said, give me a break. Out of the 10 people in this group, excluding yourself, even the team leader was tricked into joining by you. Jang Xiaobai's lips twitched at the group message. This old geezer Zhang really had the nerve. He actually managed to con an entire hunter squad into existence. Lin Shang chimed in again, at Jang Xiaobai, how much did old man Zhang scam you into joining for? Jang Xiaobai replied, 2 grand. Lin Shang, not bad, smarter than me. Back then I sold myself for just $600. At your price point, you'd rank top 3 here. Even the squad leader doesn't make as much as you. Jang Xiaobai asked, who's the squad leader? Lin Shang replied, that's the one who was just about to kick you out. She's a real beauty too, but don't get any ideas, she's already taken. There are other pretty girls in the team though, I'll introduce you later. Lin Shang was the outgoing type, his enthusiasm palpable even through the screen. By the way, how did old man Zhang trick you into joining? Zhang Yan suddenly popped up again. My phone has no signal, talk later. Jang Xiaoa realized the seriousness of the matter and explained in detail how he met Zhang Yan and how Zhang Yan introduced the Azure Skyhunter team. After the message was sent, the group chat fell silent instantly, even the usually chatty Lin Shang stopped talking. Jang Xiaoa rubbed his nose. Was his ability to kill conversations really this strong? He asked in the group chat, what's wrong? Any issues? After a long pause, Lin Shang finally replied, let me put it this way, aside from reporting his real name, everything else old Zhang said was pure fabrication. Our team's headquarters are in Luzhou, not the capital, and all members are based in Luzhou. He's not the deputy captain either, at most, he's just an investor. Jang Xiaobai? Lin Shang ignored Jang Xiaobai's reaction and continued bombarding him with messages. Where are you from, little bro? When are you coming to Luzhou to meet up? How big is your family? Anyone know any rich older ladies to introduce me to? Yet Jang Xiaobai had no leisure to chat with him, his mind was completely consumed by regret. Utter humiliation. What unspeakable humiliation. Other transmigrators would scam ancient thousand-year-old monsters, yet here he was, a transmigrator who'd been casually duped by some random old geezer. Just thinking about how smug I'd felt when signing the contract immediately reminded me of last night's scene when I made a pact with that werewolf. Truly, history repeats itself at this very moment. With gloom and unwillingness weighing on him, Jang Xiaobai headed towards his rented apartment. Passing by a fruit stall, the werewolf beside him quietly read aloud the signboard, Chozi. Jang Xiaobai softly corrected, it's pomelo. Then he said to the boss, boss, give me a pomelo. Got it. Back in the room, Jang Xiaobai handed the werewolf a piece of pomelo and asked, you recognize Chinese characters and speak Chinese? Do you demons have systematic teachings about human culture? The werewolf replied while lowering his head to eat the pomelo, we werewolves start learning human language before taking human form. It's all very basic, we can speak but not write, and only know elementary characters. Jang Xiaobai nodded, since you came from the West, can you speak English? The werewolf felt gloomy hearing about English. Don't even mention it, English is too difficult. Then he flattered obsequiously, Chinese is much better, it's convenient and simple. I just love China so much. The werewolf spoke so excitedly that grapefruit bits sprayed everywhere from his mouth, as if he were genuinely a new patriot. But his furtive glances at Jang Xiaobai betrayed his guilty conscience. Jang Xiaobai ignored his thoughts, stroking his beard as he remarked, how interesting, Western monsters can't even speak English. The werewolf explained, we've been in this world for 100 years, with our kind scattered across different realms. Except for those monstrous creatures that can't take human form or are bloodthirsty, most demons like us who can transform into humans tend to integrate into local human society. Naturally, we only need to learn the local language. Oh, Jang Xiaobai's interest was piqued by the werewolf's words. How exactly do you integrate? Disguised as humans, they marry, have children, engage in business, even enter politics like that old bastard Biden, the former US president, who's actually a reptilian. Won't they be discovered? As long as they hide well and don't have the terrible luck of being caught red-handed by the divine, they'll never be exposed. And once the people around them grow old and die, they can simply assume a new human identity and continue living. Jang Xiaobai nodded, gaining a fresh understanding of the world. Human society has been infiltrated by demons to such an extent that even a nation's president can't be guaranteed to be human. He sighed lightly and said to the werewolf, I need to cultivate now, go eat some dog food. The werewolf. Jang Xiaobai sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed, circulating the vital energy within his body. The first level of body forging is not particularly difficult to cultivate, even someone with F-grade aptitude can complete it within 2 days, let alone Jang Xiaobai, who has now upgraded his aptitude to C-grade. When Jang Xiaobai opened his eyes again, it was already late at night. Having just finished his cultivation, he didn't feel the slightest bit exhausted. On the contrary, he was exhilarated, he had already reached the second level of body forging. During the body forging stage, every time both spiritual power and blood energy reach 20 points, one advances to the next level. He opened the system's attribute panel. Race, human. Aptitude, C-grade. Level, body refining second layer. Spiritual power, 47 of 121. Vitality, 19 of 121. Skill, Berserker's Vitality LV1. Sensory Enhancement LV1. Reaching the second level of body tempering grants a 40% increase in physical attributes. When combined with the Berserker's Vitality learned from the werewolf, his physical prowess could instantly rival that of a 7th level body tempering practitioner. Of course, it could only last for a few minutes at most. The next day, at the break of dawn, crisp knocks on the door startled both the werewolf and Jang Xiaobai awake. Who's there? It's me, Granny Sunday. What's wrong? Payment for the rent. Didn't we just pay this last month? And you know damn well it was last month we paid. The door opened to reveal a hunched, thin old woman standing there. How much? 8,000. No. Jang Xiaoa winced at the reminder. Between yesterday's werewolf medical bills and his own rabies shots, most of his money was gone. Neither the hunter organization nor his squad would be paying out until month's end. Jang Xiaoa could now be accurately described as flat broke. Granny Sun raised her walking stick threateningly at Jang Xiaoa. How dare you be so brazen about not paying rent? Jang Xiaoa hastily jumped aside, but the cane still lightly grazed his body. Seizing the opportunity, Jang Xiaoa dramatically collapsed while wailing exaggeratedly, "Ow ow, my kneecap. Oh, my lumbar disc. Granny Sun, don't you dare act like a rascal with me, kid. You've got 1 week to pay the rent. Pack your bags if you can't cough up the cash." Jang Xiaoa immediately stood up to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Granny Sun." Humph. After Granny Sun left, Jang Xiaoa pulled out his phone and began searching for missions that suited him. Before long, Jang Xiaoa stopped scrolling his finger and revealed a satisfied smile. "You're the one I choose." Chapter 13, Flame Ants. Jang Xiaoa had selected a 1-star mission. 1-star missions presented challenges but posed little life-threatening danger, making them perfectly suitable for cultivators at the body tempering stage. Jang Xiaoba's mission was to collect a spiritual herb called blood spirit flower outside the city. This herb typically grows in remote, dense forests abundant with spiritual energy. The blood spirit flower is the most fundamental ingredient for refining all blood and vitality-enhancing elixirs. It can be said that this flower appears in every pill that boosts or restores vitality. However, its yield remains low, and even with government-led large-scale cultivation, demand continues to outstrip supply. "Where are we going?" asked the werewolf. "Head out of the city to gather spirit herbs." Jang Xiaobai casually hailed a taxi. "Driver, how much to the West City Gate?" The taxi driver replied, 50. "Alright, drive carefully, mind the traffic lights, watch out for pedestrians, beware of speed cameras, and remember to signal when overtaking." The driver rolled up his window, tossed out a remark, "Freaking nuts, if you can't afford a cab, don't hail one. Wasting my time," and sped off with a stomp on the gas. Feeling a bit embarrassed, the werewolf retreated behind Jang Xiaobai. Jang Xiaobai muttered to himself, "Guess we'll have to bike there." The werewolf meekly chimed in, "I don't know how." Jang Xiaobai reassured, "No big deal." Just as Jang Xiaobai had said, it really wasn't a big deal. With one hand gripping the handlebars and the other holding the werewolf's hand, he rode down the perpetually traffic-free road. The werewolf gazed at Jang Xiaobai resentfully, already plotting how to devour this human youth alive. Ever since he transformed from a wolf form into a half-wolf, half-human shape at the age of 3, he had forgotten how to run on all fours. Now, the werewolf's 4 legs seemed to run independently, each refusing to yield to the others. Jang Xiaobai rode for about an hour, his bottom nearly worn through, before finally reaching the western city gate. In this world, humans had exhausted every possible method to defend against demon attacks, and building city walls became their top priority. The towering walls served as humanity's refuge, while beyond the city gates, apart from the officially protected highways shielded by special barriers, any area could potentially face attacks from demons and monsters. Consequently, hunters never strayed too far from the city boundaries. Jang Xiaobai arrived at the city gates, where a few idle guards lounged comfortably on reclining chairs, casually chatting as they waved vehicles through without much scrutiny. Xinjiang was located in central China, where the number of demons and monsters was significantly lower compared to the coastal regions in the east or the western territories. Coupled with the protection of the city walls, the guards had naturally grown lax in their duties. Taking in their relaxed demeanor, Jang Xiaobai began to understand how the werewolf had managed to infiltrate Xinjiang so effortlessly before. Leaving the city, Jang Xiaobai plunged straight into the dense forest. He pulled out his phone and located the mission he needed to complete, which came with an accompanying image, a sketch of the blood spirit flower. It resembled a morning glory in appearance, but its petals were blood red in color. The 3 crimson filaments at its stamen grew more vibrant in hue the higher the flower's quality. Though easily identifiable, the blood spirit flower was notoriously difficult to find. A man and a wolf wandered through the mountains near Qingqing for half a day without finding a damn thing. Suddenly, the werewolf sniffed the air. "If we go any further, we might enter another demon's territory." "Not bad, not bad. Your nose is pretty sharp." Jang Xiaobai rarely praised the werewolf. "Can you tell how strong it is?" The werewolf replied proudly, "Not very strong, not even ranked. Probably about as strong as a human at the 2nd level of body forging." Jang Xiaobai nodded, smiling. "Not bad at all. Can you tell what breed it is?" The werewolf looked rather embarrassed. "Can't smell it." Jang Xiaobai sneered, "Worthless. Werewolf." The werewolf was feeling quite aggrieved inside. "You think my nose is some kind of magic detector? And how come you change your attitude faster than flipping pages in a book?" Jang Xiaobai didn't notice the werewolf's little tantrum and kept pulling it forward. Suddenly, a moving speck of red caught their attention. There, an ant the size of a southern rat was carrying a vibrant crimson blood spirit flower toward a small hill ahead. A fire demon ant. The werewolf immediately recognized the demonic creature before them. Fire demon ant? Can it breathe fire? Jang Xiaoa asked curiously. The werewolf shook his head. It won't breathe fire, but it can spray highly corrosive venom. If this venom touches you, the pain will feel like being burned by flames. Jang Xiaobai wasn't listening carefully to the werewolf's explanation. His eyes were shining as he stared at the fire demon ant, or more accurately, at the walking monster coins. The werewolf muttered weakly, "Why do I feel like you're even more excited about this? Human, let me warn you, fire demon ants are pack creatures. If they gang up on you, you're dead." Hearing the words "could die," the werewolf immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Holy shit, if you die, won't I be screwed too? He was about to stop Jang Xiaobai, only to find the bastard had already dashed off without him. The fire ant, wobbling proudly with its spoils on the way back to its nest, suddenly sensed something charging at it from behind. Turning around, the fire ant saw that the figure rushing toward it was a suicidal human. The fire ant dropped the blood spirit flower in its grip, shifted its weight backward, anchored its tail against the ground, and propped up its body with its front legs. Its entire frame tensed alongside its mouth as it took aim at the human before it. From a distance, it looked like a miniature Italian cannon. Jang Xiaobai naturally noticed the fire ant's unusual posture. Seeing the fire ant's swollen, bulging mouth, Jang Xiaobai grew wary. Tui! A glob of green liquid shot out from the fire ant's jaws. The venom, bullet fast, came straight for Jang Xiaobai's face. Jang Xiaobai's heart leapt. The venom was much faster than he'd expected. Instinctively jerking his head to the right, he barely dodged the spray. Where the venom struck a bull-thick tree behind him, the entire patch of bark corroded instantly, leaving the trunk riddled with varying degrees of damage. Jang Xiaobai shuddered at the venom of the fire ant. Holy shit, if that spray hits my head, my face would be ruined. No wait, my head would explode. The werewolf staying behind was also terrified, realizing it had nearly become collateral damage to this reckless human suicide charge. And though this fire ant appears weak with an unranked physique, its venom potency is nearly rank level. Dodging another cannonball-like spit attack, Jang Xiaobai charged at the fire ant once more. This time, Jang Xiaobai didn't charge forward in a straight line like a fool, but moved in an S-shaped pattern. The fire ants, meanwhile, wriggled their butts, aiming their cannons at the gradually approaching human. Ha Tui! The second shot missed. Tui! The third shot missed. 3 shots completely missed, leaving an acrid scent hanging in the air. The fire ant lost all its fighting spirit, raised its tail, and turned to flee. Jang Xiaobai saw the fire demon ant trying to escape and immediately activated blood fury to chase after it. He had risked getting his head blown off for this thing. There was no way he was letting it get away. With blood fury activated, Jang Xiaobai's speed surged dramatically, but his health points plummeted just as fast. In the blink of an eye, his HP dropped from 121 to 107. How dare you run, you bastard! Jang Xiaobai roared at the fire demon ant. The distant werewolf shuddered and loudly defended, "I wasn't running away." Only after speaking did he realize the shout wasn't directed at him. His weathered face flushed crimson as he awkwardly gazed at the surrounding sky. Chapter 14, Serving a ruler is like accompanying a tiger. Jang Xiaobai rushed behind the fleeing fire ant, grabbed it by the scruff of its neck, and lifted it straight into the air. The flaming fire ant, lifted into the air, let out a piercing shriek while frantically struggling to break free from Jang Xiaobai's clutches. It had to be said, this little thing was quite spirited. Jang Xiaobai had to exert tremendous effort just to barely keep it under control. Though, to be honest, it was less about control and more about the ant tiring itself out from struggling before finally giving up and lying still. But even as it lay motionless, the fire ant continued to mutter curses under its breath. No need to guess, definitely nothing good. Soon enough, 5 seconds passed. Jang Xiaobai completed his collection task, and the system's reward arrived. Congratulations, host, on collecting your third monster's information. Reward obtained, monster coins times 20. Please check your inventory. Monster species, fire ant. Small magical creatures, adept at collecting spirit items, prefer communal living. Species information collected, 2%. Characteristics, lawful neutral. Weaknesses, abdomen, fire magic. Information collection source, 13,872. Soul contract available for signing. Highest level skill from collected target, spitting anywhere LV8. Learn it? Jang Xiaobai outright refused. I won't learn. He looked at the fire demon ant clutched in his hand and thought with satisfaction, 20 pieces, time to splurge a little. What the hell is this 13,070? Is that the name of these flame ants? Or is the system bugging out? Forget it, who cares if it's a bug or not, as long as it gives me monster coins, that's all that matters. Jang Xiaobai lifted the fire demon ant and approached the werewolf, asking, "Can you understand the language of the fire demon ant clan?" "I can hear it, but just barely." "Then translate for us, what's this little thing mumbling about?" Fire ant, percent asterisk plus times dash square root hashtag, www dot, and is almost equal to, square root percent are 7k4399, asterisk at percent dash times hashtag, percent asterisk percent at. The werewolf half listened and half guessed. Ah, she says she's one of the ant people. Jang Xiaoa? Fire ant, at percent. Jang Xiaoa, what did it say now? The werewolf replied, she says her true identity is the princess of the fire ants. If you know what's good for you, release her immediately. Otherwise, she'll command her royal army to flatten your human city, then exterminate every last human without mercy. And as for you, she'll personally rip out your tendons, skin you alive, and drink your blood. Jang Xiaoa? Jang Xiaoa activated Blood Rampage and punched the werewolf's head. This damn thing is what you really think, isn't it? The werewolf held its head in pain and then pitifully hid in a corner. As if suddenly remembering something, Jang Xiaoa asked the werewolf again, why didn't you follow me when I went to catch that thing earlier? The werewolf gazed at him with resentful eyes as it tugged at the taut leash. Jang Xiaoa immediately understood the werewolf's meaning. He had been careless, forgetting that the leash created an invisible barrier wherever it touched the ground. Alright, my bad for misunderstanding you. Jang Xiaoa changed the subject. Is she really the princess of the fire-breathing ants? The werewolf nodded with a pitiful expression. Jang Xiaoa was overjoyed. Doesn't this mean I can use the magic ant princess to earn more monster coins? With this thought, Jang Xiaoa embarked on his gambling spree. Congratulations, you've won a bag of dog food. Congratulations, you've acquired beginner monster language. Congratulations on obtaining the beginner's soul contract scroll. Congratulations on obtaining one beginner's body tempering pill. These 4 consecutive prizes almost made Jang Xiaoa drop to his knees. How could his luck be this good? Was this some kind of life or death critical strike? At that moment, the werewolf's stomach emitted a loud growling sound. Hungry? Jang Xiaoa asked the werewolf. The werewolf nodded again. Yeah, it's almost afternoon already. Jang Xiaoa pretended to pull a bag of dog food from his pocket and tossed it to the werewolf. The werewolf was shocked to see it. This human actually possesses spatial equipment. Where else could such a large bag of dog food come from if not from spatial equipment? But really, what's this human's background? The descendant of some elite human family? The werewolf shook his head in disbelief. A contract, spatial equipment, spiritual dog food, and a leash, these were all treasures in human society. How could they all appear on a single human teenager? Could he be the descendant of some immortal deity? That seems unlikely. Immortal deities are all prominent figures. Why would they leave their offspring in the mortal world, let alone cram them into such a dim and cramped room? It's even smaller than the doghouse, no, the wolf den I used to live in. At this thought, the werewolf began to form a faint suspicion in his heart. If so, then this young man must be the illegitimate child of some immortal deity and a human. That must be it. Otherwise, how could there be so many powerful pieces of equipment? The werewolf was bewildered and uncertain whether it was better to stay by the illegitimate child of a god or to flee. Keeping company with a ruler is like keeping company with a tiger. While there are benefits to staying by this young man's side, dangers surely won't be lacking in the future. What a headache of a dilemma. Jang Xiaoa had no idea about the werewolf's little thoughts. All he could think about was making this little demon ant lead him to its kin, so he could grab each and every one of them by the scruff of their necks. The werewolf tore open the bag of dog food, stuffing handfuls into its mouth while smacking its lips loudly. Meanwhile, having just finished learning beginner monster language, Jang Xiaoa was studying how to use it when he suddenly noticed the fire demon ant in his hand had not only stopped struggling but had also ceased its snarky remarks. Dad? Leaning closer, Jang Xiaoa saw the creature staring fixedly at the feasting werewolf, drool dripping so profusely from its mouth that it corroded a small pit in the ground. The expression was probably something like this. So hungry. Turns out you're quite the foodie. The fire ant demon took offense at this remark and made a displeased expression. Get out of my face. Jang Xiaoa chuckled, quite the prideful one, aren't you? As he spoke, he crouched down and picked up a piece of dog food, offering it to the flame ant whose scruff was firmly grasped. The flame ant froze momentarily. Degree, shock. Then overjoyed. For all, joy. Then swallowed it in one gulp. Crunch. Then with a satisfied expression. Bliss. After eating, returns to having a grumpy face. Disdainful snort, humph. Jang Xiaoa. Ignoring the fiery ant's little expression, Jang Xiaoa began to execute his plan. He asked the flame demon ant, since you're the princess of the flame demon ants, could you take us to your anthill as guests? The fire ant turned its head away and remained silent. Jang Xiaoa brought over another piece of dog food. Fire ant, happy. If you won't be a guest, at least let me meet your subjects. If you do, that whole big bag of Wolfman's dog food will be yours. Fire ant, shock. The fire ant asked in ant speak, you're sure it's all mine? Jang Xiaoa nodded in response. As long as we get to meet more magic ants, the dog food is all yours to eat. The fire ant nodded wildly. This scene seemed perfectly normal to Jang Xiaoa and the flame ant, but it made the werewolf's fur stand on end. This young man, he could actually understand the language of the demon ants, and hold a normal conversation with them? No wonder he knew I was cursing him earlier. The werewolf gently patted his chest to calm himself. Too close, too close, too close. Good thing I didn't really unleash my full vocabulary when cursing him just now. Truly, staying near the emperor is like staying near a tiger. I'd better make myself scarce as soon as the contract ends. Chapter 15, 4th Level of Body Refinement. After swallowing a piece of dog food, the fire demon ant said to Jang Xiaoa, seeing my subjects is fine, but you'll have to listen to me. My father absolutely despises humans, and I have plenty of older siblings who dislike humans too. If we run into them, things could get messy. Jang Xiaoa replied, no problem, but what if you're setting me up? Won't that mean I'm doomed to become ant food? The fire demon ant also seemed a bit stumped. Then what do you propose we do? Jang Xiaoa took out a contract from his pocket and held it out to the fire ant. Shall we sign a contract then? The fire ant immediately rejected. Not a chance. Jang Xiaoa explained, don't rush to refuse. This contract of mine is completely different from any other contract out there. This contract is only valid for 2 months, and it doesn't restrict your personal freedom. The only requirement is guaranteeing my survival. Doesn't that perfectly align with our agreement? The fire demon ant was half convinced and half doubtful. It glanced at the contract, and the information on it was instantly transmitted into its mind. The details on the contract matched what the human had said, but deep down, it still resisted signing. Seeing it waver slightly, Jang Xiaoa brought out another piece of dog food and placed it in front of the fire demon ant. Sign, and you'll get an extra bag of dog food. Fire demon ant, ring and equal to, deal. The fire ant demon pressed its handprint without hesitation, and the contract immediately burned to ashes. The werewolf nearby sighed softly. Ah, another one crippled by smooth talk. No sooner had the sigh escaped than something felt off. Why did I say another? This fire ant demon had a born collaborator's gift. On the way back to the ant colony, it chatted endlessly with Jang Xiaoa, revealing quite a bit about the fire ant demons. What worker ants and soldier ants? They're all so busy. What worker ants start working at midnight every day and keep going until the next midnight, working 7 days a week. What soldier ants begin their shifts at 9 a.m. daily and work until 9 p.m., clocking in 6 days a week. The werewolf asked, then who guards the anthill on the soldier ant's day off? The fire ant replied, worker ants, of course. The werewolf, how tragic. On the road, the trio, a human, a wolf, and an ant, discussed the matter of choosing names. Jang Xiaoa asked the flame ant, my name is Jang Xiaoa. What's yours? The flame ant remained silent for a moment. Don't want to talk about it. How about I give you one? Coincidentally, the werewolf hasn't been named either. I'll name you both together. The werewolf said meekly, I have a name. Jang Xiaoa glared at the werewolf and said slowly, since we're in Huaxia, you'll use a Huaxia name. What should I name you? Let's call you Goshing, dog leftovers. The werewolf, don't like it? How about Gooden, dog egg? Both are crude names that definitely guarantee health and longevity. The werewolf, the fire ant was itching to join in. What about me? What about me? Jang Xiaoa stared at the tiny ant, lost in thought for a long while before finally saying, how about we call you Tsuehua? The fire ant looked naive and innocent. What does that mean? Does it also symbolize health and longevity? Jang Xiaoa explained, Chui represents green, symbolizing a happy and fulfilling life in the future, while Hua means beauty. Put together, it means a beautiful life with a beautiful person. What do you think? The fire demon ant raised its head excitedly and said, human, you possess great wisdom. After walking for a while, they arrived before a small hill. Tsuehua stopped and said to Jang Xiaoa, that small hill is my home. Wait here while I scout ahead. We don't want to startle them. Jang Xiaoa nodded and patiently stayed behind. The werewolf found a soft pile of grass to lie down on and asked, aren't you afraid it might betray you and summon a swarm of fire ants? Jang Xiaoa replied, no. If I die, it dies too. If it dies, you die as well. The werewolf, Jang Xiaoa asked, how's your recovery coming along? The werewolf adjusted his sleeping position and said, it's almost healed, but there's divine power suppressing my strength inside me. My current power is probably only at the first grade beginner level. You were already at the initial stage before. Why are you still stuck there after all this time? The werewolf said sheepishly, I was afraid you might ambush me earlier, so I might have exaggerated a little. Jang Xiaoa. The werewolf asked Jang Xiaoa, how strong are you? Training level 2. The werewolf secretly rejoiced. This guy's strength is so pitiful. When the contract period ends I'll regain my freedom, then whether you're human or god I'll beat you up first and ask questions later. At this thought, the werewolf's heart bloomed with joy. Jang Xiaoa had no idea what the werewolf was grinning foolishly about, nor could he be bothered to find out. He took out the body tempering pill, examining it closely. The pill looked like a translucent crystal, so appetizing at first glance. The system's description of the body tempering pill was succinct, eat it. Jang Xiaoa didn't hesitate in the slightest and swallowed it in one gulp. The body-forging pill quickly took effect after entering his stomach, and Jang Xiaoa could feel his depleted blood qi recovering at an astonishing rate. When he opened his attributes panel, he discovered the body-forging pill wasn't just accelerating his blood qi recovery, his spiritual power was regenerating at the same rapid pace. Yet these weren't the main benefits. The true significance lay in how the body-forging pill had actually elevated the upper limits of both his blood qi and spiritual power reserves. The originally capped quota of 121 points for both qi and spiritual power surged continuously under the effect of the body-forging pill, climbing all the way to 139. In the body-forging stage, each tier differed by 20 points in both qi and spiritual power attributes. The threshold between the first and second tiers was 120, while moving from the second to third tier required 140. This meant Jang Xiaoa only needed to push a little further to advance directly to body forging's third tier. Jang Xiaoa immediately sat cross-legged on the spot, using the impact of the body-forging pill within his body to accelerate the circulation of his blood and qi. Soon, the effects of the body-forging pill faded, and Jang Xiaoba's dual attributes broke through the 140 limit, reaching 159, the peak of the third level of body forging. The werewolf beside him, who had been contemplating how to deliver a hard slap to Jang Xiaoba after regaining freedom, suddenly sensed a surge of energy fluctuation nearby. Startled, the werewolf turned its head and saw that the young man beside it had already advanced to the third level of body forging, and his aura was still rising. Already reached the third level so quickly? Well, advancing from the second to third level is relatively easy, but surely he can't reach the fourth level of body tempering in such a short time? Anyway, I don't believe it, the werewolf reassured himself. The next second, Jang Xiaobai leveraged the remaining energy of the body tempering pill within him to circulate his qi and blood, breaking through to the fourth level of body tempering in one go. Beside him, the werewolf stood dumbfounded, silently slapping himself hard across the face while cursing, "Jinx! Jinx!" Suihua walked toward the mountain ridge, her guilt growing heavier with each step. That human not only didn't kill me, but also gave me delicious spirit food, and even gave me such a beautiful name. Yet I lied to him, claiming to be the fire ant princess. I'm really not being true to my ant nature. Actually, Suihua's deception wasn't really deception at all. The reproduction of magical ants isn't much different from ordinary ants. Most offspring produced by an ordinary ant queen are infertile female soldier ants and worker ants. The same goes for demon ants. This means that within the entire ant colony, aside from the king, queen, and a few ant princes, all other demon ants are princesses. Suihua returned to the small hill and happened to encounter a group of fire demon ants emerging from a cave entrance at the hilltop. Suihua quickly stepped back and respectfully greeted the emerging fire demon ants. "Hello, eldest sister. Hello, 76th sister. Hello, 3855th sister." The fire ants seemed to walk past him as if they hadn't noticed his presence. Only after the fire ants had moved far away did Suihua dare to raise her head. She stood up and peered toward Jang Xiaobai's position in the distance, relieved to find he hadn't noticed anything happening here. The numbers she had just shouted represented both the ants' rankings and their names. Of course, this didn't mean the ant nest contained thousands or tens of thousands of fire ants. The reproductive ability of demon ants is strong, but their lifespan is short, with fire demon ants below certain grades averaging only 2 years of life. At the same time, demon ants have a strong territorial instinct, and any intrusion by other species into their vicinity triggers a fight to the death. Under these two circumstances, the number of fire demon ants is not large, only around 500. Returning to the nest, Suihua found a few fire demon ants of similar age and began a secret conversation. Suihua took out a piece of spiritual dog food and placed it among the fire demon ants. This dog food was obtained by trading blood spirit flowers with Jang Xiaobai. "Look what this is?" Suihua straightened her back and glanced at the sisters around her. "The fire demon ants. Moon fragrant." Suihua gobbled up the spiritual dog food in one bite and asked the flame ants, "Do you want some too?" The flame ants chorused, "Yes. If you want to eat, that's fine. I'll make sure each of you gets a share, but you'll all have to obey me." "Great," cheered the swarm of flame ants. Suihua handed each flame ant a black cloth and clasped her hands behind her back, instructing them, "First, you must blindfold yourselves." A flame ant asked, "Why?" "No reason," Suihua continued. "Secondly, you must keep this a secret." The flame ant asked again, "Why?" Suihua still replied abruptly, "No reason." She continued, "One last rule, no talking throughout the entire process." This stipulation was actually Suihua's selfish ploy. Since that human could understand the language of the flame ants, she feared her unimpressive status as the flame ant princess might be exposed, so she added this clause. The flame demon ant pressed on relentlessly, "Why?" Other impatient flame demon ants. Why kicked ya? Off topic, I found a part-time job and was slacking off there. A kind-looking skinny uncle driving a forklift passed by me. The uncle asked, "Working here?" Me, "Yeah." "Uncle, Let me help you with that. Me? No. Before I could finish speaking, the uncle finished an hour's worth of my work with a single scoop of his front-end loader. Can you imagine how devastating that one scoop was to me? Chapter 16, Lin Shang's Strengths. After Tsuewa's smooth persuasion, all 6 flaming ants embarked on the journey with her to search for delicious spirit food. Before setting off, Tsuewa even sneaked into the ant nest's treasure vault and stole a bunch of blood spirit flowers, thinking that the kind human would probably like them. The werewolf, chewing on a blade of dogtail grass with his belly turned upward basking in the sun, casually asked, "So when those dim-witted ants really bring their kin here later, what are you gonna do?" Jang Xiaoa sat on a nearby rock and said, "If we work together, can we take them down?" The werewolf spat out the foxtail grass from his mouth. "Kill them? We could kill them, but we wouldn't get away alive afterward." "Why?" "Magic ants have poor sense of smell, but there's one scent they're extremely sensitive to, the smell of their dead companions. Once they discover their kin have been killed, they'll pursue us relentlessly until we're dead. And this major ant nest likely has no fewer than 10 first-tier magic ants." Jang Xiaoa nodded slowly after hearing this, then let them go back. The werewolf wanted to ask why, but a sudden presence made him tense. "They're coming." Tsuewa led 6 fiery ants out of the nest and headed straight for Jang Xiaoba's location. As they neared the destination, Tsuewa instructed them, "Cover your eyes and don't speak." The demon ants cheered, "Great." And so, Tsuewa swaggered ahead, leading the demon ants to Jang Xiaobai. Tsuewa trotted up to Jang Xiaobai and whispered, "Human, I brought them." Jang Xiaobai handed a handful of dog food to the fire demon ant and said, "Good job." Tsuewa took out a small red flower and looked somewhat shyly at Jang Xiaobai. "This is a flower I took from the anthill warehouse, it's for you." Jang Xiaobai was shocked by the generous nature and intelligence of the flame ants and quickly asked, "Do you have a lot of these kinds of things in your warehouse?" Tsuewa replied with a touch of pride, "Of course." Jang Xiaobai marveled, as expected of the princess of the flame ants, so wealthy and generous. Tsuewa felt utterly embarrassed by Jang Xiaobai's flattery. "Since you're the princess of the fire demon ants, could you get me more of these flowers?" Vanity getting the better of her, Tsuewa inexplicably answered, "No problem." After discussing the blood spirit flower, came the exciting part, getting to pinch the back of the neck. Congratulations on collecting information about the fire demon ants. Information completeness has increased to 3%. Reward, 10 monster coins. Congratulations on collecting information about the fire demon ants. Information completeness has increased to 4%. Reward, 10 monster coins. Congratulations on collecting information about the fire demon ants. Information completeness has increased to 8%. Reward, 10 monster coins. 6 fire demon ants meant 60 monster coins. Jang Xiaobai was thoroughly satisfied with this harvest. The only regret he had was being unable to learn skills from the flame ants that Tsuewa later collected. Only the information completeness was indicated. It seemed that only the first demon captured could grant learnable skills, while others of the same species couldn't be learned from. Jang Xiaobai clapped his hands cheerfully and returned to the werewolf and Tsuewa with satisfaction. As for the 6 flame ants whose napes had been grabbed by fate, they merely froze briefly before tossing aside their confusion and happily munched on their dog food with sheer delight. Tsuewa and the werewolf, who had been watching from the side, were completely bewildered. The werewolf asked Jang Xiaobai softly, "Did you call them here just to pinch the backs of their necks?" Jang Xiaobai spread his hands. "What else? What else could it be? I'm not exactly a bad guy." The werewolf's lips twitched, thinking scornfully to himself, "Really? Weren't you just plotting how to take them out a few minutes ago?" Tsuewa's face lit up with admiration. "I never thought this human could be so kind-hearted. Just by pinching the back of our necks, he'd give us such delicious spirit food." The werewolf couldn't help but want to warn the fire ant whose admiration was practically overflowing from its eyes. "You dim-witted creature, this guy's trouble. You can't handle someone so cunning." Jang Xiaobai asked Tsuewa, "Can you bring any more magic ants out today?" Tsuewa shook her head and said, "This is all I could bring today, but I promise I'll definitely bring out more magic ants tomorrow than I did today." "Alright, tomorrow evening at dusk, same place, no backing out." Tsuewa nodded vigorously. Watching Tsuewa and the others disappear into the distance, Jang Xiaobai also led the werewolf back. The whole way, the werewolf couldn't for the life of him figure out why this young man kept pinching those demon ants by the scruff of their necks. What was the point? He didn't dare ask further about this matter, fearing he might anger this demigod. He simply treated the youth as a divine offspring. After all, even God's children were entitled to occasional eccentricities. Returning to the city gates, the guards remained as lethargic as ever, lounging on recliners and chatting idly. The only difference was that it was an entirely new shift on duty. Jang Xiaobai scanned a Blagogo bike, then led the werewolf straight toward the Hunters Association. Hunters Association headquarters. Jang Xiaobai arrived just in the nick of time as the building staff were already preparing to leave for the day. Jang Xiaobai dashed up to the counter in one swift motion. The staff member behind the counter asked, "How can I help you?" Jang Xiaoa peeked behind the counter and said, "Is 9527 here? I'm looking for her." The counter staff called toward the employee lounge, "Rong, there's a kid here to see you." Jang Xiaoa corrected, "A handsome guy." The counter staff, "Rong, there's a kid here to see the handsome guy." Jang Xiaoa was speechless. With that kind of IQ, you should just go home and farm. Staff. Before long, Mao Rong emerged from the staff break room. Having changed out of her work uniform and into casual clothes, she looked less composed but more playful. "You're here? Is something up?" Mao Rong asked. Jang Xiaoa took out 2 blood spirit flowers. "I'm here to submit the mission." Mao Rong said, "Not bad luck, actually finding 2. What's your mission number? Tell me, and I'll complete it for you." 12138. Mao Rong checked at the computer desk and said, "This mission has a follow-up task. If you deliver it in person, there's an additional reward of 100 yuan. And there's even this benefit?" Mao Rong nodded, "Yes, some task posters don't want to waste time running back and forth, so they'll post follow-up tasks." Jang Xiaoa asked, "So, where exactly is the delivery location?" Mao Rong glanced down at the message. "It's in the southern district. Coincidentally, my home is nearby. Shall I take you there?" The Hunter Organization's office building is quite far from the southern district. 100 yuan is just enough for a one-way taxi fare. Jang Xiaoa then asked Mao Rong, "Got it. So when will my mission reward be deposited?" "It's being reported now. It should be deposited in about 2 hours." "Alright, thank you." A single blood spirit flower has a market price of around 3,000 yuan, so 2 would be 6,000 yuan. Making 6,000 in just a day's work, you gotta admit, cultivator's money comes easy. After exiting the building, Jang Xiaoa pointed at the werewolf resting on the ground and asked Mao Rong, "I also have a dog. Can it sit?" Mao Rong's hair stood on end at the sight of the creature lying on the ground. That's a wolf, isn't it?" The werewolf lay motionless, feeling a ripple of emotion upon hearing the human woman acknowledge its true identity. Jang Xiaoa smiled and replied, "No, it's a dog." The werewolf's inner turmoil was instantly smoothed away. Mao Rong pressed her car key, and a convertible parked in front of them beeped. Jang Xiaoa raised an eyebrow. "Damn, you commute in a convertible every day." "Yeah, any problem?" "And no. How much is your monthly salary then?" 2,000. Jang Xiaoa continued, "This car's so nice, I'll let my dog ride in the trunk." The werewolf cursed inwardly, "Damn it, can't you do something decent for once?" Mao Rong chuckled and said, "No need, my dog often rides in my car for joyrides too." On the road, Jang Xiaoa said to Mao Rong, "Hey Rong, do you want a boyfriend? Just say the word, and I'll introduce you to one right away." Mao Rong flashed a wicked smile. "You're not about to introduce yourself to me, are you?" "I'm not into young puppies." Jang Xiaoa immediately denied it. "Of course not, and I'm not into older women either." "Mao Rong? He's from our team, named Lin Shang. Seems like a decent guy." Mao Rong asked, "Then what are his strengths and good qualities?" Jang Xiaoa pondered seriously for a moment. "He likes wealthy older women." Mao Rong. Chapter 17, System Mall. Fire Ant Nest. As soon as Greenflower led the 6 fire ants back to the nest, one of them asked, "Sister number 13,872, was the one who pinched our necks earlier a human?" Before Greenflower could deny it, the other 5 fire ants also began chattering in agreement. Yes, I think I caught a faint whiff of human scent too." Me too. Seeing that she couldn't hide the truth, Greenflower remained silent for a long moment before reluctantly admitting, "Alright, the one who pinched your necks was indeed a human." Wow! The demon ants didn't feel any lingering fear, but instead erupted in exclamations of fascination, then enthusiastically began asking, "Why did that human pinch the backs of our necks? Why would that human give us spirit food? Why didn't that human harm us?" Even Suehua couldn't figure out the answers to these questions. Seeing that Suehua couldn't answer, the demon ants shifted to a key question. "Can we have such delicious spirit food again next time?" Hearing this question, the previously embarrassed Suehua immediately thumped her chest in assurance, "Absolutely, but it'd be best if you bring some new recruits along." Some ants were half convinced. "Really? Just bringing new recruits is enough? Shouldn't we give him something? Otherwise, eating for free feels uneasy." Suehua thought this idea made sense. That human likes spiritual items, why don't we give him some as gifts? The swarm of demon ants. Alright, Xingcheng, Ring Road. After a busy day, Master Jiang begins tallying today's spoils. 2 blood spirit flowers, worth 6,000 yuan, 6 flame ants, and the system rewarded me with 60 monster coins. Learn basic monster language. And the body tempering pill, it directly propelled me to the 4th level of body tempering. Today's been quite a fruitful day. Jang Xiaoa stretched contentedly before clicking open the system's lottery module. Congratulations on winning a bag of dog food. Congratulations on obtaining a bag of ant feed. Congratulations on obtaining the ant feed. Congratulations on obtaining your ant rations. Congratulations on obtaining ant food. Jang Xiaoa. Jang Xiaobai was utterly dumbfounded at the sight of the words "and provisions." Damn, now it's ant food instead of dog food. Just as he drew 5 consecutive bags of dog food and ant food, the system suddenly issued a notification. Congratulations, host. For accumulating 10 bags of monster provisions, you've received a reward of 30 monster coins. System upgrade initiated, unlocking the shopping mall module. The store module is now available. Monster rations have been added to the store module. Please check them out promptly. Hearing about the store module, Jang Xiaobai set aside the lottery and immediately opened the store. The store only had 2 items, dog food and ant food. Both types of monster rations cost only 2 monster coins each. Jang Xiaobai analyzed, so that means once you draw 10 of any particular item, you can directly purchase it in the mall? Then can you still get it from the lottery module? Probably not anymore, right? The system wouldn't be that shady. Overjoyed, Jang Xiaobai opened the shop and began drawing lots. Congratulations, you've won 1 bag of dog food. Jang Xiaobai. System, you're killing me. Damn it, why is this monster food still here? The kicker is, the stuff I got from the lottery costs 3 monster coins more than what they sell next door. Shrimp heart and pig heart. Literal meaning, utterly devastating, absolutely devastating. With his mentality shattered, Jang Xiaobai set aside 20 monster coins as backup and poured the remaining 40 monster coins all into the lottery draw. This time, however, Jang Xiaobai caught a glimpse of hope for survival. Congratulations, you've obtained 2 bottles of basic healing potion. Congratulations, you've obtained 1 body tempering pill. Congratulations, you've obtained 2 marrow cleansing pills. Congratulations, you've obtained 3 swiftness pills. Jang Xiaobai's eyes welled up with tears. Is this another life-threatening critical hit? Yet this time, it actually yielded 2 body refining pills. His luck was truly incredible. He'd definitely take them tonight to see if they could boost his aptitude to A rank. It took nearly an hour by car for the 2 to reach the southern district. After getting out of the car, Jang Xiaobai surveyed his surroundings. This spot near the city wall was sparsely populated. With not a single building taller than 3 stories in sight, it could only be described as rundown. Do you live here? Jang Xiaobai wondered inwardly, why would such a wealthy girl live in a shabby place like this? No, this is where your buyer lives. Where is it? Apart from a dilapidated warehouse, Jang Xiaobai saw nothing else in front of him. He's inside that warehouse. Your buyer is an alchemist. This warehouse is his alchemy workshop. How do you know my buyer so well? Jang Xiaobai suddenly showed a surprised expression. Don't tell me, you're this alchemist's girlfriend? How could you do this to Lin Shan? Mao Rongrong? Jang Xiaobai sighed. Sis, will Lin Shan get angry if he finds out you have a boyfriend? Jang Xiaobai gasped again. Sis, will your boyfriend get jealous if he sees me riding in your car? Jang Xiaobai clutched his little heart. Sis, what if your boyfriend finds out I introduced you to potential? Before Jang Xiaobai could finish speaking, he was sent flying 5 meters away by Mao Rongrong's punch. The werewolf on the side widened his eyes. This was the first time he'd seen Jang Xiaobai getting beaten up, and he burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. His laughter was cut short as Mao Rongrong turned to glare at the werewolf, her eyes filled with confusion and lethal intent. The werewolf immediately changed his tune. Ha, woof 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 woof. The werewolf trembled with fear, sighing inwardly, damn, that was close, almost blew my cover. This woman looks harmless, but who knew she's actually a second-tier powerhouse? Mao Rongrong stared at the guy she just sent flying, utterly shocked. I remember this guy was only at the 1st tier yesterday, but the impact just now felt like hitting someone at the 7th tier of body refinement. Meanwhile, Jang Xiaobai pulled his head out of the dirt and began trudging back, covered in dust. As he walked, he muttered to himself, that woman is absolutely terrifying. If I hadn't sensed the danger in advance and activated blood rage, my frail little body would have ended up spending all the money I earned today in the hospital. Before Jang Xiaobai could finish his mental complaint, a tremendous explosion resounded throughout the southern suburbs of the city. Boom! The 2 humans and the wolf immediately turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. It was the alchemy room. A figure crashed through the alchemy chamber door, sent flying outward. The blast-hurled figure tumbled and scrambled nearly half a kilometer before barely regaining balance. Then, the massive shockwave from the explosion rippled outward from the alchemy chamber in all directions. The powerful shockwave forced Jang Xiaobai and the others into stumbling retreats, their footing impossible to maintain. Jang Xiaobai stared blankly at the scene before him for a long moment before asking Mao Rongrong, this guy's an alchemist? Damn, looks more like a demolitions expert to me? Mao Rongrong was equally dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the werewolf muttered to himself, how's that guy still alive after an explosion that big? His physique must be at least 6th grade. Before long, the figure that had been sent flying slowly rose to his feet, dusted himself off, and leisurely strolled back toward the alchemy chamber. Just as they were about to reach the alchemy room, they noticed the 2 stunned humans and 1 wolf standing motionless nearby. Oh, little Rong, what brings you here? I came to deliver the blood spirit flower to you. The shadowy figure shouted, what did you say? Can't hear you. Jang Xiaoa, who had been watching from the side, finally got a clear look at the person's face. Turns out it was the old man from yesterday who'd been carrying a door around in the hunter's organization. No wonder his hearing was bad, must have been from being blasted by artillery. Still, this old geezer's built like a tank, walking away unscathed from an explosion that powerful. The old man fiddled with his ringing ears before walking up to Mao Rongrong, noticing he recognized the person standing beside her. Isn't this the same young man who shamelessly deceived me yesterday afternoon with that fake supermarket egg discount? But instead of getting angry, the old man happily boasted, Xiao Rong, guess what medicine I've developed today? Before Mao Rongrong could answer, Jang Xiaoa interrupted, it wouldn't happen to be explosives, would it? The old man said displeased, I'm talking to my niece here, who asked for your opinion. Jang Xiaoa raised his eyebrows, surprised to learn that Mao Rongrong and this old man were uncle and niece. No wonder she wanted to beat me up earlier when I said I was her boyfriend. The old man then childishly boasted to Mao Rongrong, today I developed an extremely potent elixir. Jang Xiaoa remarked, that much is obvious. I spent a whole day researching this to figure it out. Jang Xiaoa, wow, groundbreaking. If someone takes my medicine, they're guaranteed to be fine, in fact, they'll even get stronger. Jang Xiaoa, yeah, right, get out of here with that. Old man Mao was furious at this chatterbox constantly interrupting him. Kid, you think you're doing a comedy routine here with me? Chapter 18, Cheating and Ambushing. Mao Rongrong glared at Jang Xiaoa, who immediately stood quietly to the side without saying another word, clearly having learned life's lessons the hard way. Old man Mao continued boasting, once I take this elixir to the Alchemist Guild, I'm bound to become a 2-star alchemist, maybe even 3-star. Jang Xiaoa whispered stealthily to Mao Rongrong, is a 2-star alchemist considered very high-ranking? Mao Rongrong avoided a direct answer. The ranking system for alchemists is the same as that for hunters. Jang Xiaoa nodded quietly and murmured, holy moly, a 1-star alchemist can already make such a huge fuss, imagine what a genuine 2 or 3-star could do. Old man Mao didn't catch it clearly and asked, what's this kid muttering over there? Mao Rongrong glared at Jang Xiaoa again, then smiled and praised, uncle, you're amazing. I wish you could become a 2-star alchemist sooner. Jang Xiaoa clapped and said, yes, yes. In ancient times, Shinong tasted 100 herbs. Today, an old man blows up the southern city. Thud. Jang Xiaoa was kicked flying by Uncle Mao. The werewolf, ha ha ha, woof woof ha ha woof woof ha. Old Mao asked Mao Rongrong, why did you bring this kid here? Mao Rongrong smiled and said, he's the one who completed your task, gathered 2 blood spirit flowers for you. Old Mao chuckled, never thought this kid would be so lucky. The blood spirit flowers I've been searching for months, he found them in just 2 days. Mao Rongrong handed the 2 blood spirit flowers to Old Mao, who took them and hurried to a small hut. He tore off the hut's door and installed it at his alchemy room before immersing himself inside, not coming out again. At this moment, Jang Xiaoa, who had been kicked flying, returned. Does Mao Dashu have a demolition addiction or something? Speaking of which, won't someone beat him up for tearing down doors like this? Mao Rongrong explained, that was his own door. Oh, by the way, I gave your phone number to my uncle. If he needs blood spirit flowers in the future, you can sell them directly to him. Jang Xiaoa asked, isn't that like poaching from the hunter's organization? Won't there be trouble if they find out? No, this is the privilege of a 6-star hunter. Jang Xiaoa exclaimed in shock, how many stars? Mao Rongrong said calmly, 6 stars. Jang Xiaoa simply couldn't believe it, this thoroughly unremarkable, disheveled old man before him turned out to be a 6-star hunter. He sighed, how many 1-star missions would it take to reach 6 stars? Mao Rongrong, shameful. In the evening, Jang Xiaoa dragged his weary body toward the shabby alley. At the entrance of the alley, a few dyed hair, smoking Huazi cigarettes, rough-looking youngsters crouched. Seeing Jang Xiaoa return, they immediately surrounded him. One of them, a punk with dyed red hair, said, so you're the motherfucker called Jang Xiaoa? Jang Xiaoa could tell they meant trouble but couldn't recall when he'd provoked them. The red-haired punk pointed at him and demanded, was it you who beat up my bro Chenwei? Jang Xiaoa suddenly realized these people had come to seek revenge for Chenwei. He replied, it was me who hit him. Got a problem with that? The red-haired delinquent glared at him with murderous intent, as if ready to devour Jang Xiaoa whole. Good, you admitted it yourself. Without another word, he silently swung his fist straight toward Jang Xiaoba's face. Jang Xiaoba never expected the other party to start fighting right off the bat, instinctively raising his arm to block the punch. The red-haired delinquent's punch was heavy. Jang Xiaoba stumbled back several steps before barely steadying himself, his blocking arm already aching unbearably. Jang Xiaoba silently analyzed the situation, immense strength, at least body tempering 5th tier in combat power. And this was just one of them. The others hadn't even made a move yet. The red-haired punk looked at Jang Xiaoba writhing in pain and smirked scornfully. What a joke. You only dare to bully my brother Chenwei because you outnumber him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Jang Xiaoba grinned and retorted, at least I'm not as shameless as your so-called brother. By the way, Tell him to change his name, Shen Traitor suits him better. The red-haired punk gnashed his teeth in fury. You're asking for death. Get him together. At his command, 3 other punks with dyed blue, green, and purple hair rushed forward in unison. These 3 individuals all possessed strength around the 4th level of body tempering. In their eyes, bullying someone who had just begun cultivation for barely 2 days would be as easy as turning over their hands. Jang Xiaoa didn't dare to be overconfident. With a fierce shout, he instantly activated his Bloodchief frenzy. Once Bloodchief frenzy was activated, Jang Xiaoai's aura suddenly surged a notch higher. This startled the werewolf who had been standing by, ready to enjoy the show. Those 4 humans with colored hair, being of low rank, couldn't sense the changes in this Jang-named youth, but how could I fail to notice them? This boy's aura had actually soared from the 4th level of body tempering to around the 8th level in the blink of an eye. Is this something an ordinary human could possibly possess? Ah, I forgot, he's the child of a god. But why does this method seem so familiar? With his enhanced strength, Jang Xiaoa confronted the 4 delinquents head-on. A left straight kick, a right whip leg. 2 kicks sent the purple-haired and green-haired guys tumbling. Throws of punch, total deceit. A groin kick, sneak attack. A combo of punches left even the strongest red-haired delinquent howling and clutching his bruised jewels. In just 10 short seconds, 3 of the formerly dominant punk quartet were already knocked to the ground, leaving only 1 remaining member standing in helpless panic, his fighting spirit completely shattered. Come on, keep fighting! Jang Xiaoai's veins bulged on his forehead as he roared thunderously at the last standing opponent. By now he was at the end of his strength. Even an ordinary person could have easily defeated him. The last punk was clearly intimidated by Jang Xiaoai's aura. He pulled out a handful of cement from his pocket, threw it like a smoke bomb at Jang Xiaoai, then dragged his 3 fallen comrades away as he fled. Phew! Watching the punk run off into the distance, Jang Xiaoai let out a long exhale of turbid air before collapsing weakly to the ground, his back against the werewolf. I'm exhausted. With his chi and blood completely drained, Jang Xiaoai felt as if his entire body had been hollowed out, leaving him utterly limp and powerless. He retrieved a body-tempering pill from his system inventory and swallowed it whole. Soon, his pallid face gradually regained a healthy flush. Jang Xiaoai opened his system's personal attributes. Race, human. Aptitude, C-grade. Level, body forging 4th layer. Spiritual power, 175 of 175. Vitality, 175 of 175. Skill, Vitality Frenzy LV1. Sensory Enhancement LV1. Not only did the dual attributes fully recover, but their maximum limit also increased by 10 points. With his vitality fully restored, he activated Blood Frenzy once again. Jang Xiaoai knocked on the werewolf's head and demanded, "You bastard were just sitting there watching the show during the fight earlier?" The werewolf had indeed been looking forward to a good show, one where Jang Xiaoai would get beaten up 3 times in a single day. Yet he hadn't anticipated Jang Xiaoai's victory, nor how decisively he'd win. The werewolf whined pitifully, "I was just afraid my identity would be exposed. Besides, someone as mighty and powerful as you hardly needs my help, right?" Jang Xiaoai chuckled, "Your dog treats are gone." The werewolf. Before he could even sit down after returning to the rental, there was a knock at the door. Jang Xiaoai narrowed his eyes at the door and said gruffly, "If you don't lift a finger when they come knocking this time, I'll call the hunter organization and let them deal with you." The werewolf, stubbornly skeptical as ever, couldn't resist scoffing under his breath. Jang Xiaoai pulled out his phone and started dialing. The werewolf was shocked. "You're seriously doing it again?" Helpless against the hunter's organization's tyranny, he could only whimper in submission. Woof woof woof. Jang Xiaoai gave a cold snort and called out toward the door. "Who's there?" "Outside the door, it's me, your landlady Granny Sun, here to collect rent." Chapter 19, A-Level Aptitude. Opening the door, Granny Sun stood hunched in the doorway, clutching a suitcase in her hand. "Granny Sun, are you going on a trip?" Granny Sun nodded. "Yes, I need to return to the imperial capital for a while. Before I leave, may I ask you for a favor?" Jang Xiaoai, "What kind of favor?" "It's like this, since my trip to the imperial capital means I won't be back for quite some time, I'd like you to watch over my house for half a year." Jang Xiaoai pondered for a moment. "Then what about the rent I owe?" "Not a penny less." Granny Sun continued, "But I won't charge rent for the next 6 months, consider that your management fee." Jang Xiaoai thought it over and realized this arrangement wasn't bad after all. Playing along with Granny Sun's suggestion, he asked, "Granny Sun, what's taking you to the capital, sightseeing or visiting relatives?" "Collecting rent." "Collecting rent?" Grandma Sun smiled a thin, joyless smile and said plainly, "I have 10 buildings in the imperial city collecting rent, a full 10 buildings. Jang Xiaoai scowled with a forced smile. "You own 10 buildings collecting rent and still bother hounding me for my measly payment?" The werewolf grinned with genuine amusement. "Ha ha ha woof woof woof." Granny Sun ignored Jang Xiaoai's protest, pointing at the husky behind her and saying, "Alright, and you'll also take care of my era for me for a while." Upon hearing his name, Era poked his head out from behind Granny Sun and gave Jang Xiaobai that signature husky intelligent stare. Considering Granny Sun had waived several months' rent for him, and given that dog food was the one thing he had in abundance, Jang Xiaobai reluctantly agreed to take in the husky. Before leaving, Granny Sun gave Jang Xiaobai some additional instructions like how he could rent out the other rooms and split the profits 50-50. Another example, remember to collect utility bills for rented properties. With everything settled, Granny Sun grabbed her suitcase and fled as if running for her life. Watching Granny Sun disappear into the distance, the werewolf muttered under his breath, "How can an old lady run so fast?" Jang Xiaobai sighed enviously, "If I had 10 buildings collecting rent, I'd run that fast too." Just as Grandma Sun left, Jang Xiaobai's phone rang. Alipay payment received, 6,000 yuan. Jang Xiaobai knew this was the payment for his mission. After transferring 1,000 to Grandma Sun, he opened the Hunter Organization's app, where the Blood Spirit Flower collection task had turned gray, indicating completion. At the same time, the one-star Hunter's experience bar grew by a barely noticeable sliver. Staring at the experience bar that practically hadn't budged, Jang Xiaobai began questioning his life choices. How many goddamn missions would it take to become a 2-star hunter and start making over 10 grand a month? No way tomorrow he was taking 2-star missions. Back in the house, the husky showed not the slightest discomfort in its new environment, becoming even more lively instead. Unlike the pet dogs at the veterinary hospital, this husky didn't tremble with fear upon seeing the werewolf. On the contrary, it wagged its tail and rubbed up against the creature. This was likely due to its ancestral bloodline tracing back to the 3-headed hellhound. The werewolf glanced at the husky beside it and lazily flopped onto the ground. Who would have thought that upon seeing the werewolf lying down, the husky immediately pounced onto its face and began frantically licking it, covering the werewolf in slobber. This utterly disgusted the werewolf, who resisted the urge to vomit as it kicked the husky away. Unfazed, the slobbering husky charged forward once more. Jang Xiaobai saw how enthusiastic the husky was towards the werewolf and thought to himself, every dog has its day. Fine then, at least I won't have to split my attention and delay my cultivation. With that thought, Jang Xiaobai sat down cross-legged and began practicing diligently, making every second count. Meanwhile, the werewolf, thoroughly creeped out by husky's licking, finally couldn't take it anymore and snapped. He stood up, baring his teeth with a fierce expression as he glared at the husky. The husky took 2 steps back, shaking its head while staring at the werewolf. Seeing this had an effect, the werewolf was about to lie down and rest when the husky pounced on him again. Infuriated, the werewolf stood up and roared. This only made the husky even more excited. The werewolf, what the hell? The werewolf reluctantly lay still, letting the husky lick his head. At this moment, Jang Xiaobai, who had been meditating with his eyes closed nearby, calmly added, "Just a reminder, it eats shit." Werewolf, ugh. Midnight. Jang Xiaobai slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of frustration with lingering resentment. Both his vital energy and spiritual power values were stubbornly stuck at 179. At this point, Jang Xiaobai had already reached the peak of 4th level body forging, just a step away from breaking through to the 5th level. Yet that crucial breakthrough remained frustratingly out of reach. It felt as if there was a barrier between the 4th and 5th levels, blocking his path to advancement. At first, Jang Xiaobai thought it was due to insufficient qi and blood, but when he saw the system display showing he still had over 100 points in dual attributes, he realized it was his aptitude hindering his cultivation. Previously, his rapid cultivation progress was mainly forced by the body forging pills. Now, without them, he could only rely on his own comprehension. A C-grade aptitude offers limited help for my cultivation. I still need to improve it further. Opening the system backpack, he took out the 2 body cleansing pills he had drawn during the day. Without hesitation, Jang Xiaobai swallowed both body cleansing pills in one gulp. Soon, the pills began to take effect within his body, and because he had ingested 2 at once, the cleansing effect was even more intense than before. Waves of warmth surged rapidly toward his dantian with overwhelming force, as if trying to tear it apart. Jang Xiaobai clenched his teeth against the pain, beads of sweat the size of peas rolling down his forehead as his clothes became soaked through. He groaned through gritted teeth, "This is bad. I've gone too far. The marrow cleansing pill is trying to kill its master." At this moment, intense heat radiated from his abdomen while his limbs turned icy cold, causing involuntary shivers to rack his body. Soon, the gathered warm energy filled his dantian completely, then burst forth like floodwaters through an open sluice gate, surging through his meridians to repeatedly wash over and nourish every organ, bone, and muscle in his body. The sensation of warm currents nurturing his entire body brought unparalleled comfort, and Jang Xiaobai couldn't help but reveal a contented smile. The werewolf, who had been sound asleep, was roused by Jang Xiaobai's movements. With bleary eyes, the werewolf gazed at Jang Xiaobai, observing how he first furrowed his brows, then trembled all over before finally displaying that satisfied smile, a sequence that left the creature thoroughly perplexed. Lifting his head slightly, he noticed Jang Xiaobai's trousers were still damp. The werewolf gasped in shock. "Ha, he actually wet the bed." He was overjoyed, gleefully thinking to himself, now I've got leverage over him. As time ticked by, the warm current in Jang Xiaoa's body gradually ceased its assault on his physique. After completing his marrow cleansing, Jang Xiaoa could only describe his condition with one word, purified. This clarity pertains to cultivation as well as the perception and control of spiritual energy and chi blood. Riding the exhilaration of his improved aptitude, even without intentional physical training, Jang Xiaoa's chi blood and spiritual energy were automatically advancing. The next moment, the chi blood and spiritual energy within Jang Xiaoa shattered the barrier of the 4th level of body refinement, propelling him straight into the 5th level. The half-asleep werewolf also sensed the transformation in Jang Xiaoa's aura. Its previously gloating expression instantly turned into one of astonishment. Damn it, leveling up, again? Going from body refinement stage 2 to stage 5 in a single day, what kind of monstrous feat is this? The werewolf seemed to remember something and muttered under its breath, oh right, he's the child of a god, not human, not human. After forcibly comforting itself, the werewolf suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. If he leaps 3 stages in a day, won't he reach grade level in no time? Does this mean my grand plan for revenge is ruined? The werewolf grew increasingly anxious and terrified the more he thought about it. He resolved to seize every moment to recover his strength, striving to maintain dominance over this divine child even after their contract ended. He was already anticipating delivering a brutal slap to that arrogant divine child who didn't know his place the moment their contract concluded. Excited by this thought, the werewolf kicked away the clingy husky sleeping beside him and threw himself into fervent cultivation. Jang Xiaoa stared at the werewolf with astonishment, his mind filled with bewilderment. Since when did this guy start thinking about cultivation? Ignoring the suddenly ambitious werewolf, he opened his system's personal attributes. Race, human. Aptitude, I- grade. Level, body tempering 5th layer. Spiritual energy, 180 of 181. Vital chi, 180 of 181. Skill, Vital Chi Frenzy LV1. Sensory Enhancement LV1. Jang Xiaoa sought his aptitude improve, but not entirely. He cursed inwardly, an A is an A B is a B. What the hell is this A crap? If there's an A dash, there must be an A plus too. If it took this much effort just to reach A dash, how many potions would he have to chug to hit A plus? Jang Xiaoa stared at the 20 monster coins in his backpack, his mentality gradually crumbling. Screw this grinding, I'm going to sleep. Chapter 20, I'm wild as hell. Tens of thousands of meters above the lands of China, a golden glowing celestial body shone brightly in the sky. This celestial body was actually a resplendent golden palace named the Little Celestial Court, a divine temple jointly established by the gods of China after their return to the mortal realm. In the celestial court, a child with 2 little buns tied up in her hair stood still with her hands in her pockets, an indifferent expression on her face. Neza, do you admit your guilt? A white-haired elder sternly rebuked from the hall of the minor celestial court, his beard floating majestically. Neza turned his face away. I don't know. What crime am I supposed to know about? Li Jing, holding the exquisite pagoda in his hand atop the great hall, bellowed, wretched beast, no, wretched obstacle. Confess your wrongdoing at once. Li Jing had barely finished scolding Neza before turning to the white-haired elder with a grin. Great White, spare my son this time, he's still just a child. Neza retorted, I'm over 3,000 years old, I'm already grown up. Li Jing shot Neza a glare, then continued to the white-haired elder, you see, this child is just a tad rebellious, always keeping company with those unsavory rascals. He's picked up all his bad habits from those so-called friends. Last month he ran off to that Greek temple and met some bare-assed kid carrying a bow and arrow. Came back trying to speak Greek to me. What kind of pretentious foreign bullshit is that? Tai-bai, let's just drop this matter. After all, my son has shed blood for the celestial court. If it weren't for the injuries from the last great battle, he wouldn't have had to return to the mortal realm, now would he? The white-haired elder's head throbbed like an overfilled bucket. He'd heard enough of Li Jing's pleas for Neza's sake. It was always the same tired trio of excuses. He's just a child, he's still rebellious, and he's bled for heaven. The white-haired elder snorted coldly, I, Tai-bai jinxing, am not unreasonable, but there must be limits to everything. With the ongoing urgency of wars beyond our borders, the Jade Emperor has sent me to manage the minor deities of the heavenly court in the mortal realm. My demands of you are not excessive, merely to eliminate some low-level demons and monsters, protect humanity, and gather some of their faith energy. Neza curled his lips disdainfully. TCH, hypocrite. Great white planet Venus pointed at Neza in fury. Look at him. When has he ever seriously completed a mission? And his attitude is utterly deplorable. Li Jing, I warn you, if you continue spoiling your son like this, you'll ruin the heavenly court's grand plans. Li Jing hastily clasped his hands together and bowed his head, saying, rest assured, Tai-bai, I shall impose strict discipline upon Neza. The great white Venus star let out a cold huff. Fine, one last chance. Fail again and your right to return to the heavenly court will be revoked. Li Jing was momentarily stunned, cursing inwardly. What the hell does his mistake have to do with me? But he still clasped his fists and said, I will make sure to supervise him properly and thoroughly deal with any demons we missed last time. The Great White Venus Star sighed, don't worry about it, I've already sent earthly organizations to handle it. You just focus on keeping him in check. The Great White Venus Star massaged his temples. Everyone, withdraw now. I have other matters to attend to. Neza stuffed his hands in his pockets and turned to leave without a word. Damn nuisance, Li Jing cursed as he hurried after him. The next day, Jang Xiaoa logged into the Hunter Organization's app as soon as he woke up. After browsing for a while, he finally found a promising 2-star mission, hunt down the first-tier demon monkey in the northern forest of the city. For this mission, Jang Xiaoa was 80% confident, 10% in his own abilities and 70% in the werewolf's. How much difference could there be between two first-tier monsters? Surely he wouldn't lose to a monkey, right? He shook the werewolf awake, left Arrow alone at home, and set off for the northern outskirts of Qingcheng. Passing by a dollar store on the way, Jang Xiaoa dashed inside, bought a pair of sunglasses, and strutted out with smug satisfaction. The werewolf beside him glared at Jang Xiaoba's triumphant expression and snorted coldly, thinking disdainfully, what's with all the showing off over a cheap pair of shades? Just wait till I recover my wolf form and freedom, your face will meet my slap. At the moment, the werewolf brimmed with confidence, even bordering on cockiness. After a night of cultivation, he'd already advanced to the high rank of the first tier. No matter how fast you train your body, what's the damn point? When it comes to tears, you'll still be choking on my dust. As long as I advance to the peak of first rank again, reaching the second rank will be just around the corner, and returning to the third rank won't be a dream either. Jang Xiaobai adjusted the sunglasses on his tall nose bridge with satisfaction and said to the werewolf, now that I have money, I naturally won't treat you poorly. As long as you follow me and work hard, if I get a piece of meat to eat, you'll get a bowl to wash. The werewolf's mouth twitched. Do you even hear what you're saying? Ignoring the werewolf, Jang Xiaobai continued, no shared bikes today, let's splurge a little. We're taking a taxi. The werewolf felt some relief in his heart. Finally, I don't have to keep running anymore. Jang Xiaobai stood at the intersection and waved. Soon, a bus stopped right in front of him. The werewolf's lips twitched uncontrollably. Wasn't he supposed to hail a cab? He hailed a bus instead? Ding! Student card. Just as Jang Xiaobai was about to board the bus, the driver called out to him, hey, we have rules, no pets allowed on the bus. Wearing sunglasses, Jang Xiaobai replied to the driver, sorry, I'm blind. This is my guide dog. The werewolf. The driver looked Jang Xiaobai up and down. Noticing the sunglasses and the vacant, unfocused gaze behind them, he had no choice but to let them board. 2 hours later, northern Qingcheng City. Jang Xiaobai, who was about to leave the city, found his attention drawn to the crowd gathered at the city gate. He moved closer to the crowd and noticed people shouting something. Upon listening carefully, he realized it was a group of hunters recruiting team members. 2-star mission, ID 10086, looking for partners, split negotiable. 3-star mission, need a water mage, you'll get a 30% cut just for joining. 2-star mission, code 10,010. Jang Xiaobai observed for a long while and noticed that all the hunting teams here were hastily assembled pickup groups, with members largely unfamiliar with each other. He stood outside the gathering area for wild teams and listened for quite a while, but all he heard were missions of 2 stars and above, not a single 1-star mission mentioned. But then again, it made sense. 1-star missions were all risk-free. Low risk naturally meant low rewards. If you teamed up with others, the gains would be even smaller. Jang Xiaobai lingered for a moment, but hearing no calls related to his own mission, he prepared to leave. Just as he was about to go, a voice called out to stop him. 2-star mission, a first-grade demon monkey in the northern district. Anyone want to team up? The person issuing the team-up request was a fair-skinned young man whose gold-rimmed glasses added to his scholarly and handsome appearance. Before long, 2 people successively accepted the young man's invitation to team up. After a brief discussion with the refined handsome youth, the 2 quickly reached a teaming agreement. Jang Xiaobai also stepped forward to join the trio, and as soon as he approached the group, the handsome and refined young man immediately inquired with enthusiasm, are you also here for the demon monkey hunting mission? Jang Xiaobai nodded. The young man smiled as he extended an invitation to Jang Xiaobai. Same here. My name is Chang Yi, a mid-rank wind mage. How about forming a temporary party together? Join a random party together? Yes. How wild is it? Jang Xiaobai asked. Chang Yi. Chang Yi's expression froze slightly. For a moment, he actually felt at a loss about how to answer this question. A trace of impatience flashed across his previously enthusiastic expression. So, are you teaming up or not? Fine, I'll team up. Jang Xiaobai said with an expression that suggested he was yielding to overwhelming courtesy. That punchable look made Chang Yi's teeth itch with silent fury, though he maintained a smiling facade. But when he heard Jang Xiaobai was willing to join a random team, Chang Yi knew his chance for a comeback victory had arrived. He turned to Jang Xiaobai and asked, just how wild are you? Jang Xiaobai replied, I'm crazy wild. Chang Yi? The other 2? Chang Yi ate a bitter defeat. His mind scrambled to find a comeback for the phrase "too wild for me," but the search results told him those 4 words were simply too savage to counter. With no other choice since the words were already out, Chang Yi could only blacken his face and let the other join their team. Jang Xiaoa smoothly joined this improvised squad, but his addition immediately darkened the expressions of the 2 who had joined earlier. "Mr. Chang, now that they've joined, what about the share ratios we previously agreed upon?" The speaker was the older of the original 2 members. Chang Yi forced a smile and replied, "Don't worry, you'll still get your 30%. His share will be deducted from mine." With a grim expression, he explained to Jang Xiaoa, "The reward for this 2-star mission is 100,000. We agreed earlier I take 40%, and they each get 30%. Now that you're joining, I'll give you 30% from my share." Jang Xiaoa looked surprised. "That generous?" A hint of pride flashed across Chang Yi's face as he said, "I don't need money. To me, it's like dirt. What I lack is the experience points to level up as a hunter. If you all manage to kill the demon monkey, I'd like the mission to be credited under my name. You can have all the money if you want." Jang Xiaobai thought for a moment before saying, "Okay, but I have one condition." Chang Yi nodded, "Go ahead. I want to bring my pet along." "No problem." Chang Yi readily agreed. The 4 reached an agreement and headed out of the city gate toward the depths of the northern forest. At the city gate, 2 men in black watched Jang Xiaobai's figure until it disappeared. One of the black-clad men leaned against the wall with a cigarette in his mouth and asked his companion, "Are we really not following? If anything happens to him, we'll be held responsible." Another black-clad man replied, "No need. I just sense them. The strongest among those 3 has barely reached 1st grade, and the other 2 haven't even entered 1st grade yet. Besides, we came to Qingqing for serious business, not to babysit this kid. Remember, you and I now belong to second boss. We have no ties to him whatsoever." The black-clad man leaning against the wall blew out a long smoke ring and said, "True, I've long disliked that kid. Feeding live humans to his pet, what a fucking psycho." Chapter 21, Jang Xiaobai's Life and Death Brother. Deep in the northern city's forest, a young man with a dragon tattoo coiled along his entire arm sat absent-mindedly polishing an alloy dagger on a bluestone slab, his gaze repeatedly drifting toward the boy beside him. He had had his eye on this young man for quite some time, but it wasn't the boy's body he coveted, it was the money in his pockets. The tattooed guy just couldn't figure out why that mage named Chang Yi would willingly give up 3% of the profits to this shades-wearing kid walking a dog. He secretly thought to himself, "This Chang guy is dumb and loaded, definitely worth fleecing later." But as for this sunglasses-wearing kid, well, it'd be a waste not to scam him too. And from the looks of it, the kid was just a high school student, green and easy to trick. His eyes gleamed with greed at the thought. Gripping the alloy dagger, he strode toward the boy in sunglasses. "Hey, first time on a mission?" the tattooed man asked. The youth looked up and answered, "You could say so. What level are you at?" "5th stage of body forging. Why do you ask?" The tattooed man was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this young lad to already possess 5th stage body forging cultivation at such a tender age. He asked again, "Then do you know what level I am?" The youth replied, "I don't know." The tattooed man smiled confidently, "I've already reached the 9th stage of body forging, just 1 step away from 1st rank." The youth wore a puzzled expression. "Then why haven't you advanced to 1st rank? Is it because you can't lift your leg?" The tattooed man flushed red and retorted, "Reaching the 1st rank isn't something you can just decide to do. It takes real ability." "What kind of ability?" the youth asked. "Opportunity, talent, perseverance, and so on." This only puzzled the young man further. "So you're not 1st rank because you lack ability then?" "You damn." The tattooed man's dark face turned even blacker with anger. This kid's words were both infuriating and cutting to the heart. The tattooed man glanced at the time, only 5 minutes left before break ended. He needed to hurry. "Don't worry about what level I am. When you take on missions, you follow mission protocols." The boy asked, "What rules?" The tattooed man flashed a smug grin. "The rule is you gotta pay us protection money." "On what grounds?" "Just because we're a higher rank than you. This must be your first time venturing so deep outside the city walls. The only reason you've made it this far is because of our protection, otherwise, even the weakest demon could have devoured you without breaking a sweat." "I don't want much, just give me 2/3 of the 3 shares." The boy grinned, "And what if I refuse to hand it over?" The tattooed man's face darkened, his voice suddenly rising sharply. "Not paying up? Then hand back all 30% to Mr. Chang right now. Mr. Chang's money wasn't meant for selfish bastards like you." The teenager naturally understood why the tattooed man was speaking so loudly. He was deliberately saying it for Chang Yi, who stood in the distance. This way, not only did they use Chang Yi's status to put themselves down, but they also latched onto a wealthy benefactor, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The young man didn't mind at all. Looking at Chang Yi, he smiled even brighter. "I thought I was the only one who brought a pet along, didn't expect you'd bring yours too." Hearing the boy's words, Chang Yi instantly became alert, a trace of viciousness flashing in his eyes. The youth kicked the wolfhound beside him and said, "Go on, go greet your fellow companion." With those words, Chang Yi immediately understood what the boy meant. This was an insult directed at the tattooed man. The wolf dog reluctantly got up and sleepily greeted the tattooed man with a woof. At first, the tattooed man didn't understand what it meant, but now he realized it was calling him Chang Yi's dog. You fucking looking to die or what? The tattooed man rolled up his sleeves, ready to throw hands. Seeing someone about to put the young man in his place, the wolf dog shook off all drowsiness, thrilled beyond measure. Its gaze swept over everyone present, noticing that the handsome human man seemed even more excited than it was. This excitement was different from its own simple thrill of watching a spectacle. It carried a hint of bloodthirsty fervor. As the two sides were about to come to blows, the middle-aged fat man, who had been observing for quite a while, couldn't hold back any longer. He removed the heavy alloy shield from his back and slammed it forcefully into the ground, sending a deep rumble through the earth. The middle-aged fat man growled in a low voice, "Enough bickering. Have you forgotten where we are? If you really start a fight and attract those terrifying demons we can't afford to provoke, we'll all die." The tattooed man snorted coldly and said to the boy, "Just because we can't fight here doesn't mean you're off the hook once we're outside." The boy curled his lip, "As if you could even find me out there?" The tattooed man pressed on, taunting him, "Got the guts to give me your address? Just wait till I get back, I'll make sure you regret this." The boy suddenly got excited. "Is that a promise?" The tattooed man was at a loss for words. Damn, I just said I'd go back and kill you. Why the hell are you happy about it? The boy seemed afraid the tattooed man might change his mind and quickly pressed, "Are you really going to kill me when we get back? Promise? Don't you dare lie to me." The tattooed man was startled by the question, scratching his head in bewilderment. In all his years, this was the first time someone had practically begged him to beat them up. He frowned and cursed, "Are you out of your damn mind? How the hell would I know your address? What am I supposed to do? Kill thin air? Oh, my bad. The boy looked guilty as he cleared his throat and said, "My name is Chen Wei, a student at Qingqing Second Cultivation High School. I'm 17 years old, live in Villa number 14 at Qingqing Court. My phone number is 13 **********************************************************. ID number is 800-820-8820, underwear color is Barbie pink, and my biggest hobby is stealing girls' panties." The tattooed man was stunned. He had just casually asked, but this guy straight up revealed everything down to his underwear color, deathly Barbie pink, no less. Was this really necessary? Also, does your mom and dad know about your panty stealing hobby? The wolf dog beside the boy twitched its mouth, sighing inwardly. Chen Wei must really be tight with that Jiang guy. Otherwise, why would Jiang want him dead so badly? They must be life and death brothers, the kind who'd happily send Jang Xiaoa to his grave. The boy's identity obviously couldn't really be Chen Wei. This was just Jang Xiaoai's way of getting back at Chen Wei for hiring a stand-in to mess with him yesterday. Jang Xiaoai, worried the guy might forget, deliberately reminded him, "Aren't you afraid you'll forget?" The tattooed man said confidently, "No way. I've got a good memory, it's all stored right here in my head." Jang Xiaoai raised an eyebrow. "Oh, really? Then let me test you. Speak. What's my name?" "Chen Wei." Jang Xiaoai praised, "Very good. Your memory is excellent." The tattooed man snorted coldly, "I told you I have an exceptional memory. Bring on any other questions." The werewolf rolled his eyes, remembering a name hardly counted as having an exceptional memory. "What color underwear am I wearing?" The tattooed man hesitated, embarrassed. Pink. "Wrong." The tattooed man asked, "What's wrong?" "It's Barbie pink." "Not precise enough." The tattooed man adjusted his mindset, "Keep asking." "What's my ID number?" 800-820-8820. "Wrong. It's 800-220-2220. The tattooed man thought he'd actually made a mistake and immediately slapped his forehead, correcting himself. Right. It's 800-220-2220. But Jang Xiaoai corrected him again, "Wrong. It's 800-820-8820. The tattooed man flew into a rage. "Are you fucking messing with me? This proves you didn't remember it at all. A simple distraction was all it took to throw you off. Just you wait." As he spoke, the tattooed man pulled out a small notebook from his pocket, muttering as he wrote, "Chen Wei." Jang Xiaoai hurriedly corrected him, "Wrong. It's Wei as in majestic. Chen Wei resides at Qingqing Villa." "Wrong again. It's Villa with the grass radical." The tattooed man continued writing, "Fart good." "Still wrong. Not that fart." The tattooed man got annoyed and threw the pen and paper at Jang Xiaoai. Here, you write it." Jang Xiaoai took the pen and paper, frozen for a second. Having not written for so long, he suddenly couldn't remember how to write the characters. Pi, hiss, might as well just write pinyin. After a brief staring contest between the tattooed man and Jang Xiaoai, the former said, "Fine then." Chapter 22, The Human-Faced Demon Monkey, Part 1. The middle-aged fat man who had stepped in to mediate earlier watched the two squatting there taking notes, utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, they were ready to fight to the death. How are they suddenly as close as twins now? Is this the power of knowledge? Or are these two just putting on a show for me? Meanwhile, on the other side, Chang Yi's expression shifted from bloodthirsty fervor to cold indifference, because what he had anticipated never came to pass. He casually tossed the gold-rimmed glasses into the bushes and muttered, "It's getting late. Time to hit the road." The middle-aged overweight man stood up and asked, "Are we leaving now?" With a cryptic smile on his face, Chang Yi gazed straight ahead and said, "No need. It's coming." The middle-aged man lifted his head to follow Chang Yi's line of sight but saw nothing after staring for a while. Puzzled, he asked, "Who is it? Where is it coming? Didn't you just say we were heading out?" Chang Yi's tone was ice cold. "It's here to send you on your final journey." As soon as the words fell, a sharp, ear-piercing screech rang out from the forest before the group. The horrifying cry sent chills down everyone's spines, raising goosebumps all over their bodies. Hearing this bizarre sound, Jang Xiaoa and the tattooed man put away their little notebooks and stood up to investigate, but saw nothing. The middle-aged fat man quickly reacted and immediately retreated 3 steps back from Jang Xiaoa and the tattooed man's position. While keeping a wary eye on Chang Yi, who seemed like a completely different person, he warned the others, "Be careful, something's wrong with this guy." The two immediately turned around. The tattooed man drew a short dagger and held it defensively before his chest, while Jang Xiaoa edged closer to the werewolf. Seeing the other two staring at him, Chang Yi's expression grew even more ferocious. "I've been looking forward to watching you two put on a thrilling fight, but it turns out you're nothing more than brainless idiots who can't even write properly." Hearing this, Jang Xiaoa immediately got displeased. "Who are you calling a couple here?" The tattooed man whispered a reminder. "Is that really how this phrase should be interpreted?" Jang Xiaoa continued, "Who are you calling an idiot? You tell me how to write the character for addiction." Chang Yi sneered, "Heh, the character for addiction is of course, C." Jang Xiaobai curled his lips. "See, you can't write either. Humph, let's see how much longer you can dance around." Chang Yi put his little finger in his mouth and let out a sharp whistle. As soon as the whistle sounded, that spine-chilling scream grew even more piercing, drawing nearer by the second. The tattooed man cursed loudly. "Damn it, this guy's definitely in cahoots with that monster. And here I was thinking of cozying up to him." Jang Xiaobai scoffed, "See? You still want to be his lapdog." The tattooed man roared, "Damn your grandpa, you fucking looking to die or what?" As he spoke, a monster with slender limbs, golden fur, and a human face full of fangs suddenly darted out from the woods. "Damn it, it's a human-faced demon monkey," Pang De exclaimed. The middle-aged fat man's words made the tattooed man's face twist in fear. He swallowed hard with difficulty. "We're done for. It's actually a face demon monkey. We're probably not going to make it." The face demon monkey moved with terrifying speed. Before the three men could fully see what it looked like, it had already closed in on them. The middle-aged fat man reacted fastest, immediately pulling the alloy great shield from his back to block in front of everyone. The cyan gleam of the face demon monkey's claws struck the alloy shield with ear-splitting noise, leaving 3 deep gashes across its surface. The human-faced demon monkey missed its strike and immediately leaped away, returning to Chang Yi's side with an ingratiating gaze. Staring at the 3 claw marks etched into the alloy shield, Jang Xiaobai exclaimed in astonishment, "This demonic monkey's claws are actually this sharp." The middle-aged fatty couldn't help but feel distressed as he looked at the scratches on the shield's surface. It wasn't using its claws, it was using its wind-based magic. Wind magic? Jang Xiaobai looked perplexed. Demons and monsters aren't just categorized as Yaozan demons, they also differentiate between spellcasters and warriors like humans do. The human-faced demon monkeys of this tribe all master wind-based sorcery. Wait, wind-based? The middle-aged fat man shook his slightly numbed arm and said, "I think I figured out what this Chung guy is up to." The tattooed man asked, "What's he trying to do?" The pudgy uncle gnashed his teeth and replied, "He wants to nurture a spirit core. The spirit core is the essence that magical-type monsters use to cast spells, while the heart's vital blood is what empowers martial-type monsters' physical prowess. Both these treasures are extremely valuable cultivation tools for humans, capable of enhancing magical abilities and physical constitution. Yet Jiang Xiaobai had never heard of cultivating spirit cores like this. The well-informed burly uncle explained, "Some major clans select elite monsters to raise from infancy. When their younger generations come of age, they slaughter these monsters to harvest their spirit cores or vital blood for cultivation purposes." Here the uncle paused, continuing in a grave tone, "And the fastest way for monsters to level up is by consuming human flesh and blood." The tattooed man's face turned ugly, his voice filled with reluctance. "So, we're just food for this human-faced demon monkey." The older man fell silent for a moment before finally saying, "If you can't save me in the coming fight, then make it quick. Whatever you do, don't let that monster get its hands on me." At these words, both Jiang Xiaobai and the tattooed man fell into heavy silence simultaneously. The reason this creature was called a human-faced demon monkey wasn't because its face merely resembled a human's, but because that face actually was human. The human-faced demon monkeys are a breed of demon creatures notoriously bloodthirsty and cruel. They peel the skin off human faces while their victims are still conscious, then wear them as trophies. That's why most low-level hunters would rather commit suicide than fall into the hands of human-faced demon monkeys. Chang Yi's fanatical expression returned. Finished lecturing? Can I start now? Remember, it's your honor to become my stepping stone. Chapter 23, Human-Faced Demon Monkey. Seeing the demon monkey charge again, the burly uncle pulled a pair of alloy knuckle dusters from his waist and tossed them to the unarmed Jang Xiaoa, warning, "Be careful, don't break them." Then, raising his large shield, he gritted his teeth and shouted to the two of them, "This demon monkey's strength must be at the peak of first rank. I just reached first rank warrior recently, I can barely hold out for a couple of hits. Its weak spot is the waist. You two need to strike its kidneys when it pauses between attacks." As he spoke, the demon monkey was already upon them. This time, the human-faced demon monkey wasn't wielding its blade-sharp claws but instead fists wreathed in wind elements. Thud! The fist of the human-faced demon ape struck the great shield with a muffled thud, followed by a resounding boom as the wind element wrapped around its fist exploded against the shield's surface. The chubby man raising his shield took a step back after blocking the demon-faced ape's punch, but an unexpected elemental explosion abruptly blasted both him and his shield away. The burly uncle was sent sprawling onto his back by the elemental explosion, completely dazed. The shockwave fractured the bones in his arms, and the alloy shield in his grasp was dented with a massive crater. The human-faced demon ape wasn't faring well either. Its entire fist had been blown to the bone by the elemental explosion, with only shreds of flesh barely holding it together. But it didn't feel any pain at all. On the contrary, the explosion only made it more excited. Moreover, upon closer inspection, one could see the mangled flesh on its palm slowly regenerating. At the very moment the human-faced demon monkey sent the burly man flying, the tattooed armed man and Jang Xiaoa, who had been hiding behind the massive shield, simultaneously leaped up from left and right and attacked the creature. The human-faced demon monkey was momentarily frozen in the aftermath of its attack, the perfect opportunity for the two to strike. The two seized this opportunity without holding back, exerting all their strength to deliver a fatal blow to the demonic monkey, for they knew that unless this monster was slain, none of them would survive. Yet, unexpectedly, a steady stream of swirling air began rotating beneath the tattooed man's feet. The rapidly spinning air current swept up leaves and dust from the ground, gradually revealing the outline of the vortex. Like ropes, the wind coiled around his body, suspending him firmly in midair and rendering him completely immobile. The tattooed man's previously unstoppable momentum was abruptly cut short. This inexplicable gust of wind came from Chang Yi's hand. For a wind mage, restraining a mere body-tempering stage trash was as easy as snapping fingers even if the opponent was just one step away from the first rank. And this was precisely the insurmountable gap between body tempering and true rank cultivation. With a casual swipe, the human-faced demon ape sent the tattooed man flying. He crashed heavily beside the plump middle-aged man, knocked out cold. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jang Xiaoa wasn't directly targeted by Chang Yi and the human-faced demon monkey, as a mere body-tempering 5th-level cultivator probably couldn't even breach the monkey's defenses in their eyes. However, they were all unaware that Jang Xiaoa possessed his own unique methods. The instant he closed in on the human-faced demon monkey, Jang Xiaoa activated Blood Rage. Once Blood Rage was unleashed, Jang Xiaoba's HP began draining rapidly, but all his physical attributes instantly surged by 50%. At this moment, with the brass knuckles gifted by the fat uncle enhancing his strength, his full-force strike could rival a heavy punch from a first-grade martial artist. However, affected by the shockwave of the elemental explosion, Jang Xiaobai staggered, his desperate strike went wide, and it missed by a ridiculously large margin. Lo and behold, the brass knuckles in Jang Xiaobai's hand landed squarely and forcefully on the monkey-faced demon's crotch. As it turns out, when any creature encounters such an unforeseen calamity, their first reaction is neither screaming nor fleeing in panic, it's utter bewilderment. What the actual fuck? The human-faced demon monkey was stunned. Jang Xiaobai was also baffled. The others were dumbfounded too. The same thought echoed in everyone's minds at once, what a fucking pain. Put. Dark red blood gushed from the monster monkey's lower body. Coming to its senses, the monster monkey looked down at the two bloody lumps of flesh and the toothpick on the ground and instantly broke down, letting out a horrific scream that echoed through the entire forest. Seeing this, the werewolf beside them felt a chill run through his own crotch and thought, this Jiang guy fights ruthlessly, his first move is always the wildest way to cut off someone's lineage. Didn't he use the same dirty trick against those rainbow-haired punks last time? Is this some kind of weird fetish of his? No wonder he insisted on taking me to get neutered earlier. Struck by a lethal blow to its weak spot and agonizing over the loss of its kin, the human-faced demon monkey writhed in unbearable pain. The human mask draped over its face twisted grotesquely, transforming in an instant from a human disguise into a mask of pure agony. The pain ignited the beastly nature within the human-faced demon monkey. It tore the human skin from its face into shreds, fully revealing the monstrous and bestial traits it possessed. Like a mad creature, it unleashed wind-based spells indiscriminately at Jang Xiaobai and the surrounding area, making everything around it a target for venting its suffering and humiliation. The tattooed man was jolted awake by the demon monkey's agonized screams. Opening his eyes, he saw the frenzied beast, then noticed the old fat man lying beside him, groaning weakly on the brink of death. His heart sank with despair. He drew his dagger and pressed it against the fat man's neck, ready to end his suffering with a single slash. Just as he was about to strike, the fat man suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed his wrist, shouting angrily, "What the hell do you think you're doing, kid?" The tattooed man was startled by the fat man's sudden awakening and yelled, "Didn't you say earlier that you wanted a quick death?" The fat man kicked the tattooed man away and cursed, "Damn it, my arm's just broken, I can still be saved." At that moment, Huabi Nan suddenly heard Chen Wei shouting at him, "Hurry, strike while it's weak, let's kill it together." The fat uncle kicked Huabi Nan again, "Come on, go help already." Huabi Nan got up, gripping his dagger as he charged once more at the human-faced demon monkey. After just a few steps, the rope-like airflow reappeared beneath his feet. At this moment, the tattooed man also wore a mask of pain. Again. Slap. The tattooed man was sent flying by the demon-faced ape again, knocked unconscious once more. Seeing that the demon-faced ape was on the verge of completely losing control, Cheng Yi placed his little finger to his lips and blew a sharp whistle. But this time, the demon-faced ape refused to obey. Instead, it began to resist. Several green wind blades shot out from the demon monkey's sharp claws, flying straight towards Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi's face darkened. "Since you won't listen, you've lost your usefulness." As soon as the words fell, Cheng Yi's figure suddenly became agile. He effortlessly dodged the incoming cyan wind blades and instantly unleashed a wind-based skill. Wind Bind. In an instant, a swirl of air currents identical to those that had immobilized the tattooed man appeared beneath the monkey-faced demon's feet, severely restricting its movements. Cheng Yi began channeling spiritual energy throughout his body while simultaneously moving closer to the demon monkey trapped by the air currents. With the demon monkey restrained, Jang Xiaoa seized the chance to catch his breath. He slipped over to check on the burly uncle, while the werewolf who'd been hiding scurried over too. Before Jang Xiaobai could speak, the uncle beat him to it, raising a thumbs up. "Nice moves, kid. I told you to stab its kidneys and you went straight for the full package, yanked everything clean out." Jang Xiaobai let out an awkward chuckle as he removed the brass knuckles and handed them back to the portly uncle. The chubby uncle flatly refused. "I don't want that anymore. It's dirty now, you'll have to get me a new one." Jang Xiaobai. The joking fat uncle suddenly picked up the fallen dagger from the tattooed man's arm and, forcing himself to stand, stabbed it toward Cheng Yi. The short dagger had just been flung when the burly uncle collapsed weakly to the ground again, gasping out a warning. "That bastard Chang lied to us again, he's a first-tier high-stage wind mage. Don't let him kill the demon monkey. Let them fight each other, or we're all dead." Meanwhile, Cheng Yi, who'd been channeling spiritual energy to unleash a wind arrow, caught movement in his peripheral vision. Turning his head, he saw the tattooed man's short dagger hurtling toward him. The surprise attack forced him to abruptly cancel his spellcasting and dodge sideways, causing his previously cast wind-binding technique to dissipate mid-cast. Looking for death, Cheng Yi glared at the chubby uncle in humiliated fury, just about to cast a spell at him when the freed human-faced demon monkey pounced on Cheng Yi, and the two began fighting fiercely. Chapter 24, The Human-Faced Demon Monkey. The chubby uncle chuckled optimistically. "See? It's just like when dogs bite each other." The tattooed man, waking up again, patted the dust off his body as he limped over to Jiang Xiaobai and the others, cursing under his breath. "Stop fucking laughing and let's get the hell out of here." Everyone nodded and got up to sneak away. After just a few steps, the tattooed man sensed something strange beneath his feet again. That familiar feeling, that same old recipe. This time he had already given up struggling. Frustration, unwillingness, and helplessness were written all over his face. The tattooed man hovering mid-air even pulled out a lighter to light a cigarette. As expected, he was thrown out again, falling flat on his face. Out cold. While dodging the attacks of the human-faced demon monkey, Cheng Yi roared at Jiang Xiaobai and the others, "You're all going to die. Not a single one of you is getting out of here." Cheng Yi couldn't possibly let them leave. If they returned to the city and exposed his use of live humans to feed demons, it wouldn't just be him who suffered, his entire family and the Hunter Corps would face terrible consequences. The second-in-command of the Hunter Corps had long coveted his father's position. If this scandal came to light, the fallout would be far more than he alone could bear. At this moment, Cheng Yi could no longer afford to hesitate. "You'll all die," he roared as a flash of violet lightning erupted from the ring on his finger, striking the frenzied human-faced demon monkey. "This is an elemental ring, and a thunder element ring at that," the chubby middle-aged man exclaimed, startling Jang Xiaobai. "Is it very valuable?" Jang Xiaobai asked curiously. "Every elemental ring contains a spell skill of at least second grade or higher." The chubby uncle noticed Jang Xiaobai seemed a bit confused, so he continued explaining. "Let me put it this way, this thing comes from the West, but even there, only elite offspring from aristocratic families might possibly own one of these. That must be worth a fortune. Of course, this is a priceless treasure, and among all elemental rings, the thunder element ring is the most valuable." You should rein it in a bit, you're drooling." The human-faced demon monkey couldn't evade in time. The thunderbolt struck its chest dead on, exploding violently upon impact. The arcing electricity writhed like countless venomous snakes, biting into its skin, devouring its muscles, and shredding its heart to pieces. The human-faced demon monkey that had been running mere moments ago now stood motionless, its eyes hollow and devoid of all vitality. Put! With a single slash of Changyi's hand, the demon monkey's head was sent flying through the air. A wind blade immediately followed, splitting the monkey's skull clean in half as a shower of white brains mixed with crimson blood rained down from above. Accompanying this gruesome crimson and white rainfall was a green crystalline core the size of an infant's fist, a spirit core. Damn, it's dead already? Was hoping that monkey could tank a few more hits. Run! He's looking at us. The limping, portly uncle fled, still clutching his badly dented shield despite his injuries. Only thinking of running now? Isn't that a bit late? Changyi revealed a cruel smile. Panicking, the fat uncle cursed Jang Xiaoa while running. Why are you still standing there dazed? Move! Before the words fully left his mouth, the werewolf knocked him unconscious with a stealthy blow from behind. The werewolf had now transformed into a half-wolf, half-human form, its originally thin body having grown somewhat more muscular. However, the sight of a gray-furred humanoid body topped with a wolf's head was somewhat unsettling no matter how you looked at it. The werewolf scratched its ear. That fat old man sure talks a lot. Jang Xiaoa glanced between the werewolf and the unconscious fat man on the ground before asking, "When did you learn to transform like this? And why did you knock him out?" The werewolf replied, "Just this morning. How else was I supposed to transform without knocking him out first?" Then he began negotiating with Jang Xiaoa once more. "Kid, how about we make a deal?" "What kind of deal?" The werewolf paused. "The deal is this: I'll ensure you stay alive, and you let me go. Sound fair?" "Deal." Jang Xiaoa agreed without hesitation, and the werewolf didn't dwell on it. This was, after all, a matter of life and death. Freed from the dog leash around his neck, the werewolf took a deep breath and found the air suddenly smelled sweeter. Could this, he wondered, be the taste of freedom? "I never expected you'd also be cultivating a spirit core. I'm curious, which family's scion are you? I've never heard of any Chen family member named Chen Wei. Since you might be from the Chen clan, how about we settle this amicably?" Jang Xiaoa asked with a smile. "What kind of settlement do you have in mind?" "Let's each take a step back. You go kill that fat guy, and I'll kill the other one. That way, we both have leverage over each other and can rest easy. What do you say?" Without hesitation, Jang Xiaoa replied, "Deal." The werewolf couldn't help but complain. "Why do you agree to everything? Doesn't this make me look imposing? Do you have confidence in killing him?" Jang Xiaoa asked. The werewolf shook his head. "He's a wind mage, extremely fast. Holding him back is probably impossible, but preventing him from attacking you shouldn't be a problem." Jang Xiaobai tossed a potion bottle to the werewolf and said casually, "You have 3 minutes, kill him." The werewolf raised an eyebrow but asked no questions, downing the entire potion in one go. The moment it was consumed, the werewolf suddenly felt a rush, followed swiftly by a sensation of weightlessness spreading through his entire body. Not only that, but he could also sense the wind elements circulating between heaven and earth. "Good stuff," the werewolf couldn't help but exclaim, though in his mind he started contemplating whether to rob this kid before leaving. Wind blade! Changyi struck first. The air before him rapidly gathered and surged as 3 razor-sharp wind blades instantly condensed in front of his chest. The 3 wind blades shot forth simultaneously, each aimed at the werewolf and Jang Xiaobai respectively. The werewolf remained calm as it swiftly dodged the 2 incoming wind blades with agile movements, then instantly shredded the blade in front of Jang Xiaobai with its razor-sharp claws. Damn it, how can this werewolf be so fast? Changyi narrowed his eyes, warily sizing up the creature. For Changyi, aside from his wind-based magic, his greatest confidence lay in his speed. Wind mages possess an innate sensitivity to wind elements, and when paired with the swift wind step spell, their speed is unmatched even by ordinary martial artists of the second rank. But now this werewolf not only possesses formidable physical strength but also has speed nearly matching his own, posing a significant threat to him. Why is it so fast? Could it be related to that boy's potion? But what kind of potion could boost speed to such an extent? And having access to such a potion suggests the power behind him must be extraordinarily vast. It seems I have no choice but to kill him. If I let him escape and he mobilizes the forces behind him, I'm doomed. Changyi quickly distanced himself, then stepped on his left foot with his right foot to levitate midair, beginning to channel all the spiritual energy in his body. Wind arrow. Changyi mimed drawing a bow and knocking an arrow, though this bow and arrow were invisible to everyone but himself. The werewolf swiftly responded. He pried open the old fatty's death grip on the shield before activating a blood rage. Gripping the shield with one hand, he spun it twice like a discus before hurling the massive shield forward. The wind arrow collided with the great shield in midair, the resulting impact erupting in a deafening roar. At the same moment, the great shield was split in two, and the wind arrow dissipated into scattered gusts. The thunderous noise jolted the portly man awake. Before his eyes even opened, his right hand instinctively began groping along the ground in search of his shield. "Huh, where's my shield?" Slap! Jang Xiaobai knocked him unconscious again with a solid blow from his stick. Turning back to look for the werewolf Cheng Yi and the others, he realized they had long since disappeared without a trace. Standing still, he washed down 2 body-tempering pills with a bottle of swift potion and then quietly waited for the effects to take hold. On the other side, Cheng Yi immediately fled after releasing the wind arrow, with the werewolf hot on his heels, the two darting through the forest as deftly as monkeys. He ran, it chased, there was no escape. This phrase probably best describes the state they were in. The werewolf chased for a while before realizing this human was actually leading him in circles. They'd passed some spots 3 times already. Had the human gotten lost? This left him utterly puzzled. Before long, Chang Yi's pace began to slow. The werewolf bared his teeth in a grin. Ran out of spiritual energy from overusing those wind element skills, didn't you? Just as the werewolf closed in on Chang Yi, he suddenly turned and struck back unexpectedly, his elemental ring flaring to life once more. Stay out of my way. The ring targeted the werewolf as terrifying lightning surged once more around Chang Yi's clenched fist. A bolt of lightning shot out, squarely striking the werewolf's chest. At such close range, the werewolf couldn't dodge in time and had to activate blood rage once more to forcibly withstand the blow. Fortunately, the element ring had been discharged once before and was low on power. Combined with the boost from the blood rage to the werewolf's physical attributes, the lightning didn't pose much of a threat. It merely paralyzed the werewolf's body, leaving it immobilized on the tree branch. Gritting its teeth in pain, the werewolf cursed with an electric distortion in its voice. Holy shit! Holy shit! You ambushed me? You can't handle losing? You little trash? What, you got no skills at all? What, you don't even dare to face me properly? What, you think you can play at all? Pa! SKR? SKR? Then came the sound of something falling to the ground. Poof! Chang Yi sneered coldly. Instead of delivering a final blow to the werewolf, he turned and charged directly toward Jang Xiaoa lying on the ground in the distance. The werewolf cursed inwardly, finally realizing humanity's true intentions. Chang Yi's meandering through the forest had been precisely calculated, all to seize the perfect moment to kill Jang Xiaoa. Chang Yi plummeted from above like an arrow loosed from its bow, striking toward Jang Xiaoa. At this moment, a cruel smile twisted his features. Yet Jang Xiaoa was smiling too. Zhang's smile made Cheng hesitate. He couldn't fathom what the other was laughing about or thinking. His thoughts grew disordered, and the wind blades in his hand likewise dulled. At this very moment of hesitation, Jang Xiaobai struck. Cheng Yi sensed Jang Xiaobai's aura suddenly intensify, as the surrounding wind elements rapidly coalesced toward him, bending to his will. This guy, how can his aura be? Words failed Cheng Yi as fear and awe surged through him at the sight of the youth before him. In the very next instant, the two engaged in combat. Clang! The collision between wind blades and knuckle dusters rang out with a crisp metallic clang. Cheng Yi brushed past Jang Xiaobai with an unbelievable expression. That guy's strength was actually not much weaker than his own, and even slightly overpowered him? Cheng Yi was incredulous. Turning around again, he found the guy still smiling, a grin that sent shivers down his spine. What are you laughing at? Jang Xiaobai smiled without answering. Cheng Yi, enraged, charged at him once more with wind blades in hand. But before he could take more than a few steps, a sudden chill crept up his neck. His fingers brushed against it, blood. It was then that he noticed an inconspicuous hook had been added to the thumb position of the youth's knuckle dusters. He couldn't remember whether the hook had always been there or if this young man had installed it later, but he knew this hook had severed the major artery in his neck. Thunk! Blood gushed from the carotid artery like a geyser, utterly unstoppable even when pressed with a hand. Plop! Cheng Yi knelt on both knees, the loss of blood making it impossible for him to support his sin-laden body any longer. His handsome face once again contorted into a demonic snarl, his eyes now filled with nothing but mortal terror. Soon, he collapsed to the ground, his body twitching intermittently. Jang Xiaobai stepped forward, his gaze icy yet his lips maintaining a faint smile as he whispered coldly, "Hell is wide open, and demons walk among men. No matter how fair the human skin you and your master wear, it cannot conceal the stench of your filthy, rotten hearts." Cheng Yi felt unwilling to accept his fate. With his last ounce of strength, he asked Jang Xiaobai, "What are you laughing at?" Jang Xiaobai smiled and pulled a pack of gum from his pocket, saying, "Extra, laugh strong." With those words, he strode toward the forest where the werewolf had fallen, leaving behind only a corpse with a twisted expression. Chapter 25, Jang Xiaobai, the Great Philanthropist. The tattooed man woke up at some point, shaking his heavy, aching head as his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of a figure moving swiftly in the distance. With great effort, he turned his head only to witness a scene he would never forget. High-tier cultivator Chang Yi was seen swooping down from above, lunging straight at Chen Wei, who stood motionless, grinning foolishly. Just as the tattooed man thought Chen Wei was doomed, the outcome delivered a brutal slap to his assumptions. The first to fall wasn't Chen Wei but Chang Yi. How could this be? The tattooed man thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked again. Lying on the ground was indeed Chang Yi, while Chen Wei beside him remained unmoving and completely unharmed, still standing in place. This shocked the tattooed man so much his jaw nearly hit the floor. That Chen kid actually killed Cheng Yi with only the 5th level of body tempering strength, and from start to finish, it only took him 1 strike? Cheng Yi was a first-rank spellcaster, and he was just killed that easily? And where did that demonic monkey go? He scanned his surroundings and saw the headless corpse of a monster, beside which lay 2 halves of a sliced open skull. The tattooed man swallowed nervously, his throat tight with disbelief. Could a cultivator at the body refining 5th stage really have single-handedly killed 2 first-rank opponents? Who's the real monster between him and that demon monkey? Jang Xiaoa walked toward the woods where the werewolf had fallen. With great effort, he straightened his appearance, only to find his smile seemed frozen on his face, utterly unmovable. As for why Jang Xiaoa was smiling, we have to rewind 2 minutes earlier. The werewolf and Cheng Yi clashed deep in the dense forest. Their movements were so swift that Jang Xiaoa, watching from a distance, soon found his vision blurred from the speed. He muttered to himself, "Seems Cheng Yi still has designs on me, otherwise he wouldn't be circling around like this. Alright, let's use the last 20 monster coins for draws. Maybe I'll get something good. Congratulations, you've obtained a bag of dog food. Congratulations, you've obtained a body tempering pill. Congratulations on obtaining 1 body tempering pill. Congratulations on obtaining 1 box of extra chewing gum. What the hell is this extra chewing gum?" Jang Xiaoa glanced at its description, extra, smile strong. What kind of nonsense is this? This explanation is as useless as no explanation at all. Whatever, I'll focus on improving my cultivation first. He opened the speed potion he had drawn last time in Mao Rongrong's car and swallowed 2 body forging pills like taking medicine. The body forging pills showed immediate effects as soon as he swallowed them. Jang Xiaoa opened his attribute panel. Race, human. Aptitude, I- grade. Level, body forging 6-fold. Spiritual energy, 203 of 203. Vitality, 203 of 203. Skill, Vitality Frenzy LV1. Sensory Enhancement LV1. 2 body refining pills only raised me by 1 level? Jang Xiaoa frowned at his stats, remembering how back when he still had C-grade aptitude, a single pill had boosted him 2 whole levels. Now here he was with aptitude, yet his leveling efficiency had dropped. Was his body developing resistance to the refinement process? Or was the system cutting corners and tampering with the pill's quality? The more Jang Xiaoa thought about it, the angrier he got. This has to be the system's fault. God damn it. Give me my money back. At this moment, a notification sounded in Jang Xiaoba's ear. Ding. Host detected maliciously slandering the system. Lottery fee increased by 100%. Store item prices increased by 400%. Duration, 24 hours. Jang Xiaobai. This system's got quite the temper. Jang Xiaobai ignored the moody system. Increase the prices then. If I spend even a single coin in the next 24 hours, I'll admit defeat. Wait a minute. I don't have a single coin left anyway. What sort of punishment is this supposed to be for me? His thoughts returned to the present as he took out an extra gum box, examining a single piece under the sunlight for a long while only to conclude it was no different from regular store-bought gum. What a waste of 5 monster coins. Forget it. I'll try it first. Jang Xiaobai casually tossed 2 pieces into his mouth and began chewing. Munch munch. After chewing the Jiangxiabai for just a couple of bites, he suddenly felt invigorated, distinctly sensing a refreshing coolness stimulating his brain nerves. This sensation was both miraculous and exhilarating, identical to the feeling of eating a mint and immediately drinking a glass of ice water. At this moment, he could feel his mind becoming extraordinarily clear, with an even sharper awareness of his surroundings. The previously blurry figures of the werewolf and Cheng Yi now appeared clearly before him, even giving off the impression of being slowed down frame by frame. This is far superior to sensory enhancement. I just don't know whether it's a temporary boost or a permanent one. At this thought, Jang Xiaobai couldn't help but smile. Yet this unconscious smile became deeply etched upon his face. Why do I feel like I'm smiling? Jang Xiaobai touched the corner of his mouth and realized he indeed was grinning. Holy shit, what's going on? Jang Xiaobai was shocked. His facial muscles were moving completely out of his control. He tugged at the muscles on his face, only to find the smile as solid as a boulder, utterly unbreakable. I'm damn. Jang Xiaobai seemed to finally understand what laugh in the face of adversity really meant. That is to laugh. After that, everyone knows Cheng Yi's dying words were asking Jang Xiaobai what he was laughing at. What Jang Xiaobai was actually thinking, I fucking wanna know what I'm laughing at too. The werewolf found a long stick to support himself and slowly walked toward the clearing outside the forest. Suddenly, a blurry figure appeared outside the woods. The werewolf knew it must be Jang Xiaobai, because if it had been Cheng Yi, it would mean Jang Xiaobai had already been killed, and naturally, he wouldn't have survived till now either. But I have to admit, that Zhang guy is pretty impressive. He actually managed to kill that human despite being of a lower rank. The werewolf couldn't help but feel envious. If only I had divine bloodline too, how great would that be? As Jang Xiaobai approached, the werewolf discreetly tossed aside the stick, forcing himself to walk forward despite the burning numbness in his chest. What's this kid grinning about? The werewolf was deeply puzzled. From the moment he appeared until now, this kid's been grinning like an idiot, something's definitely off. Before the werewolf could speak, Jang Xiaoa tossed him a potion bottle. Stop pretending. Just say you're hurt if you are. The werewolf caught the potion, an item he remembered vividly and had been longing for, a health regeneration potion. He excitedly pulled out the stopper, but just as he was about to drink, he noticed Jang Xiaoa grinning at him. This gave him an eerie feeling. Why does this Jang guy keep smiling at me so strangely? Could there be poison in this potion? The werewolf grew suspicious and instinctively became guarded. But then it occurred to him, what benefit would killing me bring him? None. If he kills me, the contracted psychic backlash would knock him out immediately. To dispel his doubts, the werewolf first took a small sip, smacking his lips as he tasted it. Finding nothing unusual, he then tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Gulp! Glug! Gulp! Snap! Jang Xiaoa fastened the dog leash back around the werewolf's neck. The werewolf's eyes widened in shock, his expression frozen, but he didn't stop chewing. Gulp! 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 After drinking, emotions erupt. Holy shit! Holy shit! You ambushed me? You can't handle losing? You little weakling? You broke your word? Slap! Jang Xiaoba's bloodlust erupted as he abruptly slapped the werewolf's hind head. Ouch! The werewolf let out a pained howl. Jang Xiaobai clapped his hands dismissively. Integrity? Can you eat that for dinner? The werewolf looked utterly dejected, his face collapsing like a prisoner being hauled into a cell. Now he understood why that bastard Jang had been grinning all along. It was all part of a calculated scheme. The brief moment of freedom was gone, the sweet air no longer within reach. Enough, better focus on healing these injuries first. The werewolf's old wounds hadn't yet healed, the divine seal on the injuries made recovery difficult, and now there were fresh wounds, the lightning burns on its chest, plus the heartache, betrayed by Jang Xiaobai's shameless deceit. To conserve energy, the werewolf reverted to its wolven form. The consumed health potion quickly took effect, as the festering wound on his chest visibly scabbed over at a rapid pace, while the divine seal within his body was gradually being erased. Cough! Pa! The werewolf spat out a mouthful of dark blood and bone fragments, remnants from his previous injury that had remained trapped inside his body. With the impurities expelled from his system, the werewolf's complexion improved significantly, and his breathing steadily stabilized. The werewolf was overjoyed. Changyi's thunderous strike had completely healed the residual issues from last time, a true blessing in disguise. Seeing the werewolf vomit blood, Jang Xiaobai was startled at first. However, upon sensing the werewolf's rapid recovery, he quickly eased his worries. Back in the forest clearing, the tattooed man was vigorously shaking the pudgy uncle, trying to wake him, but no matter how hard he tried, the man wouldn't stir. Hearing movement behind him, he turned to see Qinwei walking toward him, grinning foolishly as he led a dog by its leash. Can't wake him up? Jang Xiaobai asked. Yeah, the tattooed man nodded. Then let's carry him away. Who's gonna carry him? Then who else is supposed to carry it? Surely you wouldn't ask a body-tempering fifth layer like me to do it, would you? The tattooed man's lips twitched slightly. Who the hell you trying to fool? What kind of body-tempering fifth-stage cultivator can casually cut down a first-realm expert with bare hands? But what kind of strength does this kid actually have? First grade? Probably not. Even if Changyi was weak, he couldn't have been taken down in one move. Second grade? That must be it. But why would someone with second-grade strength pretend to be weak here? Could it be just to show off? That would be downright inhuman. At this thought, the tattooed man suddenly felt both awe and fear towards Jang Xiaobai. He'd been planning to extort money from the guy earlier, only to discover he was dealing with a second-grade master. Second rank, killing him wouldn't even be a bother. As if remembering something, he slipped over to the corpses of Changyi and the human-faced demon monkey, deftly rummaging through them before returning with bulging pockets. Back by Jang Xiaobai's side, the tattooed man emptied his pockets and extended the contents toward him in a fawning manner. The tattooed man's eyes gleamed at the items in his hands, though his voice carried a hint of fear. This Chen guy was quite wealthy. The stuff we found on him adds up to over 5 million, including 3 high-grade spirit stones alone. Jang Xiaobai was quite familiar with the classification of spirit stones. Generally speaking, spirit stones are categorized by quality into low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade. The higher the quality of the spirit stone, the more abundant the spiritual energy it contains, and the fewer impurities it has. For instance, high-grade spirit stones must contain at least 70% spiritual energy. Cultivating with such high-quality stones often yields twice the result with half the effort. In contrast, low-grade spirit stones contain thinner spiritual energy and far more impurities compared to other grades. Prolonged use can actually hinder one's cultivation progress. But even so, the price of low-grade spirit stones ranges from a few thousand to 50,000, not to mention medium-grade and top-grade spirit stones. Some top-grade spirit stones with special energy inside can even fetch nearly 10 million. Jang Xiaobai glanced at the items in the tattooed man's hand and quickly locked onto what he wanted, the elemental ring. With a faint smile on his face, Jang Xiaobai said, I'll take 1 medium-grade and 1 high-grade spirit stone each. You can split the rest among yourselves. The tattooed man was utterly shocked. He had already prepared himself to return empty-handed, yet he never expected this kid to be so generous, just casually gifting something worth 5 or 6 million without a second thought. This sudden turn left him feeling oddly embarrassed. What's more, the crucial point is that he could still be so happy after giving away so much money. Truly befitting a rich kid living in Qingcheng Villa, the joys of the wealthy are downright outrageous. The tattooed man felt uneasy taking the money outright and started trying to upsell Jang Xiaobai. You should pick out some more items. Look at how good the quality of these spirit cores is. And this alloy dagger has to be B-grade, absolutely razor sharp and durable. And this ring here. Jang Xiaobai wore a reluctant expression. Alright then. That ring looks quite nice. I'll take it. As for the spirit cores, let's just convert them into money and split it evenly among the 3 of us. Is this all you want? There are other good things here. Jang Xiaobai smiled. No need. The tattooed man was so grateful he nearly dropped to his knees, calling him a saint. These spirit stones alone could sustain him all the way to the peak of first rank. The werewolf standing nearby curled his lip in disdain. That young fella sure knows how to spin a tale, taking the most valuable items while still making the other guy thank him like a savior. Ugh, disgusting. The tattooed guy momentarily didn't know what to say, scrambling for a topic to build rapport. Wow, your dog is so cute. The werewolf took offense. Who was this guy calling a dog? The tattooed guy even reached out to pet the werewolf's head. Naturally, the werewolf wouldn't let him succeed, barking at him. Woof! The tattooed man jerked his hand back in fear, exclaiming, holy shit, this dog's got an electric current. Seeing his attempt to cozy up had failed, the tattooed man pulled out the small notebook from his pocket again. Thinking about blackmailing you earlier was so wrong of me. From now on, I'll reflect deeply and turn over a new leaf. As he spoke, he casually tore out the page with Chen Wei's information, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it away with force. Jang Xiaobai. The werewolf nearby chuckled very quietly. Ha 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 woof woof woof. Jang Xiaobai wore a smile on his face, but inside he was cursing, his heart aching. My revenge plan. What a disaster. I should have just brought all these spirit stones. Originally, he had planned to use the tattooed man to mess with Chen Wei, but instead ended up converting him. Who could he even complain to about this? The tattooed man continued, I'm not good with sentimental words, but from today on, you're my brother, Lu Chao. Whatever you need, just say the word, I'll always have your back. Jang Xiaobai, oh, I so fucking thank you. Chapter 26 The Fire Ant Traitors. Before leaving, Jang Xiaobai cast one last glance at the clearing in the woods. The clearing was in complete disarray. Chang Yi's corpse, the obese uncle's great shield split in two, the face demon ape's toothpick and quail egg, along with its head cleaved cleanly in half. His gaze finally fell upon the corpse of the human-faced demon monkey, his eyes filled with heartache and regret. What a pity. If only he'd collected its data, he could have gotten 20 monster coins, might even have learned its wind-based skills. Speaking of acquiring skills, Jang Xiaobai suddenly remembered he still hadn't learned Tsuehua's abilities yet. Glancing at the time, he realized his scheduled meeting with Tsuehua was approaching. He needed to hurry over. Lu Chao was indeed a loyal friend, as he voluntarily carried the overweight uncle back the way they came. Halfway through, the unconscious uncle suddenly mumbled weakly, my head hurts, so sleepy. Hearing the uncle's faint whispers, Lu Chao urgently reminded Jang Xiaobai, don't let this old fatty fall asleep, slap him awake quickly. Jang Xiaobai slapped the uncle hard, but to no avail. Lu Chao gave the old fatty a strong shake, but to no avail. Just when everyone was at a loss, Jang Xiaobai suddenly thought of a solution. He quietly took out 2 pieces of chewing gum and, while the werewolf and Lu Chao weren't paying attention, secretly slipped them into the fat uncle's mouth. The sugary coating of the gum caused the fat uncle's mouth to produce saliva like crazy. The sugary coating dissolved completely. Soon after, an icy cool sensation instantly sent the chubby uncle into euphoria. Originally, he'd just been muddled by the pain, now, he was experiencing it with crystal clarity. Ah, it hurts, it burns, screeched the rotund man before collapsing unconscious again, though a bizarre smile played at his lips. The sudden howl sent Lu Chao stumbling backward, nearly making him eat dirt again. Holy shit, scared the hell out of me. Why'd it suddenly scream so loud? My ears are practically deafened. Lu Chao paused, then nervously asked Jang Xiaobai for confirmation. This isn't some final rally before death, is it? Jang Xiaobai shook his head. Shouldn't be. Probably just screaming from the pain of its broken arm. You sure? Lu Chao really didn't want to carry a corpse back with him. Though he could feel the breath on his back, he still couldn't help glancing nervously at the old fat man slumped over his shoulders. That single glance sent a jolt of terror through his entire body, cold sweat instantly drenching his back. Lu Chao screamed in alarm. Wasn't this old guy supposed to be in terrible pain? How can he be sleeping with such a creepy smile? Is he having some kind of dirty dream on my back? The real culprit, Jang Xiaobai, nodded to himself nearby. Just as I suspected, chewing this gum makes people laugh uncontrollably, just like me. Jang Xiaobai's foot brushed against the werewolf, who nodded slightly, as if a profound realization had dawned upon him. He thought to himself, so smiling in sleep means having a wet dream. Learned something new today. Perhaps those 2 pieces of extra gum were too stimulating, or something else was at play. Unable to help himself, the chubby uncle shivered involuntarily. As soon as that shiver ran through him, Lu Chao's body froze on the spot. As a man, a single man who had practiced chastity for 22 years and developed biceps of steel, he knew all too well what this shudder meant, especially when it happened during a wet dream. Lu Chao's face twisted as if he just swallowed a fly with a green head. Nunu waye. A cry of sheer despair echoed throughout the entire forest. From the depths of the forest to the northern city gate, a journey that normally took an hour and a half, Lu Chao managed to cut down by 40 minutes, and this while carrying a man weighing over 100 kilograms. Once inside the city, the group found a nearby hospital. The doctor conducted a thorough examination in front of everyone. As soon as the checkup ended, Lu Chao asked, "Doctor, how is he doing?" The doctor reassured, "Don't worry, a first-grade martial artist isn't that fragile. Initial examination shows some bone fractures in his arm and minor internal injuries." The doctor then pointed at the chubby uncle's back of the head with a complicated expression. "But the injury here is quite peculiar. If you say it's severe, at worst it's just a concussion. But if you say it's minor, his cranial nerves seem to be malfunctioning." The doctor casually picked up a pair of pliers and twisted them on the chubby uncle's face. "Look, his grin has been stuck like this for nearly 10 minutes, can't even pry it open. In all my years of practice, I've never seen anything like this." Jang Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. "A hospital that just happens to have pliers lying around, isn't that a bit much?" The doctor continued, "So I suspect the 2 wounds on the back of his head may have damaged some nerves." "Wounds on the back of his head? Someone hit him there?" Lu Chao turned to look at Jang Xiaobai. Jang Xiaobai and the werewolf both unconsciously glanced up at the ceiling. After pretending to think for a moment, Jang Xiaobai said, "No, nothing like that happened." Lu Chao scratched his head. "That's really strange." Seeing that Lu Chao didn't suspect anything, the werewolf and Jang Xiaobai sighed in relief. The 2 exchanged glances, communicating silently between themselves. Jang Xiaobai, "That was a pretty ruthless move." "Werewolf, you weren't half bad yourself, kid." The doctor added, "Never mind, we'll give him a full checkup later. Which one of you will pay the hospitalization fees?" The 2 felt their pockets, but the money wasn't enough. Lu Chao suggested, "If Brother Chen trusts me, I could exchange that spirit core for some cash." Jang Xiaobai nodded in agreement. He didn't understand this world's financial system well, and was happy to let others handle it while he enjoyed some peace. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Chao returned in high spirits, having changed into a fresh set of clothes. "I sold the spirit core and that B-grade alloy knife, got a total of 900,000, Lu Chao said, handing Jang Xiaobai 3 silver white metal cards. "These are silver cards from the neighboring Flash Gold Guild. Each card can hold up to 300,000, so these 3 are all for you. The pin is the last 6 digits of your ID." Jang Xiaobai took 1 card but pushed the other 2 back, putting on an air of righteous indignation. "Geez, what kind of person do you take me for? We said we'd split it 50-50, so that's how it's gotta be. You looking down on me or something? Bro, you." Lu Chao hadn't expected Jang Xiaobai to insist on an equal split. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he was left momentarily speechless, choked with emotion. Jang Xiaobai was still preoccupied with the fire demon antimatter and had no mind to banter with him. He gave Lu Chao's shoulder a firm pat. "I have some things to attend to. I'll leave this place to you." Lu Chao nodded heavily in response. With Jang Xiaobai's figure disappearing beyond the ward door, Lu Chao looked at the silver cards belonging to himself and old fatty in his hand and sighed with emotion. Brother Chen is really a good man. Once outside, Jang Xiaobai turned into the neighboring Radiant Gold Commerce building and transferred all the money from the silver card into his own bank account. Looking at the bank card in his hand, Jang Xiaobai felt an indescribable sense of security and excitement. He recalled his previous life before transmigrating. Back in that world, he was just a minor government clerical worker, living a routine 9-to-5 existence. His salary was average, and life was relatively stable, but when real financial needs arose, he always found himself stretched thin. Now, in this new life, he had earned more money in less than 3 days than he could have ever made in his entire previous lifetime. Jang Xiaobai felt relieved, because in this world where absolute strength was the only language, and with a system now at his disposal, taking control of his own destiny seemed no longer an empty promise. At the same time, he was acutely aware of the dangers of this world. Until he possessed absolute strength, his priority was to lie low and grow steadily, no reckless moves. Western City Dense Forest. A line of fire ants meandered through the forest, waiting silently in crooked formation. At this moment, an impatient fire ant shouted toward the tree, "Sister Suihua, has that human arrived yet?" Lying on the tree, Suihua stood up and peered into the distance, also growing anxious. "Not yet, everyone just wait a little longer." "Could it be that human isn't coming at all? I still need to guard the treasure vault's entrance." "You're not tricking us, are you?" Exactly. You must be lying to us, right? Suehua would never deceive you. That name was given to her by a human. Could any of you come up with something so beautiful and poetic? I won't listen. The fire ants beneath them chattered noisily among themselves. Chuehua on the tree was burning with anxiety. If those she'd called didn't show up after summoning so many sisters, she'd be utterly humiliated. Not only that, but from now on, no ant would ever trust her again. Just as Chuehua was on the verge of a crisis of trust, two figures gradually appeared within her line of sight. Her spirits, which had been somewhat low, instantly brightened when she saw those two figures approach. He recognized those two figures all too well. Even with her poor eyesight, she could instantly tell it was that human walking with the werewolf. Suehua leapt down from the tree and excitedly shouted to the noisy fire ants before her, "He's coming! He's walking hand in hand with the werewolf!" Upon hearing Suehua's cry, the demon ants immediately put on their blindfolds and reformed their ranks. Worried something might go wrong, Suehua gave a last-minute warning, "You can peek, but no talking. Understood?" "Understood," answered the demon ants in unison. "I'll go take a look now. You all wait here." Suehua left the ants behind and scampered cheerfully toward Jang Xiaoa and his companions. "Humans, you finally arrived. We've been waiting forever for you." Jang Xiaobai looked at the fire demon ant hopping around at his feet and said with a smile, "Yeah, something happened today, so I'm running late." "What request?" "Kill the guy." The fire demon ant asked curiously, "Do you humans kill each other too? There's a black-armored demon ant east of here that often comes to attack us. It's not killing each other, it's eliminating the black sheep among humans." The fire demon ant nodded with partial understanding, then cheerfully said to Jang Xiaobai, "Let's hurry, they've been waiting impatiently." "Oh, and you have to promise me something." "What is it?" Jang Xiaobai asked. Could you give them a little more of that delicious spirit food?" Jang Xiaobai thought it was something serious, but it turned out they were just complaining about the lack of ant food. He readily agreed, "No problem." Chapter 27 The Traitorous Fire Ants. Suehua led Jang Xiaobai over a hidden hillside. Just as they emerged from the hillside, both Jang Xiaobai and the werewolf were stunned by the scene before them. Below the hillside ahead, the open ground was densely packed with black fire ants. Their numbers far exceeded Jang Xiaobai's expectations. Before coming, Jang Xiaobai had mentally prepared himself. Last time Suehua brought 6, so he predicted there would be at most 20 this time. But who could have imagined there were already over 50 fire ants on site? The black-armored fire ants stood in neat rows with flowers in hand and blindfolds on, looking from above like they were conducting a grand military parade. The black carapaces of the flame ants paired with multicolored flowers made the square formation before them describable by only one phrase, a riotous explosion of black. The colorful array caught Jang Xiaobai and the werewolf's attention. They stared intently, their eyes widening in shock. What these flame ants were holding weren't ordinary flowers, but basic spirit herbs, blood spirit blossoms. Of course, it wasn't just blood spirit blossoms, there were all sorts of other bizarrely colored flowers of every imaginable hue. Jang Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with gold light. These weren't demons at all, but walking piles of monster coins and cash. The werewolf beside him couldn't help but burst into song. "Holy shit! Wah! Oh!" The werewolf barely finished singing before Jang Xiaobai smacked him into silence. "Human, what do you think? Aren't I impressive? So brilliant. How many fire ants came this time?" Let me count." Suehua hesitated awkwardly, tilting her head as she pointed at them one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jang Xiaobai. Werewolf. Jang Xiaobai was stunned by Suehua's mathematical prowess. 1, 2, eggs came out of her mouth. Thank God these fire magic ants don't speak English, or she'd probably say something like, 1, 2, eggs to the second without batting an eye. Forget it, Jang Xiaobai waved dismissively, then pulled out a small notebook from his pocket and handed it to the werewolf. "I'll call out the numbers, and you write them down," he told him. The werewolf was puzzled. Why did this guy also have a little notebook? Was it for keeping accounts? Taking the notebook casually, the werewolf flipped through a few pages and was instantly horrified, his fur standing on end. The notebook's contents were as follows. September 3rd. The werewolf scratched my asshole. The werewolf attempted to flee but failed. September 4th. The werewolf mocked me once. The werewolf mocked me again. The werewolf didn't help in the fight. The werewolf mocked me yet again. The werewolf was stunned. All his previous misdeeds were meticulously recorded in this little notebook, and the contents rivaled the 10 Commandments. This is indeed an account book. Damn, it only records my own transactions. The werewolf suddenly recalled that sleeve-tattooed man also seemed to enjoy keeping accounts in a little notebook. He couldn't help but wonder if every human carried a small notebook around. He stole a glance at Jang Xiaobai, only to find Jang Xiaobai staring right back at him with a gaze full of warning. "Werewolf?" Jang Xiaobai withdrew his gaze and asked the werewolf, "If I recall correctly, you shouldn't be able to write, right?" The werewolf shook its head. "Do you know how to use the character to keep a tally?" "Can. Okay, I'll call out numbers while you tally them." The werewolf nodded obediently. Jang Xiaobai then said to Cuihua, "Could you take charge of maintaining order here?" Of course, Cuihua was thrilled to be entrusted with this important task. With everything arranged, Jang Xiaobai's money-making venture officially began. Jang Xiaobai pinched a fire ant by the back of its neck, held it suspended in the air for 5 seconds, then placed it back on the ground. Immediately after, he casually grabbed a handful of ant food from the nearby bag and stuffed it into the fire ant's arms. The fire ant was quite cooperative. The moment it received the food, it tossed the blood spirit flower it was holding to Jang Xiaobai. After this simple barter, Jang Xiaobai called out to the werewolf again, 1 blood spirit flower. The werewolf only needed to diligently draw tally marks. Just as he was drawing the second set of tally marks, Jang Xiaobai's puzzled voice came through. "What is this thing? It so oddly looks worthless at first glance." The werewolf leaned in for a closer look. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. What he saw left him so astonished he could barely speak. Silence grass. Jang Xiaobai glanced at the spirit herb in his hand, asking with a hint of disdain in his eyes, "You recognize this? What's it good for?" The werewolf didn't just recognize this peculiar-looking spirit herb, he knew it all too well. His entire clan had been slaughtered when his family battled vampire clans over this very medium-grade spirit herb. Silence grass can drastically enhance the mental power of whoever consumes it. Sounds good. Jang Xiaobai said it, but still tossed the spirit medicine to the werewolf with a hint of disdain. The werewolf fumbled to catch the anling grass, then gently placed it down beside him. As she placed it down, she inwardly cursed Jang Xiaobai. How did something that the 2 great demon clans of Luzhou City considered priceless treasures, something they'd sacrificed their entire clans to obtain, end up so worthless in your hands? And you even have the nerve to disdain it, what an ignorant fool! The werewolf kept grumbling inside, but his hands never stopped working. He continued drawing his tally marks, barely making 2 strokes when Jang Xiaobai's voice came again. "Why is there a watermelon here?" The werewolf turned its head and looked, its envious drool nearly forming a river. He instantly recognized what Jang Xiaobai meant by watermelon. This melon was called the Vitality Watermelon, a low-grade spiritual herb or regular watermelon mutated after being infused with spiritual energy. This spiritual medicine could be considered a great nourishing treasure for both human martial artists and martial-type demons and monsters. Even just a small slice of it could save a warrior 2 whole days of cultivation. He had only seen this vitality melon once before, when the family patriarch rewarded a talented peer in the clan, and even that genius had only received a single segment of it. Yet this kid had gotten an entire melon outright. His luck was just downright absurdly good. Jang Xiaobai asked the werewolf, "Good stuff?" The werewolf nodded with gleaming eyes. "That's good then." With that, Jang Xiaobai set the melon aside without even a glance and went back to pinching the neck of the flame devil ant. The werewolf looked at Jang Xiaobai as if he were insane. What was the point of pinching the ant's neck? Just give them the ant food and be done with it. Clearly someone with too much time on their hands. If Jang Xiaobai could hear the werewolf's thoughts, he would surely laugh and say, "You wouldn't understand my joy." It's unclear how much time had passed when the werewolf finished drawing the 7th tally mark. By now, the werewolf was completely numb. Leafwing grass, psionic blossom, vine of might, void orchid. Jang Xiaobai was obtaining more and more spiritual herbs, and the varieties were becoming increasingly complex, some even unfamiliar to the werewolves themselves. The werewolf seethed with indignation. Have these fire ants lost their minds? Handing over so many precious spiritual herbs just to trade for a few measly ant rations from this Jang guy? Have they no pride, no sense of dignity? Absolutely shameful traitors, the lot of them. Crunch, crunch. The werewolf indignantly snatched a handful of ant food from the bag near Jang Xiaobai's feet and stealthily stuffed it into its mouth. As the werewolf absent-mindedly drew tally marks, a nearby fire ant, after being toyed with by Jang Xiaobai and dropped to the ground, swiftly devoured the ant food in its grasp. Unsatisfied, it recklessly sniffed the lingering scent of ant food on its hands. Sniffing away, it suddenly caught a whiff of an unusual grilled aroma. She followed the scent until she came to its source and stopped. The werewolf, who had been tallying marks with strokes, suddenly looked down to find a small fire ant without its blindfold standing before him, staring dazedly at his chest. The werewolf was puzzled. Why was this little creature staring at him like that? It wasn't like he had any ant food here. Curious, he lowered his head to examine his chest, only to find nothing but a patch of skin lightly scorched by lightning. Just as he was wondering, a pitiful line of drool trickled from the little fire demon ant's mouth. Werewolf! Damn! This thing wants to eat my barbecue? The werewolf looked utterly speechless as he turned the little fire demon ant around, making her face the opposite direction. Then he made a flicking gesture with his thumb and middle finger. The tiny fire demon ant went flying out. Chapter 28, Jang Xiaobai's Breakdown. Congratulations on collecting information about the fire demon ant. Information completeness increased to 43%. Reward, 10 monster coins. After completing another collection of fire ants, Jang Xiaobai reported to the werewolf beside him, 1 spiritual energy flower. After announcing the medicinal name, he reached for the ant food but instead grabbed a furry hand. Jang Xiaoa turned to see that it was the werewolf's paw. The werewolf's old face turned red with embarrassment, shyly pulling its paw back. Jang Xiaoa, so what if you got caught stealing? Why the hell are you blushing? Jang Xiaoa chuckled, deciding not to press the matter. After all, the ant food was cheap in the system mall, just 2 monster coins for a whole bag. What did it matter if it got eaten? Casually opening the mall interface, Jang Xiaoba's eyes immediately widened in shock. At this moment, the cost of a bag of monster chow in the mall changed to 10 monster coins per bag. He then clicked open the lottery module, where each draw now cost 10 monster coins. Oh no! Jang Xiaobai smacked his forehead. He'd completely forgotten that the system had increased the fee for verbal abuse. With this realization, he abruptly turned around, gripping the werewolf by the neck and shaking it violently back and forth while shouting, "Spit it back out right now! Werewolf, Suihua, the demonic ants?" In the end, Jang Xiaobai helplessly let go, sighing, fine, I won't smoke anymore. The system's penalty period only lasts 24 hours. Right now, whether I draw or buy, it'd be a losing deal. Why fight against monster coins? It seems today's gathering activity can only end here. Just as he resolved himself, he noticed the fire ant in front of him had removed its eye patch and was staring at him with eager eyes. Looking further into the distance, those other colorful flowers were still waiting to be harvested. The thought of potentially losing out on all that crisp white cash pained Jang Xiaobai deeply. To roll or not to roll suddenly became the greatest dilemma he faced. After agonizing for a long while, Jang Xiaobai gritted his teeth, expensive or not, and resolved directly. Roll. Congratulations on obtaining a bottle of stealth potion. Congratulations on obtaining a bottle of stealth potion. Congratulations on obtaining a bottle of stealth potion. Congratulations on obtaining a patchwork sack. Jang Xiaobai. What the hell is this drop rate? Normally I'd draw monster rations like they're wholesale goods, but now I can't get a single one and instead draw this damned patch sack. What the hell am I supposed to do with this lousy sack? And what's with all these concealment potions? What's the point? Can being drunk make you invisible or what? Jang Xiaobai was certain this must be the system messing with him. Absolutely certain. He wanted to cry but had no tears left, feeling utterly crushed. Yet he dared not let another foul word escape his lips, terrified of startling the system and triggering some horrific multiplier effect. Jang Xiaobai entertained the thought of buying monster food, but quickly dismissed it. A bag of monster chow that costs 5 times the original price is simply too much of a ripoff. You'd be better off trying your luck with the lottery draws instead. Draw again. Congratulations on obtaining 1 bottle of concealing potion. Congratulations, you've received a small bag of ant food. Jang Xiaobai? System, asterisk for all asterisk, hee. Jang Xiaobai stared at the palm-sized ant food packet in his hand, sinking into deep contemplation. What a sin! The system has become sentient. The system wants me dead. The werewolf glanced at Jang Xiaobai with displeasure, noticing his still dark expression. Thinking resentfully, was it really necessary to hold such a grudge just for eating some of your ant food? Just as he was feeling gloomy, he caught sight of a small bag of ant food materializing out of thin air in Jang Xiaobai's hand. The werewolf curled his lips into a sneer, not even bothering to pretend now, conjuring ant rations out of thin air? Showing off your spatial equipment, huh? And you, with that tiny bag of ant rations, who exactly are you guarding it against? Think I'd steal a bite or something? Slurp. Ignoring petty Jang Xiaobai, the werewolf turned to mess with Suihua instead. Hey there, little demon ants. Suihua looked up at the werewolf and said unhappily, I have a name, call me Suihua. What's so nice about Suihua? I'd rather call you little magic ant. Suihua got a little angry, her cheeks puffing up in a huff. The werewolf was about to tease her further, but Suihua struck first. Humph. Put. A glob of green liquid shot from Suihua's mouth straight onto the ground before the werewolf's feet. The toxic saliva immediately corroded a small deep pit in the earth in front of the werewolf's paws. The werewolf was so startled by Suihua's sudden attack that cold sweat poured down its back, cursing inwardly, damn, this little girl's gone crazy, she's actually playing for keeps. Suihua stood tall with her chest out, her mouth still puffing with rage as if prepared to fight the werewolf to the death. The werewolf, seeing the situation, finally learned his lesson. With a grinning face, he asked, little Suihua, what kind of armor are you wearing? Suihua replied, recently, a new group of demon ants called Black Armor Demon Ants moved into the neighboring mountain. They've already fought us over a dozen battles to expand their territory. This armor is made from their hides. The werewolf nodded slightly and asked Suihua again, aren't you afraid your queen will get angry for giving this kid so many spirit herbs? Suihua explained, our storage is almost overflowing with these spirit items. Taking some out won't be noticed. Then why don't you eat it yourselves? Why bother trading with him? Suihua let out a slight sigh. For us magic ants, consuming these things directly would be no different from seeking death, because our bodies simply can't digest them. To deal with these things, we'd have to seek our high priest's help, but the high priest only serves the queen, so we common folk have no chance of obtaining purified spirit materials. That's why we have to trade these raw items with humans for those delicious spirit foods instead. Suehua continued, the lifespan of the demon ant clan is very short. The only way to prolong our lives is to advance in rank. However, we lack any resources to aid our cultivation, relying solely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. Suehua looked at Jang Xiaoa with admiration in her eyes. He's the one who gave us the chance to survive through cultivation. His spirit food isn't just delicious, it's also infused with spiritual energy that greatly aids our practice. The werewolf curled his lips upon hearing this. I came to tell you that you've been tricked by that guy, and yet here you are singing his praises. One vitality melon. An exasperated voice suddenly came from beside them. It was Jang Xiaoa. I'm writing it down, the werewolf replied meekly, muttering to himself. What's with reporting medicine names so angrily? Could they have discovered I'm trying to turn these fire ants against them? Jang Xiaoba's anger wasn't directed at the werewolf's traitorous actions, but rather at how the system had completely messed with him. He drew 30 times, but only managed to pull out 3 bags of monster feed, and even those were all small ones. The remaining rewards consisted of just 2 or 3 body forging pills and marrow cleansing pills along with a patched hemp sack. The rest were all vials of concealment potion. These potions combined could practically be drunk like water. Damn it. Chapter 29, Patch Bag. Congratulations on collecting fire ant information. Data completeness increased to 79%. Reward, 10 monster coins. After gathering the last fire ant, Jang Xiaobai happened to finish distributing the small bag of monster snacks in his hand, which made him unconsciously sigh in relief. Although the lottery can yield good items, the monster feed drawn with 10 monster coins is disappointingly small. He opened the monster catalog. Details on the fire ant had been collected up to 79%. To obtain the fire ant essence reward, he still needed 21% progress, meaning 21 more fire ants. At that moment, Suehua beside him asked Jang Xiaobai, human, will you come again tomorrow? Jang Xiaobai nodded. Yes, of course I will. Suehua was overjoyed, cheering excitedly. That's wonderful. Same time tomorrow? Oh, by the way, we might be fighting black-armored demon ants tomorrow. Not sure when we'll have time. Maybe you could come later in the day? Jang Xiaobai pondered for a moment and replied, sure, tomorrow I also have classes at school, and I finish late. Suehua was full of curiosity about Jang Xiaobai's words. School? Classes? What's a school? And what does having classes mean? Suehua's questions were simple, but they immediately stumped Jang Xiaobai, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to explain. Schools, they're places that gather and train young human cultivators, and classes are, well, the process where teachers impart cultivation methods. Suehua listened with some confusion since she had never seen such things before, yet her heart brimmed with longing for schools and lessons. Among the demon ant colony, female ants are born as sacrifices to the hive. They're forbidden from cultivation. Their very lives and everything they possess belong to the queen. So when she heard of a place that nurtured young cultivators, Suehua's heart stirred with yearning. How she wished there could be a place for herself and her sisters to cultivate, and she also yearned for a guide to lead her on this path of cultivation. At that moment, a seed of thirst for knowledge took root and sprouted in Suehua's heart. Before leaving, Suehua asked Jang Xiaobai, human, you still owe me a bag of spirit food from last time, didn't you? Ah, Jang Xiaobai's expression froze, regretting that he hadn't left sooner. With the system's buff active now, even if I spend all my monster coins, there's no guarantee I'll draw another large bag of ant food like before. Next time, definitely next time. Jang Xiaobai stammered before fleeing like the wind, leaving bewildered Suehua behind. Suehua stood frozen in place, her expression tinged with disappointment. She murmured to herself, humans actually forgot about my food. No sooner had he spoken than Jang Xiaobai emerged again from the shrubbery before them. Here, take this for now, he said, tossing something over. Eat this first, I'll bring you the ant rations later. After hurling a body-forging pill toward Suehua, Jang Xiaobai vanished back into the thicket. Clutching the pill, Suehua could feel the abundant spiritual energy and vital essence swirling within it. Tears of emotion welled up in her eyes, shimmering with gratitude. With a radiant smile, she called out toward the direction Jang Xiaobai had disappeared, human, I knew it. I just knew you were the best to me. On the way back, the werewolf trotted happily behind Jang Xiaobai, carrying a tattered, patchwork brown burlap sack that bulged noticeably. Though the sack appeared full and heavy, in reality it held nothing but its own weight. Jang Xiaobai stared thoughtfully at the patched sack. Was this the spatial storage equipment the system gave him? It was certainly, unpretentiously simple. The patched burlap sack, about half a person's height, had an internal space of roughly 10 cubic meters, equivalent to the capacity of 10 ordinary sacks. The werewolf also glanced sideways at the sack on his back, thinking, is this kid really not pretending anymore? He just casually tossed a spatial storage item on me. Though, this spatial equipment is downright ugly. Wait, if I ran off with this spatial sack, wouldn't I be set for life? Then the werewolf reconsidered. Nah, better not. If he whined to his godly father, my life would really be straightened out for good. The sky was growing dark as they returned to the city. Jang Xiaoa rushed straight to the hunter organization before Mao Rongrong got off work. Hunter organization headquarters. The werewolf waited outside while Jang Xiaoa carried the patched burlap sack into the building alone. Look at that. This kid actually carried an old burlap sack in here. Isn't he afraid of getting kicked out by security? The speaker was a second-rank martial artist, apparently the leader of a small team, with 3 or 4 people standing behind him. The second-rank martial artist spoke up, and the people behind him also joined in with mockery. The sack is so full, this kid probably treats trash like treasure and hauled it all back. Ha ha ha, that might actually be true. Treating the hunter building like a dump, coming here to dispose of garbage. Jang Xiaoa didn't even spare a glance at these flies, heading straight for the window. Who are you looking for? The staff member asked. 9527. The staff member shouted toward the changing room behind them. Rongrong, someone's here looking for you again. What do you mean again? Jang Xiaoa asked the staff member. The staff member replied, oh, just now there was a guy who's pursuing Rongrong came looking for her, got rejected, and now he's still crouching at the entrance. Mao Rongrong emerged from the dressing room, this time sporting an intellectual big sister style. Jang Xiaoai's eyes lit up as he said, you forgot to turn off your phone's flash. Mao Rongrong gave an awkward smile. She'd left the flash on after taking some vanity selfies in the mirror earlier. After turning off the flash, Mao Rongrong asked, what brings you here this time? Selling blood spirit flowers. Blood spirit flowers? Pretty good luck. Didn't I give you my uncle's contact last time? Jang Xiaobai replied, couldn't get through by phone, didn't want the trip to be wasted. Also, I'm here to cancel an uncompleted mission. Alright, just hand it over. I'll take it with me after work anyway. Jang Xiaobai paused, then suddenly burst into tears. It's too hard. Wild blood spirit flowers are impossible to find. My shoes are practically worn through. If you could just raise the price a bit, you'd truly be a saint. Mao Rongrong thought it over. Blood spirit flowers really were quite rare, so she agreed promptly. Fine, I'll give you an extra 100. Seeing there was still room for negotiation, Jang Xiaobai pushed his luck further. How about a little more? Wild blood spirit flowers aren't just hard to find, who knows? You might even risk your life picking them. Do you have any idea how hard I worked to find the blood spirit? Do you know how desperate my situation was? Do you realize how close I was to death? You don't. You didn't even notice your shirt's second button was undone. Jang Xiaobai wiped the blood dripping from his nose and muttered expressionlessly, purple. Mao Rongrong? Mao Rongrong suppressed the urge to slap Jang Xiaobai into oblivion and hurriedly buttoned her shirt. Fine, I'll add another 50. Mao Rongrong glared at Jang Xiaobai through gritted teeth, as if her eyes alone could kill him. Jang Xiaobai continued with tearful eyes, is my life only worth 50? Mao Rongrong's knuckles cracked loudly as she clenched her fists. Seeing this, Jang Xiaobai immediately withdrew his hand. If this continued, it might really cost someone their life. Fine, 50 more it is. Jang Xiaobai smacked his lips and started pulling things out from his patched burlap sack. The few onlookers who had been buzzing around like flies earlier noticed the young man reaching into his patched sack and approached with smirks, eager to see what joke would come next. Jang Xiaobai pulled a blood spirit flower from the cloth bag and handed it to Mao Rongrong. Mao Rongrong accepted the flower, still with a trace of annoyance in her voice as she said, 3,150. I'll transfer it to your card later. Don't rush, there's more. With that, Jang Xiaobai took out another plant from the sack. Seeing 2 blood spirit flowers appear in front of them, the leader of the flies nearby couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Never expected this kid's luck to be this good, actually stumbling upon 2 in a row. Before the underling finished speaking, a 3rd blood spirit flower appeared in the young man's hand. How is this possible? There's even a 3rd one. Did this kid step in ant poop on his way out? Possibly. Why don't you ask him where he stepped so he can share the spot? I think I've just stumbled upon a business opportunity. Shared ant poop. Not bad at all. Mao Rongrong stared at the 3 plants in Jang Xiaobai's hand, her mouth slightly agape in astonishment. Did you pick all these by yourself? Jang Xiaobai paused for a moment before replying, of course. And there's more. Then, the 4th plant, the 5th plant, the 6th plant, up until the 10th plant. Mao Rongrong, who had been immersed in shock, immediately snapped out of it and stopped Jang Xiaobai. That's enough, no need to bring out any more. Then he said to the stunned staff member at the window, Shattering, take him to the reception room. Oh, yes. The staff member named Shattering snapped out of her daze and led Jang Xiaobai to the reception room. Mao Rongrong gave everyone present a warning glance before following them. The crowd shuddered under that gaze, only then snapping out of their shock. Damn it, this kid's luck is sky-defying. A full 10 plants. Wait, no. More than 10, that shabby bag of his is bulging. Definitely more than 10. I'm starting to wonder if this kid robbed an experimental spirit field from the government. How else could he have so many blood spirit flowers? Ha 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 ha, what are you laughing at? Now we've got a poster boy for sharing ant dung. The Fly Gang's small boss remained silent, squinting as if deep in thought. Someone behind him asked, "Boss, what should we do?" The gang leader lowered his voice. "First, have someone follow them. If that doesn't work, just kidnap them directly." "Got it." Reception room. Mao Rongrong sat on the chair with her arms crossed, quietly watching him perform. 13 plants. 14 plants. 19 plants. 20 plants. Shattering had just counted to 20 when Jang Xiaoa stopped his movements. "Don't stop now," Shattering urged. "Nothing." Shattering didn't believe him. "Impossible, your cloth bag is still bulging. It's all just air." Shattering pursed her lips, clearly thinking, "Yeah right, as if I'd believe that." Mao Rongrong smiled coldly. "Go on, take more." "Why did you stop?" Jang Xiaoa scratched his head. Taking too much might not look good. Mao Rongrong grew visibly irritated. "Oh, so now you're worried about appearances? Weren't you fearless when flaunting all those flowers in front of everyone? Haven't you heard that wealth invites trouble? I'm genuinely curious, what made you unload so many blood spirit flowers at once, just to show off? Well, you certainly went all out, almost showing off your way straight to the afterlife." Jang Xiaobai shook his head slightly, thinking, "It's not that I'm putting on an act, the sack just has unlimited capacity." He'd originally planned to casually take out 2 plants for her and slowly sell the rest later, but who knew that pulling out one would make another automatically pop out? After removing the popped out one, another would jump out in its place, continuing non-stop until the 10th one finally stopped appearing. It wasn't until he reached the conference room that he finally understood this sack's contents would keep emerging until exactly 10 items had been taken out. "Are you freaking kidding me?" Mao Rongrong sighed wearily, saying, "Just take everything out of the sack. I'll accept it all as listed, so you won't get robbed the moment you step outside." Hearing this, Jang Xiaobai felt relieved. With a cheeky grin, he fawned affectionately, "Got it. Thanks, Sister Rong." Then without delay, he began pulling items out of the sack one by one. Shouting, 21, 22. Time passed indeterminably until Jang Xiaobai extracted the final spiritual herb, causing the patched burlap sack to deflate like a punctured balloon. By now, the conference table was completely covered with spiritual herbs, and Shouting even cradled 2 vitality melons in her arms with nowhere left to place them. The naive, simple-minded, Shouting excitedly said to Mao Rongrong, "Sister Rongrong, look, this cloth bag is so big, it can hold so many things." Mao Rongrong, however, couldn't hold back any longer. With a serious expression, she stood to the side, staring at Jang Xiaobai and the cloth bag in his hand, thinking to herself, "This shabby bag is actually a spatial storage item? Then who exactly is this guy?" Adjusting her tone, she spoke with a touch of gentleness, "Where did you get this cloth bag?" "I found it. Get lost." Chapter 30, Burning Hot. Seeing that he didn't want to talk about it, Mao Rongrong stopped asking further. After all, everyone had their own secrets, not to mention someone who possessed spatial equipment couldn't possibly be of ordinary status. He must be a disciple from a prominent family as well. "Sister Rongrong, here's the comprehensive summary of the spirit herbs. Everything's recorded clearly." Shouting held out the list, ready to hand it to Mao Rongrong. Mao Rongrong, busy inspecting the quality of the spiritual herbs, casually said, "Read it out to me." Total of 71 spiritual herbs, 59 basic grade, 11 primary grade, and 1 intermediate grade. After carefully examining them, Mao Rongrong turned to Jang Xiaobai and said, "I'll take 20 basic grade herbs first." Shouting, tally the bill. "By the way, one more thing, are these 2 chi blood melons for sale as well?" "Sell it? What's the matter?" Jang Xiaobai asked, puzzled. The vital chi melon is a type of spiritual herb that can be consumed directly without any refining or processing. A single slice can boost your vital chi by about 10 points, making it perfect for someone at your body tempering stage. Mao Rongrong added, "If you decide not to sell but to use it yourself, remember not to consume too much at once. Otherwise, it could cause chaos in your vital chi and disrupt your cultivation." Jang Xiaobai nodded emphatically, feeling a surge of gratitude. "Alright, then I'll keep 1 vital chi melon for myself and give the other to you, Sister Rong." Mao Rongrong chuckled softly. "Never thought you'd have a conscience, huh? Shouting, have you calculated the total yet?" Shouting put down the calculator and said, "The total is 63,000 yuan. Alright, I'll transfer it to you right away." As she spoke, Mao Rongrong pulled out her phone and sent the money to Jang Xiaobai. After completing the transfer, Mao Rongrong instructed Shouting, "Go call old Wang from the alchemy department over." "Alright." After waiting for 2 minutes, Shouting's voice came from outside the door. "Team Leader Wang, please come in." Team Leader Wang seemed somewhat displeased. "How much stuff could there be that you'd specially call me over to collect? Just have someone deliver it and, holy shit, Mao Rongrong, where did you get so many spirit herbs? Stop all this nonsense. Check how much it's worth, leave me 20 blood spirit flowers and 2 chi blood melons, and take the rest for yourself." The chubby team leader Wang didn't take offense at the remark. Instead, leaning cheerfully over the long conference table, he began meticulously sorting through the spirit herbs. Professionals do professional things professionally. Team leader Wang could casually pick up a spiritual herb, glance at it, and instantly recite when it was harvested, its quality, and its market value over the past 2 days. Finally, team leader Wang spent about 15 minutes tallying up all the spiritual herbs on the table. After calculation, the total comes to 800,000. I'll transfer it to you once I return to the medicine pavilion. No need to transfer it to me, just send it to him directly. Team leader Wang turned his head and finally noticed there was actually someone in the corner. He was startled. Holy shit, how is there someone here? Mao Rongrong explained, he's my cousin, and also the seller of these spiritual herbs. Jang Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Since when had he become her cousin? However, Jang Xiaobai understood that she was just protecting herself, afraid of being scammed or taken advantage of. Team leader Wang gave Jang Xiaobai a once-over. So you're Rongrong's cousin? You certainly look prosperous. Oh no, I mean, impressive, to be able to produce so many medicinal herbs at once. Before Jang Xiaobai could speak, Mao Rongrong cut in. How do you like these herbs? Satisfied, right? Who knows, he might just become a regular client of yours soon. Shouldn't your alchemy department show some goodwill? Mao Rongrong's implication was clear. This guy has more herbs to spare. Better act fast if you want to collaborate. Oh, team leader Wang immediately caught on and said, of course we must show our appreciation. From now on, when your cousin comes to our alchemy department to purchase elixirs, he'll always get a 20% discount. Jang Xiaobai immediately thanked him. That's really generous of you, team leader Wang. No need for formalities. As for Rongrong here, I'll head back first to call someone to collect the equipment and pack these spirit herbs. With that, team leader Wang scurried off, dragging his portly frame along at lightning speed. He brought his equipment with him. Why is he in such a hurry to leave? Jang Xiaobai found it rather strange, sensing that this fat guy wasn't going back to call for help but was actually running away. Mao Rongrong smiled faintly. He's such a penny pincher. Asking him for a 20% discount feels like taking half his life. How could he dare to stay any longer? Let's go. We'll leave the things here for him to pick up later. We should head out first. By the way, remember to buy more spiritual herbs with the 20% discount. It'll save you quite a bit. Jang Xiaobai nodded heavily in agreement. Before going downstairs, Mao Rongrong handed Jang Xiaobai a badge. What's this? Don't ask, just wear it. Jang Xiaobai carried 2 chi blood melons as he descended the stairs. The flies downstairs hadn't dispersed yet. Seeing Jang Xiaobai come down, they silently formed a semicircle around the Hunter organization's gate. What? Are you trying to cause trouble inside the Hunter building? Mao Rongrong behind Jang Xiaobai questioned the Hunter team blocking the entrance without hesitation. Mao Rongrong's voice even attracted the security personnel. The team leader removed his hat, revealing a scar on his forehead. Instead of showing fear at the sight of the security on both sides, he flashed a disingenuous smile and said, I think you may have misunderstood, Miss Mao. We just wanted to get acquainted with this young man carrying the cloth bag, make friends, that's all. No need to be so tense. Mao Rongrong sneered twice. He's now a valued client of the Hunter organization and holds their Medal of Honor. Anyone thinking of messing with him should first consider whether they can withstand an hour of torture from the Punisher. At the mention of the Punisher, everyone's expressions instantly darkened. Their earlier arrogance completely dissipated when they spotted the metal gleaming on the young man's chest. The scar-faced man put on his hat, lowered his head, and retreated silently before slipping away without another word. Seeing this, the remaining men dared not act audaciously any longer and slunk away in disgrace. Jang Xiaobai looked down at the medal on his chest and couldn't help but marvel in his heart. I never expected this medal to carry such weight. It actually scared off those desperados. And what's this about the Punisher? I'll have to ask Sister Rong about it another day. Only a few onlookers remained at the entrance, one of whom eagerly said, Young man, I'd like to hire you as a spokesperson. Jang Xiaobai, a spokesperson for what? The guy said, hey, share the crap. Jang Xiaobai responded, huh? Someone beside the guy remarked, you really never forget your original intention. After everyone had left, Mao Rongrong reached out her hand to Jang Xiaobai and said, give it back to me. What? Medal. Oh, yeah, Xiaobai scratched his head. He'd been so caught up in posturing that he'd completely forgotten about it. After returning the medal, Xiaobai stepped out together with Mao Rongrong. Outside, the sky had already darkened. Jang Xiaobai placed one of the chi and blood melons on Mao Rongrong's convertible. Just as he set it down, a young man in a suit, also driving a convertible, pulled up in front of Mao Rongrong's car. In a domineering CEO tone, the suited man said to Mao Rongrong, Rongrong, from now on, I won't allow you to drive yourself to and from work. I'll be the only one to escort you. Mao Rongrong couldn't be bothered to respond, not even sparing him a glance. Meanwhile, Jang Xiaobai stared at the guy in the suit with a look reserved for idiots. Seriously? This was the guy chasing Mao Rongrong? Rongrong, who's that guy next to you? I forbid you to get so close to another man. Mao Rongrong finally had enough. Deliberately clinging to Jang Xiaobai's arm, she declared, none of your business. This is my boyfriend. Now scram. The suited man's eyes bulged in shock, but he stubbornly persisted, Rongrong. I won't let you say such angry words. With someone as composed and reliable as me around, I refuse to believe you'd prefer some kid like him. Hearing the suited man call him small, Jang Xiaobai immediately took offense. He demanded, who are you calling small? Then, puffing out his chest aggressively, his trousers suddenly tented up like a colossal yurt in the middle. Suited man? Mao Rongrong. The man in the suit angrily exclaimed, damn it, how dare you harass my Rongrong? I'll remember you. I'll tear you to pieces. I won't let you die a peaceful death. Hold on. Jang Xiaobai interrupted the man's escalating threats. You said you'd remember me? That's right. The man's glare was murderous, yet his body remained completely still from start to finish. Then what's my name? I have no idea what your name is. The man in the suit found it utterly baffling. You don't even know my name. How dare you say you remember me? The man in the suit. What you're saying makes so much sense. I actually couldn't refute. Just you wait. Then Jang Xiaobai took out his little notebook and started writing, muttering while he wrote, name, Chenwei, ID number, phone number, Pai Hao, hiss, whatever, I'll just write pinyin. After finishing, he tore off the paper and threw it at the suited man. With a cocky expression, he declared, take it. Here's all my personal info. If you've got the guts, call me at 2 a.m. We'll settle whose Rongrong is through civil debate, not fists. The suited man replied with unwavering determination, just you wait. Rongrong will definitely be mine. With that, he drove off in a cloud of dust. Jang Xiaobai watched the convertible disappear from view and remarked, that guy's got remarkable self-control, he didn't even get out to beat me up. Mao Rongrong snorted coldly, it's not self-control, just sheer cowardice. The guy's a good-for-nothing who hasn't even reached body tempering stage 3. Jang Xiaobai suddenly understood. That explains it, he didn't even move a muscle while sitting in the car. Thank you. What? Jang Xiaobai was puzzled. Nothing. Mao Rongrong didn't explain as she drove away. Watching Mao Rongrong leave, Jang Xiaobai stared at the vitality melon in his hand, falling deep into thought. This melon could only be eaten one piece at a time, what should he do with the rest? According to Shattering, this cut vitality chi melon has a shelf life of at most 1 day and will spoil and rot immediately afterward. Maybe sell it instead? Yeah, let's sell it by the slice. He went to the convenience store next door, bought a fruit knife, cut a slice of the vitality chi melon, and took a bite. The melon flesh was sweet and delicious upon first entering the mouth, and after swallowing, a warm sensation enveloped the entire body. Yet this warmth felt peculiar even in June. It wouldn't make you feel hot, just exceptionally comfortable. Is this the blood and chi boosting effect of the vitality melon? Truly wonderful. With quality assurance secured, Jang Xiaobai ran to the entrance of the Hunters Guild, spread the hemp sack on the ground, placed the crescent-shaped watermelons atop it, and began walking his dog while setting up his stall. Vitality melons for sale. Sweet and refreshing vitality melons, come get 'em. Jang Xiaobai's melodious hawking echoed throughout the entire Hunters Guild building. The security guards at the building's entrance were utterly dumbfounded. Big bro, can't you just find another spot? You're really putting me in a tough position here. If I let you set up shop here, it ruins the Hunter organization's image. But if I stop you, damn it, you've got the Punishers backing you up. This is so damn frustrating. As Jang Xiaobai was shouting, he suddenly noticed a man dressed in black slowly approaching on an electric scooter. Jang Xiaobai was startled, his shouting voice growing noticeably quieter. Damn, why does this scene feel so familiar? That person's silhouette looks strangely familiar too. Is that you, Huaqiang? Jang Xiaobai panicked. His mind started racing with wild thoughts. Was this guy coming to kill me? Is it too late to pack up and run now? At last, the electric scooter stopped in front of Jang Xiaobai. Seeing the familiar face, Jang Xiaobai let out a sigh of relief. Looks like I won't have to kneel and sing Conquest after all. The man in black asked Jang Xiaobai, yo buddy, is this melon ripe guaranteed? Jang Xiaobai, guaranteed ripe. It's so fresh it burns your mouth. The man in black. Chapter 31, Chi Blood Melon. How much for a slice of this melon? The man in black asked Jang Xiaobai. Jang Xiaobai quickly did the math in his head. The Chi Blood Melon was a beginner-level spiritual herb, and beginner-level spiritual herbs were priced around 60,000 yuan in the market. He had divided this melon into 10 portions, so each slice would be 6,000 yuan. 6,000. The man in black bargained, make it cheaper, and I'll buy 2 for 10,000. Not a penny less, Jang Xiaobai flatly refused. Seeing how adamant the other party was, the man in black hesitated. I've been stuck at the peak of first rank for quite some time. To break through to the next level, I'd need external assistance, specifically, medicinal pills to aid the breakthrough. Ordinary pills cost tens of thousands at minimum, and as someone who spends all their money on equipment, a bona fide paycheck-to-paycheck earner, how could I possibly afford them? Now, finally, there's this stable auxiliary elixir priced under 10,000, and it's incredibly tempting. But if I buy this Bloodchief melon, I might not even have money for breakfast tomorrow. The black-clad man gritted his teeth in frustration. Normally, given his temperament, he wouldn't hesitate to snatch it and run, no matter who it belonged to. But now this guy was squatting stubbornly at the entrance of the Hunter building, giving no opportunity to take action. Moreover, the group of second-tier security personnel inside the building were watching like hawks. If we really tried to rob him here, it would be an extreme challenge indeed. Just as I was thinking this, a chubby little guy suddenly appeared beside me without warning. Ren Jinjin, out foraging at night, suddenly heard a familiar voice in the distance. I think I heard Zhang Zi's voice. Ren Jinjin looked around as he raised his head. Sure enough, at the entrance of the Hunter building, Jang Xiaoa was loudly hawking his wares. Zhang Zi. Ren Jinjin trotted up to Jang Xiaoa's stall and asked curiously, "What brings you to set up shop here too?" Jang Xiaoa complained tearfully, "I have no choice, I'm dirt poor and need to make some money to support myself." "And also, why did you say also?" The chubby kid replied, "Just now I passed by the night market and saw a bald guy setting up a stall there, his surname is Zhang too." Jang Xiaoa nodded. "By the way, why did you come here so late at night? I remember your place isn't near this area." Fat Ren rubbed his round belly and said, "I'm hungry. Came out to grab some food and maybe buy some tonics. My qi and blood still feel deficient." "Is your dad not home?" "If he were home, I wouldn't have had the chance to come out. There's big news breaking in America. He was just called back to rush through a news report." Jang Xiaobai looked surprised. "What happened?" The fat guy chuckled and, without any hesitation, took a slice of watermelon from the cloth bag. Eating as he spoke, the ancient Indian god suddenly descended to the mortal world today to find K's followers, only to realize after a long search that K's devotees had long been scalped and buried in the very ground beneath K's feet. Then the ancient Indian god fought with the 12 angels. The man in black nearby listened with great interest. What was the outcome? Nobody knows the result yet. The whole world is waiting. By the way, Zhang Zi, why does your watermelon taste warm in my mouth? As soon as he finished speaking, Fatty Ren suddenly felt a scorching heat in his chest. I feel so hot, as if there's an energy about to erupt inside my body. Fatty Ren wasn't wrong, energy was indeed about to erupt. The vitality fruit he had just eaten was taking effect inside him. His vital energy rapidly surged within his body, soon exceeding the limits of what his physique could endure. Put. Ren Jinjin, ? The pent-up vitality transformed into a stream of blood that shot violently from Ren Jinjin's nostrils. Put. Ren Jinjin? Put. Ren Jinjin? Ren Jinjin panicked. Zhang Zi, what's wrong with me? Am I seriously ill or something? Jiang Xiaobai was equally baffled. While he had munched on his watermelon without any hiccups, the spectacle unfolding before him seemed beyond logic. The man in black beside them, however, saw the truth of the matter. His qi and blood have surged uncontrollably, overpowering his body. The nosebleed is just nature's pressure valve kicking in. Blood qi surging beyond what the body can withstand? Fat Ren pondered the words for a moment before suddenly delighting. Does that mean my blood qi is abundant now? So if I can just mobilize the blood qi within me, wouldn't that mean I've reached the first level of body forging? The man in black was stunned hearing Fat Ren's words. Youngsters these days are so reckless. They dare to devour blood qi melons right after opening their spirit veins, not even fearing their bodies might explode from overloading. However, this also indirectly proves the exceptional quality of this blood qi melon. A single slice should increase blood qi by at least 15 points. Seeing his breakthrough within reach, the man in black decisively bought the melon. Hey kid, come get some melons. $6,000, firm price. No problem. If you're not satisfied, we'll refund the $6,000. Ren Jinjin, still spurting nose blood, widened his eyes. Zhang Zi, what kind of melon is this that sells for $6,000? That blood qi melon, just the piece you ate can boost your blood qi by at least 10 points. Ren Jinjin was shocked, scratching his head somewhat awkwardly. Zhang Zi, but my money. Jang Xiaobai kicked Ren the fatty, sending him rolling away. Screw your uncle, would I actually charge you? The chubby guy came running back with a grin. Bro Zhang treats me best. Jang Xiaobai, get lost. You're getting nosebleed all over me. And so, with this living, nosebleed-spewing advertisement by his side, Jang Xiaobai's business thrived. In no time at all, he sold off the remaining 7 pieces of watermelon. Ren Jinjin gazed at Jang Xiaobai with eyes full of envy. 48,000 in half an hour. Even selling kidneys wouldn't make money this fast. Before leaving, Jang Xiaobai took the werewolf's hand and prepared to say goodbye to Ren Pingzi before heading home. Only then did Ren Jinjin notice that Jang Xiaobai had brought a dog with him. Jiang, since when did you start keeping a dog? You never mentioned it. I just got it a few days ago. Fat Ren couldn't resist wanting to pat the werewolf's dog-like head. But werewolves aren't creatures that let people touch them casually. It barked fiercely at Fat Ren. Woof woof. Fat Rin trembled in fright. Holy shit, it shocked me. Mao Rongrong returned to South City and found old man Mao. Oh, Rongrong is here again, Elder Mao said with a chuckle. Mao Rongrong nodded with a smile. I brought you something. Hand what over? Mao Rongrong opened the suitcase in her hand, and as Elder Mao leaned in closer, he was astonished to see 20 neatly arranged blood spirit flowers lying inside. Where did you get these blood spirit flowers? Elder Mao was so excited he could barely speak. I bought it from Jang Xiaoa. Old man Mao asked, you bought it from that kid who just arrived yesterday? Mao Rongrong nodded. How does he still have so many spirit herbs? Mao Rongrong shook her head. I don't know. She continued, Uncle, do you know any major families with the surname Jiang? The Jiang family? Elder Mao frowned and thought for a long time before saying, no, why do you ask? Mao Rongrong recounted everything that happened today regarding Jang Xiaoa to Elder Mao in detail. Even the well-traveled Elder Mao couldn't help exclaiming in surprise, spatial storage equipment, 71 medicinal herbs, just whose young scion is this kid? Elder Mao suddenly looked up and said to Mao Rongrong, keep an eye on him and don't let him run away. My hopes for the 2-star alchemist qualification are within reach. Those old fogies at the Alchemy Guild keep saying I waste medicinal herbs and even limit my monthly supply. Well, I'm heading to the Alchemy Guild right now. Mao Rongrong quickly asked, what are you going to the Alchemy Guild for at this hour? Take these 20 blood spirit flowers and refine potions right in front of them. I'll toss one aside for every one I use. Let's show them what true extravagance looks like. Mao Rongrong. Walking through the narrow alley, Jang Xiaoai's eyes betrayed his exhaustion, yet the thought of returning home to a hot shower immediately lifted his weariness and drowsiness. Going upstairs. Opening the door. Turn on the light. The light illuminated the room, also revealing the dumbfounded faces of Jang Xiaoai and the werewolf. Jang Xiaoai muttered blankly, where's my house? The werewolf asked in confusion, where's my dog food? The husky barked excitedly, woof woof woof. Jang Xiaoai and the werewolf exclaimed simultaneously, husky. Chapter 32, Chen Wei's Breakdown. Jang Xiaoai's home was demolished. The husky unleashed its max-level skill, House Demolition LV-10, utterly wrecking the entire rented apartment. The interior was complete chaos. From the desk to the bed, from the toilet to the kitchen, not a single visible item remained intact. Not only that, the husky had also devoured every last bit of the werewolf's secretly stashed snacks. Thanks to the werewolf's dog food, Era directly leveled up from being unranked to body forging stage 2. The werewolf looked at Era with not only fury burning in its eyes but also a trace of envy. He lamented in his heart, eating dog food, wrecking the house, and even leveling up on the side, what a carefree life indeed. Jang Xiaoai began checking the room for any surviving furniture or belongings. He walked into the bathroom and looked up, only to find the water heater had a huge hole torn in it by the husky. He thought to himself helplessly, well, so much for taking a hot shower. In the bathroom, he also spotted a rubber tube. Why does this tube look so familiar? After thinking carefully, he realized this tube was actually the gas pipe from the kitchen's propane tank. He immediately rushed to the kitchen to check the propane tank, only to discover the tank's valve was wide open, yet there wasn't the slightest trace of gas smell in the air. He shook the can again, only to find it completely empty. That's strange. What's going on? Jang Xiaoai glanced at the werewolf Era who was pestering him, accidentally noticing its angrily swollen belly. Holy shit, did this idiot just inhale all the gas from the propane tank? The werewolf suppressed his disgust and kicked the husky away with one foot, the blow landing squarely on the dog's bloated belly. Burp! The husky couldn't help but let out a belch right in the werewolf's face. A peculiar stench carried by the husky's burp wafted straight into the werewolf's nostrils. The moment the werewolf caught a whiff of this foul odor, he suddenly felt nauseous and slightly dizzy. Clamping his nose shut, he cried out in horror, holy shit, this damn dog just farted with its mouth. Unexpectedly, the wolf's howl collided with the husky's hiccup, resulting in a loud boom as a burst of sparks exploded between the two dogs. Jang Xiaoai. Werewolf. The werewolf was dumbfounded. What the hell just happened? What the hell exploded? Jang Xiaoai instantly understood, damn, this Siberian husky really inhaled half a bottle of gas. Was this outright despair or some bizarre enlightenment? For a moment, Jang Xiaoai was plunged into shock and bewilderment. Exhausted, Jang Xiaoai tidied up the room briefly before settling down to rest. Without hot water, he could only make do with a quick shower. He took out a sack from his system backpack and spread it on the floor, then pieced together a pillow from the furniture scraps torn apart by the husky before lying down on the makeshift bed. Suddenly, just as he lay down, he realized something important. He casually picked up a few wooden scraps, tossed them into the sack, and tried storing it back into the system backpack. The next instant, as if by magic, the sack filled with wood chips instantly disappeared from Jang Xiaoai's hand. Jang Xiaoai was overjoyed upon checking the system backpack. He found the sack indeed lying quietly inside. He attempted to retrieve just the wood chips from the sack within the system backpack, but the effort ended in failure. Jang Xiaobai clicked his tongue ruefully. This was a bit problematic. Every time he needed something, he'd have to take the entire sack out of the system backpack. Then, another idea popped into his mind. Besides holding inanimate objects like wooden blocks, could it also contain living beings? He glanced at the husky, which was currently licking the werewolf into utter despair. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a sneak attack. Straight from behind, he threw a sack over it. The husky was stuffed into the sack, struggling furiously inside, yet there was no sign of movement from the outside. From the surface, it just looked like an ordinary sack patched up here and there, slightly bulging, with no trace of the husky's struggle visible at all. The werewolf watched as Jang Xiaobai finally got rid of that annoying husky and couldn't help but relax, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it, that husky's breath reeks of something foul. Disgusting. Gag. No sooner had he gagged. Slap. Jang Xiaobai stuffed the werewolf into a burlap sack. Werewolf, asterisk. The werewolf froze for a second before realizing he'd been stuffed into a burlap sack. He glanced around the interior space of the sack, about 10 cubic meters in size. The lighting inside was dim, yet still enough to discern his surroundings. In his dazed state, he sensed something approaching him. Turning around, he spotted the husky. The previously frightened husky, upon seeing the werewolf enter, excitedly began nuzzling against him again. The werewolf? Just as the werewolf was feeling gloomy, he noticed something unusual about a wooden block by his feet. It was as if a thick barrier separated this wooden block from him. Unable to touch it directly, he could only move the block by relying on the spatial membrane enveloping his body. He also discovered that this thick barrier had completely no effect between him and the dumb dog. Just as he was being tormented by the dumb dog, a sudden spatial pressure pressed down on him from above. With great effort, he lifted his head and saw that the spatial pressure took the shape of a human foot. The werewolf immediately realized what was happening. Damn you, Jang, you kicked me. Jang Xiaobai stepped on the sack with his foot and concluded after examining it. Seems like the sack can't be stored in the system space as long as it contains living beings. He lifted the sack, preparing to dump the werewolf and the husky out. The sack was remarkably light, still only weighing its original empty weight, with no sensation whatsoever that it contained two dogs. The werewolf immediately started cursing the moment it came out. You damned Jiang, how dare you step on me? Jang Xiaobai was somewhat surprised. Can you feel it? Nonsense. You're practically crushing my bones. Jang Xiaobai grew even more curious. Quick, tell me what's going on inside. The werewolf stubbornly shook his head. Jang Xiaobai saw the werewolf unwilling to cooperate and silently pulled out his phone, ready to call the hunter's organization. The werewolf was on the verge of a breakdown. Again! Whatever, when the wolf's under the eaves, it has to bow its head. The werewolf hesitated for a moment before beginning to chant in a low voice. Woof woof woof. Jang Xiaobai clapped his hands with a smile. Brilliant, you've even learned to answer ahead of time. Werewolf. Compelled by fear of the hunter organization, the werewolf gritted his teeth and resentfully described the environment inside the burlap sack space, the thick barrier walls and the spatial pressure. After listening, Jang Xiaobai pondered for a while, and his expression brightened. He thought to himself, so this sack isn't just for carrying things, it's practically a must-have tool for home, travel, kidnapping, and unlawful detention. He opened the system to check its description of the sack. Item, patch sack. Introduction, I'm incredibly slick at putting on a show. Jang Xiaobai. With such divine tools at his disposal, Jang Xiaobai was in high spirits. He lay back on the burlap sack, pulled out his phone, whipped out a little notebook, and started tallying up the day's haul. He opened up his transaction records, which documented the bulk of that day's earnings. Selling first-grade spirit cores netted him a 300,000 split, selling 20 blood spirit flowers to Sister Rong brought in 62,300, street vending earned him 48,000, and selling to the alchemy division bagged him 800,000. The readily available funds alone already amount to 1.2 million. Add to that one mid-grade spirit stone and one high-grade spirit stone, which together can fetch over 400,000 more. And none of this even includes that priceless elemental ring. At this moment, Jang Xiaobai could be described as having empty pockets in terms of possessions, yet being rolling in wealth. After organizing the money, Jang Xiaobai put away his phone and notebook, closed his eyes, and lay back to calculate the system's rewards. Capturing a single fire demon ant earned him 10 monster coins. By this calculation, he accumulated a total of 710 monster coins in just one day. Although he ended up spending more than half of them to draw monster rations for the fire demon ant, he still had 320 monster coins left. Once the system's penalty period is over, he could draw a whopping 64 prizes with those 320 monster coins. A full 64 times, this was something Jang Xiaobai had been dreaming of obtaining. Moreover, the data collection on the fire ants was already 79% complete, which meant he could obtain at least another 21 monster coins on his next attempt. Speaking of fire ants, Jang Xiaoa suddenly remembered Suihua still hadn't learned her skills yet. Opening the monster manual, all of Suihua's skills were displayed clearly. Venom Spray LV3 price, 5 monster coins, learnable, turns organs into monster attributes upon learning. Immunity to all poisons LV5 price, 10 monster coins, learnable. Spitting everywhere LV8 price, 1 monster coin, learnable. Suihua had very few skills available, just 3 in total. Yet among these, 2 were either unlearnable or entirely unnecessary to learn. The Venom Spit skill reminded Jang Xiaoa of the scene when he first met Suihua, when she had sprayed him with that distinctive ant-like mandible. It totally goes against human aesthetics, doesn't it? And who knows, after learning it, you might get arrested by the authorities and dissected. As for ground spitting, that goes without saying. Why waste monster coins learning something like that? Finally, Jang Xiaoa decisively chose the immunity to all poisons skill, deducting 10 monster coins. As the system notification sounded, Jang Xiaoa instantly mastered this skill. Unlike the Blood Fury skill which required active activation, the immunity to all poisons ability, like enhanced senses, was a passive skill that remained permanently active once learned. After mastering the invulnerable to poisons skill, Jang Xiaoa didn't experience any special sensations. He thought to himself that this skill would probably only manifest its effects when encountering actual poisons. Then, Jang Xiaoa opened his system backpack again. The backpack had become substantially more substantial due to Jang Xiaoba's frenzied lottery draws. 2 marrow cleansing pills, 5 body tempering pills, 25 bottles of basic concealment potions, 2 bottles of speed potions, and 1 bottle of basic health regeneration potion. Oh yes, there was also a box of extra chewing gum and the patched hemp sack spread beneath him. Any one of these items could cause a sensation in the cultivation world if revealed. Jang Xiaoa took out the extra chewing gum from the system's backpack, somewhat puzzled about its purpose. Could it just be for cleaning teeth and refreshing his mind? He didn't believe it. The system might have a temper, but it probably wouldn't do something so pointless. Jang Xiaoa took out a piece of chewing gum and held it in his hand, then summoned his attribute panel. The moment the attribute panel appeared, he popped the piece of gum into his mouth and started chewing. Chomp chomp. Soon, that refreshing and invigorating sensation surged through his mind once more, and a mysterious smile curled at the corners of his lips. At that moment, a new value appeared on the attribute panel: mental. Race, human. Aptitude, I- grade. Level, body forging 6th layer. Spiritual power, 203 of 203. Vitality, 203 of 203. Spirit, 120 75. Skill, Blood Fury LV1. Sensory Enhancement LV1. Poison Immunity LV1. This spirit probably refers to mental energy, but then why are there 2 numerical values, 120 and 75? He tried to analyze the suddenly appearing numerical values. After consuming the extra gum, his mental energy had surged dramatically, which meant the higher value represented the boosted state, while the lower figure reflected his true mental energy level. He swallowed another piece of gum. The mental energy stats changed from 120 to 120, 75, to 130 to 130, 80. Apparently, each piece of gum increased his true mental energy by 5 points and his boosted mental energy by 10 points. The only problem was, he had no idea how to use this mental energy. Was it simply meant to clear his mind? Jang Xiaoa wasn't entirely clear, but one thing he knew for sure, this extra gum was definitely a good item. After all, anything produced by the system was guaranteed to be top quality. Of course, punishments excluded. The werewolf nearby, seeing Jang Xiaoa lying on the ground with that mysterious smile, immediately understood the situation. He thought to himself, smiling in your sleep must mean you're having a sexy dream. Humph, who'd have thought this guy was just as much of a pervert as that old fat man? Disgusting, disgusting. Before long, the werewolf also fell asleep. He smiled. He grinned with a lecherous expression. He even talked in his sleep. The sleep talking was loud? Mine's huge. You'll have to endure it. 2 a.m. Qingqing Villa. Shenwei had just finished absorbing the energy from a low-grade spirit stone and lay down to rest when his phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw an unfamiliar number on the screen. Without much thought, Shenwei answered the call. There was a second of silence on the other end of the line before a low voice whispered, "Rong is mine." Shenwei, ? Thinking it was a wrong number, Shenwei hung up without hesitation. 2 minutes later, the phone rang again, still the same caller ID. Shenwei answered the phone again. The voice on the other end, "Rong is mine." Shenwei? Shenwei said impatiently, "You've got the wrong number." The other party paused for a moment before asking, "Are you Shenwei?" "That's right. Rong is mine." "Psycho." Shenwei hung up the phone and blocked the number. 5 a.m. Rong is mine. Shenwei snapped, yelling, "Are you out of your damn mind? You called me over 30 times tonight using 12 different phone numbers." The other person, "I don't care, Rong belongs to me." Shenwei. Chapter 33. Haven't figured out what to name this chapter yet. Monday. Jang Xiaobai woke up and couldn't help sighing at the sight of his messy room. This is such a mess. No way, gotta hire someone to clean and renovate it. Just thinking about the expenses of hiring people gave Jang Xiaobai a toothache. He began comforting himself. Even though this isn't my house, and I wasn't the one who tore it apart, I still have to live here, don't I? Finally, with no other choice, Jang Xiaobai took advantage of the early hours before school to search online for housekeeping and renovation services. The first to arrive were the renovation workers, and the moment they pushed the door open, they were stunned speechless. The foreman scanned the room in silence for a long while before finally saying, "Bro, did an ancient Indian deity duke it out with the 12 angels in your place yesterday?" Jang Xiaobai. The foreman then asked, "Kid, how do you even want this place fixed?" Jang Xiaobai thought for a moment. No major renovations needed. Just fix the broken floor tiles and water heater. As for the furniture, I'll have someone deliver it later. Seeing that Jang Xiaobai was just a student, the older brother kindly reminded him, the repairs won't cost much, but buying furniture might set you back quite a bit. Jang Xiaobai felt the pinch in his heart but didn't show it. It's fine. This furniture is quite old now anyway, time for a change. Truthfully, Jang Xiaobai had considered buying a house directly in Qingqing last night, but the thought that this world's college entrance exams were in April made him abandon the idea. From now until the college entrance exams in April, there's only a little over half a year left. Given his abilities, he certainly wouldn't be staying in this small town for long. Moreover, since he didn't really have any family ties, once he left, he'd most likely never return. In the end, buying this apartment would be a waste. While Jang Xiaobai was chatting with the renovation crew, two middle-aged women froze in the doorway. Jang Xiaobai asked, "Are you two from the housekeeping company?" The two older women nodded with great difficulty. "You came just in time. Clean up the room so I can let the construction workers start the renovations." The two women let out a long sigh of relief. "You scared me to death. I thought you were fighting in the room." Jang Xiaobai, the construction worker. After finishing the chores, Jang Xiaobai led the sleepy werewolf and Era downstairs. He pointed to Era and said to the werewolf, "Keep an eye on this guy and don't let him go upstairs before I come back." The werewolf nodded blankly. Jang Xiaobai hesitated for a moment before pulling out a 5 yuan bill from his pocket and handing it to the werewolf. "This is the money humans use to buy things. You two go spend it." The previously lethargic werewolf instantly regained his alertness. He glanced at the 5 yuan bill, then at Jang Xiaobai, muttering under his breath, "You think I've never seen money before? You actually have the nerve to pull out $5. Who the hell are you trying to piss off here?" The werewolf snatched the money and flung it violently to the ground. "You think you can toss me pennies like I'm some beggar?" Without another word, Jang Xiaobai picked up the money and walked away. The werewolf was left dumbfounded. All he'd wanted was to put on a show of unyielding pride, refusing to bend for mere 5 yuan, so Jang Xiaobai might cough up more for a decent lunch to replenish his body after last night's vivid dreams. Jang Xiaobai ignored him and walked away. He left without even looking back. "You're seriously not giving me a single cent? I'll take $5. Don't walk away with it." Qingqing No. 2 High School. At the school gate, Ren Jingjin ran to the breakfast stall with a beaming face and bought 2 steamed buns. Just as he got his hands on the 2 meat buns, a malicious voice rang in his ear. "Happily stuffing your face, Ren?" Ren Jingjin turned his head and saw it was Chen Wei. He said with a mocking tone, "Oh, isn't this the high and mighty one here? What brings you to school? I thought people like you didn't need to attend classes." Chen Wei sneered coldly, "From now on, you're the one who won't need to attend classes anymore." Ren Fatty had a bad premonition. "What do you mean by that?" As soon as the words fell, Chen Wei suddenly took action in front of everyone, throwing a heavy punch directly at Ren Jingjin. Fat Ren was caught completely off guard, taking a solid punch to the chest that sent him flying backward. As he soared through the air, Fat Ren was utterly shocked. So painful. Why does this guy hit so hard? He simply couldn't understand it. He'd already reached the first level of body refining, so how could he still fail to withstand a single punch from this guy? Just how high must his cultivation be? Boom! With a thunderous crash, the fat man slammed into the ground, unable to move. Howling in pain, he cursed, "Damn it, Chen, you bastard, cheating with a sneak attack. Oh shit, where are my buns?" Chen Wei gave Ren Jingjin no chance to rise, clenching his fist and preparing to deliver a decisive strike with the third layer of his 5th stage body tempering power. Unable to get up, Ren Jingjin saw his opponent raise his fist again and tightly closed his eyes, giving up all resistance as he silently awaited the descent of that iron fist. Yet after waiting for what felt like an eternity, there wasn't the slightest sign of movement. Slowly opening his eyes, he instead saw Chen Wei's fist caught steadily by a hand that had appeared out of nowhere. Fat Ren turned his head and saw that the owner of the hand was none other than Jang Xiaobai. The chubby boy seemed to have found his savior. Clinging to Jiang like a lifeline, he wailed, "Brother Jiang, he hit me. You've got to avenge me." Chen Wei, standing nearby, curled his lips into a faint sneer. "So it's you, Jang Xiaobai. I was just worrying about not being able to find you, and here you come delivering yourself to me." Jang Xiaoa grinned broadly. I was wondering who was throwing their weight around here, turns out it's you. I say Mr. Big Shot, what's up with those dark circles? Definitely didn't do anything good last night, huh? Let me guess, either you went after someone or someone went after you. Judging by your drained look, you must have been the one getting got, right? Alright, where are those colorful-haired emo pals of yours? Don't tell me they were the ones who got you last night? Suddenly I'm curious whether your asshole is an asterisk or an O shape now. Chen Wei erupted in anger. What colorful-haired emos? You're asking for death. The two put distance between them, simultaneously throwing their fists toward each other in a brutal clash. Seeing Jang Xiaoa meet his fist with a punch, Chen Wei laughed. What a fool, daring to exchange blows with me. Has he even looked in the mirror to see what kind of talent and strength he possesses? Their fists moved with incredible speed, leaving only after images visible to the eye. Boom! The two punches collided head-on, bones emitting a muffled crack as both combatants were forced back several steps. Chen Wei clenched his sore fist. He had just thrown that punch with 80% of his strength, enough to break Jang Xiaoba's bones. Yet the other man had not only blocked it, but seemed to do so with far more ease than Chen Wei himself. This is impossible. I'm a genius with a B-grade aptitude. How could I fail to defeat an F-grade trash, especially after consuming so many resources? Ren Jinjin witnessed Jang Xiaobai trading blows with Chen Wei without losing ground, and his entire body tensed with excitement. Holy shit, when did Jiangzi get so badass? Gotta hold onto this thick thigh tight from now on, can't let this big shot slip away. As he spoke, Ren Jinjin tightened his grip around Jang Xiaobai's thick thigh with renewed fervor. The thigh was indeed thick, just a bit prickly to the touch. Their duel had drawn quite a crowd of onlookers, and aside from the vendors hawking their wares, every spectator was a student from No. 2 high school. Among the students, one named Gu Zhengyu arrived relatively early. As soon as he entered, he saw Chang Wei practicing on the rings. Oh no, wait, it was Chen Wei beating up Ren Jinjin. Then, he witnessed Jang Xiaobai catch Chen Wei's fist, and the two exchanged punches ending in a draw. Gu Zhengyu was puzzled. Wasn't Chen Wei a B-grade talent? How had he become so mediocre after just a few days? Could it be that getting his pants pulled down last time damaged his foundation? He couldn't care less about that. With his big mouth, how could he resist spreading the word after seeing such a scene? Gu Zhengyu sprinted all the way to the classroom, where many students had been classmates before the reshuffling. Everyone was quite familiar with both Jang Xiaobai and the bully Chen Wei. Guess what I just saw? What? The crowd asked. Chen Wei just hit Ren Jinjin, and then Jang Xiaobai squeezed out from the crowd and grabbed Chen Wei's fist. The two of them started fighting right after. The crowd quickly asked, so what's the result? It's a tie for now. Someone exclaimed in shock, Jang Xiaobai is that strong? Isn't he an F-level talent? Someone retorted, I don't think Jang Xiaobai is too strong, it's more that Chen Wei is too weak. A B-level is considered weak now? Who knows? Wanna go check it out? Let's go. As soon as the group stepped outside, a busybody spotted them and asked, hey, where are you off to? By the time they reached the stairwell, the whole crew was already buzzing, going to watch the fight, Chen Wei versus Ren Jinjin. Jang Xiaobai jumped in to help and actually blocked his punch barehanded. The busybody didn't catch it and asked the person next to him, what did they just say? He said Chen Wei was beating Ren Jinjin, and Jang Xiaobai went over to help pin down Ren Jinjin's hands. The busybody looked puzzled. Aren't Jang Xiaobai and Ren Jinjin inseparable best buddies? The other person shrugged and joked half-heartedly, who knows, maybe there's some emotional drama between them. The busybody suddenly understood, nodded, and started running toward the scene of the incident. On the way, the busybody ran into an acquaintance. The acquaintance asked, why are you running so fast? The busybody replied, Jang Xiaobai, over some love drama, held Chen Wei's hand and beat up Ren Jinjin. Damn, let me put my bag down, I'm coming to see too. What are you all running for? Ren Jinjin cheated on Chen Wei, so Jang Xiaobai and Chen Wei beat Ren Jinjin up. Ren Jinjin saw Chen Wei and Jang Xiaobai holding hands and cheating together. Ren Jinjin, Chen Wei, and Jang Xiaobai walked out of the school gate hand in hand, looking just like a perfect little family. As rumors swirled in the air, Jang Xiaobai and Chen Wei had already exchanged over a dozen blows at the school gate. After more than 10 exchanges, the two were still evenly matched. However, Chen Wei was clearly having a harder time. Veins bulged on his sweating forehead, and his clenched fists were already loosening from the pain. Chen Wei glanced at his own hands, thinking to himself, how can I, at the 5th level of body forging, fail to defeat someone who's only just opened their spiritual valve and is only at the 1st level of body forging? Could it be that my cultivation is fake? Chen Wei was even starting to question his entire existence. Chen Wei is so weak, he only managed to fight Jang Xiaobai to a draw. Yeah, look at how obviously weak that power is. If it were me, I might have knocked both of them down. Stop bragging, but if I went up against one of them, at least I'd have the upper hand. Most of the students gathered around were only at the 2nd level of body tempering, with a few slightly higher at the 3rd level. They probably had no idea that the two they were commenting on were actually a 5th level and a 6th level body tempering practitioner. The whole scene was like bronze rank players critiquing gold rank players, and the bronze rank players were pretty stubborn about it too. Just as Chen Wei was struggling to hold his ground, a black sedan pulled up in front of the crowd. It was the vice principal's car. Seeing Vice Principal Chen Lingshan arriving, no one dared to linger and watch the drama any longer. They all scattered like frightened birds and beasts. Chen Lingshan stepped out of the car with a dark expression, exuding an oppressive aura as he walked toward Jang Xiaobai. The oppressive aura made Jang Xiaobai feel suffocated, causing his steps to falter slightly. So you're Jang Xiaobai. Do you know the consequences of bullying fellow students at the school gate? Chen Lingshan's meaning was clear. It was a blatant threat toward Jang Xiaobai. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from the breakfast stall. Boss, still hungry? Another bowl of salty soy milk, sweet tofu pudding, and sweet zangzi. Jang Xiaobai and Ring Jinjin turned their heads in unison toward the breakfast stall at the sound. Old Yang. As if noticing them only then, Yang Xiaoa exclaimed, "Oh, Vice Principal Chen is here too. Had breakfast yet? I bought extra care to join us?" Chen Lingshan, who had been planning to give Jang Xiaobai a hard time, immediately wore an unpleasant expression upon seeing Yang Xiaoa's presence. He scoffed coldly, "Many thanks for Teacher Yang's kindness, but I'd like to ask if you witnessed your students bullying others at school?" Old Yang burst into laughter. "As I recall, wasn't it Chen Wei who threw the first punch?" Chen Lingshan turned to look at Chen Wei, whose face had turned ashen. Meeting his grandfather's gaze, he lowered his head in silence, neither confirming nor denying. Chen Lingshan roughly guessed his grandson had indeed struck first and felt somewhat in the wrong. "So Teacher Yang, how do you think this should be handled?" Chen Lingshan asked Yang Xiaoa. Yang Xiaoa brushed it off, saying, "It's just some friendly sparring between students. There's no bullying here." However, Old Yang abruptly changed his tone. "Shouldn't you apologize for injuring a classmate during this sparring?" "You?" Chen Lingshan's tone turned harsh, yet he understood. Was the other party giving him a way out? "Wei, go apologize to them." Chen Wei stood motionless and silent, his eyes burning with a thirst for revenge. Old Yang added, "How about this? If Chen isn't willing to apologize, then some material compensation will do. My students are quite badly injured. What do you think, Principal Chen?" As he spoke, Old Yang glanced at Jiang Xiaobai and Rin Jinjin. The two immediately understood each other. Jang Xiaobai collapsed to the ground, wailing, "Ow, my kneecap." Ren Jinjin followed suit, "Ow, my lumbar disc." Jang Xiaobai, "Why are you keeping tempo with me now?" Ren Jinjin, "Because you stole my line." Old Yang at the side twitched the corner of his eye. "I just asked you two to put on an act. How did it turn into actual improv? What is this, the Spring Festival gala stage?" Chen Lingshan was so angry his teeth ached. "Fine, let's compensate them," he spat. He casually tossed down 2 spirit stones before taking Chen Wei into the carriage and driving off. Inside the carriage, Chen Wei fumed, "I don't understand. You're already the vice principal. Why would you make concessions to some insignificant teacher?" Chen Lingshan wasn't angered by Chen Wei's rudeness. He said slowly, "Because the power behind him is immense, so immense that it could shake the entire Jianghuai province." A brief silence fell in the car. Chen Lingshan felt puzzled in his heart. How could this Jiang Xiaobai come to school as if nothing had happened? Could it be that those scoundrels took the money without doing the job? Chapter 34, The Premium Quality Husky Among Dogs. Watching Chen Lingshan drive away, Rin Jinjin climbed up from the ground and complained to Yang Xiaoa, "Old Yang, you're so unkind. You just stood there watching me get beaten." Old Yang shrugged with a laugh and said, "I warned you guys earlier, but you wouldn't listen and went to mock him instead. A good beating might help you remember better." His gaze then shifted to Jiang Xiaobai. After looking him up and down several times, his eyes revealed deep suspicion. He was utterly baffled, thinking he might have sensed incorrectly, so he cautiously attempted to sense again twice. There was no mistake in what he sensed. How on earth did this guy reach body refinement stage 6 after just 2 days? Even Luli from class 1, that heaven-blessed genius, only managed to reach the 6th stage by leveraging her family's resources. Could there have been a mistake in his aptitude report back then? Or perhaps this guy encountered some miraculous opportunity? Old Yang asked, "Have you reached the 6th tier yet?" Jang Xiaobai was quite surprised. When he exchanged punches with Chen Wei earlier, he hadn't mobilized his qi and blood or revealed his aura, so how did Old Yang discern his exact cultivation level? He cleared his throat solemnly and said, "No, only 2 levels." Old Yang's lips twitched. "Who do you think you're fooling? Kid, did you think my awakened mind mage abilities were just for show?" But since this kid refuses to admit it, fine, tall trees catch much wind. Being targeted by the Chen family was already disgusting enough. If others learned about his extraordinary encounter, it would only invite unnecessary trouble. Old Yang placed a hand on Jiang Xiaobai's shoulder and said, "Alright, 2 layers isn't too slow. Circulate your qi and blood, let me feel it." Jiang Xiaobai began circulating the qi and blood within his body. After sensing for a moment, Old Yang remarked, "Your progress is too rapid, your qi and blood are chaotic and restless, lacking stability. How do we solve this?" Jiang Xiaobai asked. "You need to slow down your leveling pace, consolidate your qi and blood, and prevent a chi blood collapse when circulating them. I recommend going to an external training hall to practice martial arts techniques, expend more chi and blood. Every single movement cultivators make consumes chi and blood after all. Jang Xiaoa nodded solemnly, thinking to himself, exhausting chi and blood is easy enough. Just activate Bloodchief frenzy and I could drain myself dry in minutes. Old Yang added, remember to learn some basic martial skills when you go to the training hall. Watching the two of you fight earlier was downright hilarious. Rin Jinjin, who had been waiting nearby for a while, saw that Jang Xiaoa had been given instructions and eagerly chimed in, Old Yang, what about me? What about me? Should I slow down my leveling speed too? Old Yang's lips twitched. Slow down your ass. Hurry up and raise your chi and blood without stopping, otherwise, how am I supposed to teach you techniques or instruct you in circulating your chi and blood? The chubby Rin, scolded so harshly by Old Yang, muttered aggrievely, I can already circulate my chi and blood. When? The chubby kid beamed with pride. Just this morning, I stayed up all night figuring it out on my own. Old Yang was utterly dumbfounded. How could you dare? Attempting to study chi and blood circulation without guidance could easily lead to a collapse of vital energy. At this initial stage of opening one's spiritual valves, if vital energy collapses, you'd basically be doomed to remain an ordinary person for life. Yang Xiaoa felt a pounding headache. What kind of students was he teaching? Both supposedly possessed only F-level aptitudes, yet one reached body tempering 6th layer in 2 days, and the other somehow mastered chi blood circulation through self-study and was perfectly fine afterward. Damn it, should this be considered poor aptitude or incredible talent? Old Yang sighed wearily and said, let's go, class is about to start. Old Yang stood at the podium and asked the students below, how many of you have opened your spirit gate? This time, the entire class raised their hands. Old Yang nodded in satisfaction. Good, let me tell you something first. Later, I'll teach each of you the body tempering techniques one by one. The school's testing room will be open tomorrow. Make time to go get your blood vitality and spiritual power levels measured, so you can set clear cultivation goals for yourselves. With that, Old Yang stepped down from the lectern and began going from seat to seat, imparting the body forging techniques to each student. Jang Xiaoa and Rin Jinjin sat in the back row, completely ignoring Old Yang's lecture. They were too busy investigating the rumors about themselves. Alleyway entrance. The werewolf lay sprawled on the ground, listless and resting, when suddenly a tantalizing aroma awakened the hunger pangs in its belly. He looked up. The aroma was coming from the steamed bun shop across the street. The werewolf really wanted to scoot over for breakfast right now, but the rope around its neck was too short. There was simply no way its length could reach the steamed bun stall. He thought to himself, as long as one end of this dog leash was tied to the bun shop entrance, he could get to eat delicious buns. But how could he move this rope when he couldn't budge it himself? The werewolf turned his gaze to the husky beside him. The werewolf whispered to the husky, hey, dumb dog. Hearing the voice, the husky turned its head and, upon realizing it was the werewolf calling, excitedly nuzzled up to him. The werewolf pushed the husky away with a kick and muttered, need to discuss something with you. The husky stared at the werewolf, tilting its head from side to side with a look of profound wisdom in its eyes. You bite that end of the rope, then loop around to the other side of the road. I'll take you to eat steamed buns. The werewolf, afraid the husky might not understand, used both hands and feet to draw circles in the air as demonstration. The husky seemed to understand and began jumping around excitedly. Got it? The werewolf asked uncertainly. The husky immediately showed its wise gaze again. Asterisk, brilliant. Seems like it didn't understand. The werewolf continued gesturing in the air. The husky jumped even more excitedly. Surely you understand this time? Once again, the husky revealed its expression of profound wisdom. Omega, so wise. The werewolf grew impatient. For fuck's sake, did you understand or not? If you keep dawdling, the gate will close. The husky froze, his expression turning serious. So you finally understood? The husky picked up the rope with its mouth and immediately started running. Holy shit! The werewolf couldn't react in time and was nearly dragged off his feet. We're here! We're here! They circled around the road and stopped right in front of the steamed bun shop, but the husky showed no intention of stopping, still sprinting forward excitedly. Woof! The werewolf tried to brake, but it was useless. The leash artifact was simply too powerful, leaving him no choice but to be dragged along. The steamed bun shop owner, holy shit, honey, look at what? Dog walking a dog. The husky seemed to truly understand what the werewolf was saying. After the werewolf gestured by drawing a few circles in the air, the husky dragged the werewolf around for exactly that many laps. Precise and disciplined, the husky is truly a high-quality specimen among dogs. By noon, not only had the werewolf failed to eat even one bite of bowsy, but he had also run over 20,000 meters around the streets. Finally, the laps were completed, and Era stopped. It still wanted to keep playing, yearning to dash around with the rope in its mouth. Seeing this, the werewolf panicked. It leaped onto the other end of the rope and roared at Era, get lost. The once excited Era gave the werewolf a disappointed look, hung its head, and walked away in silence. The werewolf belatedly realized and said somewhat guiltily, "Did I speak too harshly just now?" Xingqiang number 2 high school. Rumors can kill, but they couldn't touch Jang Xiaoa and Ren Jinjin, these two thick-skinned individuals. The two of them listened to the rumors about themselves with great delight, tales of fleeing, chasing, and being caught with no escape. Or perhaps, they were the best of brothers who unexpectedly fell for the same man, an irredeemably bad man, whose sins were forgiven by him. Welcome to the urban drama of men saving their tangled loves and hatreds, the temptation of homecoming. Some even went so far as to write a BL novel. Jang Xiaobai and Ren Jinjin specifically went to Tomato Fiction to follow updates, demand new chapters, and leave 5-star reviews. 5 stars. A full 5 stars. Halfway through playing, Jang Xiaobai suddenly realized he hadn't bought his furniture yet. He opened the Taobayabi app and started comparing different furniture options. Ren Jinjin, who was nearby, asked curiously, "Why are you thinking about buying furniture? Aren't you renting the place?" "My home got demolished." "By whom?" "Dogs?" Jang Xiaobai browsed through various furniture pieces with the mentality that since he'd have to spend money anyway, he might as well go all out in one go. Soon, he took a fancy to a Simmons mattress priced at over 10,000 yuan. Ren Jinjin was shocked when he saw the price. "Damn, what kind of mattress is this, so expensive?" No sooner had he spoken than Jang Xiaobai placed the order. "Ren Jinjin." Before Fatty Run could say another word, Jang Xiaobai's fingers flew across the screen as he placed 3 more orders for a table, chairs, and a stool, spending over 8,000 yuan in total. Ren Jinjin swallowed hard, thinking to himself, Zhang Zi really doesn't care about money anymore. But then he recalled Jang Xiaobai's earnings of 48,000 last night and somewhat understood. After being broke for so long, he's now indulging in revenge spending. Right after, he saw Jang Xiaobai about to place an order for a 15,000 yuan bed, prompting Ren Jinjin to hurriedly stop him. "Zhang Zi, stop it, don't go browsing furniture stores anymore. Outside is full of Jackie Chan's otherwise we'll really be broke." The shopping-addicted Jang Xiaobai waved his hand reassuringly. "Don't worry, bro's got plenty of cash." The little fatty fretted, "What cash? You barely have anything. You're only at body tempering stage 2 now, there's so much more to spend on cultivation later. Think about it, won't your elixirs cost money later? Do you think the money for your elixirs just flows in like floodwater?" Jang Xiaobai fell silent upon hearing this. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "What you said makes perfect sense. It really does make perfect sense. These medicinal pills truly don't require spending money to buy. This money might as well have flowed in like water. Cultivation relies entirely on the system anyway, what do we need money for? Of course it's just 2 words. Buy." Jang Xiaobai understood everything now. "I really have zero interest in money." Enlightened, Jang Xiaobai began shopping like crazy. Ren Jinjin covered his face. "Jiangzi, how come you're being rebellious all of a sudden?" "Rental apartment." A cleaning lady pulled a damaged certificate from the ruins. She showed it to the decorator and said, "Neither of us can read much, what do you think this is? Is it still useful?" The contractor brother said in a solemn tone after reading the words on the certificate, "This is the child's orphan certificate." Hearing the words orphan certificate, everyone's expressions turned sorrowful. The elder sister sighed regretfully. "What a good kid, yet he's an orphan. It must have been so hard for him growing up." Another woman chimed in sympathetically, "My own kid lazes around at home all day, living off us, while this child has been supporting himself for ages. That's the difference right there." The renovation worker couldn't help but speak up. "We're all struggling folks here. I'll take a loss on this job and give him a 50% discount." The elder sister said with a smile, "I'll charge less too. I'll give him a discount." Everyone was pleased. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. The door opened, it was the furniture store delivery team. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Zhang's residence?" "Yeah, what's up?" "Mr. Jiang asked us to deliver some furniture." The man beckoned behind him, and a crew entered carrying various pieces of furniture. The renovation worker involuntarily gaped in astonishment at the incoming furnishings. Most renovation workers are also experts in furniture, so they could instantly recognize the price range of these pieces at a glance. The boss was utterly bewildered. Could this really have been bought by an orphan child with no support? How the hell are they so loaded? Even the housekeeping lady, who knew nothing about furniture, could probably guess that these pieces were quite expensive. After hesitating for a moment, the lady asked timidly, "Should we still give him a discount?" Big Brother flushed and said, "Discount? Not a chance." Chapter 35, Mentalist. Hospital. The chubby uncle lay on the hospital bed watching Lu Chao bustling around and said sheepishly, "Lu Chao, don't bother about me. The doctors already said I'm fine." Lu Chao stubbornly refused. "No way. My brother asked me to take good care of you, and I promised him. Being a man is all about loyalty and keeping your word. I can't possibly go back on my promise." The burly uncle privately wondered what kind of magic potion that youth called Chen Wei had fed this guy. These two had been at each other's throats before, but now they were practically inseparable. Mentioning Chen Wei made Lu Chao chatter incessantly as if a floodgate had opened. That day my brother killed the demon-faced monkey with just one move, and slit that bitch Cheng's throat with two. The burly uncle was thoroughly confused. Didn't Cheng Yi kill that demon monkey? How did it become Chen Wei's doing? Did I get hit so hard I lost my memory? And who the hell knocked me out with that sneak attack anyway? At this moment, Lu Chao handed the chubby uncle a bank card. Take this. It's what my buddy confiscated from that bitch Chang. There's 2.5 million in it. 2.5 million? You sure know how to split the money. The chubby uncle took the card. That Cheng guy was loaded? By the way, what about that ring? The ring? I gave it to my buddy. At the time, he didn't want much, just a top-grade spirit stone and a mid-grade one. I felt bad and insisted he pick some treasures. Finally, he just took that plain-looking ring. Sigh, my buddy's such a great guy, too kind-hearted. In this world, someone like him could easily get scammed by bad people. Lu Chao started spouting praises for Chen Wei again. The chubby middle-aged man beside him looked at Lu Chao like he was an idiot. You're the one who's easily fooled. This idiot's been completely duped. Not only did they take his most valuable possession, but he's still here singing their praises? This is absolutely ridiculous. The worst part is this guy forced the ring into someone's hand. Where's the justice in that? Though hearing his explanation, I actually feel somewhat relieved. In the end, it was that Lu Chao who saved me, so giving him the item is only right and proper. But why do I remember Chen Wei only being at body forging 5th level? Lu Chao talked until his mouth was parched. Wouldn't you say my bro's a really great guy? The chubby uncle couldn't even bear to look at him as he perfunctorily replied, right, your bro's a great guy. Kid, hurry up and get my discharge paperwork sorted, I want out of this hospital. Just as Lu Chao was about to persuade the chubby uncle to stay a few more days for observation, a sweet voice sounded from outside the door. Bet 11 Miao Nangbiao, you can now complete your discharge procedures. Immediately after, a beautiful young nurse pushed the door open and entered. At the sight of the pretty nurse, Miao Nangbiao nearly drooled all over his sheets. Clutching his head, he hastily groaned, Nurse, my hair hurts, can't you let me stay a few more days? I've got money, I'll pay monthly. Nurse, Lu Chao? Lu Chao's face was full of black question marks. Weren't you just yelling to be discharged from the hospital? How come now you want to stay, and even want to book a monthly package? Xingcheng number 2 High School. Jang Xiaoa closed the app with satisfaction. He bought 20 to 30 items, both large and small, totaling 100,000 yuan. Jang Xiaoa couldn't help but exclaim, only 100,000 yuan for so many things? That's really cheap. Ren Jijin, sitting beside Jang Xiaobai, was utterly dumbfounded. 100,000 yuan is cheap? Brother, do you have some misunderstanding about the amount of 100,000 yuan? And where did a high school student like you get so much money from? Jang Xiaobai stretched and said to Ren Jijin, come on, let's go to the bathroom. My treat. Run the fatty sprawled on the desk listlessly, feeling antisocial, not going. Jang Xiaobai chuckled to himself, thinking, showing off feels so damn good. Passing by the office door, he spotted Old Yang inside and slipped into the office. Old Yang, I want to ask you something. Go ahead. Jang Xiaobai thought for a moment. What's the use of mental power? Old Yang paused in surprise. Why are you suddenly asking about this? With a solemn expression, Jang Xiaobai said, I think there's something wrong with my mind. Old Yang said irritably, I can tell you've got something seriously wrong with you. Old Yang continued, mental energy controls bodily coordination and the precision of spellcasting. During the body tempering stage, mental energy isn't very useful because everyone's about the same, basically around 60 points. But things become different at the rank stage. Some awaken as martial artists, others as spellcasters. The mental energy differs between spellcasters and martial artists, and even among fellow spellcasters. Jang Xiaobai nodded and asked, is the gap very big then? Among cultivators of the same level, the spiritual power of arcane practitioners is 20% higher than that of martial practitioners. And among arcane practitioners, there exists a special type called psychic practitioners, or mentalists. These psychic practitioners possess spiritual power that's 25% higher than regular arcane practitioners. Psychic practitioners? I don't think I've heard much about them, and I don't recall textbooks mentioning them much either. Old Zhang chuckled, his expression full of pride. Of course not, because they're extremely rare. So rare that in the entire 850,000 population of Qingqing City, I'm the only psychic practitioner. Zhang Xiaobai exclaimed in surprise. Our Qingqing City has such a small population? Old Yang? Is this what you should be focusing on? The point shouldn't be that I'm the only psychic mage here. Old Yang collected himself for a moment before continuing. Practitioners are divided into 7 disciplines: wind, fire, lightning, earth, wood, water, and mentalism. Among these 7 elements, thunder is the most domineering, wind the most unrestrained, water the most gentle, fire the most tempestuous, earth the most tenacious, and wood the most curative. As for spiritual power, it encompasses all their characteristics combined. The most important thing is, she's still invisible. Old Yang smirked mischievously at Jiang Xiaobai. Jang Xiaobai, standing opposite old Yang, suddenly sensed a subtle fluctuation in his mental energy like a single droplet falling onto a still lake, rippling outward in gentle waves. Then came a second drop, a third, countless droplets struck the water's surface, sending endless ripples cascading across it. Jang Xiaobai's heart grew restless along with those ripples. Before he could even process it, the once undulating water surface returned to its original mirror-like stillness. Just as he thought everything was over, the lake's surface suddenly became turbulent again the next second. The raging waves brought Jang Xiaobai an overwhelming sense of suffocation. This terrifying sensation swept through his nerves, as if trying to devour him whole. Facing this mental tsunami, Jang Xiaobai attempted to resist, but all his efforts ended in vain. After what seemed like an eternity, the giant waves disappeared, the lake surface returned to calm, and Jang Xiaobai recovered from the mental oppression. His face turned deathly pale as he glanced at the time. Only 5 seconds had passed, yet those 5 seconds felt as long as an entire day. He murmured to himself, I never imagined mental-type abilities could be this powerful. If I had the chance, becoming a mental-type mage doesn't seem half bad either. Old Yang's expression wasn't looking too good either. He exhaled a long, foul breath and said, the fluctuations you just felt were coming from your own mental space. That's the uniqueness of spiritual power. If you were my enemy, my mental crush just now would have been enough to turn you into a vegetable. Jang Xiaobai ignored his boastful words and instead opened his attribute panel. Race, human. Aptitude, I- grade. Level, body forging 6th layer. Spiritual power, 203 of 203. Vitality, 203 of 203. Spirit, 41 of 85. Jang Xiaobai discovered that after all this commotion, his spirit power had actually increased by 5 points. Panting heavily, he grinned at old Yang and said, that was thrilling. Didn't get enough. Old Yang, let's do it again. Old Yang? Are you out of your mind? You're addicted to this, aren't you? I'm exhausted even if you're not. Beat it. Old Yang kicked Jang Xiaobai straight out of the office. Once outside the office, Jang Xiaobai headed straight for the toilet. Old Yang had taught him that the best way to prevent qi and blood from collapsing was to expend more of it, something Jang Xiaobai found child's play. Activating blood fury, Jang Xiaobai felt an unprecedented clarity throughout his being. Defecating like shooting arrows, urinating like flick sniping, and farting like thunderclaps. Bowels moved smoothly, just wrecked the toilet. No sooner had Jang Xiaobai risen from the squatting position than a tidal wave of exhaustion hit him, bringing dizzying vertigo. It seems this must be the effect of mental force strangulation. He took out a pack of extra gum, popped a piece into his mouth. Crushing the sugary coating, his mental energy instantly restored, even increasing its upper limit by 5 points, now 90/90ths. Returning to the classroom, Jang Xiaobai sat at his desk, using spiritual energy to nurture his blood and refine his qi blood essence. The chubby kid practicing nearby glanced at Jang Xiaobai but didn't speak. Half a minute later, he looked at him again. A minute later, he glanced his way once more. After 90 seconds, yet again his eyes drifted toward him. 2 minutes later, the chubby kid started feeling uneasy. He couldn't help but ask Jang Xiaobai, Jang, what are you laughing about? You haven't stopped since the beginning. I thought of something happy. What request? Just now I went to the toilet without bringing any toilet paper. The day quickly passed until school was dismissed. Jang Xiaobai left the school gate, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the west side of the city. Near the ant colony, Suihua and several flame ants were carrying their fallen comrades' bodies. They placed the corpses in a small pit, observed a moment of silent mourning, and then filled the pit back in. Not long ago, the black-armored demon ants launched another attack on their territory in their continued expansion. This time, Suihua and her comrades emerged victorious once more, a resounding triumph. After burying the dead, Suihua steadied herself. Having endured over a dozen battles both large and small, she had grown accustomed to these partings between life and death. All Suihua could think of now was quickly strengthening her power. Only through greater strength could she seize the chance to survive. How to improve strength? Then we'll have to rely on that kind human. Jang Xiaobai smelled a pungent odor from far away before even reaching his destination. This scent was familiar, it was the venom from fire demon ants. As Jang Xiaobai approached the ant nest, he saw corpses scattered all around the vicinity, though these remains mostly belonged to another species of magical ants. They were likely black-armored demon ants, Jang Xiaobai speculated. Human, you finally arrived. Suihua waved excitedly at Jang Xiaobai upon seeing him. Did you guys fight again just now? Suihua nodded excitedly and continued telling Jang Xiaobai, Human, after eating that spiritual item you gave me last time, I jumped directly from body tempering 2nd layer to 4th layer. Suihua suddenly became bashful. Human, do you still have any more of that spiritual item from last time? Of course. Jang Xiaobai smiled as he took out a body tempering pill from his pocket and handed it to Suihua. Suihua happily accepted the body tempering pill. Instead of consuming it immediately, she kissed it tenderly before carefully tucking it away inside her soft armor. At this moment, a long queue of flame demon ants formed to collect their cultivation rations. This turnout was even larger than the previous one. Jang Xiaoa opened the system store. The penalty duration had expired, and monster rations had reverted to costing 2 monster coins per bag again. And these were the large-sized bags. Not only that, body tempering pills and concealment potions were also officially listed in the store for sale. A single body tempering pill cost 5 monster coins, and a bottle of concealment potion was 10 monster coins. Both prices were quite fair. Jang Xiaoa stocked up on a large batch of monster provisions. He took out a burlap sack from his backpack, then pulled out a small notebook from his pocket and began keeping accounts. Congratulations on collecting information about the fire demon ant. Information completeness increased to 80%. Reward, 10 monster coins. Congratulations on collecting information about the fire ant demon. Information integrity has increased to 99%. Reward, 10 monster coins. Congratulations on collecting information about the fire ant demon. Information integrity has increased to 100%. Reward, 10 monster coins. Ding! Host has collected 100% of fire ant demon information. Obtained the primordial essence of the fire ant demon clan. Please open the monster catalog to claim the primordial essence. Open the monster catalog? Don't open it. Jang Xiaoa wasn't in a hurry. He needed to trick all the flame ant's spirit herbs away first. Chapter 36, Flame Ant Dagger. The flame ant species information had been fully collected. He wondered curiously whether continuing to gather their data would still yield monster coin rewards. He pinched the next flame ant by the scruff of its neck and waited 5 seconds, but no system notification appeared. Jang Xiaoa let out a soft sigh. It seems there are no rewards. He'd just have to earn money through selling the fire demon ant's spiritual herbs. Just as he placed the fire demon ant on the ground, the system suddenly chimed again. Ding! Host, if you feed another 50 fire demon ants, you will receive a fire demon ant cultivation manual. The fire ant cultivation technique? What use is it to me? I can't even cultivate. Though Jang Xiaoa said this, his hands never stopped moving. Soon, 50 fire ants were fed, and he successfully obtained their cultivation technique. He wanted to test if squeezing the back of his neck again might trigger any special effects, but this time, no system prompt appeared at all. Jang Xiaoa felt slightly disappointed, but the spiritual herbs delivered by the fire ants made up for it. He had no idea how many spiritual herbs were packed into his patched burlap sack, but he knew his little notebook already had over 30 tally marks. After gathering everything, Suehua ran up to Jang Xiaoa. Human, we might have to fight those black-armored demon ants again tomorrow. If that happens, we probably won't be able to trade spirit food with you. Jang Xiaoa frowned slightly. That really is a problem. Suehua sighed. If only there was a way to keep in touch with you. A way to keep in touch? Jang Xiaoa thought for a moment, wasn't that just a phone? Easy fix. Next time I'll bring you a phone. Phone? Suehua asked curiously. What is this thing? It's something that allows us to hear and even see each other no matter where we are. How amazing. Then you must bring one for me. Don't you dare say it's too troublesome and not bring it. Jang Xiaoa smiled and said, don't worry. No problem. After all, who wouldn't find a lucrative business troublesome? With the money-making task completed, Jang Xiaoa vanished into the forest carrying a bulging sack. Behind him, Suewa's voice still echoed, Human, don't forget to bring that thing called a phone. As Jang Xiaoa walked along the path, he began tallying today's gains. 131 basic spiritual herbs, 30 primary spiritual herbs, 5 intermediate spiritual herbs. Jang Xiaoa estimated that these should be worth over 2 million. I'm on my way to becoming a millionaire. He took another glance at the monster coins in his backpack. After deducting the amount spent on ant food, there were still 520 monster coins left. Bliss. Alright, I almost forgot about the monster guide. Opening the monster compendium, he turned to the third page featuring the fire ant. Just as he reached that page, a faint emerald glow suddenly emerged from the illustrated book. The source of this radiance was an exquisite miniature sword carved from green jade. Jang Xiaoa cautiously reached for the tiny sword. After confirming he could actually penetrate the pages, he firmly grasped the jade weapon and pulled it free from the monster compendium. The moment the emerald dagger was extracted, a greenish glow detached from it and suddenly penetrated Jang Xiaoai's brain. The next second, Jang Xiaoai's little head began emitting a faint green light, so dazzling that it even outshone the surrounding verdant forest. Jang Xiaoai, what the hell? What kind of nonsense is this? Why is this green light on my head? Who's trying to mess with me here? The green light came and went quickly. When it disappeared, Jang Xiaoai's heart skipped a beat, suddenly feeling an indescribable bond between the depths of his soul and this emerald dagger. Jang Xiaoai stared wide-eyed for a long moment before muttering, did it just recognize me as its master? How ridiculously user-friendly, it acknowledges ownership just like that, no finger pricking or blood dripping required. He examined the emerald dagger in his hand carefully. The entire dagger was a translucent jade green, with a blade about 1.5 fingers long, and including the hilt, no longer than 2.5 fingers in total. Staring at the sword, Jang Xiaoa felt a bit confused. Wasn't it supposed to be an origin artifact? How come it's a sword? What does this have to do with fire demon ants? Jang Xiaoa couldn't figure it out. Just then, the system chimed in again. Ding! Fire demon ant origin artifact traits, highly toxic, toxin devouring. Jang Xiaoa immediately understood when he saw highly toxic, it must mean this small sword was venomous. Then what does toxin addicted mean? Having an affinity for poisonous substances? Couldn't figure it out. Forget it. I should give you a name first. What should I call you? Jang Xiaoa pondered for a moment and said, let's call you Fire Ant. The tiny fire ant sword felt uncomfortably small in Jang Xiaoa's grip, making him wonder, could this little sword be stored in his system inventory? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the fire ant sword slipped from his palm and hovered mid-air. Before Jang Xiaoa could comprehend what was happening, the fire ant sword shot straight toward his forehead. Stunned, Jang Xiaoa barely reacted before the fire ant sword vanished into his forehead. At the same time, a small jade sword lay obediently in his spiritual space. Phew, scared me to death. So it actually went into my spiritual space. Jang Xiaoa was so frightened that cold sweat broke out down his back. He'd thought the fire ant sword was about to slay its master. He even thought to himself, turning on its master right after acknowledging ownership? It flipped faster than I do. Jang Xiaoa attempted to retrieve the small sword. As soon as he stirred his spiritual energy, a green glow identical to the previous one appeared above his head again. The next second, the fire ant sword appears. Jang Xiaoa? Thinking his eyes were playing tricks on him, he summoned the little sword back once more. The small sword shot straight toward his face and vanished into his mental space. Jang Xiaoa broke out in yet another cold sweat. Wiping the beads of perspiration from his forehead, he took out the small sword again. Green light flashed abruptly once more, and Jang Xiaoa was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Refusing to believe it was some kind of trick, he kept storing and retrieving the fire ant sword. In, out. A squad of black-armored demon ants was patrolling through the forest when one of them pointed into the distance and said, "Boss, look, there's some weird glow over there." The leading black-armored demon ant looked up and saw, amidst the quiet forest not far away, an eerie green light flickering. The ants followed the direction of the glow. As they approached, they saw a human with a green light shining above its head. The flashing green light stung the ant's eyes painfully. "Boss, it's a human. I see them now. Should we go kill him?" The leader magic ant weighed the options and said, "Human flesh is immensely nourishing for us. After devouring this human, I can break through to the 4th level of body forging, and you all should be close to reaching the 3rd level. Then we won't have to patrol the border every single day anymore." The other black-armored demon ants immediately revealed greedy expressions upon hearing this, their eyes faintly glowing with a green light. Devouring this human would not only allow them to level up, but also escape this perilous post sooner. Why wouldn't they take such an opportunity? Attack! Upon the lead black-armored demon ant's command, the swarm of ant soldiers rushed forward in unison. Just as Jang Xiaoa was agonizing over whether to embrace the greening atop his head, his peripheral vision caught several large black dots leaping out nearby, and these dots radiated intense bloodlust. He subconsciously swung the fire ant dagger in his hand at those dark clusters, meeting no more resistance than slicing through tofu. 2 of the dark masses were instantly bisected. The lead armored black ant froze momentarily upon seeing its subordinates severed in half. What kind of weapon was that human holding? It was impossibly sharp, effortlessly slicing 2 of its subordinates cleanly in half. They didn't even have time to scream before death claimed them. The lead-armored black ant began to reconsider its aggressive advance. The black armor on my body is considered the strongest defense among the magic ant species, so why is it so utterly powerless against this human's weapon? Immediately after, the 2nd and 3rd black-armored magic ants also fell to that human's weapon. This time, however, they didn't die silently but let out horrifying screams that made every ant's carapace crawl. The lead black-armored magic ant looked up and saw severe rotting wounds on the bodies of the 2 fallen ants. The weapon is poisoned? How could it not know what this festering wound meant after fighting flame ants all this time? Their strongest defense could withstand physical attacks, but not the lethal poison of creatures like flame ants. This was also why they kept suffering defeats on the battlefield. Terrified now, it abandoned the remaining armored black ants and scurried away, running for its life alone. Jang Xiaoa swung his sword and severed the 2 black dots in the air. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to find they were 2 black-armored demon ants. He faintly remembered Suihua telling him that the strongest feature of the black-armored demon ants was their armored carapace-like skin. But why are these 2 black-armored demon ants so fragile? Swinging my sword through them felt like slicing water, encountering no resistance at all. Is the fire ant's tiny sword really this sharp? Jang Xiaoa took another glance at the sword in his hand. Since the blade was made of jade-like material, it didn't appear particularly sharp, instead giving off a rather blunt impression. At that moment, a leaf drifted down from a tree and landed gently on the fire ant sword. The leaf merely touched the blade's edge yet was instantly split into two halves, just like the two black-armored demon ants before it, with the cross-section of the cut perfectly smooth. Ding! The system's notification chime sounded once again. Killed 2 armored black ant demons, obtained 10 monster coins. Killing demons can actually earn monster coins? This was Jang Xiaoa's first time learning about it too. Previously, he had never killed a single demon, even the human-faced monkey demon just got a free sterilization procedure from him. Seeing the other black-armored demon ant charging at him, Jang Xiaoa grinned. The 2 black-armored demon ants delivered themselves right to Jang Xiaoa's front. By the time they noticed his cruel smile and tried to flee, it was already too late. Jang Xiaoa grabbed the nape of each black-armored demon ant with either hand. Congratulations, host, on collecting information for the 4th monster. Reward obtained, monster coins times 20. Please check your inventory. Monster species, black-armored demon ant. Small-sized magical creature, excels in defense, prefers communal living. Species information collected, 2%. Traits, lawful neutral. Weakness, abdomen, fire magic. Information source, black egg. Can sign a soul contract. Highest level skill of the collected target, headstrong LV7. Learn it? Jang Xiaoa. Sure enough, these small demons don't have any decent skills worth learning. Congratulations on collecting black-armored demon ant information. Data completeness increased to 3%. Reward, 10 monster coins. After gathering the data, Jang Xiaoa wondered if he could negotiate with these 2 critters, hoping they'd exchange spirit herbs with him like the flame demon ants had. Unfortunately, these 2 demon ants were utterly stubborn, neither coaxing nor trickery worked. Even when released, they'd just come back to bite him. Jang Xiaoa had no choice but to put them out of their misery while testing the venom potency of his fire ant dagger. The fire ant blade did not disappoint Jang Xiaoa. The moment it pierced their skin, it injected a substantial amount of venom. Not only that, but he also discovered the venom's toxicity could actually be regulated. The 2 black-armored demon ants died instantly from poisoning. Killed 2 forged black armor ants, obtained 10 monster coins. Jang Xiaoa sighed faintly. Still, Zuihua is the adorable one. Only 1 black-armored demon ant remained. Seeing the largest demon ant attempt to flee the battlefield, Jang Xiaoa calmly adjusted the toxicity of his fire ant dagger to paralyzing levels before hurling it. The fire ant dagger struck the black-armored demon ant's abdomen dead center. The black-armored demon ant let out a final shriek before collapsing to the ground, completely immobilized. Jang Xiaoa approached, collected the data from the last black-armored demon ant, and vanished into the forest, leaving behind a field of corpses. Chapter 37, Mask of Suffering. From the depths of the forest to the western city gate, Jang Xiaoa was vigorously pursuing his high-stakes gambling ventures along the way. Congratulations on winning a bag of ant rations, Jang Xiaoa. It seemed the system was compensating for his previous failure to draw monster provisions, as this time it had him consecutively win his 32nd bag of monster rations. Jang Xiaoa was utterly numb from the start of the lottery till now. Apart from those 32 bags of monster rations, all he'd drawn was something called a Mask of Agony. Never shows up when needed, but pops up 32 times in a row when least expected. How utterly ridiculous. Staring at the mask in his hand and the monster chow in his backpack, Jang Xiaoa suddenly had a thought. Last time, he'd scored these goodies after verbally abusing the system. Maybe if he insulted it again this time. He cleared his throat and called out, "System. The system, ? Son of a bitch. System? Ding. Abnormal brain activity detected in host. Disabling lottery module. Disabling shop module. Jang Xiaoa. Damn it. They straight up disabled the raffle module. Why's it different from last time? I've been completely scammed." He hurriedly opened the system backpack and took out the patched sack, sighing with relief. Thank goodness, the backpack still works. No sooner had she finished speaking. Ding. Backpack module deactivated. This system is so darn sensitive. Jang Xiaoa, wearing his own pain mask and carrying the sack, began examining the system-gifted pain mask in his hands. It was a pure white mask, its texture resembling rubber yet not quite the same. He glanced at the item description, 3 parts cool indifference, 3 parts mocking laughter, 4 parts casual nonchalance. Just as expected, still the same old nonsense. Jang Xiaoa sighed. Never mind, I'll figure it out myself. As soon as he put the mask on his face, a cluster of tiny avatars appeared before his eyes, each with numbers hovering above them. Jang Xiaoa recognized all these avatars: Chengyi, Chenwei, Chen Lingshan, the man in the suit, the black-armored demon ant, and even the hunter squad that had stopped him the night before. Well, quite the collection of enemies. Jang Xiaoa could roughly guess what those numbers above their heads represented. What surprised him was that the werewolf was also among them, and the numerical value above its head was quite high. At that moment, the system piped up again, explaining in a displeased tone, Mask of Agony. Once worn, you can choose to mimic the face of any creature hostile toward you. The small icon represents the target of imitation, and the number on the icon indicates the hostility level. The maximum is 100 points. Each use consumes 10 points of hostility. Jang Xiaoa nodded to himself, thinking, damn, werewolf pup actually has 30 points of hostility toward me. Just wait till I get back, I'm gonna beat the crap out of him. As he pondered, his gaze accidentally fell upon the top-ranked avatar, a pitch-black, abyss-like thing. Curious, he asked the system, what the hell is the first one? That pitch-black thing? It actually has 90 points of hostility toward me. No sooner had he asked than the numerical value on the black hole avatar instantly climbed higher. After a brief silence, the system slowly replied, that's me. Jang Xiaoa, do you have to hold such a grudge? Let me try transforming once to see if it looks convincing, said Jang Xiaoa as he selected a profile picture and began altering his face. The next second, the system cursed furiously, the hell are you transforming me for? Is that not allowed? Damn lunatic. Jang Xiaoa instantly reverted to his original form, and the system that had been ranked first also disappeared. Cheapskate. Didn't even get to see what it looked like. Whatever, might as well transform into that Chenwei guy. Upon clicking Chenwei's profile picture, the white mask immediately melted like a facial mask and adhered to Jang Xiaoba's face, quickly morphing into Chenwei's appearance. At the same time, the numerical value above Chenwei's avatar also decreased by 10 points, dropping to 80. Jang Xiaobai found a small pond, crouched down to look at his reflection, smacked his lips and said, looks the same, but why does it always have this damn scowling face? Seems like it's in agony. Could this be the true meaning of the pain mask? Wouldn't that make me become the crying laughing emoji if I wore this mask while eating extra gum? What a pity, the backpack is locked by the system, and he can't take out the Yida gum otherwise, he could have tried. If the system knew Jang Xiaobai's thoughts at this moment, it would probably be wearing a pained expression at this whimsical fellow. Approaching the west gate, Jang Xiaobai frowned slightly as he eyed the patched burlap sack in his hand. Carrying such a large sack into the city by myself might not be a good idea. Even if the sack looks worn out, it could still attract unnecessary trouble if the wrong people take notice. Guess I'll need to disguise myself a bit. He smeared some dirt on his face, covered his clothes in dust, then trudged toward the city carrying the tattered sack and leaning on a wooden stick he'd picked from the roadside weeds, the very picture of a down-and-out vagrant. Jang Xiaobai's disguise was remarkably effective. Both pedestrians and cultivators hurriedly made way for him at the city gates, afraid the disheveled beggar might dirty their clothes. Little did they know, the very beggar they looked down upon was carrying valuables worth over 2 million in the sack on his back. Finding that no one paid him any attention, Jang Xiaobai even felt a twinge of disappointment. With shameless audacity, he scurried up to a bald man who just bought water from a convenience store, pointing at the bottle and asking, "Hey mister, you done with that bottle?" The bald man noticed the beggar before him dressed in tatters, carrying a ragged cloth bag, his face twisted in pain and ferocity, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Gulp, gulp. He tilted his head back and gulped down the water he had just bought in one go, then generously handed the empty bottle to Jang Xiaobai, saying, "Here, you can have the bottle." Jang Xiaobai paused for a moment, then murmured quietly, "I don't want it either." Bald guy? Don't ask me what the hell I'm doing. Made me drink so damn fast. I'm already stuffed. How am I supposed to enjoy the banquet tonight? Taking advantage of the bald man's moment of confusion, Jang Xiaobai made his escape. At the same time, another small avatar appeared before him. It was that same bald guy from earlier. The moment the bald elder brother's profile picture appeared before Jang Xiaobai's eyes, his face instantly lit up as if gazing at the sun, murmuring softly, "That big bald head is really shining." A man with a face full of wrinkles had just stepped through the city gate when he suddenly stopped and called out to the person beside him, "Boss, I think I just saw that kid who was selling blood spirit flowers yesterday." The scar-faced man next to him looked up. "Where?" The man tiptoed and pointed toward the convenience store entrance, saying, "That's the one." Everyone followed the direction of his finger with their eyes. Someone nearby joked, "Doesn't look like it to me. The wrinkles on his face outnumber yours, how could it be him?" The man insisted, "The face might not match, but I remember that cloth bag perfectly, even the patch on it, and it's bulging, there's definitely something good inside." The reminder seemed to jog the scar-faced man's memory. He pointed at the wrinkly-faced man and said, "Take someone and follow him. Remember where he lives, make sure you're not spotted." Alright, Chapter 38, The Pursuit. Zhao Qi, accompanied by a young hoodlum, weaved through the crowd, keeping close behind the patched sack-carrying beggar. The beggar walked faster and faster, forcing him to quicken his pace as well. Zhao Qi felt puzzled. Had this guy discovered him? Otherwise, why would he suddenly speed up and head toward areas with more foot traffic? It shouldn't be possible. After years of tailing people, even second-tier cultivators had never noticed him. How could this kid, at most at the 7th level of body refining, possibly detect his presence? He must be overthinking it, he reassured himself. Actually, Jang Xiaobai hadn't realized someone was tailing him at first, not until he noticed the value on a small avatar suddenly spike. He recognized this avatar, it belonged to a member of that hunter team from yesterday. I haven't provoked him, so why the sudden increase? Did he spot me? Looks like it's time to verify this. Jang Xiaoa meandered down the street, tracing S-shapes one moment, Z-patterns the next, then suddenly spinning in a circle on the spot. He carried out these actions without a shred of fear of social embarrassment, for the agonized mask of Chen Wei's face he was wearing made Zhao Qi and the hoodlums behind him shudder with dread. Damn, is this kid out of his mind? Walking in zigzags like a drunken idiot right in the middle of the road. Stop spinning around, damn it. I hope a car runs you over one day. The gangster beside Zhao Qi also started losing confidence thanks to Jang Xiaoa's antics. Has he noticed us already? Impossible. Zhao Qi refused to admit defeat in front of this newly recruited gang member. Keep following him, let's see what tricks he's playing. After completing his loop, Jang Xiaoa noticed the numbers above the avatars not only skyrocketing, but also saw a brand new avatar appearing. It seems there's more than one tail. Jang Xiaoa took a taxi to the vicinity of the hunter building, with two little tails closely following behind. Zhao Qi got out of the car and noticed that the beggar didn't head straight to the hunter building but instead turned into a nearby alley. The punk asked, should we follow him? Zhao Qi hesitated for a moment before saying, let's wait a little longer and see. Jang Xiaoa entered a deserted alley, where the mask on his face melted away like flowing water, transforming back into its original form of a white rubber mask. He stored the mask in his patched hemp sack and took out 20 blood spirit flowers and 10 elementary medicinal herbs instead. The 20 blood spirit flowers were for Mao Rongrong, while the 10 elementary medicinal herbs were meant for a 2-star mission because completing missions above one's level granted more experience points for leveling up. Using 10 primary level spirit herbs for the mission might cost tens of thousands in losses, but it would allow Jang Xiaoa to quickly ascend to a 2-star hunter. As a 2-star hunter, he could receive a monthly stipend of 10,000, recouping the losses within a few months. With the spirit herbs prepared, Jang Xiaoa began making his way to the hunter's tower. This time, Jang Xiaoa had learned his lesson. Instead of entering the hunter's tower with his patched burlap sack, he had prepared a woven plastic bag in advance. It's out, the punk whispered to Zhao Qi beside him. Zhao Qi poked his head out and looked at Jang Xiaoa who had just emerged from the alley, his face showing both shock and confusion. How did this guy's face change? The punk narrowed his eyes. The beggar's features had indeed transformed, becoming an entirely different person. How could this be? Yet if it's another person, why hasn't his clothing changed? And why is the physique exactly the same? Zhao Qi narrowed his eyes, staring motionlessly as the beggar entered the Hunters Association building. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes ruthlessly pressed the mosquito resting on his cheek into a flattened specimen. His mind swirled with confusion. So there are actually two of them? One transports spiritual medicine, another sells it, even swapping clothes between them? What's the point of all this? What do we do now? The punk asked. First we wait. When he comes out to the alley entrance, we'll take them all out together. Entering the hunter building, there weren't many hunters inside. Only one. Jang Xiaoa rushed straight to the window. Stretching his neck to peer inside, he searched for a long time but couldn't see Mao Rongrong anywhere. Only Xiao Ting and 2 other staff members were at the window. Where's Sister Rong? Jang Xiaoa asked. Sister Rongrong is off today. She said as usual, she wants 20 blood spirit flowers, and for the rest, you should contact team leader Wang. Jang Xiaoa nodded, opened the burlap sack, and handed 20 blood spirit flowers to Xiao Ting. These are for Sister Rongrong. Got it. Then he pulled out another handful of basic spirit herbs. These are for submitting the mission. Okay. Xiao Ting continued waiting for Jang Xiaoa to produce more spirit herbs, but after a long wait, there was still no movement. That's it? You're not selling the rest? Jang Xiaoa said with a bitter face, the harvest was poor today, this is all I got. Xiao Ting rolled her eyes at Jang Xiaoa. Do you think I'm blind? That giant hemp sack on your back is packed full, and you're telling me the harvest was poor? Like hell I believe that. Meanwhile, an honest-looking middle-aged hunter at the adjacent window stared at Jang Xiaoa in stunned disbelief. At first, he had wondered which little beggar had wandered into the hunter's hall with loads of bundles, and why the guards weren't doing anything about it. But who could have guessed this kid would pull 20 blood spirit flowers out of his snakeskin bag in one go? Where the hell did he get so many medicinal herbs? Just these 20 blood spirit flowers alone equal a whole month's work for me. And to think he stored such precious herbs in a crappy snakeskin bag with such poor preservation conditions. What an outrageous waste. Waste of heavenly treasures. Soon, this beggar once again overturned his expectations. Right before his eyes, the man pulled out 10 more primary grade spirit herbs from that woven plastic bag. The old hunter began questioning his entire existence. Are we really living in the same city? I've been a hunter in Qingqing for 40 years, and all the spirit herbs I've seen combined still don't amount to what this kid's carrying in a single snakeskin bag. The seemingly honest and simple-looking old hunter slowly grew greedy, but a bucket of cold reality soon doused his greedy flames completely. Xiao Ting called out cheerfully to Jang Xiaoa as he headed out the door, "Take care." If you encounter anyone who might pose a threat, just call us immediately, we'll send punishers to eliminate the trouble for you. Then he smiled at the old hunter to reassure him, don't worry, we don't mean anything against you. The old hunter. The old hunter glanced around the hunter's hall, the entire place was empty except for him. He felt utterly speechless. What the hell? This damn building has only me, the one hunter here. If you're yelling that loud, who else could it be aimed at but me? Can't I just admit defeat already? The old hunter then wondered again, what kind of background did this kid have to actually get the enforcers to protect him? He's out, the young hoodlum whispered as he shook Xiao Qi awake. Xiao Qi rubbed his eyes, it was already dark outside. His eyes bulged as he stared fixedly at Jang Xiaoa emerging from the doorway. At that moment, he noticed the snakeskin bag in the other's hand was gone. Looks like he sold some of the spirit herbs, but judging by that ragged hemp sack of his, there should still be plenty of good stuff left. Let's move! Xiao Qi led the small gang of thugs into the alley, but found it completely deserted. Xiao Qi only realized upon reaching the end that the alley was a dead end. Just then, the street punk next to him nudged him and pointed upwards behind them. Looking up, Xiao Qi was startled to see the grotesque-faced beggar now straddling the alley walls with his legs spread wide, while Xiao Qi himself had just walked right between them. The punk cackled, quick, jump 3 times on the spot or you'll stop growing taller. Xiao Qi kicked the thug away and swore angrily, grow my ass. I'm already 30, you think I can still grow? At the same time, Jang Xiaoa hit the ground and immediately turned to run. Humph, think you can escape? No chance. Xiao Qi leaped through the air in 2 quick strides, landing right in front of Jang Xiaoa. At this moment, in this narrow alley, Xiao Qi and that petty thug had Jang Xiaoa effectively pinned between them from both sides. Xiao Qi had already abandoned his trailing mission, hand over that worthless bag of yours. At body refining 6th layer, you stand no chance against the 8th layer fighter behind you, let alone me, a first-grade martial artist. Behind his mask, Jang Xiaoa grinned savagely. Talk about immortal pointing the way, this was it. Whirling around, he activated his Bloodchief frenzy and unleashed a punch with every ounce of strength he had straight at the thug behind him. The punch was swift and heavy, generating a terrifying sonic boom in the air. The thug never expected the youth before him to be so ferocious. Before he could even react, Jang Xiaoba's fist hammered him into the wall, knocking him unconscious instantly from the shock. Ha! Jang Xiaobai exhaled heavily before turning to face the deeply wrinkled Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi was clearly startled by Jang Xiaobai's imposing aura, but he wasn't intimidated. He calculated in his mind, never thought this guy would have such a trump card. He actually knocked out Sun Bing, who had just reached first realm, with a single punch. Seems I'll need to be more cautious. Xiao Qi had lied to Jang Xiaobai. He claimed Sun Bing was only a tempering 8th layer to make Zhang drop his guard, but didn't expect him to disable Sun Bing with one punch. Sun Bing hadn't even managed to put up a fight. Jang Xiaobai observed Xiao Qi with some unease. His qi and blood energy reserves were exhausted this morning, and what little had recovered was mostly drained again during his fight against the tempering 8th layer opponent. The system has crashed itself again, and I can't open the system backpack to take a body tempering pill to replenish my qi and blood. God damn it. But on the other hand, the bones of someone at the 8th level of body tempering are really tough. My hands are numb from hitting them. Looks like this first rank opponent is going to be tough to beat, only by outsmarting him. With great difficulty, he forced a grin, his eyes sharpening as he charged toward Xiao Qi. Seeing the opponent bare his teeth in a grotesque grin aimed at him, Xiao Qi felt a pang of panic. He suddenly remembered something crucial. Where's the other guy? The beggar's here, but where's that kid from yesterday? Xiao Qi charged forward reluctantly while cautiously scanning his surroundings. When the distance between them was less than 2 meters, a strange and blinding light suddenly appeared. Xiao Qi saw a sudden burst of green light emanating from the other person's head. Holy shit, what the hell is that? The green light was blindingly intense, creating a powerful disorienting effect. Damn it, I can't see anything. Xiao Qi immediately felt a sharp pain in his arm. He quickly clutched his arm. The next second, a wave of weakness spread through his body before he collapsed to the ground. His vision began to blur, and a ringing filled his ears. Seeing Xiao Qi losing consciousness, Jang Xiaobai chose not to finish him off. It would have been too troublesome to deal with. Killing is forbidden within city limits, whether by ordinary citizens or cultivators. Anyone who commits murder will face severe punishment. Moreover, the other party knows his true identity. Even if he's currently disguised as Chen Wei, if the scar-faced man realizes his underlings are dead or missing, he'll undoubtedly come after him again. That leaves only one option left, framing someone else. Sorry about this, Chen Wei. Jang Xiaobai silently thought to himself. He pulled out his little notebook and briskly began writing, Chen Wei. Phone. Hiss. Jang Xiaobai tore off the page and pasted it on the other party's chest. Before leaving, he even gave Xiao Qi a kick in the butt. As he walked out of the alley, Jang Xiaobai muttered to himself, handwriting is too slow. Why not print some business cards? That's not a bad idea. Chapter 39, The Listless Husky. Jang Xiaoa stepped out of the alley, removed his mask, and put away the fire ant dagger. He wasn't in a hurry to go home, instead, he headed to a phone store. He still remembered his promise to Tsuehua, to buy her a phone. The phone store owner was eating dinner when he saw someone enter and immediately put down his bowl and chopsticks, standing up to say, "We don't have change, you'll have to try another store." Jang Xiaoa froze for 2 seconds before realizing what was happening. Damn, the shop owner really thought he was a beggar. He awkwardly smiled and said, "I'm here to buy a phone." The owner also looked embarrassed. "Alright, what kind are you looking for?" "An old flip phone and a brand new smartphone." The boss warned him, "The latest model costs over 10,000. Are you sure you want to buy it?" Jang Xiaoa nodded with a smile. He understood clearly that the boss was asking this because he was worried he couldn't afford to pay. The boss took out 2 phones and handed them to Jang Xiaoa. One was a Nokia, the other a Huawei. This Nokia has the best performance-to-price ratio among senior-friendly phones, waterproof and drop-resistant. As for this Huawei, need I say more? High specs, great sound quality. Listen for yourself if you don't believe me. The boss tapped play on a song. "You love me, I love you, miss you as sweet sweet honey. You love me, I love you, miss you as sweet sweet honey." How's the song? Sounds pretty good, right? Nice, it's really addictive. The shop owner leaned in closer toward the store entrance. "Will you be paying by card or transfer?" Jang Xiaoa raised an eyebrow. Why was this shopkeeper barring the entrance as if guarding against thieves? If the boss could hear his thoughts, he would definitely say, "Dressed like that, of course I'd mistake you for a robber." "Make the transfer." "Okay, I'll scan you." The shop owner picked up the scanner, about to complete the transaction, when his gaze accidentally fell upon the beggar boy's account balance. He started counting. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions. Damn, even beggars are making bank these days. He thought to himself, business has been rough this year, and I've lost quite a bit of money. Maybe I should become a beggar too? The boss hesitated for a long while before asking Jang Xiaoa, "Hey kid, mind if I ask you something?" "What request? Is your beggar's sect still taking in new members?" After purchasing the phone, he stood at the entrance of the mobile store. Jang Xiaoa looked at his mud-stained clothes and shook his head with self-mockery. He wondered whether he should buy some spare clothes to store in his patched hemp sack, lest people mistake him for a beggar in the future. No time like the present. Upon leaving the phone store, Jang Xiaoa turned into the neighboring Erk store. "Welcome." Jang Xiaoa walked into the store and without hesitation went on a wild shopping spree. "I'll take this whole row of t-shirts. Are those boxers durable? If they are, I'll take them all. These shoes look good too. Give me several pairs. Those 2 rows." The nearby sales assistants were utterly dumbfounded. After years in retail, this was the first time they'd ever heard of someone buying clothes by the rack. Salesperson A, "This kid must be here for wholesale." Salesperson B, "I don't know. I'll take this whole row of clothes, they look great." The sales assistant snapped out of her daze. "Sir, these are women's clothing." "I know, that's exactly my thing." The sales assistant hurriedly advised, "Sir, please be rational with your spending." Jang Xiaoa was displeased. "Mind your own business, I advise you." The shop assistant. On the way home, Jang Xiaoba's phone rang. It was a message from the Hunter Organization app. The content was brief, congratulating him on his promotion to a 2-star hunter. Shortly afterward, the payment for completing the beginner-level spirit herb mission arrived. The market price for 10 beginner-level spirit herbs should be around 600,000, but mission rewards only amounted to 550,000. Still, it was worth it after all. His monthly salary would increase by 10,000 more. Why complain? Alley entrance. The werewolf instinctively wagged its tail upon seeing Jang Xiaoa return. The moment it finished wagging, shock surged through its heart. How could I, a warrior werewolf, wag my tail at a human? This is bad, really bad. I must have been domesticated by this human. Jang Xiaoa also spotted the werewolf, his expression darkening slightly. Well, you ungrateful mutt. To think you'd harbor such hostility toward me after I raised you with my own hands, feeding you and cleaning up after you. What a heartless beast. Jang Xiaoa strode up to the werewolf and flicked him squarely on the forehead without another word. "No more dog food for you, werewolf." The werewolf wore a completely baffled expression, his mind overflowing with the 3 philosophical questions. Who am I? Where am I? Why are you hitting me? He angrily demanded. "Human, what gives you the right to withhold my dog food? Wait, no, why did you flick my forehead?" Jang Xiaoa didn't even glance at him, just picked up the leash and tossed over a remark. "You know very well what you did," before walking off on his own. The werewolf trailing behind him began retracing the events of the past few days in his head. Was it about me scratching his asshole, or not helping him in a fight, or maybe my successful defection of Tsuehua? The werewolf grew increasingly fearful as he followed Jang Xiaoa upstairs, trembling all the way. Opening the door, they found the rented apartment fully renovated. With the lights on, Jang Xiaoa glanced around the room. The furniture in the room was all replaced with new pieces, the walls covered in pristine white wallpaper that concealed the dull yellow stains, and any damaged areas had been meticulously repaired by the renovation crew. Though small, the house was now so tidy and fresh that it was a delight to behold. Jang Xiaoai's mood lifted considerably, and he remarked with satisfaction, "Now this feels like a home." That 100,000 yuan was well spent. Even the werewolf beside him seemed to feel a sense of renewal. He immediately took a liking to the wolf den directly facing him. The werewolf ran up to the wolf den and felt its texture. Oh, so soft. He then crawled inside to try lying down, not too big, not too small, just the perfect fit. A wave of contentment flooded his mind, completely forgetting how Jang Xiaoai had flicked his forehead just moments before. Jang Xiaoai was about to close the door when he suddenly felt like something was missing. After some thought, he realized Era was nowhere to be seen. He asked the werewolf, "Where's Era?" The werewolf, who'd reluctantly emerged to prevent his den from being disturbed, hesitated when hearing Jang Xiaoai's question. After some awkward fumbling, he finally said, "Ran away from home." Jang Xiaoai was puzzled. "When did this happen? And why?" "Not long after you left, because..." The werewolf was about to answer when they saw Era climbing the stairs with his hind legs trembling, waist squeezed between them. Both Jang Xiaoai and the werewolf could clearly sense its low spirits and physical exhaustion. The werewolf was puzzled. How had this silly dog become so weak after just half a day apart? Could it be that someone had this guy's kidneys removed? Could it possibly be that he went out whoring? The husky returned to the rental apartment in low spirits. Upon seeing the werewolf and Jang Xiaoai, it only wagged its tail twice perfunctorily before dutifully crawling into the werewolf's den. The werewolf saw his den being occupied and instantly panicked. "Hey, you little punk, get out of here." Chapter 40, College Entrance Exam Reform. The werewolf lay on the carpet, staring pitifully at the husky that had invaded his wolf den. Meanwhile, Jang Xiaoai sat cross-legged on the bed, meditating with his eyes closed. After about 10 minutes, Jang Xiaoai slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a turbid breath. He opened his personal attributes. Race, human. Aptitude, A grade. Level, body tempering 6th stage. Spiritual power, 19 of 205. Chi and blood, 10 of 205. Spirit, 60 of 90. Skill, blood fury LV1. Sensory enhancement LV1. Poison immunity LV1. Due to severe blood chi deficiency and the system locking the backpack, preventing retrieval of body tempering pills, the 10-minute body tempering cultivation only increased spiritual power and blood chi values by 2 points. With nothing better to do, Jang Xiaoai opened the monster catalog and flipped to the page about fire demon ants. The page was no longer empty like before, it was now filled with densely written text. Jang Xiaoai skimmed through it briefly. It turned out to be a cultivation technique belonging to the fire demon ant tribe. The technique was relatively simple, but obviously not meant for Jang Xiaoai's use, as it required the unique mandibles of the fire demon ant lineage to cultivate properly. It seems tailor-made for Tsuehua. I'll have her try it out tomorrow to see how it works. Xingcheng Hotel. Two black-clad figures walked side by side, one tall, the other short. The short one asked, "Has that punk still not returned?" The tall one replied, "Not yet. Do you think something might have happened to him?" "Don't worry. Xingcheng is a small town where cultivators' levels are generally low. You can count the number of third-grade cultivators on your fingers. Besides, that Cheng kid is sharp. He wouldn't provoke anyone above first grade." The tall man in black stubbed out his cigarette. "True, and he's got that monster pet with him. So when should we head back to Luzhou?" "Tomorrow at the latest. I'll send Cheng a text later telling him tomorrow morning is the last chance to leave." "Alright." The next day, a rapid knocking at the door jolted Jang Xiaoai awake from his deep slumber. Opening the door, he found a white-haired old man holding a black German shepherd. The old man peered inside the room, then his eyes widened in sudden fury as he shouted downstairs, "Found it! Everybody gather here!" No sooner had he spoken than a line of people carrying pets queued up downstairs, blocking Jang Xiaoai's doorway. Jang Xiaoai was a bit baffled. He asked the white-haired old man leading the group, "Uncle, what happened?" The old man pointed angrily at the bald spot on the black German shepherd's head and exclaimed, "Look what your damn husky did. Yesterday your dog chased my German shepherd and beat it up for a solid hour. Even tore all its fur off." "Ha, seriously? And it wasn't just my dog, every single one of the dogs behind ours got thrashed too." Jang Xiaoai glanced at the line behind him. The queue was long, stretching from the second floor all the way down to the first. Jang Xiaoai stood dumbfounded. Damn, no wonder he looked so worn out yesterday. Thought he'd gone whoring, but turns out he went to throw hands instead. People in the queue were each holding pets in their arms. There were golden retrievers, bulldogs, Shiba Inus, poodles, and a turtle. "Uncle, did your turtle get beaten up too?" The uncle chuckled cheerfully. "No, I'm just here to watch the commotion. Carry on, pretend I don't exist." Jang Xiaoai. The white-haired old man wailed, "My little Blackie is so pitiful. You have to take responsibility for him." "How are you going to take responsibility?" "Apologize. Pay up. Not just to me, but to their pets too." Jang Xiaoa went back inside and dragged the husky out by the scruff. Are you sure it was this husky that did it? Nonsense. We checked the surveillance footage all night, it was definitely this husky. Look, there's still dog hair stuck to the corner of its mouth. Jang Xiaoa looked down and indeed saw a clump of black dog hair stuck to the corner of his mouth. The white-haired old man snatched the black dog fur from the husky's mouth, spat on it, and stuck it back onto the bald spot on the German shepherd's head. Black back. At that moment, a battered-looking teddy spotted the husky and suddenly let out an excited bark. Woof. Good morning, boss. Hearing the bark, husky perked up a bit. Woof. Good morning. The other dogs immediately responded, good morning, boss. Of course, some were genuinely willing, like the poodle. Some were reluctant, like Blackback. Jang Xiaoa was stunned. Having learned basic monster language, he naturally understood what these dogs were saying. What the hell is going on? Just went out to have fun yesterday and somehow ended up bringing back a big brother. This is utterly ridiculous. The husky really did beat up the dogs, and Jang Xiaoa had no choice but to pay up, just as the white-haired old man said. Early in the morning, Jang Xiaoa shelled out 100,000 yuan in compensation. Watching the crowd disperse, Jang Xiaoa muttered to himself, trashing the house cost 100,000, and now fighting cost another 100,000. This damn husky isn't just a troublemaker, it's a money-devouring beast. No way, I'm getting Granny Sun to pay for this. Jang Xiaoa took out his phone and dialed Grandma Sun's number. Hello? A deep, magnetic male voice came through from the other end. Hearing the voice, Jang Xiaoa even pictured what the person might look like in his mind. Probably not as handsome as me. Is Grandma Sun there? The person on the other end froze for 2 seconds upon hearing Grandma Sunday. Hello? Anyone there? Jang Xiaoa asked when the sudden silence continued. Voice from the phone, hold on a moment, I'll go get her for you. 3 seconds later, Granny Sun's voice came through the phone. What's up? Did someone rent the place? Jang Xiaoa curled his lips. Was she addicted to collecting rent or what? He said unhappily, the husky beat up someone else's dog. Beep, 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 Jang Xiaoa. Before he could finish speaking, the other party hung up on him. This made Jang Xiaoa furious beyond words. It seemed this old woman had long known about the husky's troublemaking tendencies. He continued to make the call. The same man as before answered the phone. Hello, my master said he will compensate for all the damage caused by the husky. Then, a grumbling voice came through the phone again. John, who told you to answer my calls? Also, you're sitting on my wig. Jang Xiaoa didn't bother with the rest and chuckled. Hee, with your word, I'm relieved. With that, he hung up the phone. Having just hung up, he suddenly felt something was off. This man could directly answer Grandma Sun's phone, which meant they were quite close. Moreover, a sugar mommy? Master? John? Hair press? Wow, Grandma Sun sure knows how to have fun, even starting to enjoy Western cuisine now. Let me think about what items there might be. Rich ladies' happy flames? Or perhaps rich ladies' happy balls? Chingcheng Second High School. Old Yang from class 17 arrived unusually early, standing solemnly on the podium. Only when everyone had gathered did he speak. I have an important announcement. This year's college entrance exam has undergone reforms. The classroom erupted in shock at this news. Reforms right as we're graduating, what terrible luck. I just heard the principal say that as soon as we leave, the school's teaching buildings, dorms, and cafeteria will be renovated and rebuilt. The toilets aren't being rebuilt? Love it. Let the freshmen suffer the stink. After a long discussion, someone finally asked the key question. Teacher, how has the college entrance exam been reformed this year? Old Yang cleared his throat and said, this year's college entrance exam has been moved up from April to early March. It's been moved up another month. This is already the third or fourth time they've pushed it forward. They're not giving us weaker students any time to train at all. Everyone burst into complaints, but Jang Xiaoa didn't feel much about it. He was just curious why the college entrance exams kept getting moved earlier and earlier. Or perhaps, why the higher-ups in the government were in such a hurry. Giving examinees sufficient time for cultivation could clearly allow them to perform better, while universities could also obtain higher quality students. Yet now, the government is using this kind of forced growth selection method, indicating that high-ranking officials are urgently trying to cultivate a large batch of combat-ready cultivators. Jang Xiaoa had a premonition that within a few years, some major event might occur. He sighed inwardly. It seems I need to find a way to swiftly improve my own strength, or else I won't even have the ability to protect myself when facing unknown dangers. Jang Xiaoa suddenly remembered that Fatty's father worked in the news industry and had many information channels. Fatty, has your dad mentioned any major events happening lately? Ren Jinjin thought for a moment. Not really. The ancient Indian god just finished fighting the 12 angels, and he's been so busy writing articles that he doesn't even have time to come home. Though, honestly, that ancient Indian god is really unfortunate, lost all his believers, got seriously wounded, and yet the West and those traitorous collaborators are celebrating their victory as the righteous side while shifting blame onto him. Jang Xiaoa was a bit curious. Are believers important to gods? I'm not entirely sure about that, but gods are very important to us believers. As long as you're devout enough, you can receive divine miracles. Do you believe in gods too? Of course I do. Everyone believes in gods, don't you? I remember you're quite the devoted believer of Neza. Jang Xiaobai scratched his head. Is that so? That must have been something from before the transmigration. Renpengzi found Jang Xiaobai a bit strange, but didn't think too much of it as old Yang began announcing another reform measure. This year's college entrance exam process has also changed. The written test has been cancelled, and students will proceed directly to the martial arts test. Moreover, all examinees from the entire province will participate together. Our Qingcheng city has the smallest population, the poorest economy, and the lowest spiritual energy concentration. As a result, whether in quantity or quality, Qingcheng's graduates always rank at the very bottom. Now, with the provincial unified exams, the top students from other cities far surpass ours in both quality and strength. The mayor's requirement is that out of the 2,000 graduates from our 3 cultivation high schools in Qingcheng, at least 200 must qualify for cultivation universities. The crowd was stunned. Out of 2,000 students, only 200 would make it, a 90% elimination rate, even higher than the usual 70%. The students in the audience realized the gravity of the situation and fell silent, no longer complaining. Some might feel this was unfair, but deep down, they understood this was the world of cultivators. Everything depended on strength, and without power, one had no right to speak. After waiting for the students to calm down, old Yang continued, this afternoon, the school is organizing tests for vital energy and spiritual power. The class monitor should remember to lead everyone there. A classmate shouted, Teacher, we haven't elected a class monitor yet. Nobody? Then choose now. Who wants to be class monitor? Raise your hand. The class monitor will receive 1 low-grade spirit stone every month. As soon as old Yang finished speaking, someone immediately raised their hand and said, Teacher, I'll do it. The one raising his hand was Tian Ruyang, who volunteered himself. I was the first in our class to open the spiritual valve, and currently have the highest level. Moreover, I registered as a hunter with the Hunter organization yesterday and successfully completed a mission. So I believe I'm the best candidate for class monitor. After listening to Tian Ruyang's introduction, Jang Xiaobai couldn't help feeling like he was actually boasting about himself. Hearing this, the rest silently lowered their raised hands. Seeing only Tian Ruyang with his hand raised, old Yang asked around, is there anyone else willing to be class monitor? Ran Pengzi looked at Jang Xiaobai and whispered, you don't want to be class monitor? There are spirit stones involved, each worth several thousand. Not interested, Jang Xiaobai added. I'm not interested in money. Ran Jijin. Jang Xiaobai genuinely didn't care about the value of these spirit stones. The school's spirit stones were all of poor quality, with too many impurities. They weren't worth much, at most 6 or 7,000. For someone like Jang Xiaobai who had millions to his name, this amount was negligible, but for students from average families, it might represent their parents' entire monthly salary. Moreover, he didn't have that much time to serve his classmates either. After all, the entire fire demon ant colony was counting on him to level up. Very well, then Tian Ruyang will serve as our class monitor, old Yang solemnly announced. Near the Hunter building, Zhao Qi slowly opened his eyes. Everything before his eyes was still blurry and double-visioned from the sudden, blinding green flash that had occurred the previous day. Zhao Qi vaguely felt a pain in his arm. Looking down, he was shocked to discover 2 fresh wounds on his forearm. Damn it, that brat actually got the drop on me. At this moment, he also noticed that 2 slips of paper were still stuck to his chest. He reached out, but only managed to grasp a single sheet. Zhao Qi muttered under his breath, Shenwei, Xingqing Villa, Barbie Pink, P.I. Note, I've translated the text while, 1. Maintaining the fragmented, muttered tone of the original, 2. Preserving the proper nouns, names/locations, in Pinyin 3. Keeping the color reference culturally accurate, Barbie Pink is internationally recognized, 4. Maintaining the interrupted/alphabet sounding P.I. Pattern 5. Using equivalent punctuation for the trailing off effect. What does this piece of paper mean? His personal information? Is this a challenge to me? Struggling to his feet, he inadvertently spotted a large shoe print left on his buttocks and instantly flew into a rage. This wasn't just provocation. This was outright declaration of war against him. He pocketed the note and pried the unconscious delinquent off the wall. There was still a pulse when he checked her neck. He took out his phone and made a call. Hello? We've been ambushed by that kid. There are 2 of them. Half an hour later, the scar-faced man arrived in the alley with his gang in tow. Boss, you're finally here. Zhao Qi wailed, his face crumpled into wrinkles. What's going on? The scarred man demanded fiercely. Zhao Qi immediately pulled out a note from his pocket, adding dramatic details. That punk used underhanded tricks on both of us, then had the audacity to send us a formal challenge. Oh, and he also kicked me right in the ass. Zhao Qi wailed theatrically, sticking out his injured buttocks toward the scarred man. This wasn't just kicking my butt, he was slapping your face through me. Already furious, the scarred man glared at him before delivering another vicious kick to Zhao Qi's other butt cheek. Worthless fool. The scarred man clutched the note tightly in his hand. Investigate this for me. Check if the information on this note is true, and find out everything about his background. Xingcheng Hotel entrance. The tall man grew anxious. Why hasn't he returned yet? Could something really have happened to him? Impossible. Even a second-grade cultivator couldn't beat him when he teamed up with that demon monkey. The tall man suggested, how about we go search in the forest north of the city? The short man remained silent for a while before sighing. Looks like that's the only option left. Chapter 41, Offering to the Gods. Xingcheng No. 2 High School. Class dismissed. The students gathered around Tian Ruyang as he animatedly recounted stories about his missions as a hunter. Jang Xiaoa also listened in and realized the guy's one-star mission was simply delivering a letter from the south side of the city to the north side. Yet in his telling, such a simple and unchallenging task became an epic tale of hacking through thorns and brambles, outwitting demons at the body-forging second layer, all to finally deliver the letter safely to its destination. Jang Xiaoa was utterly dumbfounded. What damned demons are there in the city for you to wrestle wits with? A monster at the second level of body forging? Wait, were you fighting with my era? Probably was. Beside them, Run the Fatty listened with intense focus before asking Jang Xiaoa, Jang, let's register as hunters too. Tian Ruyang earns $200 effortlessly from simple missions, we should try our luck. Who knows? I might save up enough for spirit pills sooner than expected. I've already registered. Damn, you didn't even wait for me. Tian Ruyang flushed crimson when he heard Jang Xiaoa had also registered as a hunter, his old face burning with sudden panic. After all, he'd just been bragging to his classmates. If he got exposed right then and there, where would he hide his dignity? A girl with twin ponytails and black stockings asked Jang Xiaoa, have you done the mission yet? If not, the class monitor can take you alone. Tian Ruyang nearby gave an awkward laugh and said sheepishly, yeah, perfect timing to give you a hand. No need, I've already done a mission. Really? What mission was it? Was it dangerous? Was the opponent strong? Jang Xiaobai smiled faintly, his brow carrying the carefree aura of a lone swordsman. No big deal, just slayed a 9th-ranked demon emperor with one sword stroke. Tian Ruyang? The group? The girl? You're amazing. This time it was Jang Xiaobai's turn to be confused? Is this girl genuinely praising me or sarcastically mocking me? Couldn't she tell I was just bullshitting with Tian Ruyang? Tian Ruyang cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem, stop joking around. Be honest. Jang Xiaobai sighed softly, alright, I'm not that impressive. Tian Ruyang smiled faintly, that's more like it. There should be limits to bragging. If you boast so extravagantly, how am I supposed to top that later? I merely needed one sword strike to finish off an 8th-ranked demon king from Bulgaria. Tian Ruyang. The girl, wow, that's amazing too. Jang Xiaobai. Tian Ruyang was going crazy, damn it, an 8th-ranked demon king. I once got chased 3 blocks by a brainless husky and only dared to claim I fought desperately against a second-level body-forging demonic creature. But you start directly at the 8th rank. Damn, killed with a single slash. The girl asked Jang Xiaobai, so what star rank hunter are you now? Tian Ruyang thought to himself upon hearing the girl's question, this girl is so naive, of course he's 1 star. You don't actually believe he killed an 8th-tier demon king, do you? 2 stars. Tian Ruyang, ? What, you don't believe me? Tian Ruyang chuckled coldly. I've put in so much effort just to increase my experience points by a tiny bit. You've only been a hunter for a few days and you're telling me you've reached 2-star hunter status already? If you're really a 2-star hunter, I'll eat this table. Tian Ruyang retorted defiantly. Fatty, someone's trying to steal your meal, Jang Xiaobai said with a grin. Ren Jinjin, who was watching the excitement from the side. Jang Xiaobai took out his phone and opened the hunter's app. 2 glittering? Appeared before everyone's eyes. Wow, you're really a 2-star hunter, that's amazing. Yeah, truly impressive, even more skilled than our class monitor. Do you think this table would taste better steamed or spicy? Spicy would be. Tian Ruyang. Tian Ruyang was more experienced than the others. Instead of fixating on how many stars Jang Xiaobai had, he focused intently on the time it took for Jang Xiaobai to become a hunter and the missions he had completed. A closer look left him utterly dumbfounded. This unconventional guy had actually reached 2-star hunter status in just 4 days, and all 10 missions he completed were 2-star difficulty. Keep in mind 2-star missions correspond to power levels ranging from first class to mid-tier second class. The most crucial point is that all these tasks he completed shared one common factor, they were all finished simultaneously. Tian Ruyang began questioning his own existence. He even considered calling the Hunter Organization headquarters in the imperial capital. Hello, Hunter Headquarters? I'd like to report someone for malicious task completion fraud. 10 2-star missions completed at the same time. If this isn't malicious fraud, then what is? Before he could recover from the shock, someone who didn't understand the situation asked, "Why is the class monitor just a one-star hunter with such minimal experience?" Jang Xiaoa waved his hand dismissively, "Because the class monitor is incompetent." Hearing himself called incompetent, Tian Ruyang immediately took offense. "Who are you calling incompetent?" But he didn't go on complaining, because he already felt humiliated enough. Why make things worse by speaking up? After the others dispersed, Tian Ruyang remained. He wanted to know just how Jang Xiaoa had managed to become a two-star hunter. "So, how did you actually rise to two-star hunter?" A faint smile tugged at Jang Xiaoba's lips. "Want to learn? I'll teach you." Then, he leaned in and whispered something in their ear. After hearing it, Tian Ruyang looked at Jang Xiaobai with complicated eyes. "Will this really work?" Jang Xiaobai nodded with complete sincerity. Afternoon. Testing room. Due to their class number, class 17 was scheduled last. Before the Qi and blood test, everyone had to go through a ritual, paying homage to the deities. Worshipping deities refers to the act of paying homage to the gods one believes in. Jang Xiaobai was an atheist before transmigrating, and this mindset remained unchanged afterward. Even in a world where gods truly existed, he only feared them rather than embracing them as objects of faith. Deep down, he still believed gods were merely tools created by the weak will to soothe their troubled souls. Next, Han Chang, Jang Xiaobai, get ready. Just as Tian Ruyang finished calling out, the boy named Han Chang walked up to a sacred statue and knelt down with a loud thud. The deity Han Chang knelt before was Yang Jian. He murmured silently, "O great deity, grant me strength, let me make significant progress in my cultivation, reach the first rank in a day, the 5th rank in 3 days, and the 9th rank in 10 days. Then came the ceremonial 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations. Everyone. Jang Xiaobai behind Han Chang raised an eyebrow and quietly asked Fatty Ren beside him, "Why so many rituals just to worship a god?" "Of course, how else would the god hear you?" "So, can we skip the worship?" "No, the divine must not be blasphemed. Speaking such words in a sacred shrine will incur the god's punishment." The speaker was a woman wearing a peculiar Taoist robe. The woman gave Jang Xiaobai no chance to continue speaking, overwhelming him with a spiritual pressure that made it hard for him to breathe. Ran Pingzi also sensed a murderous intent. Seeing Jang Xiaobai's pale face, he immediately realized someone was pressuring Jiang. He immediately pleaded with the woman in the Taoist robe. "Teacher Tang, my brother here just spoke offhandedly. He only wanted to worship the gods standing up." The woman surnamed Tang glared coldly at Rin Jingjin. "As long as I'm here, he must kneel down to worship the gods." With a flick of her horsetail whisk, a few scattered seeds fell from it. The seeds swiftly grew upon the floor, transforming into several tough and powerful vines. The vines wrapped around Jang Xiaobai's joints, forcing him forward until he stood behind Han Chang, who was kneeling in worship to the deity. After Han Chang finished his series of bows, a strand of golden, velvet-like light invisible to the human eye emerged from his mind. This golden thread of light penetrated the thick rooftop and drifted upward toward the miniature celestial court 10,000 meters in the sky. Little Heavenly Realm. Neza strolled leisurely near the south gate of the Little Heavenly Realm, his hands clasped behind his head. Before the south gate floated several strands of golden light wisps. Some of these golden filaments were as fine as hair, others as thick as a child's arm. They all came from the mortal world and eventually merged into the small celestial pond of the minor heavenly court, becoming one with its golden waters. Meanwhile, above the southern heavenly gate stood a massive tally board that recorded the names of all deities. Each time a luminous thread entered the small celestial pond, the numbers beneath each deity's name on the tally board would leap and grow. There was one exception, however. Only the number beneath Neza remained completely motionless. The Ha general from the twin generals, Ham and Ha guarding the south heavenly gate, grinned broadly upon seeing Neza's gloomy face. "Ha ha ha, little Neza, no faith power again today? Your performance is really lacking. TCH, who cares? I don't even want it," Neza said, hands stuffed in his pockets, his face the picture of indifference. But his eyes kept darting toward the numbers above the south heavenly gate. The dissatisfied general retorted, "If you really didn't care, you wouldn't dash to the little southern heavenly gate every single day. If you were even half as reliable as Yang Jian, things wouldn't have come to this." Neza closed his eyes stubbornly, displaying an "I won't listen" attitude. General Ha glanced at the timer on the scoreboard and said to General Han, "Hey, it's 3 o'clock. Time for tea break. Let the 4 heavenly kings take over duty." As Generals Hong and Ha were passing by Neza, a streak of black light suddenly shot up into the sky and dove straight into the golden waters of the small heaven pool. When the black light plunged into the pool, the numbers under Neza's name on the scoreboard began changing rapidly. Not only did the 3000 plus value instantly reset to 0, but it even dipped into negative numbers. -800. Neza's vision darkened, and he nearly dropped to his knees. He roared angrily, "Which damn bastard wiped out all my faith power?" The black light even alarmed the other deities within the minor heavenly court. Li Jing was the first to rush out. Seeing the numbers under Neza's name reset to 0, Li Jing froze. Such a thing had never happened since the founding of the Heavenly Court. What has this wretched creature done in the mortal realm now? Why is it always my son Neza who gets into trouble? Is this Neza's fate? At this moment, Neza was filled with rage with nowhere to vent. Riding his wind fire wheels and wielding his fire-tipped spear, he leapt up, dashed through the small southern heavenly gate, and charged towards the mortal world. Li Jing hurried to the south heavenly gate and shouted downward, "Jar, remember to bring a pack of Huazi." The closely following Tai Bai Jinxing turned pale with rage and snorted coldly at Li Jing, clearly furious. Seeing this, Li Jing immediately grasped the message and shouted toward the departing Neza, "Bring a pack for Tai Bai too." Unable to hold back any longer, Tai Bai Jinxing took action, kicking Li Jing away with a snarl, "Piss off." Chapter 42, My Provincial Governor Father. Xingcheng No. 2 High School. The vines tightly bound Jang Xiaoa, manipulating every joint in his body as they forced him step by step toward the prayer mat. Just as he reached the mat, the vines abruptly jerked tight at the backs of his knees, causing his legs to buckle. Jang Xiaoa pitched forward, nearly collapsing to his knees. Inwardly cursing, Jang Xiaoa thought, where the hell has old Yang disappeared to? Someone's assaulting your student right now. And what the hell does this crazy woman want? I never said I wouldn't kneel, damn it. Jang Xiaobai originally just planned to kowtow and say a few auspicious words to get it over with. Who knew this Tang woman would go crazy and attack him right off the bat? For fuck's sake, did I tear down your house or beat your kids? What kind of deep-seated hatred is this? How much resentment must you harbor? Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Faced with the sudden attack from the crazy woman, Jang Xiaobai immediately activated his Bloodchief frenzy, attempting to break free from the vines with his enhanced physique. However, not only did the vines not loosen, but they coiled even tighter, squeezing until his skin split and flesh tore, his limbs growing numb. "Kneel," the madwoman barked. "I won't kneel." Jang Xiaobai stubbornly remained standing, forcing his battered body upright. Ren Jinjin watched anxiously from the side. As Jang Xiaobai's longtime friend, he knew all too well about his friend's notoriously stubborn and unyielding temper. Where did old Jiang go? He was just here. Doesn't matter now. I'll have to try delaying tactics. Turning to the madwoman, he reasoned, Teacher Tang, he believes in Neza, not Yang Jian, that's why he won't kneel. Neza's idol is right over there. The madwoman snorted coldly, as expected, birds of a feather flock together, both of you are heretical deviants. She manipulated the vines to drag Jang Xiaobai before the statue of Neza, forcing his knees downward from behind with such force that his bones creaked audibly. Jang Xiaobai's face flushed crimson as he let out a low, guttural growl, "You want me to kneel? I damn well won't. Good for nothing." The madwoman increased the crushing pressure of the vines. Jang Xiaobai's knees were just about to touch the prayer mat on the ground. About 5 seconds later, one of Jang Xiaobai's knees pressed onto the prayer mat. The moment his knee touched the mat, a black beam shot out from his brain and soared into the sky. This black beam, invisible to all, was pure resentment. Jang Xiaobai's resentment. The crazy woman was preparing to exert force again, wanting to make him kneel on both knees, but then she discovered that her vines had actually begun to wither and die. At that moment, a voice came from behind her, "Teacher Tang, isn't this personal vendetta a bit too obvious?" Hearing the voice, Ren Jinjin felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted. He turned around and saw that old Yang had indeed arrived. Yang Xianyuan felt a headache coming on at the sight of the chaotic scene in the inspection hall. That kid really knows how to stir up trouble. Why'd he have to provoke her of all people? The crazy Tang woman said expressionlessly, "Your student has blasphemed against the divine. As the school's overseer, punishing him is my duty." Old Yang's face turned deathly pale, his forehead beaded with sweat. "The overseer may discipline students, but if you exceed necessary limits, I'll have to intervene. Moreover, Tang Cheng, don't forget your Chenwei's mother, you shouldn't even be on duty today. If I report this matter, you know very well what the consequences will be for you." "You, humph, Yang Xianyuan, don't think your powerful backing makes you untouchable." With that, Tang Cheng stormed out with a darkened expression. As she left, she softly tossed back, "Instead of meddling with your student, maybe spend some effort safeguarding your own life." Yang Xianyuan froze for a second upon hearing this, then walked toward the testing room with an ambiguous half-smile. Jang Xiaobai tore off the withered vines tangled around his body, now resembling a bloody mess as wounds torn by the restraints bled profusely, staining him red. "Damn right I beat up her kid, but I didn't even wreck your house. You're coming after me like this? Just wait, I'll make sure Chinwei pays tenfold." He plopped down onto the meditation cushion, cursing under his breath without a care for the crowd of deity statues behind him. Jang Xiaobai turned to glare at the statue of Neza behind him and fumed inwardly, "A man's knees are worth gold. Neza, you owe me 10,000 taels now. Once I make it big, you'll be the first one I come collecting from." With that, he pulled out his little notebook and began writing down names, Tang Qing, Li Neza. At the same time, the black pillar of light above his head grew thicker. "You're still in the mood to write despite being this badly injured." The chubby boy Ren Jinjin reached out toward Jang Xiaobai. Jang Xiaobai grabbed the chubby boy's hand, intending to pull himself up, but his body was weak and limp, causing him to slump back down. Old Yang came in and said to Tian Ruyang, "Monitor, go help him up." Tian Ruyang ran over and, together with Ren Jinjin, exerted effort to lift him up. Just as Jang Xiaoa but left the meditation cushion, the black pillar of light above his head immediately vanished. Towering heights. Neza followed the black beam of light to search for someone, only for the beam to suddenly vanish halfway through his flight. Hovering midair, he hesitated for a second before gritting his teeth. Whatever, it's not like I can turn back now. The direction's right anyway, what kind of deity gets lost? With that, he flew toward where the beam had disappeared. Jang Xiaoa grinned, turning to old Yang with a teasing glint. "Hey Lao Yang, heard you've got some serious backing, what's your deal?" Old Yang snapped, "If it hurts, just yell. Don't try to distract yourself by changing the subject." The words had barely left his mouth. Jang Xiaoa, awao, awu. If Ren Jinjin and Tian Ruyang hadn't been holding him up, he would have rolled on the ground in pain. Old Yang turned to the students around him and said, "Alright, everyone, start focusing on the tests. Starting tomorrow, I'll conduct targeted training with you, and then select the 3 strongest to participate in the school's combat trials next Tuesday." Organized by the school itself? The crowd looked puzzled. That's right. The first place winner in the combat trial will receive 1 Bloodchief pill and 1 spiritual power pill each. The top 3 can choose either 1 Bloodchief pill or 1 spiritual power pill. Each of the top 10 will receive 1 low-grade spirit stone. After old Yang made the announcement, everyone's eyes held only envy, not excitement. Because deep down, they all knew, with Class 17's capabilities, breaking into the top 10 was out of the question, even making the top 200 would be a challenge. A flicker of excitement crossed Jang Xiaoa's face as he asked the chubby boy, "How much do blood vitality pills and spiritual energy pills cost?" The plump boy pondered for a moment. "They're both around 80,000, give or take." Jang Xiaoa muttered to himself, 80,000, might be worth a try. Lao Yang said to Jang Xiaoa, "Let's go, school's over. I'll walk you part of the way." Jang Xiaoa nodded, then turned to Tian Ruyang beside him and said, "Thanks, Yang Zai." Tian Ruyang responded, "Call me class monitor." "Alright, Yang Zi." Watching Jang Xiaoa's retreating figure, Tian Ruyang muttered to himself, "He wouldn't even call me class monitor." On the road. With an expressionless face, Jang Xiaoa asked Lao Yang, "So this is what you meant by seeing me part of the way? Really walking me all the way? Like, on foot?" Old Yang chuckled. "What else? With all that blood on you, you think I'd let you ride in my brand new car? Dream on." "Cheapskate," Jang Xiaoa muttered, pouting. "But hey, speaking of which, old Yang, what's your deal anyway? Feels like even the vice principal and that crazy Tang woman are kinda scared of you." Old Yang paused before speaking. "Let me put it this way, when I applied to teach at number 2 high school, I just recited an essay I wrote in elementary school." "What essay?" "I don't remember the content, but I still remember the title." "What is it?" "My Provincial Governor Father." Chapter 43 The Big Boss of the Dog World. Old Yang didn't escort him far. Jang Xiaoa walked the remaining distance home alone. Just as he entered the alley, Jang Xiaoa froze at the scene before him. What the hell? Another goddamn building blockade? The staircase between the first and second floors was packed with people again. Someone noticed Jang Xiaoa and asked, "Are you here looking for the owner of that husky too?" Jang Xiaoa shook his head. "No, just passing by." The person, "Oh, ha, what kind of damn passing by is this? Isn't this a dead end?" The person grabbed Jang Xiaoa by the arm. "You're the dog owner, aren't you?" "No way, that's not me at all." Before Jang Xiaoa could finish his sentence, the husky stuck its head out from upstairs and barked excitedly, "Woof, woof woof." Everyone immediately understood the excited little expression on the husky's face. "Grab him, don't let him escape." Soon, Jang Xiaoa found himself completely surrounded. No one minded his blood-stained appearance either. Several burly men pinned down his arms from all sides. TSK. Covered in wounds, Jang Xiaoa trembled from the pain as cold sweat instantly drenched his back. The man beside him apologized with a look of remorse. Sorry. Jang Xiaoa. If you're so sorry, then why the hell are you tightening your grip instead of letting go? In his dazed state, Jang Xiaoa suddenly recalled the sensation of being bound by vines under that crazy woman's spell. A woman from the second floor called out, "Is this dog yours?" "No." "What? Then why did it run towards your house?" "Just passing by." Everyone. The woman pressed on, "Then do you know this dog?" "Never seen it before." "Absolutely don't know it." At this moment, the husky ran downstairs through the crowd, licked Jang Xiaoba's fingers twice, and then wagged its tail at him furiously. "Jang Xiaoba, what the hell? I never see you this enthusiastic with me normally, and now that something's happened, you know to wag your tail at me?" The woman snorted coldly. "Your husky beat up our dog. We chased it all the way from the south of the city to here. Not only do you have to compensate for our dog's medical expenses, but also our transportation costs." Jang Xiaobai. He glared at the husky. What, is the west side of the city not enough for you to wreak havoc? Now you're running to the south side? Do you want to be the Chun Hanan of the husky world, the top dog of Qingcheng? Pay up, the woman shouted. The crowd joined in shouting, pay up, pay up. Jang Xiaobai. 20 minutes later, the crowd dispersed. Jang Xiaobai's capital, 100,000. He glanced at the husky, then at the long list of transfer records on his phone, and gave the dog a solid punch on its head. Lucky old granny son can reimburse me, otherwise we'd be having dog meat hot pot for dinner tonight. Then, he opened Baidu to ask, what should I do if my dog is too hyper? Online vet, neuter it. Online vet, we're very professional here. Bring it along when you come. Jang Xiaobai, together? You want me to do it too? Online doctor? Online doctor, no, you do it, the dog pays. Jang Xiaobai, go upstairs. The werewolf was lying in its den, suppressing laughter. How could he not know what was happening with all the commotion outside? Just thinking about Jang Xiaobai suffering another setback made him grin from ear to asterisk ear. Jang Xiaobai approached the werewolf. Thud. He used his last remaining blood chi to activate blood rage and punched the werewolf right in its damn head. Werewolf. The werewolf looked up and saw Jang Xiaobai covered in blood, looking rather wretched. But that still couldn't make up for the damage that punch had just dealt. Jang Xiaobai disregarded the werewolf's resentful gaze and simply sat down on the ground, pulling out a crimson health potion from his system backpack. He popped open the cork and downed it in one gulp. This was his first time drinking a health potion from the system. The taste was cloyingly sweet with a metallic bite, and it slightly burned his throat. The moment he drank the potion, its effects were immediate. His wounds began to visibly heal at a rapid pace. The liquid on his wounds quickly congealed into yellow scabs. At this moment, his entire body itched intensely. With a single scratch, the scabs fell off, revealing fresh, pink new skin underneath. Jang Xiaobai stared at the skin fragments on the ground and couldn't help but marvel. What an incredible thing! After a quick shower, Jang Xiaobai came out of the bathroom wearing clean clothes. He picked up the werewolf's leash and said, come on, let's go to the hospital. To the hospital? What for? To get Era treated. At the pet hospital door, the werewolf halted in his tracks. Why are we back here again? To operate on Era. The werewolf looked unconvinced. Entering the hospital, the doctor, wearing reading glasses, adjusted the frames and squinted before saying cheerfully, a regular. What brings you in today? Jang Xiaobai pointed at the husky beside him and said, for its neutering surgery. Alright, the doctor agreed readily and instructed the nurse beside him, Shaoli, go take the guest to pay for the sterilization. The nurse smiled and gestured politely for him to proceed. Jang Xiaobai walked up to the counter, where the nurse was filling out a form with her head lowered as she asked questions. Breed? Husky. Name? Ha? Question mark. The nurse said with a smile, it's your name. Question mark. Jang Xiaobai was puzzled. Why write mine? That's how it is, sir. Since pet names have too high a repetition rate, to avoid mistakes we always write the owner's name. Alright then, Jang Xiaobai. How big? 18 centimeters. The nurse blushed slightly. I was asking how old the husky is. About 3 years old, Jang Xiaobai estimated. The young nurse handed Jang Xiaobai a diagnosis certificate. Here, this is your medical report. Jang Xiaobai paid the bill and turned to leave. Just as he turned his head, he was called back again. Wait a minute. The little nurse fidgeted awkwardly before asking, are you really 18 centimeters? Jang Xiaobai? The husky lay on the operating table after anesthesia, its consciousness in a hazy state. At that moment, a woman holding a teddy dog entered the pet hospital. Jang Xiaobai had seen this teddy before. It was the same one that proactively greeted the husky that morning. Teddy felt a sympathetic chill in his nether regions the moment he entered and saw the husky lying on the operating table. It reminded him of his own humiliating past. Teddy quickly warned the husky, woof woof woof. Boss, run. They're gonna neuter you. The half-conscious husky mumbled groggily, woof, woof. Neuter is what? Woof woof. That's it. Put. Bump. Bump. Era jolted awake, his mind instantly clearing. With a miserable howl, he leapt off the operating table and dragged his paralyzed hindquarters out, cursing indignantly as he fled. Jang Xiaobai. Nurse? The doctor. The doctor snapped out of his daze and asked Jang Xiaobai. The dog ran away. Should we still proceed? Jang Xiaobai pondered for a moment, then turned to the werewolf and said, the money shouldn't go to waste. Let's use it on this dog instead. Werewolf. The werewolf muttered curses and ran out as well. Seeing the dog had already run off, the doctor hesitated for a moment before saying to Jang Xiaobai, well, I suppose we could do it for you instead. Jang Xiaobai, ha, do it my ass. With that, he left too. Tian Ruyan walked toward the hunter organization with his heart blooming with joy. The reason for his happiness was the results of his chi and spiritual energy tests. Both were at 131, ranking first in the entire class. Old Yang had specifically told him that as long as he stayed calm and kept his composure, he was certain to secure a spot in the school's martial examination. Tian Ruyang strode into the hunter's organization and approached the counter, recalling the method Jang Xiaoa had taught him. Jang Xiaoa had told him that Mishua Ice Cream and Tea and the Hunters organization had launched a collaboration event. Just sing Mishua's brainwashing jingle to the staff, and you'd get a free star added to your record. But as he walked toward the counter, he hesitated. Because it was just so embarrassing. Behind the counter, Shattering noticed a young man pacing back and forth in front of her, prompting her to politely ask, "Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with?" At her question, Tian Ruyan mustered up his courage and approached the counter. Covering his mouth, he whispered sheepishly to Shattering while singing, "You love me, I love you, Mishua ice cream and tea makes us sweet." Shattering? Shattering froze for a full 5 seconds. "Hello, I didn't quite catch that. Could you say it again?" Tian Ruyan licked his lips and sang again shyly, "You love me, I love you, Mishua ice city sweet as honey." Shouting. Tian Ruyang grew anxious. "Don't understand? Should I sing it once more?" He cleared his throat. "You love me, I love you." Unable to bear it any longer, Shouting shouted at the security guards outside the door, "Security, escort him out immediately." Tian Ruyang. Chapter 44, Vital Energy Collapse. The husky collapsed outside the door and passed out before long. Jang Xiaoa stepped outside and sighed helplessly at the sight of the unconscious husky. Then, cradling the husky and leading the werewolf, he took a taxi back home. Along the way, Jang Xiaobai pinched the scruff of Husky's neck and sensed that this fellow's level had already reached body tempering tier 3. He couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. Even this guy knew how to build his own faction and enhance his strength. Looks like I need to improve my power quickly. How humiliating would it be if Husky surpassed me? Considering how the college entrance exams were moved forward, it's clear the current situation is unstable. Maybe I should follow Husky's example and establish my own faction. At least that way I'd have some fighting capability. Although Jang Xiaobai had joined a Blue Sky squad, the team didn't truly belong to him, and its members naturally wouldn't devote themselves to him. As he stroked Era's head, it suddenly dawned on him that he did already possess some semblance of his own forces. An unreliable werewolf hiding ulterior motives, a troublemaking husky that loved fighting and demolishing homes, and Shui Hua whose loyalty lay with the ant colony rather than him. Thinking it over carefully, what kind of lousy organization is this? So exhausting. Just as Jang Xiaobai was feeling frustrated, his phone rang. It was a group message from the Azure Sky Squad. Lin Shang, does anyone know where to find black-armored demon ants? I urgently need 17 pieces of their armored flesh. Dian Yuan asked, what do you need so many pieces for? Lin Shang, the Hunter's Forging Division is holding an event. 18 armor pieces can be exchanged for a first-rank demon armor. Dian Yuan, with just 1 meat armor, you're thinking about taking on this mission? Trying to get a free ride? Ha! Lin Shang, what nonsense are you spouting? At that moment, old man Zhang Yan spoke up in the group. There are some near Qingcheng. You should go check it out. Lin Shang, at Jiang Xiaobai, you're from Qingcheng, right? Ever encountered any black armored demon ants? Jiang Xiaobai answered decisively, there were before, but not anymore. Lin Shang sent a disappointed emoji. Huh? Why's that? Jiang Xiaobai, heard you were coming, so the armored dark ants carried their nest and ran overnight. Lin Shang, Dian Yuan, ha ha ha. Jiang Xiaobai really didn't want Lin Shang to come to Qingcheng. The reason was quite simple. He was afraid this bastard Lin Shang might suddenly go crazy in Qingcheng and slaughter his big client, the flame ant, next door. Putting away his phone, the car happened to pull up right at his doorstep. Jiang Xiaobai escorted the husky back to its room before turning to go downstairs. He was going to collect herbs from his regular client. Before leaving, Jiang Xiaobai specifically instructed the werewolf, if it wakes up, keep an eye on it and don't let it go out. If it doesn't listen, just knock it out again. West Forest of the city. Jang Xiaobai walked deeper into the forest. At this hour, Jang Xiaobai was the only hunter heading outside the city walls. He casually popped a body-tempering pill into his mouth. As the pill dissolved in his stomach, his depleted vitality instantly restored, and both his vitality and spiritual power capacity increased from 205 to 210. Indeed, the effects of the body-tempering pill are diminishing more and more. Jiang Xiaobai couldn't help but wonder, was it because he had taken the body-refining pills too frequently, causing his body's absorption efficiency to decline, or was it simply that his advancing cultivation level now demanded higher quantities of the elixir? He wasn't entirely sure either, but his instincts leaned more toward the latter possibility, because even with his A- grade aptitude, the efficiency of his physical training was becoming somewhat slow. In other words, the difficulty of cultivation increases dramatically after the 6th level of body forging. Jang Xiaobai had only taken a few steps after consuming the body-forging pill when he immediately felt the qi and blood within his body becoming chaotic. He could sense the qi and blood draining away rapidly. In just a few seconds, it had dropped from an original 210 points to 200 points. Is this the chi and blood collapse that old Yang was talking about? Jang Xiaobai smacked his lips. Whether the chi blood collapsed or not was unclear to him, but he knew if it kept draining like this, the one headed for certain collapse would be him. Finally, when the chi blood dropped to 115 points, the collapse stopped. Ha, it's finally over, Jang Xiaobai exhaled in relief. A hint of doubt crept into his mind. Didn't old Yang say that consuming more chi blood could prevent its collapse? Hadn't he drained enough over the past 2 days? Or is it really because the leveling speed is too fast? That shouldn't be either. In the past I used to level up 1 tier at a time, but now it's increasing 5.5 points at once. Can this even be considered fast? Seems like I'll have to find old Zhang and ask him when I have time. Tui. Suehua spat a glob of green venom at a black-armored demon ant. The venom struck the black-armored demon ant's fleshy shield, instantly corroding a deep hole through it, so deep that its damaged internal organs were clearly visible through the gaping wound. Ah! With an agonized howl, the black-armored demon ant instantly collapsed, dead on the spot. This slain ant had been the company commander leading the assault on the fire demon ant nest. Its death shattered the morale of the black-armored demon ant army, throwing them into complete disarray. Soon, the tide of black-armored demon ants retreated like a receding wave. The fire ant colony erupted into victorious cheers. Suehua also cheered happily, her gaze accidentally catching a familiar figure in the dense woods nearby. It was that human. She quietly slipped away from the ant colony and made her way into the forest. Suehua smiled at Jang Xiaobai and said, "Human, we've won again." Only she didn't mention that this time, their victory came at a heavy cost. Half the soldier ants perished in battle, and in the end, even the worker ants responsible for gathering supplies had to join the fight. Yes, I saw it all. Just finished fighting today. I'll have them deliver the spirit materials later. Having said that, Suehua turned around to call her companions to bring the items over. Don't rush off yet, Jang Xiaobai called out to stop her. Suehua showed a puzzled expression. I have a cultivation manual here that I'd like you to test for me. Suehua's face lit up with excitement as she whispered in disbelief, really? Can I truly obtain a cultivation technique? Jang Xiaobai nodded with a smile, of course. Jang Xiaobai recited the contents of the monster compendium for Suehua to hear. As she listened, Suehua grew increasingly exhilarated, to the point where she didn't even notice the tears streaming down her face. The tears brimmed with gratitude and excitement. She never expected Jang Xiaobai would impart a cultivation technique to her, nor did she imagine how perfectly it would align with her. It was as if this technique had been tailored specifically for her. She didn't even need to consciously memorize it before it imprinted itself in her mind and began circulating automatically. Human, how could you possess such a formidable technique? Although Suehua had never studied any cultivation techniques, her sixth sense told her that this one was more powerful than any other. Even the queen's cultivation technique couldn't compare to 1/10 of its greatness. Jang Xiaobai replied, I figured it out myself. Really? The simple-minded Suehua believed him. Human, you truly possess great wisdom. Wait here, I'll go call the others to bring gifts. Don't rush, there's something else I want to give you. Something else? What is it? Suehua asked. Jang Xiaobai took out a Nokia and handed it to Suehua. I promised before to get you a phone, and today I've brought it with me. Suehua stared curiously at the slate-like object in her hand and asked, is this really a phone? Why does it look so much like a piece of stone? Jang Xiaobai smiled, took the Nokia, and began teaching Suehua how to operate the phone right in front of her. Suehua was astonished to discover that this slate could actually emit light, and the glowing images even changed as the human finger moved across it. This is Tetris, this is Snake, and this is the video player. The most important one is this. Do you see the text in the first row? Suehua shook her head. I don't understand. It's okay if you don't understand. Just remember to press the first one, then hit the green button. Suehua pressed the green button, and Jang Xiaobai's phone rang. Jang Xiaobai walked about 5 meters away and answered the call. Hello. On the other end of the line. I hear you, human. I can hear your voice. This is incredible. Jang Xiaobai walked back over and said to Suehua, the red button ends the call. Next time, just call me directly if you need anything. Got it. Suehua continued. By the way, human, I've already reached the 5th level of body tempering. Jang Xiaobai clicked his tongue in astonishment. Holy smokes, every one of them is about to surpass me. Jang Xiaobai asked Suehua, how's your chi and blood circulation? Any signs of chi blood collapse? No way. With high-intensity physical combat every day, just keeping up with replenishing my energy leaves no room for breakdowns. Jang Xiaobai nodded, thinking to himself, intensive martial arts combat can resolve chi blood collapse. No wonder old Yang told me to train my martial arts at the gym. At this hour, there should still be some training facilities open, right? Alright, I got it. Go back and call them over. Roger that. I'll go fetch the ants from my squad right away. Oh, and by the way, I'm the captain now. Jang Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Well, even Suehua was starting to build her own faction? This time, Suehua finally ran back to summon the ants to move the things over. Before long, Jang Xiaobai left with 10 large bags of monster food, hugging a bulging patched sack. On the road, Jang Xiaobai's phone rang. Jang Xiaobai, hello? Human, where are you now? Came the voice from the other end of the call. I can see the city. Good. I was just testing whether you could still receive my call from this distance. Suihua hung up and noticed there was another number listed beneath Jang Xiaobai's. Out of curiosity, she made the call. Soon, the call was answered. The person on the other end seemed extremely agitated. Before Suihua could speak, an almost hysterical shout came through the phone. I don't fucking know any Rongrong. No one's competing with you over Rongrong. Can you please stop calling me? This is the 70th number. Then, slap. The call ended. Though Suihua couldn't understand what the other party was saying, she found it quite novel. Hey, fun, how fun. Then, she continued making phone calls. Chapter 45, Coach, I want to learn how to walk. On the road. Jang Xiaobai whistled cheerfully while sorting through the freshly stripped carapaces of the black armor demon ants. If it weren't for Lin Shang's reminder, he wouldn't have known about the Hunter Organization's promotion event where 18 sets of flesh armor could be exchanged for a demon hide armor crafted from a first-tier fiend's skin. Jang Xiaobai collected a total of 270 monster coins from slaughtering 18 black-armored demon ants, combining scavenging with cleanup blows. Together with the remaining 210 monster coins from his previous lottery withdrawals, this totaled 480 monster coins, enough for 96 lottery draws. Additionally, the information collection progress for the black-armored demon ant in the monster guide had increased from the original 3% to 21%. With monster coins in hand, Jang Xiaobai once again embraced his gambler's instincts. Congratulations, you've obtained an ant nest. Congratulations, you've obtained one book of basic pharmacological knowledge. Congratulations, you've obtained one anti-psychic surveillance device. Jang Xiaobai drew 280 monster coins in one go. This time, it finally wasn't 32 consecutive bags of monster food anymore. He carefully counted the newly drawn items: 25 bags of monster food, 24 body tempering pills, 3 marrow cleansing pills, 2 bottles of health potions, 1 bottle of speed potion, and 1 can of Yida. Apart from these common items, there were 3 new things drawn: an ant nest, basic pharmacology knowledge, and an anti-mind probe device. Jang Xiaobai took out the ant nest. The ant nest was a sponge-like cube full of holes. The nest wasn't large, roughly about 2 cubic meters in size, yet its internal tunnels were intricately connected and neatly organized. What's the system giving me this for? To raise ants? How many ants could possibly live in such a tiny nest? With lingering doubts, Jang Xiaobai continued to examine the next item. Basic pharmacological knowledge, an ancient-looking book documenting over 50 types of spiritual herbs. Jang Xiaobai casually flipped through a few pages. Whether it was the appearance of the herbs, their growth habits, or the complex interactions between different herb properties, this foundational pharmacological text contained remarkably detailed records. He joked to himself, half seriously, if I memorize this entire book, I could probably start refining and selling pills myself someday. Still, on second thought, even if I can't refine pills, at least I won't get swindled when selling spirit herbs later. The final treasure, an anti-psychic detection device. Jang Xiaobai couldn't even explain what this treasure was all about, but hey, just the name alone sounded badass enough. He took out the anti-psychic detection device, which looked like an ordinary USB flash drive. Is there 128 gigabytes of pirated content in this USB drive? Jang Xiaobai felt that wasn't the case, at least he hoped not. Among the 3 peculiar items, apart from the pharmacological knowledge, none of the others made any sense to him. Forget it, I'll figure these things out when I get back. Training Hall. Jang Xiaobai didn't rush to sell the spiritual herbs at the Hunter Organization upon entering the city, but instead found a training hall in the Western District. As soon as he entered, the receptionist enthusiastically greeted, "Welcome, how may I assist you?" Jang Xiaobai, do you have any female receptionists here? The front desk guy. The front desk guy immediately got displeased. What? Talking to me is such a hardship for you? They're all out for training and studies these days, so us front desk guys are covering the shifts. The receptionist continued asking, do you need any services from us? I'm here to learn physical combat techniques and martial arts. The receptionist guy, alright then, what kind of martial arts techniques would you like to learn? In Xincheng, our training center has the most comprehensive collection. Something I'd like to learn? Jang Xiaobai pondered for a moment before murmuring softly, I want to learn Jiehua Fa. ? The receptionist froze for a second before putting on a professional fake smile and saying, we don't have what you called Jiehua Fa here. Then what about Lightning 5 Whip Strike? Well, we don't have that either. The receptionist looked somewhat embarrassed, cursing internally, why don't you just say you want to learn the dragon subduing 18 poems while you're at it? Jang Xiaobai smacked his lips, then let's start with physical training first. I'll pick martial skills later. The receptionist's expression brightened slightly. He smiled at Jang Xiaobai and said, no problem. By the way, sir, would you like to sign up for a VIP membership? What are the benefits of VIP? Compared to regular customers, VIP customers have access to more workout equipment, though the price is also a bit higher, 20,000 per month for unlimited usage. Jang Xiaoa thought it over and found it fairly reasonable. Alright, then sign me up for a VIP membership. Certainly, please wait a moment while I call your martial arts instructor over. 1 minute later, a man dressed in black approached, and the receptionist introduced him. This is your martial arts instructor, Mo Kai. Mo Kai appeared to be about the same age as Lao Yang, both in their early 30s, but he carried himself with far more vitality and spirit than Lao Yang. Unlike the other physically imposing and muscular martial arts instructors at the training gym, this Mo Kai looked rather frail, yet he exuded a sense of sharp efficiency that suggested hidden edges. Hello, what's your name? Mo Kai asked Jang Xiaoa. Jang Xiaoa. Very well, Mr. Jang, come with me. Jang Xiaoa followed Mo Kai into a small, unoccupied private room within the training facility. Though called a private room, its floor space rivaled over half a basketball court. The space contained various high-end exercise equipment and 3 trash cans. Of course, only VIPs can use such a room, and even then, it's time-limited. Entering the room together with Jang Xiaoa and his group was also the front desk guy. What are you doing here? Jang Xiaoa asked. The front desk guy smiled and explained, since you're a new user, we're concerned you might not understand how to use our training facility's equipment. What do you mean? Jang Xiaoa asked. Here's the thing. The receptionist explained. The equipment in front of you is for regular VIP members. You'll need to use the machines in sequence according to the workout plan your trainer designed for you. What about those others then? Jang Xiaoa asked, looking toward the equipment behind the glass door. The receptionist walked over to the glass door and pointed behind it. These are for our premium VVIP members. VVIP? Jang Xiaoa was dumbfounded. Even martial arts training has VVIP now? What is this, some TV drama? He pressed his forehead in exasperation. Let me guess, if a VVIP member uses the equipment ahead of schedule without following the coach's plan, does that count as premium early access? The receptionist gave him an appreciative look. Yes, but we don't call it premium early access. Then what do you call it? Early activation. Jang Xiaobai muttered under his breath. Had I known, I would have gone somewhere else. All the other places are the same. Are you guys running a monopoly or something? Nope, everyone does it this way, so it's called fair competition. Jang Xiaobai rolled his eyes and said, yeah right, like I'd believe that. Then he turned to look at Mo Kai. Mo Kai said with a stern face, don't look at me. They make their dirty money. I do my wage labor, I have nothing to do with them. The receptionist said with a smile, Mr. Mo, you really don't mince words. Mo Kai replied expressionlessly, you should be used to it by now. The receptionist chuckled and said to Jang Xiaobai, then I won't disturb you. Just let me know if you want to upgrade to VVIP, I'll be right here watching. Ignoring the receptionist, Jang Xiaobai asked Mo Kai in plain hearing, is that VVIP really worth getting? You should really turn it on. Why? Because then I get my commission. You really don't stand on ceremony, do you? Mo Kai said casually, you'll have to get used to it. Jang Xiaobai. Alright, let's not waste any more time, it's time to begin our training session. The purpose of learning physical combat techniques is to achieve bodily coordination. Only a coordinated body can create more surprises in battle. The coordination I'm referring to isn't just about a solid lower body, it also means synchronizing the upper and lower limbs. There's a saying that goes, a slight move in one part affects the whole. For example, when you throw a punch, only by mobilizing all your muscles to work in unison can you deliver the most effective strike. Then what should I learn first? Good question. To learn martial arts, you must first learn to walk. Jang Xiaobai was baffled. Learn to walk first? Mo Kai nodded. Yes. You must walk with your hips. Let me demonstrate for you. Then, Mo Kai circled around Jang Xiaobai while demonstrating and teaching. To walk with the demeanor of a master, you must learn to open your hips. Walk with your hips, and you'll stride swiftly as if flying. Mo Kai began to move, quickly circling around Jang Xiaobai at high speed. At first, Jang Xiaobai's eyes could still keep up with his movements, but Mo Yotsai's speed soon became faster and faster, his footwork growing increasingly sharp. Jang Xiaobai watched in a daze, feeling dizzy. The coach's voice kept echoing in his ears. You can also integrate leg techniques and fist techniques. Hook kick, elbow strike, sliding step. How about that? Didn't I move super fast? Jang Xiaobai was exasperated. With such a huge space available, did you really have to circle around me? Are you out of your mind? He fought down the urge to vomit. Fast, sure, but damn, that was kinda nauseating. The receptionist guy standing nearby couldn't hold back any longer. He rushed to the trash can, clutching it as he puked. Bleg. Then, the coach stopped as well. He fainted. Dizzy from spinning himself, Mo Kai, utterly disoriented, stumbled to another trash can and vomited with a loud ugh. Jang Xiaobai clenched his eyes shut, swallowing hard and desperately trying to suppress his urge to vomit. At this moment, the receptionist who'd only half-puked glanced at the coach's trash can and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Gee, you actually ate the same thing as me tonight." Jang Xiaobai, ugh. Chapter 46, Standing Stance. After a long while, the three of them finally stopped. Mo Yukai said to Jang Xiaobai, "Today's lesson is free, consider it my treat." He straightened up and continued, "When walking, your hips should move, but your legs must stay steady. I noticed earlier when you came in your posture was unsteady, showing signs of qi and blood instability." Jang Xiaobai marveled in his heart, what a master. Mo Yukai continued, "Before learning to walk, I should first teach you stance training." Stance training? Correct. Let me demonstrate it for you first. As soon as Mo Yukai finished speaking, Jang Xiaobai showed a frightened expression. How the hell could he not be scared? Just demonstrating walking made 3 people vomit along the way, and now he's demonstrating standing meditation, who knows what else might happen. Just relax, I promise nothing will go wrong this time. Mo Yukai reassured Jang Xiaobai. The stance I'm teaching you is the Hunyuan stance. First, your feet should be slightly wider than shoulder width apart, with your knees slightly bent, not extending past your toes. Keep your tongue against the roof of your mouth, breathe deeply into your lower abdomen, relax your shoulders, and let your back lean slightly without fully resting. The final step, and the crucial one, pay attention. Focus your qi and blood into your legs. I know it's difficult to maintain qi and blood concentration at a single point for long during the body forging stage, but if you endure, you can enter a roly-poly state. That is, a state as stable as a boulder, unshakable when pushed, unmovable when struck. Jang Xiaobai nodded silently, reciting Professor Mo Yotsai's key instructions as he followed along. Soon, they reached the final step. He tried to channel his vital energy down to his legs. The defining characteristic of physical refinement stage vital energy is its scattered and uncondensed nature, which is why there are virtually no decent martial techniques to learn at this stage. Sometimes, martial techniques during the training phase aren't as satisfying as simply overpowering opponents with brute strength. Jang Xiaobai's vital energy dispersed rapidly as he channeled it to his legs so fast that his circulation speed could barely keep up with the dissipation rate. He frowned. It wasn't that he lacked patience, but his vital energy was collapsing again. At this moment, Mo Yukai placed a hand on Jang Xiaobai's shoulder and said, "Adjust your breathing and relax your mind. I'll use my vital energy to regulate yours." A surge of vital energy pressure pressed against Jang Xiaobai's own vital energy. Soon, the previously collapsing and dissipating qi and blood immediately stabilized. "Focus your qi and blood into your legs, I'll stabilize them for you." Jang Xiaobai nodded and followed Mo Yotsai's instructions to assume the stance. After about 5 minutes, Jang Xiaobai was drenched in sweat, his legs trembling violently, and his qi and blood completely depleted from maintaining the stance. Seeing that qi and blood had been depleted, Mo Yukai let go, and Jang Xiaobai slumped to the ground. At this moment, although his body felt hollow from the exhaustion of qi and blood, the previous restlessness had faded, leaving his mind steadier and more composed. Overall, the results were excellent. Alright, since your qi and blood have been exhausted, let's end today's lesson here. In the end, Jang Xiaobai, completely drained of qi and blood, had to support himself against the wall as he left. Though it seemed odd, not a single person mocked him, because most who came here to train had gone through the same ordeal. Hunter Organization. Jang Xiaobai arrived at the Hunter Organization from the training hall by 9 o'clock in the evening. At this hour, there weren't many people around, just 2 or 3. Xiaoting spotted Jang Xiaobai entering and called out to Mao Rongrong beside her, "Rongrong Jia, Xiaobai's here." Mao Rongrong glanced up before saying to Jang Xiaobai, "Go upstairs first, I'll join you shortly." Conference room. Jang Xiaobai took out 20 blood spirit flowers and a dozen pieces of black armor ant meat armor, placing them in front of Mao Rongrong. "The blood spirit flowers are for sale to you, and help me exchange the meat armor for a set of first-grade armor." Looking at the pile of items before her, Mao Rongrong wasn't surprised. She had long suspected that behind this guy stood some powerful figure, otherwise, how could he so easily obtain so many spirit herbs? The amount of spirit herbs Jang Xiaobai had provided these past few days was almost equivalent to half a year's output from Qingqing's experimental spirit fields. "Wait here, I'll go get it." 1 minute later, Mao Rongrong entered the conference room carrying a set of leather armor crafted from first-grade monster hide. This is a lightweight armor made from the hide of a sapphire-eyed dire tiger. Its defensive capabilities are decent. It can withstand one fatal strike from a first-grade martial artist wielding a C-grade alloy weapon. However, at your current level, leather armor isn't cost-effective. You'd be better off selling it to buy some pills first. You can always purchase the armor later when you've leveled up. Jang Xiaobai said with a miserable expression, "My family is poor, we can't afford clothes." Mao Rongrong, heh, trying to play the poor card with me? Do you think I don't know how much you've earned from hunters? And who on earth wears first-grade soft armor as regular clothing? Jang Xiaobai wanted the soft armor not because he was poor or lacked clothes, but because he had angered too many enemies recently. There was the Chen family spanning 3 generations, the scarred man's hunter team, and those delinquents. Better safe than sorry. If these people went crazy and tried to assassinate him, this soft armor might just save his life. Back at the rented apartment, Husky was still lying on the floor snoring. Whether still asleep or knocked out by the werewolf was unclear. After a quick shower, Jang Xiaoa immediately began examining the treasures the system had given him. He set aside the ant nest, having no intention to study it since he wasn't an ant and couldn't possibly squeeze through those narrow tunnels. Next, he took out the anti-psychic surveillance device, that small U-shaped drive. Anti-mind probing device. If it's anti-mind, then it must be related to the brain. Jang Xiaoa placed the anti-mind probing device on his head. Suddenly, his brain received a burst of information. It was transmitted by the device on top of his head. Item, anti-psychic surveillance device. Memory, 1 terabyte. Content, empty. Function, this device connects directly to the host's mental realm. When someone attempts psychic intrusion against the host, the anti-psychic surveillance system automatically activates, playing all downloaded videos and movies stored within the apparatus. Jang Xiaoa nodded silently to himself. This meant that as long as he downloaded movies and videos into this USB drive, others wouldn't be able to peek into his thoughts. Seems quite useful, but what should he download? Instinctively, Jang Xiaoa opened up his phone's collection of banana, strawberry, guava, and other assorted fruit videos. For no particular reason, just to check if the price of fruits had gone up lately. In the end, Jang Xiaoa didn't download much, just enough to fill up that 1 terabyte. That was it. After finishing the downloads, Jang Xiaoa hesitantly put down the tissue paper beside him. This wasn't about moral corruption, it was a fucking matter of life and death if he went even one more round. Jang Xiaoa had squeezed out every last drop of vital energy in his body just to sustain his own circulation. Helpless, he could only open Principles of Basic Pharmacology to stop his mind from wandering. The very first page of Basic Pharmacology featured the blood spirit flower. He softly read the blood spirit flower's description. Blood spirit flower thrives on spiritual energy, blooms crimson, with 6 petals. Jang Xiaoa had just finished reading when something miraculous happened. Chapter 47, The Quota. Jang Xiaoa discovered that every character he finished reading would simultaneously vanish from the book's pages. At the same time, these disappearing characters became indelibly engraved in his mind, impossible to shake off. Jang Xiaoa spent a full hour finally committing this fundamental pharmacological knowledge entirely to memory. To test the results, he opened the patched burlap sack. With each medicinal herb he withdrew, Jang Xiaoa could instinctively name it along with its properties and growth requirements. Of course, his herb recognition was limited only to basic and elementary medicinal plants. Jang Xiaoa contentedly tucked away the wordless book in his hand, popped 2 pieces of gum into his mouth, and drifted off to sleep with a blissful expression. The werewolf nearby, noticing the smirk on Jang Xiaoba's face, couldn't help but mutter, "Damn, this kid's having wet dreams again." The next day, Xincheng No. 2 High School, Martial Arts Arena. Old Yang stood with the entire class in front of the martial arts training ground, announcing yesterday's test results. The test results from yesterday are out. The top 3 are Tian Ruyang, Ran Jinjin, and Zhao Yu. So the 3 spots for the school's martial arts trials will be taken by them. If anyone thinks they're just strong in chi and blood but lack combat skills compared to you, then feel free to challenge them. Each person has 1 chance to issue a challenge, but the opponent must be at full strength. Additionally, since Jang Xiaoa hasn't been tested yet, he holds priority challenge rights. Old Yang looked at Jang Xiaoa and asked, "Jang Xiaoa, do you wish to challenge one of them?" As soon as Old Yang finished speaking, Fatty Ren immediately grew nervous. Others might not know just how strong Zhang Zi was, but how could he not know? Chen Wei could beat him, Fatty Ren, as easily as playing around, and while Jang Xiaobai fighting Chen Wei wasn't exactly child's play, he at least had the upper hand. Zhang Zi wouldn't screw me over, would he? Zhang Xiaobai glanced at the 3 of them, noticing that Fatty Ren didn't dare meet his gaze and quickly lowered his head. Tian Ruyan, however, glared at Zhang Xiaobai with bold defiance, his eyes burning with fury. Zhang Xiaobai was puzzled. When had he provoked this guy? Then it hit him. Did this idiot actually go rap and dance at the Hunter organization? No way, no way. Whatever. Since he clearly wants a fight, I'll gladly oblige. I challenge Yang Zi. Tian Ruyan? Damn kid, show some respect, I'm your class monitor. Old Yang nodded approvingly. Good. Tian Ruyan, prepare to accept the challenge. The little fatty beside him silently breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 stepped onto the sparring platform. The sparring platform was roughly the size of 2 boxing rings combined. This space would be considered very large for ordinary boxers, but for practitioners, it was extremely small. Tian Ruyang was the first to angrily rebuke, Zhang Xiaobai, I trusted you so much and you actually deceived me. Zhang Xiaobai's face was full of remorse. I also trusted you so much, Yang Zai. I just never expected what? Zhang Xiaobai's expression turned blank. Never expected you'd be this stupid, actually running over there to sing. Tian Ruyang's pent-up rage instantly exploded. What truly infuriated him wasn't being tricked into singing the Mishue ice cream and tea theme song, but rather being publicly escorted out by security guards wielding giant metal tongs the night before. In that moment, he seemed to see Run 2 brandishing those metal tongs. In that moment, the security guards seemed to see a frantic badger darting through a watermelon field. That night, Tian Ruyang became the most hunted creature in social suicide history. That night, Shattering didn't dare walk alone in the dark anymore, because she felt she had encountered something unclean. Tian Ruyang gathered all his strength and attacked Jang Xiaoa with everything he had. Jang Xiaoa watched Tian Ruyang, who was determined to fight him to the death, and felt a headache coming on. He was at body forging 6th layer, while the other was only at body forging 2nd layer. If he won, his conscience wouldn't let him rest, it would be outright dishonorable. Most importantly, I just tricked this naive kid yesterday, and now I'd taken him down in one move. He was probably going to hold a grudge against me for life. Jang Xiaoa quickly retreated, engaging in a guerrilla-style battle with Tian Ruyang on the field. Tian Ruyang chased after him with all his might, but no matter how much he increased his speed, his iron fists never managed to land on Jang Xiaoa. He couldn't even graze the corner of his clothes. Tian Ruyang grew frantic, shouting, "Hey, Jang, if you've got the guts, don't run, let's settle this with a real fight." Jang Xiaoa halted his steps, his expression suddenly turning solemn. "It seems I'll have to unleash my secret technique to defeat you." Tian Ruyang's face lit up with excitement. "I've been looking forward to facing an opponent of equal strength." Old Yang, listening from underground, couldn't help but roll his eyes, one at 2nd realm, the other at 6th realm, equal strength my ass. Jang Xiaoa shouted at the top of his lungs, "Secret technique." A man swift as the wind. He saw him accelerate full throttle towards Tian Ruyang. Just when it seemed they were about to engage in a real man-to-man brawl, he suddenly swerved and began circling around Tian Ruyang. This tactic was learned yesterday from Mou Kai, though his speed couldn't match Mo's. Ren Jinjin watched Jang Xiaoa spinning around him at lightning speed and adopted a policy of not moving unless provoked. His eyes were fixed on Jang Xiaoba's figure, fearing that bastard might pull some trick again. Old Yang in the audience was also puzzled. What the hell is this kid thinking? It was just one punch, why make it so flashy? As he pondered, Old Yang sent out his psychic energy, wanting to see if this guy had suffered some recent shock. The moment Old Yang's psychic energy entered Jang Xiaoba's mind, what it encountered was pure chaos. His thoughts scattered. Naked teacher Aoi. Old Yang? This kid can fight and think about such things simultaneously, what a prodigy. Thinking he'd accessed the wrong brain chamber, he cautiously probed again. This time, it was Teacher Bo who came to meet him. This kid, no wonder he's not normal, must have scrambled his brains watching too many videos. On stage, Tian Ruyang's eyes could no longer keep up with Jang Xiaoba's speed, yet he stubbornly persisted. Finally, he couldn't hold it anymore. He climbed over the railing, jumped off the stage, and threw up into the martial arts arena's trash can. Bleeze. Old Yang, having regained his composure, straightened up and announced, Tian Ruyang voluntarily left the stage, Jang Xiaobai wins. Still dizzy, Jang Xiaobai vaguely heard that he'd won. He stumbled over the railing, snatched Tian Ruyang's trash can, and vomited into it too. Jang Xiaobai, ugh. Tian Ruyang, ugh. The two wretched faces turned toward each other, making the onlookers feel utterly disgusted. Chapter 48, Exposed, Part 1. Jang Xiaobai secured a spot in the school's martial arts competition, while Tian Ruyang failed to defend his position. Old Yang asked, Tian Ruyang, you have one challenge opportunity. Will you take it now or wait? Tian Ruyang vigorously shook his dizzy head, trying to regain his clarity. Give me a minute, he said. 1 minute later, Tian Ruyang and Xiaoyu stood facing each other on the dueling platform. Xiaoyu was only at the first level of body refinement, and while he wasn't completely powerless against Tian Ruyang at the second level, he was basically just getting pounded on. In less than a minute, Xiaoyu was defeated. Tian Ruyang reclaimed his spot in the school martial arts tournament. Bruised and battered, Xiaoyu stumbled off the duel platform, muttering curses. If you're mad, go take it out on Jang Xiaobai. What's the point of using me as a punching bag? Those who watched the fight couldn't help but exclaim, the class monitor's strength is still impressive, finishing off Xiaoyu so quickly. No matter how strong the class monitor is, can they compare to Jang Xiaobai? The monitor didn't even land a single hit before losing to him. Can you really call that the monitor's loss? At most, it was just a mistake. What kind of skill does Jang Xiaobai have, just running around in circles? Talking like you're so tough, why don't you challenge Jang Xiaobai yourself if you're that capable? Let's go then. 30 seconds later, Wu Kui and Jang Xiaobai were squatting by the roadside hugging a trash can, vomiting. While they were still vomiting, Class 1's homeroom teacher Wang Zigang arrived at the martial arts performance field with his students. These favored children of heaven walked with an air of confidence, each holding their heads high and exuding an imposing presence. Noticing the presence of Class 17 students, their group began whispering amongst themselves. What do you think is the highest cultivation level in their class? Could anyone have reached body tempering second layer? I heard some have. The first 3 layers are so easy to cultivate that even the weakest aptitude should reach the second layer. Though Class 17 was located next to Class 1, an invisible barrier seemed to separate the two classes who showed mutual disdain and knew little about each other. A student from Class 17 asked curiously to their friend beside them, "What do you think is the highest cultivation level in Class 1? I guess they probably have someone at body forging stage 4th layer. I think they must have at least reached the 5th layer." A student from Class 1 overheard this and laughed, unable to resist saying, "5th layer? Luli from our class has already gone into seclusion preparing to break through to body forging stage 7th layer. Ha, the average level in our class is already at the 5th layer. Yes, Class 1 is the elite class of Qingqing No. 2 High School, where even the weakest students have reached the 4th level, and the strongest, like Luli, are already attempting to break through to the 7th level." Wu Kuei from Class 17 gaped in astonishment. It's barely been a few days, less than 7 days, and he's almost at the 7th level? Comparing people like this really makes you want to die. Jang Xiaoa was also surprised. To level up even faster than me, isn't he afraid of a chi blood collapse? Jang Xiaoa had so many body-tempering pills in his pocket he could eat them like candy, but he didn't dare take even one, afraid it might trigger a collapse. It looks like I need to hurry up and master standing stance and walking, otherwise I won't be able to take first place in the school combat trials. At that moment, old Yang walked up to Jang Xiaobai. "What the hell are you thinking about all day, kid?" Jang Xiaobai was taken aback. "Huh? What do you mean?" This actually left old Yang feeling a bit embarrassed. How could he possibly admit to peeking into a student's mental world and then watching 2 adult videos in there? "By the way, old Yang, I have a question for you." "Go ahead, what is it?" Jang Xiaobai asked. "Why do I feel like my cultivation is so difficult now? It takes me tremendous effort just to increase my chi blood limit by a tiny bit." Old Yang's expression turned serious as he replied, "There are generally 2 reasons. First, your innate talent is poor. F-rank aptitude naturally slows down cultivation. The second reason is that the higher your body refinement stage, the slower your progress becomes. Even for an A-grade aptitude, reaching 7 points in upper limits within 2 days at the 7th level would be considered exceptionally talented among A-grade individuals." Jang Xiaobai was puzzled. Why is that? If it's already this hard, wouldn't leveling up after reaching the graded ranks be next to impossible? Old Yang chuckled. "No need to worry. This phenomenon only occurs during the body forging stage. Once you enter the graded ranks, leveling up will proceed as normal." Jang Xiaobai nodded solemnly after hearing this, thinking to himself, so it's normal for body forging pills to have limited effects then. Fine, if the effect is bad, it's bad. At least everyone upgrades slowly. Going to watch Fatty compete in the match. In the following days, everyone eagerly participated in the spot challenge, which utterly exhausted Rin Jinjin. People only targeted Rin Jinjin for matches, and for good reason. Jang Xiaobai was too disgusting. Tian Ruyang clearly wouldn't pass, so in the end, everyone just seized upon the poor little fatty in the middle and kept picking on him. For 5 days, Rin Jinjin challenged everyone in his class one by one, winning each match with his sheer bulk. After all, no one could withstand the impact of such a massive human cannonball. These 5 days transformed Jang Xiaobai into the epitome of discipline, a true time management guru. As soon as he arrived at school during the day, he would begin practicing his stance drills. When exhausted, he'd recover on the spot, resuming practice the moment his stamina returned. After school, I first gave Suihua a call to check what time I should head over. After exchanging spirit herbs with the Fire Ant clan, I went to the training hall to practice under Mo Yotsai's guidance. Finally, I stopped by the Hunter organization to check in. Life was fulfilling and abundant. The kind where both my wallet and soul were full. 9.11. The day before the school martial exam. Fire Demon Ant Nest. Restricted area. High Priest, what brings you to the warehouse? Just let us know what you need, and we'll deliver it to you. The High Priest of the Fire Ants replied coldly, indeed. The Queen needs nourishment. I came to inspect. The Flame Ant Guard's expression darkened. Then Great Priest, what do you need? Let us find it for you. The guards didn't want the Great Priest to enter, because if he discovered their secret inside, it would be a capital offense. No need, I'll enter myself. Ah, Great Priest, how could we trouble you with such dirty, exhausting work? Let us lowly ones handle it. Faced with the guard's insistence on barring his entry to the treasury, the High Priest suddenly erupted in anger. Do you refuse to obey my words now? And no, that's not it. The 2 flaming ant guards, having been reprimanded, had no choice but to lower their heads and open the warehouse doors. With a cold snort, the High Priest stormed into the warehouse only to let out a terrifying roar upon entering. Damn it, just who did this? Chapter 48 Exposed. The High Priest's roar shook the entire ant nest, even startling the Ant Queen herself. The Ant Queen dragged her emaciated king to the heavily guarded warehouse. By now, the warehouse was surrounded by a dense crowd of flame ants. Upon the Queen's arrival, they instinctively parted to create a path for her. The Ant Queen asked the High Priest, "High Priest, what happened?" "The warehouse has been robbed," the High Priest exclaimed in extreme fury. What? The Ant Queen was equally shocked. At this moment, the Ant Queen suddenly questioned, High Priest, you never usually come to the warehouse. Why did you suddenly think of coming here this time? The High Priest suddenly felt a bit guilty. I just came by for a stroll and happened to think of checking the warehouse, only to discover more than half the inventory is missing. The nearby fire ant guard glanced at the High Priest, thinking to himself, that's not what you said earlier, but fearing the High Priest, he didn't dare speak up. Though the Queen Ant harbored suspicions about the High Priest, she voiced none of them. Instead, she turned to the fire ant in charge of the warehouse and demanded, explain this. Speak now. The Queen's wrath silenced the fire ants present. Not talking? First and second. Here. 2 first-grade fire ants responded in unison. Take these 2 to prison and interrogate them thoroughly. Yes. At the same time, Xiaoa also received news that the missing warehouse supplies had been discovered. Sisters Xiaoa, what should we do? Xiaoa calmly reassured them, don't panic, let me think of a solution. Xiaoa had now clearly become the backbone of the low-level fire ants. Have you decided? Have you decided? The little fire ants beside him chirped incessantly. Xiaoa thought for a moment and said, the law doesn't punish the masses. Let's just say we ate it. Is it useful? Whether it works or not is another matter, but we must not reveal the existence of humans. Do you understand? Understood. Good, then follow me. Xiaoa led the swarm of demon ants to the warehouse entrance. As soon as they arrived, Xiaoa dropped to one knee before the Ant Queen and confessed, Your Majesty, I was the one who secretly took supplies from the warehouse. What? You dare steal supplies from the warehouse? Me too. Me too. In an instant, all the demon ants at the warehouse entrance knelt halfway, admitting they had stolen the supplies. The Queen Ant glared coldly at the surrounding demon ants, knowing full well that these ants were forcing her to grant them amnesty. Because these demon ants were the main combat force, if they were all imprisoned, the anthill would truly have no defenders left, collapsing without a fight. Fine, now you're starting to threaten me. Soon this ant colony will be turned upside down. This humble servant wouldn't dare. Wouldn't dare? Then what are you doing? The Ant Queen suddenly released a powerful pressure, suffocating all the ants present. This oppressive force grew stronger and stronger, until the weaker fire demon ants present were directly crushed into unconsciousness. Seeing that her intimidating aura had taken effect, the Ant Queen finally relented. She declared to the demon ants, Today, I'll spare your lives. If there's a next time, you'll be beheaded on the spot as an example. Having said that, she turned to the 2 beside her and commanded, Old 6 and Old 7, from now on, you 2 will be in charge of guarding the warehouse door. Yes. And also, High Priest, prepare some tonic for the Ant King again. Look how thin he's become. With that, the Ant Queen dragged the reluctant Ant King back to their nest. The Ant King clutched his waist and begged pitifully, My body really can't take it anymore. Let me rest for a while. The Ant Queen sternly refused. No way. We're in the middle of a war. Our anthill is already running low on soldiers. The door closed, and from inside came the sound of enthusiastic clapping. Deep in the woods north of the city. Time of death. About a week after death, the body had already begun to decompose, with visible bite marks from wild animals on the face and abdomen. Cause of death? Carotid artery severed, no other bodily damage, personal belongings missing, signs of struggle in the vicinity. Any other findings? Yes, we discovered a grade E alloy shield broken in 2 halves. Elemental analysis confirms it matches Chang'Yi's wind attribute. Additionally, the facial demon monkey's head was also severed by Chang'Yi. The fatal lightning wound on the facial demon monkey's chest was caused by an elemental ring. However, one peculiar detail is that the creature's genitalia were removed with a blunt instrument. The short man in black fell silent for a moment before asking, during his lifetime, Chang'Yi didn't possess any blunt weapons, did he? The other replied, no, just one B-grade alloy knife. The short man fell deep into thought, just who had killed Chang'Yi? Those weaklings? No way, they don't have what it takes. Who could it be? Just as he was thinking about it, the tall man came running over. Yu Ming asked, did you find any other bodies nearby? No, but I found a note in the grass nearby. A note? Let me see it. Yu Ming took the note and read it silently in a low voice. Name, Shenwei, age 17. A student from Qingcheng No. 2 Cultivation High School. Villa No. 14, Qingcheng Diyuan. The phone number is 13. The ID number is 8008. The underwear color is Barbie pink. The biggest hobby is stealing girls' underwear. Yu Ming was baffled. Why was their personal information displayed here? The tall guy looked at the note and said, and this guy calls himself a high school student? Full of typos, can't even spell the word piheo, hobby, correctly. Mentioning P made him pause too. How do you even write P in piheo again? Yu Ming cursed, idiot, the character for P is obviously, forget about these for now. First take people to investigate Shenwei. Be quick. Got it. What about you? I need to report this matter to the second boss. As soon as the tall man left, Yu Ming made a phone call. Second boss, it's me. There's something extremely important I need to report to you. Speak. Yu Ming paused for a moment. Here's the thing. Chang Yi is dead. Murdered, he said. The other end of the phone remained silent for a long time before replying. Don't rush to call Chung yet. Take some people to investigate first. Got it. Boss, I've already tracked down which building that Peng Chenwei lives in. Very well. Tomorrow we'll show him that our Black Shark Hunter squad isn't to be trifled with. Chapter 49, None of Your Business. Deep in the Western Forest. Human, what took you so long? We've been waiting all day. Suihua directed the fire ants to deliver the items one by one to Jang Xiaobai. Got held up with some business. Jang Xiaobai replied with a smile. What he meant by handling some business was slaughtering 18 more black-armored demon ants along the fire demon ant border. These past few days, Jang Xiaobai had practically carved a bloody path through the black-armored demon ants. Of course, he wasn't doing it just to exchange for first-grade leather armor, he simply wanted to avenge Suihua and the others. It's real. Suihua continued, this morning, Her Majesty the Queen discovered we were moving the warehouse. In the end, she replaced our people with 6th sister and 7th sister. Jang Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you managed to bring out all these things? Suihua giggled, hee, because 6th sister and 7th sister are also our people. Jang Xiaobai inwardly gasped, never imagining Suihua's influence had grown so vast. She'd even gained control over the higher-ups in the ant nest. He tugged at the underpants made from a first-grade demonic creature he'd just changed into last night and asked, by the way, how's your strength now? With the cultivation technique you gave me, human, I'm improving quickly. Just give me 2 more days, and I'll reach tempered body 6th layer. Jang Xiaobai let out a soft sigh of relief. Good thing I've already reached tempered body 7th layer, otherwise Suihua might have caught up to me soon. After days of grueling training, Jang Xiaobai had not only leveled up but could now take tempered body pills without suffering qi and blood collapse. The daily maximum intake should not exceed 3 pills, but that was more than enough for him. Before leaving, Jang Xiaobai left 10 bags of ant feed and specifically gave Suihua 2 additional body forging pills. Upon returning to the West District, Jang Xiaobai headed straight to the training hall. Mo Kai had already been waiting for some time. Coach, what are we training today? Same as usual, start with stance training, then move on to walking drills. Finally, I'll teach you some basic kicks and punches to get you through tomorrow's test. Coach, do you also know we're holding the school martial arts trial tomorrow? Yeah, the whole city of Qingqing knows about it. Your principal even invited me to watch. Mo Kai continued, once you've mastered the boxing and kicking techniques I'm teaching you, making it to the top 3 is practically guaranteed. Jang Xiaobai couldn't help but feel curious. If the principal had invited the coach to attend, then the coach's identity must be quite remarkable. Mo Kai seemed to notice Jang Xiaobai's thoughts and explained with a smile, don't overthink it. The only reason I was invited is because back in the day, I was second high school's most outstanding graduate. That's all there is to it. Mo Kai added with a proud expression. Jang Xiaobai was surprised upon hearing this. So you're actually our senior. Then, he muttered quietly to himself, the top graduate ended up in such a sorry state. Seems second high's teaching standards aren't up to par. Mo Kai. After learning some basic punches and kicks, Jang Xiaobai hailed a taxi and headed straight to the hunter organization. Both parties were familiar with the process. Jang Xiaobai handed over the spirit herbs and the leather armor with one hand, while Mao Rongrong transferred the payment for the gear with the other. Mao Rongrong asked Jang Xiaobai, which part of the armor do you want this time? This question actually stumped him. He'd already changed several sets of leather armor. From trousers to underpants, from short sleeves for summer to fleece-lined pants for winter, he'd exchanged practically everything possible. It could basically be said he was armored to the teeth. Wait, teeth? Got it. Let's make another mask. Mao Rongrong? If no mask, then a mouthguard will do. I'll ask a dentist to attach it for me later. Mao Rongrong, do you even hear what you're saying? Talking about getting braces, why don't you just say you'll pull your teeth out and stick on some animal hide instead? In the end, Jang Xiaobai had no choice but to compromise. There's nothing useful here at all. Might as well just exchange it for cash. Sigh, but what would I even do with money? Fine, I'll give you the exchange. Damn brat dared to flaunt his wealth right in front of me. Jang Xiaobai walked home with his earnings, his expression gloomy. It wasn't that Mao Rongrong had given him too little money, but rather that he'd have to spend it to resolve a looming disaster. As soon as I reached the alley entrance, I saw a long queue. No need to guess, definitely another one of Era's doing. Hey buddy, are you guys from the south side or north side of town? The guy angrily replied, both south and north sides are here. Jang Xiaobai was shocked. Holy crap, Era really went all out, covering both north and south. No wonder so many people have come. Sigh, I'm afraid there won't be much left of the money I just earned. Jang Xiaobai walked into the alley and shouted skillfully, Dear dog owners, I'm the owner of that husky. If you have any issues, come find me. Hey, big bro, don't pull my pants down, I'll pay. Soon, the dog owners formed an impressively long queue. In just 1 hour, the 300,000 Jang Xiaoa had just earned from the hunter organization was completely distributed away. Upstairs, Era sat huddled in the corner with its head lowered like a child who had misbehaved. Jang Xiaoa walked over and crouched down beside the corner. He didn't punish Era, but instead gently said to him, "You fought all across Qingcheng east, west, south and north. But there's one you haven't conquered yet. Only by defeating him can you become the dog king of Qingcheng." Era showed a puzzled expression. Jang Xiaoa pointed at the werewolf beside them and said, "Defeat him, and you'll become the dog king." "Werewolf? I'm a wolf. To defeat me, one would at least have to be the wolf king. Besides, how could he possibly defeat me?" Era knew deep down he wasn't capable of that. But Jang Xiaoa whispered devilishly in his ear, "You're the only one who can defeat the werewolf." At first, Era didn't believe these words, but upon careful consideration, he realized he had already defeated every dog in Qingcheng. If I can't defeat it myself, then who can? Having made up his mind, the husky launched himself at the werewolf in a flying tackle, only to be kicked flying by the werewolf. The werewolf cursed angrily, "Jang, you damn lunatic, what the hell is wrong with you? Mind your own business, huh?" Chapter 50, The Gorilla Chubby Kid. The next day, Qingcheng No. 2 High School. The school ground was now a scene of roaring drums, blazing gongs, crackling firecrackers, fluttering red banners amidst a bustling sea of people. This was the school's first ever martial arts examination, and to make the event truly spectacular and impressive, the institution had even invited many notable figures from Qingcheng. For instance, Mayor Xia Hongfei of Qingcheng, Lu Haiping, head of the Qingcheng Hunters Organization, the principals of First High and Third High, and other prominent figures in Qingcheng. Among them were two Jang Xiaoa recognized. Jang Xiaoa scanned the visiting school officials for a long time, failing to spot Mou Kai but instead catching sight of another familiar figure. The crowd of officials had surrounded the man so tightly that if Jang Xiaoa hadn't been standing on higher ground, he might not have been able to tell who it was at all. "Old Mao's here? Oh right, that old man's a 6-star hunter. 6-star hunters really are in high demand." Even the mayors circling around him, Jang Xiaoa couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Playground. Amidst the school's self-orchestrated cheers, Principal Sun Xing began to speak. "Today, we have invited many distinguished guests of great renown. They include the 6-star master hunter, Ma Muzheng, the head of Qingcheng Hunter Organization, Lu Haiping, the mayor of Qingcheng City, Xia Hongfei, the principal of No. 1 High School. We've invited all these important figures here for just 3 things. Fairness, fairness, and fairness again. I've finished what I had to say. Next, let's welcome Master Ma Muzheng to speak. Give him a warm welcome." The students below erupted into enthusiastic cheers. "I can't believe a 6-star hunter would come to our school, what an honor. This hunter ranks in the top 10 worldwide. Master Mao rose from our humble Qingcheng, he's our pride and the school's role model. If only he could give me some guidance." Jang Xiaoa froze at the enthusiastic cheers around him. Who knew the old man was this impressive, ranking among the world's top 10? Old man Mao seemed reluctant. He blew into the microphone before him. Phew, testing, hello? I declare the official commencement of the martial examination at Qingcheng No. 2 High School. As the words fell, the principal froze. "I asked you to say a few words, not to announce the opening. What am I supposed to say now that you've said it all?" Principal Sun Xing looked at the crowd around him with a wronged expression. Lu Haiping smoothed down his bangs, his eyes fixed straight ahead as if unaware the principal was watching him. The mayor also clicked his tongue in amazement, but didn't dare say anything more. The group silently collected the thick stack of speech drafts before them, all thinking the same thing. "Why are you looking at me? We can't afford to offend a 6-star hunter either." The audience below was also stunned. Wow, this 6-star hunter is so unique. He didn't say anything and just announced the start right away. Yeah, that old man is so cool. Finally, no more long speeches, awesome. The students below cheered, and Sun Xing had no choice but to accept that the competition had begun. According to the school's competition rules, all 17 classes of the 3rd year will participate, except for Class 1. The remaining 16 classes will draw lots to determine their opponents. The tournament follows a point-based defense system. Contestants earn 1 point for each victory, 2 points for defeating 2 opponents consecutively, and 3 points for defeating 3 in a row. There are no point deductions for losses. Moreover, as long as a contestant remains undefeated, they can continue challenging until they face the last participant. After 1 round of competition, the top 8 will advance to the next round. In the next round, while determining the final 4, there will be a points ranking. The top-ranked class will face Class 1. After hearing the competition rules, Jang Xiaoa immediately understood this was essentially a showcase for the top students of Class 1. He reminded Tian Ruyang, "Yang, hurry up and go draw lots." Tian Ruyang shot Jang Xiaoa a resentful glare before running over to draw lots. The chubby boy next to Jang Xiaoa crossed his arms, placed them over his chest, and muttered, "Great Lord Lousy, give me Class E. Give me Class E." Before long, Tian Ruyang returned at a jog after drawing his lot. Ren Pangzi quickly asked, "Young bro?" Tian Ruyang shot him a glare. Class president, which class are we up against? Class 16, we're in the third match. The fatty exclaimed excitedly with a weird cry, "Oh, class 16, the gap isn't big." At this moment, old Yang, who had been silent all this while, spoke up. "Have you figured out how to arrange your battle order yet?" Tian Ruyang volunteered immediately. "I'll go first, Ren Jinjin second, and Jang Xiaobai can anchor the lineup." Old Yang looked at Jang Xiaobai and Ren Jinjin. The two said nothing, merely nodding in unison. "Alright, may your first battle bring swift victory." The first match featured Class 14 versus Class 5. With such absolute disparity in levels and strength, Class 14 had already lost before the spectators could even process what was happening. The second match pitted Class 2 against Class 3. These evenly matched classes delivered an artistic, albeit flashy, performance that drew thunderous applause from the student spectators. Old Mao sat on the podium, his mind wandering idly. He hadn't wanted to come to this school martial arts competition in the first place. Watching these kids without even a proper cultivation rank fight was far less exciting than researching explosives. Oh no, he meant miraculous elixirs, back in his lab. The second match lasted much longer than the first, with Class 2 ultimately securing a narrow victory. By the time the third round began, Old Mao suddenly perked up. He'd spotted a familiar figure among the reserve contestants. "Isn't that the brat? So this is his school." Lu Haiping, standing nearby, respectfully inquired, "Mr. Mao, who exactly is this brat you're referring to?" "Oh, just an interesting fellow I met recently." Lu Haiping quietly pondered to himself, what kind of person could possibly intrigue a six-star hunter? He followed Mao Muzheng's gaze with his own. To the reserve seats. A thin one, a fat one. Which one of them was it? On stage, Tian Ruyang and his opponent were fiercely engaged, evenly matched in strength. Both fighters battled with life-or-death intensity, focusing solely on offense without any regard for defense. In the end, Tian Ruyang emerged victorious by a narrow margin. "Monitor, come down and let me substitute for you," Ren Jinjin shouted from below the stage. Tian Ruyang shook his head. "No need, I'll wear down the next opponent so you'll have an easier fight." "Monitor, you." Before Ren Jinjin could finish speaking, the second round had already begun. Seeing that Tian Ruyang was completely exhausted, the opponent became somewhat careless. What he didn't expect was that Tian Ruyang would gather his last ounce of strength like a rabid dog and fight desperately. Both were at the second level of physical tempering. Although Tian Ruyang caught his opponent off guard and forced him to expend considerable energy, in the end, Tian Ruyang was still eliminated. "Jiangzi, I'm going up. After I knock this guy down, I'll help you wear out the next one." Jang Xiaobai laughed. "Don't let them take you both out in one go." The little fatty bristled. Pa. Knock on wood." Once on the platform, Fatty Ren charged at his opponent, copying Tian Ruyang's ruthless style. "They're all lunatics." The man cursed under his breath before reluctantly charging forward as well. Though Fatty Ren had a vicious streak, compared to someone like Tian Ruyang, his demeanor leaned more toward cunning resilience than outright aggression. The chubby kid abruptly lost his fighting spirit halfway through and immediately spun around to flee. This completely bewildered his opponent. Just moments ago, he'd been glaring with murderous intent, ready for a decisive battle, so why was he now cowering like a scared puppy? The chubby kid, seeing his opponent's aggression wane, immediately turned around to counterattack. After landing 2 punches, he quickly retreated again. The opponent couldn't tolerate this humiliation and immediately chased after Fatty Ren to retaliate. Mid-chase, the little fatty ambushed him again. Bang! Bang! 2 more punches. And so, relying on the 16-character strategy of when the enemy advances, we retreat, when the enemy halts, we harass, when the enemy tires, we strike, when the enemy retreats, we pursue, the little fatty managed to utterly exhaust his opponent until they were eliminated. This match saw Ren Jinjin perfectly embody the principle of play it safe, don't get cocky. On stage, the little fatty glanced smugly at Jang Xiaobai, looking completely pleased with himself. But before his self-satisfaction could last more than a couple of seconds, his expression suddenly changed. Because the guy who came up was at body tempering stage 3. Ren Jinjin had only just reached the peak of body tempering stage 1. Fatty's 16-character strategy was rendered useless in the face of absolute superiority. After leading his opponent in circles for a while, he left an opening, prompting the other to land a direct punch that sent him flying off the platform. The fat Ren lying on the ground still didn't forget to claim credit from Jang Xiaobai. "Jang, I drained most of his stamina for you. You better beat him now." Jang Xiaobai couldn't even bear to look at him and Tian Ruyang. "What's the point? I could have taken on all 3 by myself." Chapter 51, Academy Combat Trials, Part 1. Before Jang Xiaobai even stepped onto the stage, most of Class 17 students already wore expressions of dejection. "That guy looks way too strong. Can Jang Xiaobai really handle this? I doubt it. There's such a huge difference in their builds. Even Fatty Ren got knocked off with 1 punch." but Jang Xiaobai previously defeated the class monitor. Running circles around someone counts as skill now? Why don't you give it a try then? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jang Xiaobai slowly stepped onto the combat platform. The opponent had already taken his stance, his imposing aura as a third-stage body-tempering cultivator clearly palpable. No wonder Fatty Ren lost. This guy's taller, stronger, and 2 cultivation levels higher. This match was essentially a life-or-death battle between the two classes. Losing meant elimination from the top 8. Jang Xiaobai taunted the towering opponent, "Buddy, I'm lightning fast. Better keep your eyes peeled, blink and you're done for." The burly man snorted coldly, "Don't worry, I won't let my guard down." No sooner had he spoken than Jang Xiaobai began to move. In the blink of an eye, Jang Xiaobai was already right up against the burly man. So fast. The burly man couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Just when he thought he was about to be defeated in one move, the other party didn't attack him but instead started circling around him. The burly man was somewhat dazed, while the audience from Class 17 felt an involuntary wave of nausea, with some like Wukuei even vomiting into trash cans. The burly man fixated on Jang Xiaobai's figure, 1 lap, 2 laps, 10 laps. He was starting to feel dizzy but still resisted the discomfort and pressed his attack toward Jang Xiaobai. Yet the moment he took a step outward, Jang Xiaobai's figure also shifted a step away. He threw a punch, but Jang Xiaobai always managed to dodge with the fastest speed and reflexes. Half a minute later, the tall, burly man waved one hand at the referee while covering his mouth with the other to keep from vomiting. Then he climbed over the railing, snatched Wu Kuei's trash can, and threw up into it. As soon as the tall guy stepped off the platform, the crowd from Class 17 erupted in cheers. "We won in our class. We actually won. Who knew just spinning in circles could defeat the opponents? I think I can do it too." Class 16 and the other present classes were all stunned. Although Class 16's aptitude isn't great either, they shouldn't have lost to Class 17, right? Is this for real? Which one is actually Class 17? Could they have thrown the match? It's less about holding back and more about being outclassed in skill. Whether it was intentional restraint or genuine inferiority in ability, the crowd fell into deep contemplation. The 3 defeated students from Class 16 returned to their classroom, where not a single classmate greeted them with kindness. The cheers from neighboring Class 17 cut even deeper into everyone's hearts. Mo Yukai in the guest seat was utterly stunned, his lips twitching uncontrollably. This kid's got some serious skills. Selling what he just learned on the spot, spinning around that many times without puking takes real talent. Also, shouldn't this kid be in Class 1 based on his abilities? Why is he in Class 17? Could he be a transfer student? On the other side, Lu Haiping had been wondering earlier who the interesting young man Mao Muzheng was referring to. At first, he thought it was that roly-poly kid who played guerrilla tactics, but now it seemed he was wrong. This kid on the stage was far more amusing than the little fatty. He had participated in and presided over at least 300, if not 500, martial exams, but he had never seen a contestant who could literally run their opponent to the point of vomiting. Today truly broadened his horizons. Although Jang Xiaobai on the battle platform felt a bit lightheaded, it wasn't nearly as severe as before, because his current mental power had already reached 110, and even a first-rank warrior's mental power only amounts to 120 points. As for Ymo Yukai, a third-rank warrior, passed out, it was entirely because he ran too fast. Jang Xiaobai stepped off the stage and accidentally caught sight of Chen Wei and Madman Tang, the mother-son pair. Chen Wei came to participate in the school martial arts test too. Perfect timing to vent the anger I've been holding back. The first round lasted a total of 1 hour, with 8 classes eliminated and half a class advancing to the next round. The advancing classes were Class 2, Class 4, Class 5, Class 6, Class 7, Class 9, Class 12, and the surprising underdog, Class 17. Among the advancing classes, Class 4 and Class 16 showcased a 2-for-1 performance, earning them 1 more point than the other qualifying classes. The new draw has already begun. The lottery was still drawn by Tian Ruyan, while the little fatty prayed by his side. Soon enough, Tian Ruyan returned. Class 12. The little fatty let out a long breath, but then his face clouded over with worry again. Class may 12th be ranked lower, but they're still strong. At that moment, old Yang walked over and said, "Tian Ruyan, you're the most injured and exhausted. Let these two take the lead, you'll bring up the rear." Tian Ruyan nodded, then asked Jang Xiaobai and Ren Jinjin, "Which of you wants to go first?" "Let Ren Jinjin go," old Yang suggested. Ren Jinjin had no choice but to nod in agreement. As soon as old Yang left, Ren Jinjin turned to Jang Xiaobai with a woebegone face and said, "Little Jiang, no, brother Jiang, Class 12 people are pretty strong. How about you take the lead?" Jang Xiaobai chuckled. "Scared?" The chubby boy spoke with feigned bravado. "Not at all. I just think it's better to give you the spotlight." "Forget it." Jang Xiaobai paused for a moment. "Let me give you a tip." "What kind of tip?" "If you want to win, you have to weaken your opponent's morale. Intimidation tactics work great, scare them first. If your opponent gets nervous, they'll definitely hold back, and you'll have some chance to fight back. After listening, Ren Jingjin nodded seriously and said, that actually makes a lot of sense. Class 12. Class E. Kai Ronghua was utterly panicking right now. His abilities at best only qualified him for Class 16, but his old man had outright thrown money at the problem to forcibly bump him up to Class 12. Moreover, upon hearing that the school was organizing a martial arts trial, the old man spent a fortune to buy him a spot. In the previous round, his teammates were strong enough that he didn't even have to step onto the stage as their final trump card. Now, his homeroom teacher demanded he go first to wear down the opponents, forcing him to brace himself and comply. Before stepping onto the stage, Kai Ronghua pestered his teammates for advice. Big bro, help me figure out a decent move, alright? One of their 3 likes frontal assaults, another's full of tricks, and the last one's downright disgusting. How am I supposed to fight this? The entangled person also felt a headache. This kid was far too weak, clearly lagging behind the team. The homeroom teacher had put him in the starting lineup because the opponents from other classes were evenly matched, making a winning streak nearly impossible. But their class had drawn Class 17, whether Class 16 had gone easy on them or just lacked strength, their Class 12 was determined to secure a 1-against-2 victory. As long as they pulled off the 1-against-2, their points would practically guarantee them a top 3 finish, maybe even a shot at the final showdown with Class 1. The guy thought that although Kai Ronghua was a rich second-generation heir, he wasn't exactly a spoiled brat. He was generous and fairly kind to people, so he offered some advice. Don't chicken out when you're on stage. The other guy is actually more scared than you. Why? Because you're from Class 12. We know what you're capable of, but they don't. When you're up there, just shout randomly, who knows, you might just intimidate them. Chapter 52, School Martial Arts Exam, Part 2. At the Northern City Gate, Lu Chao, having just completed his mission and entered the city, noticed several figures dressed in black who immediately caught his attention. Being the type who couldn't resist curiosity, he deliberately moved closer to these black-clad individuals, only to overhear them mention a name he recognized all too well. Disguise yourselves and stake out the entrance of Chen Wei's residential complex. The moment he returns, report his location immediately. Follow me over the wall and guard his house, you 4. Remember, this operation must stay covert, absolutely no commotion. Understood? The black-clad men replied in unison, understood. Good. Now go change into civilian clothes. Nearby, Lu Chao overheard them mention his sworn brother's name and muttered curiously, who on earth has my brother pissed off this time? Upon closer inspection, he was shocked to discover that the note in the lead black-clad figure's hand was actually the very one he had discarded earlier. Lu Chao's heart sank. This is bad. This is really bad. I've screwed my bro over. No way. I've got to warn my best friend immediately. Seizing the moment while the group changed into civilian clothes, Lu Chao hailed a taxi and rushed straight to Qingqing Villa. Qingqing No. 2 High School. The second round's quarter-final matches were already halfway through. Class 4 narrowly lost to Class 2, Class 5 had a slight victory over Class 9, while Class 6 and Class 7 were still locked in an intense battle. After about 10 minutes, the competitors from both Class 6 and Class 7 collapsed to the ground at the same time, ending in a draw. Now, only Class 12 and Class 17 remained. Phew, Fatty Ren exhaled deeply. It's my turn to step onto the stage. The girls in the class cheered Ren Jingjin on. Go, Ren Jingjin. There were even boys who squealed in falsetto, Ren Jingjin, I love you. You're the best, the fattest. Hearing those shouts, the little fatty was deflated halfway before even stepping onto the field. On the field, Ren Jingjin and Kai Ronghua were both cautious. The two fought across opposite sides of the fence, keeping their distance. Suddenly, Ren Jingjin's face twisted with ferocity as he roared, lightning 5-strike whip. Kai Ronghua was clearly shaken by the shout. He stumbled back in fright only to realize there was nowhere left to retreat. Damn it, I never expected the opponent to be so powerful. A mere roar could unsettle my mind. No, I need to roar twice to boost my own courage and intimidate him at the same time. Kai Ronghua shouted, Turtle Chi Wave. Ren Jingjin's face showed astonishment. Incredible. That roar held at least 10 years of my cultivation power. I clearly felt an invisible force destabilizing my legs just now. The referee on the side glanced at Ren Jingjin, then at Kai Ronghua, cursing inwardly, what the hell are these two idiots doing narrating their own fight? Are they gonna fight or not? Both pretended not to see the referee's ugly expression and continued their duel from a distance. Run, soaring dragon strikes. Kai, 9 in skeleton claw. Overbearing dragon regrets its arrogance. Jade maiden heart scripture. Referee, ? Seductress's heartquake. Judge, ? Misty melancholy palm. The two fought on stage for 10 solid minutes until their throats were parched with exertion. The chubby kid stared fixedly at the referee's pocket. He'd already received 2 yellow cards. One more and he'd be disqualified. Just as expected, the referee truly was preparing to pull out another yellow card. Seizing the moment, the chubby kid howled as he lunged towards Kai Ronghua, but it was already too late. The referee had grown weary and fed up with it all. Without hesitation, he pulled out the yellow card from his pocket and stuck it on the little fatty's forehead. Before anyone could react, the referee shouted from the stage, "Player Rin Jinjin from Class 17, serious violation, disqualified. Kai Ronghua from Class 12 wins." Kai Ronghua showed an expression of disbelief upon hearing the referee declare him the winner. "Did I win? Did I really win?" "Yes, you won," the referee said expressionlessly to him. The referee no longer cared about who won, he just wanted these two guys off the stage as soon as possible. Kai Ronghua cupped his hands and said to Rin Jinjin, "Brother Rin, you are truly a rare master." Rin Jinjin also clasped his fists and said, No, it's been many years since I last encountered such a worthy opponent who could fight me to a standstill. If not for this referee, we surely could have gone another 200 rounds. The referee, get lost. Then, with one kick, he sent Rin Jinjin flying off the combat platform. Although Class 12 had won the match, not a single one of them was smiling down below. They felt this was even harder to bear than losing. This is so damn embarrassing. On the guest seats, the principal of First High smiled at Sun Xing and said, "I've always heard that Second High produces outstanding talents, but seeing them today truly surpasses 100 hearsays." Sun Xing, the principal of Second High, laughed awkwardly. You could see him grin, but not a sound came out. On stage, Jang Xiaoa had already stepped onto the platform. He already knew his opponent was just putting up a strong front. "Kai Ronghua, I can see you're also a master. Have at you." Shadowless kick of Foshan. Referee. The referee was dumbfounded. Again? He turned to look at Jang Xiaoa. Jang Xiaoa didn't waste a single word, he went straight in with a kick. Get lost. Before Kai Ronghua could react, he was kicked straight down. The referee nearby cast an approving glance. Soon, the second contender from Class 12 stepped onto the platform. Without wasting words, the two immediately clashed. The opponent was at the third level of body forging, and Jang Xiaoa deliberately only used third level strength to conceal his true power, because he wanted to save his full strength to give Chen Wei a huge surprise. However, Jang Xiaoba's acting skills were a bit clumsy. He intentionally left an opening, took a punch, only to discover the blow felt as light as a tickle. What's going on? Oh, right, I'm still wearing that sleeveless flesh-colored leather armor. No wonder it didn't hurt. The guy across from me looked stunned as he shook out his numb right hand. What the hell just happened? Is your skin made of iron or something? How is it so hard? After putting some distance between them, the two engaged again. Jang Xiaobai remained utterly unfazed. The more his opponent fought, the more they crumbled. What the hell is this? Some kind of invincible body? Take this, kicking your nuts. As the man threw a punch at Jang Xiaobai's chest and leaned back from the recoil, he simultaneously unleashed a vicious kick straight toward Jang Xiaobai's groin. The next second, a crisp crack echoed throughout the martial arts arena. For a moment, the world seemed to stand still. Hiss! The audience suddenly sounded like a pit of vipers. At first, the man was somewhat excited. Did it work? Then, an intense pain shot through his leg. Only then did he realize that the crack sound had actually been his own leg bone snapping. Oh, ah! The man was clutching his shin, writhing in pain on the platform. Meanwhile, Jang Xiaobai stood expressionless in place. This left the referee momentarily unsure whom to attend to first. The referee glanced at Jang Xiaobai, then back at his companion, and asked, "Is he alright?" Jang Xiaobai waved his hand. No. The referee widened his eyes. No, nothing? Jang Xiaobai, I'm fine, you should go check his leg first. The referee approached the fallen man. What happened to you? The man howled through tears. Referee, he cheated. He stuffed rocks in his crotch. Referee? Chapter 53, Martial Arts Exam, Part 2. The guy from Class 12 with the broken leg was carried off in full view of everyone. But nobody cared how badly he was injured. Everyone only cares about why Jang Xiaobai is so tough. Do you think maybe he doesn't have one? Impossible, I've seen it this long. The person gestured with their hands, and wrapped around his waist too. The girl nearby practically had stars in her eyes. Is it really that long? Everyone. The last contestant from Class 12 is up. Someone shouted, drawing everyone's attention back to the dual platform. Class 12 is in trouble now. What do you mean? Jang Xiaobai isn't even afraid of the castration kick, a move ruthless enough to end a bloodline. What else could possibly scare him? That is to say, so that means, yes, we're about to get triple teamed by one opponent. This time around, Jang Xiaobai's acting skills had improved significantly. He fought with the competitor from Class 12 on stage for a full 7 or 8 minutes. This left the audience below the stage utterly baffled. Don't you have an invincible golden body? Why aren't you chasing him down to pummel him? Since when did you adopt this sneaky, underhanded fighting style? What these people didn't know was that Jang Xiaobai was actually putting on an act entirely for Chen Wei and that crazy woman's benefit. 8 minutes later, Class 12 lost. They lost in complete and utter disgrace. After the last contestant stepped down and returned to class, all members of Class 12 couldn't believe their class had actually been defeated 1-3 by Class 17. The students from other classes in the audience were equally astonished. This year's class 17 is unexpectedly strong. I think it's more that Jang Xiaoa is just too powerful. Indeed, his fundamentals are very solid, he clearly has proper training. Wasn't he supposed to be an orphan? What's wrong with training alone at home? Jang Xiaobai returned to his seat amidst the crowd's admiring gazes. Ren Jinjin gently punched Jang Xiaobai in the chest. Not bad at all, Xiao Jiang, you actually pulled off a 1 against 3. Reminds me of my younger days. Let's see which class dares to look down on us now. Tian Ruyan's gaze shifted back and forth between Jang Xiaobai and his friend. Jang Xiaobai said calmly, I'm fine, and he's fine too. Old Jang popped up out of nowhere again, asking Jang Xiaobai telepathically, first grade defensive gear? Jang Xiaobai silently nodded. No wonder. Old Jang couldn't help but feel some sympathy for that guy with the broken leg from class 12. He'd encountered an opponent armored down to his underwear. Though really, there was nothing worth sympathizing with. When cultivators spar, who thinks about attacking below the belt? If it were me, I'd have beaten him up right then and there. Just as he was thinking this, Old Yang turned around and realized Jang Xiaobai had disappeared. Where's Jang Xiaobai? Old Yang asked. Ren Jinjin pointed toward class 12 not far away. Jang Xiaobai was seen pinning that unscrupulous guy to the ground, pounding on him. Class monitor Tian Ruyan was mediating on the side, occasionally sneakily adding a few kicks when no one was looking. Great, causing trouble for me again. At the same time, the broadcast sounded. Now announcing the scores for the top 4 teams. Class 2, 6 points. Class 5, 6 points. Class 6, 6 points. The announcer paused for several seconds. Class 17, 9 points. As soon as the announcement was made, only the cheers of Class 17 echoed through the martial arts performance venue. The other dozen-plus classes sank into a deathly silence. This is so embarrassing. Before the competition, everyone thought Class 2 would be the winner. But in the end, it was Class 17 that took home the victory. This was unacceptable to everyone, especially Class 12. Let's go, let's head back to the classroom and rest. No rush, isn't there still the final match left? Class 17 versus Class 1, what's there to see? It would have been worth watching if it were Class 2 earlier. It's true, after all, the strongest in Class 2 has already reached the peak of body forging realm's 5th stage. Too bad, nothing worth watching here. Although everyone was talking about leaving, few actually moved. After being stimulated by Class 17 all morning, it was time to watch something that would lift their spirits. This time, there was no need for drawing lots. Old Yang directly assigned the lineup. Jang Xiaobai, you'll take the lead. Tian Ruyang asked, Teacher, what about us? Old Jang chuckled, if Jang Xiaobai loses, it won't make any difference whether you two go up or not. Tian Ruyang felt somewhat indignant, but didn't show it. Class 1's homeroom teacher Wang Zigang said to Chen Wei, go easy on him. I know you have grievances with Jang Xiaobai, but too many important figures are watching this match, we need to leave them with a good impression. Chen Wei nodded, his eyes concealing a trace of malice, understood. Alright, step onto the platform. Just take on all 3 at once and end this quickly. Meanwhile, Jang Xiaobai had been waiting on the stage for Chen Wei for quite some time. He glanced at Chen Wei who was now stepping onto the stage, then turned his gaze toward the madwoman in the guest seats. He had already made up his mind to make Chen Wei pay for his mother's debts. Guest seating area. Principal Sun Xing asked Mo Yukai, who do you think will win this competition? Vice Principal Chen Lingshan, sitting nearby, smiled and said, the principal is asking a question he already knows the answer to. Mo Yukai also smiled and replied, as Vice Principal Chen said, it's a rhetorical question. There's no need to think about it. It's obvious Jiang Xiaobai will win. Chen Lingshan burst into laughter. Mo Yukai, you really know how to joke. Jiang Xiaobai, might be able to beat those with low talent, but when it comes to defeating Chen Wei, he's still far from it. This time, Mo Yukai didn't laugh. Instead, he replied expressionlessly, I never joke. On the stage, the referee suddenly felt an eerie atmosphere in the arena. There was an unusual chill in the air. Neither Jiang Xiaobai nor Chen Wei spoke, both quietly waiting for the referee's signal to begin. Let the battle begin. The moment the referee's words fell, the two shot forward like arrows released from a bow. It's starting. It's starting. Holy crap. They're so fast. Is this what a battle between masters looks like? They're both top-level experts. Then, a timid voice emerged from the crowd. Hey, did you all forget Jiang Xiaobai has F-rank aptitude? The moment these words were spoken, everyone was instantly stunned. That's right, Jiang Xiaobai only had F-grade aptitude, so why did he seem slightly stronger than Chen Wei? Thud. A dull thud echoed from the center of the dueling platform. Everyone quickly snapped out of their thoughts and turned their attention back to the platform. However, at this moment, everyone only saw Jiang Xiaobai standing alone on the platform. Where is Chen Wei? Where did Chen Wei go? Chen Wei is on the ground. The audience sitting in the front row witnessed Jiang Xiaobai punching Chen Wei off the stage with a single blow. Everyone present, including the judges and honored guests, held their breath as they processed what had just transpired on the fighting platform. An F-rank talent knocked a B-rank talent off the stage with one punch. Is this some kind of international joke? Chapter 54, Battle Luli. Will. Chen Lingshan from the guest seats gave a furious shout and rushed over to catch the falling Chen Wei. At this moment, Chen Wei hadn't quite snapped out of it yet, staring blankly at Jang Xiaoa on the stage with slightly glazed eyes. I had already used all my strength, had already pushed my speed to the limit, so why did I still lose? I didn't even see how he threw that punch before losing? Chen Wei, filled with resentment, roared hoarsely, "What level are you even at? What level?" Jang Xiaoa shrugged, "Second level of body tempering, that's all. Ask old Yang if you don't believe me." Old Yang, who was happily munching on melon seeds, huh? Chen Wei touched the breastplate on his chest and discovered it now had a long crack running through it. The breastplate he was wearing was a first-rank defensive artifact. That meant the force required to damage a first-rank breastplate had to be at least mid-first rank level. Chen Wei began to feel fear creeping in. Wasn't he supposed to be F rank? Then why was this person so much stronger than him? Jang Xiaoai's gaze swept past Chen Wei, landing on that Tang family madwoman. The madwoman's eyes fixated on Jang Xiaoai like venomous snakes, as if she wanted to devour him whole. Yet, she showed far more restraint than Chen Wei's grandfather. She didn't even rise from her seat when her son was sent flying. Jang Xiaoai even began to suspect whether Chen Wei was her biological child. Tang Chang was indeed exceptionally patient. The moment Jang Xiaoai knocked Xiao Wei down, she already knew what he was up to. He was trying to humiliate her. That bastard surnamed Jiang had previously been trading blows evenly with a level 12 opponent. Now he could knock Xiao Wei off the stage with a single punch. This was clearly meant to tell everyone that his son wasn't even as good as the trash from class 12. Worse than class 17. VIP seating. The principal of First High School snapped out of his daze. Principal's son really knows how to spice things up. He actually swapped students from class 1 and class 17. The principal of Third High chimed in. Exactly, old Sunday. Are you trying to make us compare this kid to old Lu's granddaughter and see who's better? Sun Xing laughed awkwardly. He distinctly remembered Yang Xiaoa mentioning that guy to him before. Said his academic performance was excellent, but his natural aptitude was just too poor. What a shame. Could the aptitude report have been mistaken? Impossible. Lu Haiping, who had been watching from the sidelines, smiled and said to Mao Muzheng, "You have a good eye, Mr. Mao. That young man is quite interesting. Judging by his speed and strength just now, he's at least first rank." Old man Mao wasn't interested in Lu Haiping's flattery. Or perhaps, Lu Haiping's flattery had missed the mark. Old man Mao thought to himself, did I mean interesting in terms of rank? I was talking about his ability to find spirit herbs and his smart mouth. But this kid really levels up fast. He's almost catching up to my speed back in the day. The other corner of the guest seating area. Mo Yukai sat in his seat somewhat bewildered. Don't these teachers understand their own students' abilities? Why is everyone so shocked? But this kid is indeed a bit strange. On stage, Jang Xiaoai didn't step down. Instead, he quietly waited for the next contestant. Soon, a female contestant stepped forward for the opposition. I am Luli, I seek your guidance. Jang Xiaoai, I seek your guidance. Luli wore her hair in a thick ponytail, dressed neatly and efficiently. She said to Jang Xiaoai, "You're a very interesting opponent. I hope you are too." "Don't worry," Luli said without pretense, "I prefer using guns, and the rules didn't say we couldn't. To make it slightly fairer, you can use one too." Then he said to the referee, "Sir, bring me a spear." The referee asked Luli, "What kind of spear will you use?" Luli replied to the referee, "I want one with a red tassel." The referee then asked Jang Xiaoai, "And you?" Jang Xiaoai, "I'm gonna AK this." Luli, referee, judges, damn AK, how about an RPG while you're at it? If you don't even have this, then same as her. Referee. Suppressing his urge to hit someone, the referee tossed Jang Xiaoai a long spear. This was also Jang Xiaoai's first time wielding a spear. He chose the spear not to show off. It's because the referee won't allow AK rifles. Well, the principle holds true that an inch longer gives an edge. Though I don't know how to use guns, I can still unleash bursts of energy. If fighting barehanded or with blades, I might get riddled with holes before even getting a chance to erupt. Battle, begin. At the referee's command, both sides engaged with their red-tasseled spears. From the very first exchange, it was evident that Luli was a master with the spear. The spear's tip tore through the air with a crack. The crimson tassel surged toward Jang Xiaoai like a fiery dragon. Jang Xiaoai forged a spear from his chi and blood, substituting brute strength for finesse. The spear tips clashed, releasing a piercing screech of grinding metal. Then came the explosive sound of vital energy bursting forth. Two metal spearheads were blasted away. Red silk tassels fluttered chaotically, filling the air. So strong. This was Luli's first impression of Jang Xiaoai. She could tell Jang Xiaobai was relying on brute force, yet she could also distinctly sense the astonishing density of his qi and blood energy. Sometimes more qi and blood doesn't necessarily mean stronger. If a fighter with shallow qi and blood faced one with deep and robust qi, even if the superficial qi blood value was higher than the other, in the end it still resulted in a losing outcome. Jang Xiaobai then witnessed the benefits of mastering a weapon to perfection. With minimal strength and vitality, the opponent somehow managed to fight me to a standstill. He glanced at his stats. His health points were down to 153, which meant he had just used at least 50 points in that last move, while the other party might have only used 20 points, or even less. It looks like I'll have to learn some weapons skills from now on. After complaining, the two picked up their staffs and resumed fighting. The two long sticks clashed fiercely in the air, their lengths gradually shortening as they traded blows. Their hands were also starting to go numb and lose strength. Jang Xiaobai's hands were even bleeding from the base of his thumbs due to insufficient technique. Seeing victory within reach, Luli leaped into the air with full body coordination. Jang Xiaobai looked up at Luli mid-air, his eyes showing not the slightest panic, but instead carrying an inexplicable smile at the corners of his mouth. Hooked you now! Jang Xiaobai unleashed his blood rage. The blood rage granted Jang Xiaobai a 50% boost, enhancing not just his strength but also his speed. With a single movement, his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Not good! Luli inwardly cried out. Damn it, how? Where is he? At this moment, Jang Xiaobai had already circled around and struck Luli from behind with a short stick. The blow wasn't too strong, but it was enough to render Luli combat ineffective. Luli landed, staggered a few steps, then plopped down on the ground, clutching her head in pain as she said to the referee, I surrender. Class 1 Luli defeated. Class 17 Jang Xiaobai wins. Before stepping off the platform, Luli glared at him fiercely. You don't have the slightest idea how to be gentle with girls. Jang Xiaobai was baffled. Was that too strong from me? I went really easy on you. Chapter 55, Class 17 wins. After eliminating Luli, the audience below the stage had grown numb. As expected of the man I've set my sights on, long-lasting, tough, and overwhelmingly powerful. Does this mean Jang Xiaobai is now the strongest at number 2 high school? Exactly. If even Luli can't beat him, who else could? Guest seating area. Old Lu, calm down. This is just a friendly match between teenagers. Why are you getting worked up too? The old man surnamed Lu cursed at Sun Xing. He wasn't hitting your granddaughter, of course you wouldn't feel the pain. Sun Xing's face was full of embarrassment, yet he never loosened his grip on the old man. At this moment, he felt extremely frustrated. He had gone to great lengths to organize the school's martial arts trial, only to be ridiculed for half the day. Who could he even complain to about this? Still, that kid named Jang Xiaobai was truly promising. Later, he'd have Wang Zikang recruit him into the top class for focused training. Class 17. Tian Ruyang sighed slightly. He finally understood why old Yang had said earlier that if Jang Xiaobai lost, it wouldn't make any difference whether he or Rin Jinjin fought or not. This guy has actually become strong to such an extent. But he's clearly an F rank just like me. Could it be that he's cheating? Go ask Rin Jinjin, they're good buddies, he probably knows something. Tian Ruyang turned his head and saw Rin Jinjin's eyes bulging wide, his jaw hanging open in disbelief. Forget it. Judging by his reaction, he must have just found out how overpowered Jang Xiaobai is too. Ren Jinjin wasn't just now realizing Jang Xiaobai's strength. He had known Zhang's formidable power ever since Chen Wei beat him up, but try as he might, he never could have imagined Zhang had become the strongest in the whole school. The last contestant from Class 1, Zhang Hao, stepped onto the platform with a confident smile. He had been a bit angry before, because he had originally hoped to be first in line to make a good impression, but instead, the homeroom teacher placed him last as the grand finale. Now that he thought about it, the homeroom teacher's decision back then was truly brilliant. Zhang Hao knew full well that he was far inferior to Chen Wei and Luli. After all, their families were wealthy, and he couldn't compare. In the end, the two of them couldn't even handle a single Jang Xiaobai, let alone me. If I were really placed first in line, it'd be me who ends up looking like a fool. But with those two paving the way ahead and wearing Jang Xiaobai down, how could I possibly lose? Zhang Hao beamed with joy, thinking to himself, let me be the one to regain the dignity our class has lost. Just as Zhang Hao had guessed, Jang Xiaobai had indeed exhausted most of his qi and blood energy, but he had cheats. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Jang Xiaobai swiftly swallowed a body-tempering pill with lightning speed. As the pill entered his stomach, his qi and blood rapidly recovered, instantly restoring to full capacity. He wasn't afraid of being discovered by others, because he knew how to act. Zhang Hao suppressed his laughter. Let's make this quick, I'll go easy on you. Jang Xiaobai looked utterly drained. Well, I truly appreciate that. You're welcome, ha ha ha. Referee, begin the battle. Thud. Slap. Zhang Hao was kicked off the dueling platform by Jang Xiaobai, landing face first in the dirt like a dog eating shit. Zhang Hao, Wang Zigong. Referee. Others. Jang Xiaoa lay sprawled on the ground, utterly bewildered. Hadn't this guy's energy been completely depleted? Where the hell did this sudden burst of strength come from? How long had I been standing on stage? 1 second? 2 seconds? It feels even shorter than Chen Wei's stay. Wang Zigong in the audience looked as if he'd swallowed a fly, his face twisted with resentment. He was in charge of Class 1, the strongest class in number 2 high school. It could even be considered the strongest class in Xinjiang. As a result, he lost 2 matches in a row ahead. Even lost to the worst class in second high. Wang Zigong had originally hoped to salvage some dignity with the final match, but instead became a laughingstock. He felt too ashamed to stay any longer, gave a cold snort, and slunk away in disgrace. At this moment, the broadcast sounded. Let us congratulate Class 1 for achieving the ultimate victory. Class 1 truly lives up to being the strongest in our second high school. Another voice suddenly came through the broadcast. You grabbed the wrong script. It's Class 17 that won, not Class 1. What the hell? Class 17 beat Class 1? Did Yang Xiaoa bribe the judges or something? Your mic is still on. The judges. The broadcast boomed again. Class 17 wins. Let's congratulate Class 17. We must learn. Jang Xiaoa initially thought the host had been possessed by the so-called samurai spirit of the invaders when he heard the broadcast. It seems today's outcome has truly surprised everyone. I'll need to figure out how to explain this. Just as he was worrying, he saw Uncle Mao walking toward him. Jang Xiaoba's frown immediately disappeared. With an ingratiating smile, he cheerfully called out to Mao Muzheng, Uncle, where were you sitting? I've been searching everywhere for you. Uncle Mao chuckled. Damn, didn't you see me sitting in the VIP section the whole time? How could you not find me? Old Mao whispered, don't think I don't know what you're up to, kid. You're just trying to cozy up to me so others won't dare mess with you. Jang Xiaobai wasn't the least bit embarrassed about being caught out. Lowering his voice, he asked, I heard from Sister Rong that you beat up the old men from the Alchemist Guild for a whole day until they finally admitted you're a 2-star alchemist? Old Mao grumbled, what nonsense is that? They were the ones who insisted on sparring with me. Jang Xiaobai's lips twitched. Those old men brewing elixirs were at most third-rank cultivators. Would they really spar with a 6-star hunter like you? Yeah right, like anyone would believe that. It's like this, sir. I've got a batch of beginner-level spirit herbs here, not many, just 7 or 8 stalks. When the time comes, I'll sell them to you cheap. You could mix in some more potent ingredients and maybe even break through to become a 3-star alchemist? Old man Mao's eyes lit up at the mention of beginner-level elixirs. That works for me too. I won't take advantage of you, I'll buy the pills at the lowest market price and have Rong transfer the money to you later. You can be my cheap temporary nephew for a while. Deal. Jang Xiaobai wore a grin on his face, but inside, he was already cursing up a storm. Not taking advantage of me, and even buying at the rock-bottom market price? Mao Muzheng turned his head and grinned at Sun Xing, Lu Haiping, and the others behind him. My nephew did pretty well, didn't he? He's got a bit of my old flair. Sun Xing's eyes widened in shock. I never imagined that classmate Jian was actually Uncle Mao's nephew. My school is truly honored by your presence. Luli's grandfather asked suspiciously, Mao, since when did you have a nephew? How come I never heard about this? Just now, old man Mao replied casually. Cough, cough. Jang Xiaobai cleared his throat softly. Old man Mao snapped back to reality immediately. Just now, I realized my nephew was actually studying in Xinjiang. It's all my fault for being too busy, never had the time to look after them properly. Old man Lu sensed something odd. The younger generation of the Mao clan were all women. So where had this little troublemaker come from? And why is it that one of them has the surname Mao and the other Jiang? This doesn't make sense. Old Mao, afraid of giving himself away if the conversation continued, said to Jang Xiaobai, you go attend to your own business first. I need to discuss something serious with them. Got it. I'll go ask Sister Rong for some pocket money. Get lost. Chapter 56, Hot Pink Boxers. Xinjiang Villa. Lu Chao lingered in front of Villa number 14 at Xinjiang Diayuan. He still remembered the personal information on that note from back then. After all, it was my sworn brother Chen Wei who supervised me memorizing it. There couldn't possibly be any mistakes. But, where are the others? Lu Chao suddenly slapped his forehead. That's right. It's Tuesday today, my buddy's still in class. At that moment, a red supercar stopped in front of Chen Wei's villa. Lu Chao immediately jumped into the grassy area near the residential wall and began covertly observing. A young man in a tailored suit stepped out of the supercar. The young man cleared his throat and shouted toward the villa, Chen, come out and face me one-on-one. I'm already at body refining 3rd layer. Let's settle who Rong belongs to like real men. The young man's shouts alerted the security guards of Qingqing Villa. The security guards approached only to discover that the person causing a commotion at Villa number 14's entrance was actually one of their important residents. This left them momentarily at a loss for what to do. The head of security asked, Mr. Hu, what are you doing here? The man in the suit glanced at the security guard and said impatiently, can't you see I'm challenging someone to a duel? The security chief looked troubled. But Mr. Hu, enough with the buts, the man in the suit snapped, pointing at the sports car behind him. I'm your VIP client, what I say goes. I'll take full responsibility if anything happens. It's just money, I'll compensate you with this car later if need be. The security guard still didn't move. Who? The man in the suit glared at the security guard and waved his fist. What, do my words carry no weight, Hu Qianxiao? No, nothing. The security chief forced out a helpless smile. Hurry up then, let's go. Great, great. Wait, Hu Qianxiao called out to the security guard again. No matter what happens or what sounds you hear later, you are not allowed to come out, understood? I did. Let's go. Squatting in the grass, Lu Chao wore a puzzled expression. Was this guy Chen's sworn enemy? How dare a mere body-tempering stage 3rd level pick a fight with my brother? No way, someone as loyal as me would definitely take a knife for my bro. Dealing with someone at the body-tempering 3rd layer was as easy as raising a hand for him. He was just about to leave when 5 burly men jumped over the wall behind him, landing in the residential compound. In an instant, Lu Chao found himself completely surrounded by 5 burly men. Suddenly, I felt like I was stuck between being surrounded by masculinity, overwhelmed by manliness, and having to confront male challenges head-on. Male sign, male sign, male sign, male sign, male sign, male sign, male sign. These 5 burly men looked somewhat familiar to Lu Chao. They were the same black-clad individuals he had encountered earlier that morning. Oh no! Right in the line of fire. His back was already soaked through with sweat at this point. The lead figure in black snarled menacingly at Lu Chao. Who the hell are you? What are you doing hiding under the wall? Lu Chao was startled out of his wits, his mind going completely blank. This has nothing to do with me. I didn't kill Cheng Yi, it was Chen Wei who killed him, and Chen Wei isn't even my good friend. The man in black. This reaction actually left the black-clad man dumbfounded. Damn, I'm just asking what you do, and you immediately go acting all guilty as hell. Catch him. At the command of the man in black, several companions swiftly restrained Lu Chao, rendering him completely immobile. The man in black asked, which building does Chen Wei live in? Lu Chao sensed the strength of the people nearby. They were at least first-rank practitioners. Looks like there's no escaping this. Sorry, bro. That villa up ahead. The man in black chuckled. Good, truly worthy of being called a good brother. Lu Chao. Who's that pretty boy up ahead? The man in black asked again. Lu Chao replied, I'm not entirely sure either, but it should be my sworn brother, Chen Wei's enemy. Meanwhile, Hu Qianxiao, who had exhausted himself from cursing, seemed to sense movement near the residential compound's wall. He roared furiously, who's there? Show yourself. The lackey in black asked. Seems we've been spotted. What now? The man in black waved his hand. Let's assess the situation first. At least we need to know their rank. The man in black had barely finished speaking when the other party declared himself. Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of you. I've already reached the 3rd level of body forging. The man in black. The man in black was stunned again. Are young people nowadays so brutally honest? This really lacks any sense of challenge. What should we do? His subordinate asked. The man in black pointed to the 2 beside him and said, you 2 go up and grab him. Be quick and keep it quiet. No sooner had the words been spoken than 2 burly men, nimble as wildcats, darted out. Hu Qianxiao on the opposite side widened his eyes, barely registering what was happening before being shoved to the ground. Help! Sob! His mouth was also gagged. The security guards had only walked a short distance away. A young security guard said, just now I thought I heard someone shouting for help. It sounded like that, Mr. Hu. The chief guard nodded. Yeah, I heard it too. The little security guard hesitated before asking, aren't we going back then? The old security guard gave a knowing look. Still too young, haven't seen much of the world. Do you know who that guy named who wants to challenge? Seems like his name was Chen something or other. Do you know what his rank is? I know, body refining 6th layer. The old security guard clasped his hands behind his back. So, old who was doomed to lose this battle. The security guard was puzzled. Then why didn't he let us pass? Because the upper class cares about their pride. If they get beaten up, they can only let themselves know about it. If others find out, that'd damage their dignity. Their pride is more precious than gold. The little security guard nodded in understanding. Got it. The old security guard nodded with satisfaction. Remember this, and learn from it. The black-clad man crouched with his subordinates in the underbrush, observing carefully, yet after a long wait, not a single security guard appeared. A mocking smile curled at the corners of his lips. So this is the wealthy district of Qingcheng? Security here is worse than I expected. The man in black's companion, Hu Qianxiao, shed tears of bitter regret. Boss, what should we do now? Take them to the villa. We'll wait for him at his place. As soon as the black-clad man finished speaking, another squad of people vaulted over the neighborhood wall. The 2 groups stared at each other, and the scene instantly became awkward. Wedged between them, Lu Chao was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is this situation? Couldn't they have picked a different spot to climb the wall? Wait, could this group also be here looking for Brother Chen? The man in black acted decisively. Take action. Soon, the 6 men who had jumped down were quickly subdued. Lu Chao was utterly astonished. He recognized the members of the Black Shark Squad. Most were around the initial stage of the first rank. Yet even so, they were completely subdued by these few individuals. He guessed that these individuals were definitely mid-level first-grade cultivators, and the leader at the very least had reached 3rd grade. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to subdue the captain of the Black Shark Squad with just one hand. There was only one thought in his mind. Chang Yi's influence is truly terrifying. He's landed himself in serious trouble. The underling in black asked, "Boss, what should we do with these people?" "Knock them all out and take them to the villa." "Good." Pop, pop, pop. Several people chopped the crowd unconscious with hand strikes, carrying everyone into the villa. Upon entering the villa, the group was divided and escorted to separate rooms for questioning according to their factions. "Let's hear it. How did you get to know Chen Wei?" Each person added their own embellishments to the story. The younger brother asked again, "So, how much do you know about Chen Wei?" At that moment, a miraculous phenomenon occurred. The representatives from the 3 factions seemed to have conspired in advance, as their responses were identical word for word, without a single variation. Chen Wei, a student from Qingcheng No. 2 High School, living in Qingcheng Biyun, phone number, ID number, underwear color, and there's the peculiar habit of not writing things down. The black-clad man looked at the confiscated notes and nearly laughed in exasperation. Am I really falling behind the times compared to younger generations? Why does everyone love introducing themselves so much? Or is this just the peculiar taste of the elites? Afraid no one would recognize his prowess. Just as he was feeling a bit gloomy, there came a sound from outside the door. You stay home and rest up to heal your wounds. I'll go deal with Jang Xiaoa's matter right now." Chen Wei didn't respond to Chen Lingshan. Instead, he trudged toward the villa like a lost soul. Chen Lingshan glared at his grandson, who seemed to have lost his soul, and was so furious that he wanted to smash the red supercar parked nearby. Then, driving hurriedly back to school, Chen Wei had just pushed open the door when the sight before him left him utterly stunned. What was going on? Is this my home? He retreated a step and glanced at the number plate on the door. That's right. At the same time, inside the building, some factions were bewildered while others were exhilarated. The members of the Black Shark Squad pointed at Chen Wei excitedly and exclaimed, "Boss, it's him, it's him. That's the one, Chen Wei." Meanwhile, Lu Chao and Hu Qianxiao wore completely baffled expressions on their faces. Who the hell is this guy? It's not Chen Wei. Chen Wei was boiling with anger. Who are you? Why are you in my house? And what brand of tea are you drinking? At that moment, a sharp broadsword rested heavily on Chen Wei's shoulder. The wielder of the great blade radiated murderous intent, as if the slightest additional word would send his head rolling. At this moment, Chen Wei truly understood the bitter taste of having to bow beneath someone else's eaves. And damn it, it's right under my own roof. The man in black grabbed Lu Chao and demanded, "Are you Chen Wei?" Chen Wei, yes. Second high student? Right. Phone number? 13. What's your ID number? 800-820-8820. The man in black narrowed his eyes slightly. Everything checks out. Then, pointing at Lu Chao, he asked, "What about him? Do you know him?" "I don't know you." The man in black then turned his gaze to Lu Chao. "Then do you recognize him?" Lu Chao swallowed hard with difficulty, and, "No, don't know him." The man in black sneered once more. What a touching brotherly bond you two share. Well then, you can keep each other company on your journey to the Yellow Springs. With that, the man in black raised his blade to strike. Lu Chao grew frantic. "Bro, I swear I don't know him. He never meant for this to happen. I'm telling you the truth." The man in black stopped the knife in his hand. "You really don't know? Then let's test it again. Someone, bring me paper and pen." The man in black handed the pen to Chen Wei. "Write something," he said. Chen Wei's legs trembled with fear. What words? Obsession's obsession. All right. Chen Wei gripped the oil-based pen, ready to write, but suddenly froze. P.T.S.K. Can I just write it in pinyin? The man in black sneered, as expected. Then he pulled Hu Qianxiao over and asked, "He's your enemy, so come verify, is this Chen Wei or not?" Hu Qianxiao slumped weakly, his neck stiff as he shook his head with difficulty, his voice choked with tears. And no, it wasn't me. This left the man in black utterly dumbfounded. If my good bro says no, fine, but why the hell is my sworn enemy chiming in saying no too? Big bro, what should we do? The man in black pondered for a moment. Then there's only one last method left. Pull his pants down. Let's see if he's wearing pink underpants. Chen Wei? At this moment, Lu Chao added, "It's Barbie pink. Get lost." The black-clad man kicked him away. The subordinate in black called 2 members of Black Shark for assistance. One holds down the hands, another pins the legs. Then he started pulling down his pants. A few seconds later, "Boss, this kid isn't wearing any clothes." The man in black, ? Furious with embarrassment, Chen Wei roared, "Damn it, you even ripped off my damn underwear." What the hell could you possibly see? Chapter 57, this killer's a bit cold. Boss, it's black. The man in black shook his head. It's not pink after all. He pointed at the members of Black Shark and said, you two, search the rooms upstairs. Got it. 2 Black Shark members cheerfully went upstairs. Then, he pointed at another Black Shark member with a face full of wrinkles. Come here, take a closer look, is it really him? The man with a face full of wrinkles walked up to Chen Wei, putting on a show of scrutinizing him before saying, it's him. But there was another person with him at the time. Another one? Yes, the man squinted as he pondered, the wrinkles on his face deepening. He was a boy about the same age, better looking than him, and a whole lot more annoying. Hearing the word cheap, Chen Wei instantly pictured a face in his mind, Jang Xiaoa. Wait a second. Chen Wei stopped the man in black. What's wrong? In the left drawer of my room, there's a photo. I think I might know who you're looking for. The man in black pointed at the man with wrinkles and said, you, go find it. Soon, the man with the wrinkles brought back a graduation photo. Second to last row on the left, third seat. The wrinkled man looked at him carefully for a while and exclaimed, yes, that's him, that's the guy. Hey, you two, come here. Lu Chao and Hu Qianxiao tremblingly approached the man in black. The two of them wore identical expressions of shock. It's him. It's really him. The man in black nodded, his gaze suddenly turning sharp, brimming with murderous intent. He walked to a corner of the room, pulled out his phone, and said, hey, wrong person. That kid framed us. What now? Should we let the wrong people go or take them all out? The other voice sounded doubtful. Them? How many did you grab? The man in black counted, 9. On the phone? Yu Ming, who took the call, was dumbfounded. I told you to catch just one Chen Wei, how the hell did you end up grabbing 9 people? The man in black also felt exasperated. That's quite a long story. Never mind the long story. Release everyone you can, show both kindness and authority. The main thing is to shut their mouths, got it? Got it. The man in black continued, and what about that guy they found? Yu Ming thought for a moment and said, find someone to take care of him, remember, I want to see the body with my own eyes. And be careful this time, don't screw it up again. The second in command doesn't want more people to find out about this matter. Got it? Got it. The man in black walked over to his subordinate and handed him a wooden box. Go to Qingqing's underground organization and find an experienced hitman. Then give him this photo and this wooden box. By the way, tell him the method needs to be discreet, leave the body intact, and we'll add another 500,000 afterward along with a brand new identity. Alright. The men in black quickly found the most notorious assassin in Xinjiang. Here's the photo. The items inside the wooden box are your payment. Upon completion, an additional 500,000 and a new identity will be provided. The killer didn't hesitate and immediately accepted the deal. The killer wasn't interested in 500,000, he wasn't short on money. What's missing is the status to spend the money. The killer has claimed countless lives, having been in the trade since the age of 16, a full 20 years now. Over the past 20 years, he had killed so many people that he couldn't even recall them all clearly. I only remember that there were children, the elderly, women, and even pregnant women. Sometimes he even felt he was born for this profession. He had also wondered why he had become such a murderer. After pondering for a long time, I still couldn't figure it out. But I recalled a book, one written by a lawyer. He didn't know the title, the bloodstains had rendered it illegible. He felt that the term mentioned inside was quite fitting. Born criminal. He had been committing crimes across Jianghuai province for 20 years, and the enforcers of Jianghuai had already begun a thorough manhunt for him. Xinjiang, being his final hideout, would soon be searched as well. This was precisely why he agreed outright when he heard about the offer of a new identity. He wanted a new identity not to wash his hands of his past life, but to find another place to continue killing, to be his assassin. Once the henchman in black left, the assassin opened the wooden box. Inside lay a simple dagger. He took out the dagger and channeled spiritual energy into it. In the blink of an eye, white frost began to rise from the dagger. Frost blade? The killer smiled joyfully as if he had come across a priceless treasure. This was the thing he had been dreaming of. The most important thing for an assassin is to move without a sound. Art is needed. To make one's work known to all without discretion is the act of a senseless brute. He looked down upon them. With this dagger in hand, he no longer had to worry about the dead's blood splattering everywhere, because this frost blade could instantly freeze the wounds solid, capable of making someone vanish without a trace. He twirled the dagger in his hand while looking at the photo and the information written on its back. Soon, he had memorized it all. Xinjiang No. 2 High School. Chen Lingshan drove back to the school. His eyes were filled with rage. By now, the school's award ceremony was long over. Most of those big shots had already dispersed by then. Principal Sun Xing, who had just finished seeing someone off, happened to run into Chen Lingshan. Seeing his angry expression, it was clear he was looking for trouble with Jang Xiaoa. Lingshan, what are you up to? No worries. Sun Xing chuckled lightly. Going to find Jang Xiaoa, huh? Don't bother looking. Chen Lingshan questioned sternly, what do you mean? He is Mao Muzheng's nephew. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Lingshan's expression instantly turned grim. Mao Muzheng's nephew, how could he be Mao Muzheng's nephew? Wasn't he an orphan? Could it be that this six-star hunting master intends to protect him? Sun Xing continued, and what's more, Class 17 won the school martial arts trial today. How could this be? Chen Lingshan's expression turned complicated. That young boy defeating my grandson was already impressive enough, but now he even defeated Lu Tianhai's granddaughter? Sun Xing added, by the way, he took on 3 at once. Also, Lu Haiping and I both think that with him around for this college entrance exam, Xingcheng probably won't embarrass itself too badly. At least I won't be dead last anymore. Chen Lingshan gasped for breath, finally grasping the implication in Sun Xing's words. Behind Jang Xiaoa stood Sun Xing, Lu Haiping, and Ma Muzheng. No one should dare lay a finger on him anymore. He let out a slight sigh. I understand. Without another word, he turned and walked toward the office. On the evening after school, the assassin stood inside a 2-story residential building near the school, smoking a cigarette as his gaze swiftly scanned the students pouring out of the school entrance not far away. Soon, he found one of his targets, a chubby little kid. The intel behind the photo stated that finding this little chubby guy would lead us straight to that fellow named Jang Xiaoa. The little chubby boy strolled alone on his way home. As he passed by an alley, a large hand suddenly yanked him inside. Next, a chillingly cold dagger was pressed against the chubby boy's neck. The little fat boy shrank his neck and screamed, fuck, cold, 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 cold. Slap. The chubby kid instinctively swatted away the assassin's icy blade. The killer and the little fat kid stared at each other in stunned silence. Both of their expressions froze in place. The assassin. The chubby kid. Then, the little fatty let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Sorry ran. Then, like a madman, he dashed toward the end of the alley. The killer. Chapter 58 Shattering Perceptions. Ren Jinjin howled as he fled down the alley. The alley was eerily deserted outside. Ren Jinjin panicked. At that moment, a righteous voice roared from the nearby apartment building, keep it down with the child beating. Ren Jinjin. Ren Jinjin fled in disgrace. But the assassin wouldn't let him leave so easily. This was a stain on his professional career because the target complained it was too cold and knocked the knife right out of his hand. Just as the chubby boy was sinking into despair, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Jiang, brother Jiang, save me. Jang Xiaoa looked up at the sound and saw that Fatty Ren was being chased by someone. Sensing for a moment, the opponent's level was rather high. Can't win. Jang Xiaobai turned around and bolted. Ren Jinjin? The assassin spotted the figure in the distance, a cruel excitement flashing across his face. That was the person he was looking for. The assassin quickened his pace, instantly overtaking Ren Jinjin. Jang Xiaobai? Are you fucking insane? Wasn't he your target? Why the hell are you chasing me? Ren Jinjin froze as the assassin brushed past him. Should I still run? Of course I had to run. Just run in the opposite direction. After only taking a few steps, Jang Xiaobai's scolding voice rang out. You heartless fatso Ren, after I went through the trouble of drawing their fire for you. You call that drawing fire? Ren Jinjin yelled while running, just wait, I'm gonna get someone to save you. Jang Xiaobai was only 200 meters away from the school, but the killer was merely 50 meters behind him. What the hell? The little teddy nearby went, woof. Jang Xiaobai turned and dashed into the alley nearby. The killer grinned fiercely, laughing heartily, because the prey had begun fleeing in panic. The assassin knew it was a dead end. Jang Xiaobai knew it too. Entering the alleyway, the light began to dim as the walls on either side gradually closed in. Jang Xiaobai still didn't stop moving forward. Is he trying to climb the wall? The assassin guessed. Climbing over the wall will inevitably slow things down, that's a dead-end strategy. Has this prey truly lost its mind? It's so boring, the killer muttered with a pout. The assassin followed Jang Xiaobai at a leisurely pace, as relaxed as a cat toying with its prey. Jang Xiaobai noticed the opponent closing in and immediately activated his blood rage. He swiftly pivoted backward while delivering a punch. This punch was equivalent to the full-force strike of a mid-rank first-grade martial artist. The killer hadn't expected the sudden counterattack and instinctively raised an arm to block. However, the strength of this youth far exceeded his expectations. Taking the punch head-on, the assassin staggered back several steps, shaking his throbbing arm. Jang Xiaobai shook his numb fist. The killer grinned and said, not bad, an interesting prey. Jang Xiaobai, on the other hand, was completely focused on his opponent's every move. Do you really think you still have a chance to turn the tables on me? The assassin spoke coldly and then rushed toward Jang Xiaobai with the dagger in hand. Ren Jinjin ran shouting, Salang, Salon. Two oddly dressed individuals, a man and a woman, immediately demanded upon hearing this, where's the murder? Ren Pangzi pointed to a spot 200 or 300 meters behind him and said, right near that alley. A man with a knife was chasing after my good buddy. What does it look like? Short hair, in his 30s, Ren Jinjin pondered for another second. Oh, right, he also has a black mole at the corner of his mouth. Looks like it's him, the man said before nodding at the woman. Then, with perfect coordination, they flanked Ren Jinjin and swiftly escorted him toward the crime scene. Ren Jinjin? The chubby kid screamed desperately, kidnapping, kidnapping. At that moment, the man demanded sharply, what rank is your friend? Ren Jinjin thought for a moment, but he had no idea what Jang Xiaobai's rank was. Jang Xiaobai claimed to be at the second level of body forging, yet during the school combat trials, he defeated opponents from levels 2 through 7 in one go. The little fatty hesitated before saying, probably body tempering realms 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, man, woman. This guy must be an idiot, not even knowing his own buddy's rank. The man asked, he hasn't reached first rank? Nope, the chubby guy was quite confident about that. Then it's dangerous, his opponent is second rank. Jang Xiaobai's leather chest armor had been split open, and the wound beneath had frozen over due to the chilling effect of the ice blade. He took 2 steps backward and popped another body forging pill into his mouth. In just 1 short minute, he had already swallowed his second body tempering pill. The assassin watched as the young man before him kept swallowing pills, his greed swelling even more. Because he noticed that every time the young man swallowed the pill, his vital energy and blood fully replenished in the blink of an eye, seemingly without any side effects. This is practically an elixir. The assassin drew his blade and attacked again, though remaining cautious. Because the young man opposite fought with terrifying ferocity, every move aimed at mutual destruction. He didn't want to get himself injured for the sake of this boy. Because the punishers were following him like flies, he had to make sure he was always in the best possible state for a quick escape. A killer's caution was precisely what Jang Xiaobai didn't want to see. What he needed was for his opponent to let their guard down, just like Zhao Qi had done last time. Jang Xiaobai took a few more steps into the alley. Because the interior was even dimmer, the killer followed close behind. Jang Xiaobai immediately counterattacked when he saw this, channeling his mental strength the moment he swung his knuckle duster. Suddenly, a blinding green light appeared in the cramped space. The assassin saw the teenager's head suddenly light up before his eyes were instantly blinded. The blindness was momentary, but recovery would take time. He heard the sound of a sharp weapon piercing through the air. With years of experience as a killer, he instantly visualized the trajectory, speed, and force of his opponent's blade. The assassin immediately swung his icy blade to parry. In a daze, he seemed to see his own dagger being sliced in half by the opponent's emerald shortsword as easily as cutting through tofu. The killer froze, not because his dagger had shattered, but because he was stunned by the plethora of rare treasures this young man possessed. A swiftly restorative elixir, a jadeite dagger that cleaves iron like mud, and that troublesome little noggin prone to emitting blinding green light. Is this really something an orphan should have? The next second, the emerald dagger pierced his chest. Blood gushed from his chest. The killer lowered his head and saw only bare bones. Has the bone in my chest been shattered too? Jang Xiaobai stared coldly at the dying assassin and asked, who hired you to kill me? The killer smiled faintly. He weakly tossed out a photograph. Jang Xiaobai had thought the other party might have some professional ethics, but in the end, they still betrayed their buyer. He picked up the photo and immediately recognized it as a torn corner from his middle school graduation picture. Whose graduation photo is this? Who did Fatty and I piss off? At that moment, a figure instantly appeared in his mind. At the same time, Ren Jinjin was forcibly dragged over by a man and a woman. The man stared at the assassin lying in a pool of blood, his face full of black question marks as he looked at Ren Jinjin. The hell is this? You call this below first grade? Ren Jinjin stood there, dumbstruck, because Jang Xiaobai had once again shattered his understanding. Chapter 59, The Punisher. The man and woman stood at the alley entrance, momentarily at a loss. The two of them left Ren Jinjin behind and ran toward Jang Xiaobai. The man pointed at the corpse on the ground and looked at Jang Xiaobai. Did you kill this? Jang Xiaobai blinked innocently and shook his head. He killed himself. The man? With a gash that big on your chest, you're telling me it's suicide? The woman glanced at the scene. Since it's a suicide, where's the knife? Jang Xiaobai said nonchalantly, hand blade. Woman. Man. What the hell is a hand chop? This is the damn first time I've heard of someone committing suicide with a hand chop. The woman frowned and snapped sharply. We are enforcers from the Hunter organization. Comply with us. Punishers? Jang Xiaobai pondered for a second before suddenly recalling, have you heard of the Medal of Honor? The man nodded, of course. Anyone possessing the Medal of Honor is a priority protection target for us punishers. Jang Xiaobai smiled faintly. I have one. The man and the woman both wore expressions of shock as they exclaimed in unison, you have? The woman asked, where is it? Let me see. It was taken back. Woman. Man. The man thought to himself, who the hell are you trying to fool? Since when can honorary medals be taken back? Don't you believe me? Jang Xiaobai retorted. They both replied. Jang Xiaobai took out his phone and started dialing, "Hey, Miss Rong, did you take my Medal of Honor?" Question mark. Mao Rong retorted, "Otherwise? What trouble have you gotten into now?" "No reason, just asking." Jang Xiaobai hung up the phone and showed them his phone number. The two looked at the phone number. It was indeed Mao Rongrong's from the Hunters organization. Although Mao Rongrong wasn't a leadership-level figure within the Hunter organization, but rumor has it that her uncle is actually a renowned 6-star hunter. Her testimony is proof enough. The two of them were noticeably much more polite now. Even if his Medal of Honor has been revoked now, nothing can erase his outstanding contributions to the Hunter organization. Jang Xiaobai paused and asked, "So how did this person die?" The man immediately grasped the meaning, homicide. "Where's the weapon?" "Hand blade." Jang Xiaobai shot him an approving glance. "You catch on quick." The man, Ren Jinjin, standing beside him, was dumbstruck. The sudden reversal was too much for him to process. First, Jiang Zi was chased by a second-rank martial artist, who then committed suicide. Next, the Punisher was initially interrogating, only for their dynamic to suddenly shift into that of superior and subordinate. Jiang Zi's thigh is quite thick to cling to. Jang Xiaobai emerged from the alley, scratching his hands somewhat guiltily as he spotted Ren Jinjin. He didn't blame Fatty Ran after all, he was the one who ran first. What's more, this fatty kept his word. Not only did he summon the Punisher, but he also came along himself. "Let's go, time to head home." "Alright," Ren Jinjin said, noticing the wound on Jiang Xiaobai's chest frozen over with ice. "Is your injury okay? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand, "Just a minor injury." Jang Xiaobai had no idea what was going on with this wound. His entire chest had been numbed by the frigid blade, completely devoid of sensation. Just as the two were about to leave, the Punisher called out to Jang Xiaobai. The man hesitated before asking, What level are you, exactly?" Although it was quite impolite to ask someone's level outright, he couldn't help his curiosity. Because from what he could sense, this youth was at most at the 7th level of body forging. How did someone at the 7th level of the forge body realm manage to kill an experienced assassin? Jang Xiaobai turned his head and said, "Around 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, or 8th level, I guess." The man. After Jang Xiaobai and Rin Jinjin had walked far into the distance, the male disciplinary officer who had been stunned for a long while finally spoke up, "Damn, those two are truly brothers." The woman asked, "Are we just letting him walk away like that?" The man sighed, "He doesn't want to reveal his secret. Keeping him detained here won't do any good. Better just quietly clean up the scene." Who'd have thought the assassin we've been chasing for so long would actually be defeated by a mere teenager? The man closed his mouth, ceased his movements, and stared thoughtfully at the killer's neatly severed sternum. Jang Xiaobai and Rin Jinjin hadn't walked together for long before they parted ways. He had things to do. He was going to find Chen Wei. He had only taken a few steps when his phone rang in his pocket. It's the killer's phone. The voice on the phone, "Hey, is the job done? Don't forget to bring the head with you." Jang Xiaobai was stunned for a moment, then mimicking the assassin's tone, he answered, Where do I go to find you guys?" "North City Forest. I'll send you the location later." "Alright." Jang Xiaobai hung up the phone, took out a bottle of health potion from his system backpack, and downed it in one gulp. As soon as he drank it, the wound on his chest began to heal rapidly, sprouting fresh tissue. While his body was recovering, Jang Xiaobai began pondering who had just called and what connection that person had with Chen Wei. "Driver, to the north side of town." Jang Xiaobai casually hailed a taxi and headed for the northern forest. After getting out of the car, Jang Xiaobai put on his painful mask, transforming into the killer's appearance, and headed toward the location provided by his contact. Before he could reach the designated spot, someone leaped down from a tree. The man handed Jang Xiaobai an ID card and a bank card. "This is your new identity. Hand over the head, take the money, and get out of Jianghuai province as fast as you can." Jang Xiaobai asked the man, "Why did you kill this person?" The man glared at Jang Xiaobai and snapped, "That's none of your business. Get lost." The man had barely finished speaking when an intense green light flashed through the forest. Then, his lips turned purple, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably as though possessed. Jang Xiaobai crouched down. "Tell me why you killed him, and I'll give you the antidote." The man clearly didn't want to die. With great difficulty, he gasped, "Because he killed young Master Chang." "Chang Yi?" The man nodded, then his pupils dilated in shock. How did you know it was Chang Yi?" "Hurry, give me the antidote, it hurts so much." Jang Xiaobai rubbed his weary eyes, his lips curling into an inexplicable smile. "Death," he murmured, "is the best remedy to escape suffering." Then, the man was instantly decapitated. "Cheng Yi, Chen Wei," Jang Xiaobai muttered as he stood up. "Seems like the scheme to screw Chen Wei over has been exposed." Then, the assassin's face instantly transformed into that of the person lying on the ground. Chapter 60, Teacher Long battles the man in black. Jang Xiaobai changed into the dead man's black clothes, stuffed the corpse into a patched burlap sack, and meticulously cleaned up all traces of blood at the scene. Finally, he stood quietly in place, waiting. About half an hour had passed, and the sky had completely darkened. At last, the person arrived. Has that assassin arrived? Jang Xiaoa nodded, then raised the spherical bundle in his hand, indicating to the other party that the head was inside this cloth package. Just bring it over, the boss is getting impatient. The other person took a few steps, then suddenly stopped. Somehow, you seem taller and slimmer now. He felt a bit gloomy and asked, "Hey, why aren't you saying anything?" Jang Xiaobai pointed at his throat, making a painful expression as he let out a hoarse sound. "Your voice is gone," the man asked. Jang Xiaobai nodded. "If your throat's damaged, then let me help fix it." The opponent suddenly lashed out fiercely, his hand formed into an eagle's claw as he lunged straight for Jang Xiaobai's throat. Jang Xiaobai was shocked. Activating his blood rage, he leaped backward in a hurry. "So you saw through me that quickly?" The other person sneered. "His neck isn't that pale, and it has wounds, ones I left." Jang Xiaobai suddenly realized what an idiot he was, offering his neck up for others to find evidence against him. "Forget it. I was still thinking about sneaking into the enemy's ranks to catch them off guard. Judging by the way things are going right now, taking this guy on one-on-one would be tough. You're very strong, much stronger than the second-class assassin I previously encountered." The other party flew into a rage upon hearing this and lunged at Jang Xiaobai. "Don't compare me to that good-for-nothing who only knows how to kill ordinary people." Jang Xiaobai immediately acted meek and fled backward. The other party immediately followed, but deliberately maintained a certain distance. As I ran, I couldn't help but mutter to myself, "That kid is really bizarre, actually capable of changing his face." Moreover, despite having only the 7th level of body tempering cultivation, he still managed to kill 2 tier 2 monsters. Something's seriously fishy. Should I go back and find boss first? Never mind, as long as I'm careful, it should be fine. Jang Xiaobai noticed the other party maintaining a fixed distance between them and couldn't help but marvel at their exceptional combat awareness. However, no matter how skilled they were, it wouldn't make any difference now. Seeing Jang Xiaobai slightly distracted, the opponent threw a punch straight at him. Jang Xiaobai immediately rolled to the side. His fist smashed the boulder behind where he had just been standing into dust. Perfect timing. Jang Xiaobai focused his mind, and the tiny flaming ant sword beside the person suddenly levitated from the ground, darting straight toward Jang Xiaobai's position. The flying speed of the fire ant's small sword was extremely fast, yet the other party remained completely unaware. Because the sound of the massive boulder shattering and crashing drowned out the noise of the fire ant sword slicing through the air as it flew. Put! The fire ant's tiny sword instantly pierced through the opponent's skull. The man's eyes widened in shock. A splash of crimson and gray sprayed from his forehead. His body convulsed twice before collapsing to his knees, lifeless. The fiery ant sword passed through cleanly, without a single stain of blood, and flew straight into Jang Xiaobai's little head. Jang Xiaobai walked over to the corpse, glancing at the shattered boulder, and couldn't help but feel a shudder run through him. To think this guy smashed the boulder into pieces using nothing but his physical strength. If that punch just now had been infused with chi and blood energy, wouldn't it have sent the big tree flying along with it? The previous encounter with the assassin and the recent ambush had given him a misguided impression of second-tier fighters, leading him to believe they were only slightly more formidable than first-tier ones. Now he understood, this wasn't just slightly better, it was a qualitative leap altogether. It seems in future battles, I can't afford to drag things out with them. I need to find a way to end the fight before it even begins. Jang Xiaobai's face transformed once more, taking on the appearance of the man he had just slain. He slowly walked in the direction from which that person had come. Soon, he spotted flickering flames in the distance. Did those two come back yet? The man in black asked his subordinate beside him. Not yet, and the phone's not going through either, the subordinate replied. Boss, you don't think Li Wei and Lu Xia got taken out by that hitman, do you? The man in black shook his head. Unlikely. We have control over his new identity. Unless he plans to hide in the mountains forever. What do we do now? The man in black thought for a moment and said, I'll go take a look. You stay here and keep an eye on them, don't let them run off, especially Chen Wei. Okay. The subordinate obeyed and sat upright, staring blankly at the several bound figures. The man in black entered the forest and soon spotted Lu Xia's figure. But why has only Lu Xia returned alone? Where's Li Wei? Moreover, Lu Xia gave him an odd feeling, somehow thinner and weaker than before. Why did you come back alone? Jang Xiaobai pretended not to hear clearly and slowly moved closer. I was wondering why you came back alone, where's Li Wei? Jang Xiaobai continued to feign incomprehension. The man in black frowned. Where is Li Wei? Jang Xiaobai continued to pretend he couldn't hear clearly. The man in black. Is Lu Xia deaf or what? He can't even hear shit from just 5 meters away? Is there something wrong with this guy? The black-clad man extended his psychic energy, delving into Jang Xiaobai's mental world. Hurry up, and he sought his teenage goddess Takizawa. Lola. The man in black? Has this martial arts fanatic finally had an epiphany? I think I've watched this one twice. Was it set in the kitchen? No fast forwarding. No, that's not the point. Something feels off. but I can't quite put my finger on it. His mental energy stretched out once more. This time it was in the classroom, where quite a few people were gathered. The man in black suddenly realized, something's wrong, something's goddamn wrong. At this moment, Jang Xiaoa was now less than 3 meters away from the man in black. Stop! The other party suddenly barked at Jang Xiaoa. Jang Xiaoa looked at the other person with innocent confusion in his eyes. Password? Jang Xiaoa. Spill it, Jang Xiaoa. Jang Xiaoa was utterly bewildered. He'd never had to use a password phrase before. The man in black stared at Jang Xiaoa for a moment before relaxing. Correct answer. Jang Xiaoa? Not answering is the password? What kind of crappy password is this? Have some standards, damn it. As Jang Xiaoa approached the man in black, his small head immediately emitted a dazzling green light. In the dark of night, the man in black was suddenly dazzled by the green light, his vision instantly blurred. At the same time, he also heard the sound of a sharp blade slicing through the air. Damn it, you really are trouble. The man in black leaped back, landing 5 meters away. Jang Xiaoa couldn't help but click his tongue. Why did this guy feel even stronger than that second tier one from before? Could it be 3rd grade? The man in black had just regained his sight when the green light flashed again. Fuck your uncle. The man in black cursed loudly, flipping over again to dodge the flying daggers, only for his vision to be flooded with green light once more. Fuck you. The man in black closed his eyes and began trying hard to calm himself down. It seems I can only rely on my own mental strength. The man in black was tall and burly, but he was actually a mentalist. Extending his mental energy outward, he began to cautiously explore the surroundings bit by bit. Got it. In his mental world, he saw an unclothed Rolla Takizawa charging at him with a delicate emerald sword. The man in black? What the hell? Fighting and still thinking such nonsense. Disgusting. He stood up, pulled up his pants, and rushed toward Longza with his eyes shut. Lola. Rolla Takizawa hurled a small sword at his head. The black-clad man sneered under his breath, looking for death. Then, his head tilted slightly, causing the small sword to miss its mark. Seeing the sword miss, Lola turned and ran away. He dashed into a changing room. The man in black? This plot is starting to feel way too familiar again. Damn it, this isn't the time to think about that. He wiped the blood from under his nose and dashed after her toward the locker room. Just as I entered the locker room, I heard another whooshing sound behind me. The man in black broke out in a cold sweat and immediately rolled to the side again. Jang Xiaoa, who was fighting the man in black, was utterly bewildered. Fighting is one thing, but what's with pulling up your pants, wiping your nosebleed, and drooling all over the place? This fight feels a bit off. Is this guy some kind of pervert with a thing for other guys? Disgusting. The man in black couldn't stand being restrained like this any longer. He erupted with all his vital energy and charged toward Laura Takizawa's position. Although the man in black was a psychic mage, his vitality and physical strength were no less formidable than that warrior from before. At that moment, he was like a raging bull, charging recklessly through the forest. Boom! Boom! The 9 bound individuals felt the earth-shaking commotion in the distance, each harboring their own thoughts. Chen Wei, is my grandfather coming to save me? Hu Qixiao, my family finally realizes I'm missing. Boo-hoo! Black Shark members, the battle between 3rd-rank warriors is truly intense. Lu Chao, an earthquake? The remaining subordinates of the black-clothed man wore rather unpleasant expressions. His boss was facing a formidable enemy. Should he step in to help or just stand by and watch? If the boss was killed, should I run away or stay? Damn it, this is so frustrating. Chapter 61 The Big Slap. Jang Xiaoa mustered all his strength as he darted through the forest. He glanced back at the black-clad man rampaging below, a shudder of fear creeping into his heart. Is this big guy's body made of alloy or something? Charging ahead without even looking where he's going. Or, to be more precise, charging forward despite being completely blind. Jang Xiaoa suddenly exerted strength, leaping toward the treetops in the distance to hide. He moved swiftly, immediately breaking free from the mental lock of the man in black. In contrast, without the glaring green light, the man in black could gradually open his eyes. The black-clad man scanned his surroundings, his fury soaring to the heavens. Where did you run off to? Come out! At that moment, there was a faint rustling sound behind him. Soon, a bald head emerged from the bushes. The bald man was one of those left behind, sent over by another to check out the situation. As soon as I crawled out of the thicket, I saw the battered leader, and an inexplicable fear welled up in my heart. What happened? Even boss had to use his innate skill, impenetrable fortress? The black-clad man saw a figure emerge from the grass. He could make out the color of their clothes but not their face. He snorted coldly, humph, still trying to use that old trick. But wearing clothes is useless against me. He began mobilizing the last remnants of his vital energy within his body and charged forward to kill the person before him. Go to hell! Before the bald man could react, the man in black sent him flying with a headbutt. The bald man flying through the air spat out blood. His mind went completely blank, leaving only the sensation of pain. Thud! The bald man crashed to the ground, his chest deeply concave and his body twisted at a grotesque angle. Dead. Jang Xiaoa stood atop the tree, utterly dumbfounded. At first, he was terrified when he saw his towering teammate approaching. After all, one is already so troublesome, let alone two together? In the end, the tall guy was so consumed by bloodlust that he didn't even spare his own teammates. Looking at the bald man lying lifeless on the ground with every bone in his body broken, Jang Xiaoa couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. What a badass! The man in black stared at the enemy he had just killed and spat contemptuously at the corpse. Then he collapsed onto the ground. His mental energy was nearly depleted, and his vital energy was running dangerously low. Who would have thought a puny body refiner could be so troublesome? He gasped before continuing. Just wait, I'll twist his head right off and crack it open to see what's really inside. The moment the words fell, the whistling of swords rang in his ears once more. The black-clad man was utterly shocked, wanting to dodge but finding his body couldn't keep up with his mind. He swiftly jerked his head to the side, but the emerald dagger still managed to graze his cheek, leaving a thin cut. You're still alive, kid? Then, who the hell is that lying on the ground? He rubbed his eyes vigorously and took a closer look. It was actually his own subordinate. The subordinate who had been by your side from the very beginning. Damn it! I'm gonna fight you to the death. As soon as he stood up, he felt his body weaken, his hands and feet turning icy cold, until gradually he lost all sensation and control over them. He lowered his head to look at his own arm. At that moment, the skin on his arms and palms turned a dark purple-black. If he could see his own face, he would undoubtedly find that it, too, had darkened to the same purple-black hue. The wounds on his face had already festered, exposing bone underneath. He looked at Jang Xiaoa in panic, his expression filled with nothing but unwillingness. Why, have I been poisoned by such a deadly venom? I'm a third-grade cultivator, you know. The man in black staggered backward, tripped over the bald man's corpse behind him, and promptly met his demise. Jang Xiaoa looked at the corpse on the ground and let out a soft, relieved sigh. Phew, finally dead. Let's see how many are left by the campfire. By the campfire, the last subordinate of the dark-clothed man still waited. He was starting to get impatient. What's taking that bald guy so long? He's been gone forever and still hasn't come back. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the distant undergrowth. It was someone he didn't know. Stop, who are you? He shouted sternly. The other party ignored him and took a few more steps forward. Only then did he see clearly who the newcomer was. It's that assassin. How could it be this assassin? Where's boss and the others? He noticed the bloodstains on the assassin's body again, his pupils instantly dilating in shock. Could it be that boss and the others were all killed? Just as he was thinking, the assassin threw a spherical package at him, his voice oddly low and strange. This is his head. With that, the killer turned and walked away. He grabbed the hefty package and immediately called out to the retreating figure, "Hey, where are my boss and the others? Be right back." Where did he go? Let's head back. He muttered angrily under his breath. Damn, just left me behind and ran off, making me carry this disgusting head. At this moment, he noticed that the assassin who had turned to leave was now returning. A vague sense of unease crept over him. Just as he placed his hand on his waist, preparing to cautiously defend against the approaching threat, he saw the figure stride directly toward the tightly bound captives instead. Then they saw the assassin slapping each of them with a resounding smack across the face. Shan Wei, Hu Qianxiao, Black Shark 6. The man in black's subordinate? The black-clad man's subordinates were all dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Mind your own business as a killer. Why come over here beating up on them? The 8 who got beaten were even more bewildered. What kind of psycho killer does this? What the heck are you hitting me for? What? You think I'm easy to pick on just cause I'm tied up? Lu Chao was also completely bewildered. Why did they only attack them and not me? This makes me stick out like a sore thumb. The assassin and Lu Chao locked eyes. Lu Chao's face was full of anticipation. The assassin. In the end, the killer didn't slap him across the face. Lu Chao looked utterly disappointed. After the killer left, the dark-clothed man was left trussed up like a chicken and left behind. On the road, he couldn't resist opening the cloth-wrapped bundle, only to be so frightened that he immediately threw it away. The contents of the package spilled out. It was a head with hair so dark it verged on violet. He scrutinized it carefully. It belonged to the boss. He hastily stood up, suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he was startled to find an emerald green jade dagger had somehow appeared embedded in his chest. And behind him, a figure had appeared without anyone noticing when. As soon as the men in black left, the tightly bound prisoners began to stir restlessly. Hu Qianxiao asked, has he left? Zhao Qi nodded slightly. Probably. Can we leave now? Almost there. The scarred man erupted with energy, instantly snapping the ropes binding him. The others also struggled free from the ropes. Only Hu Qianxiao, who remained at the body-tempering third layer, struggled futilely for a long time but couldn't break free. The scarred man rubbed his sore wrists, which had been bound for hours, and said to the crowd, every grievance has its root, and every debt its debtor. Though the Jiang kid is dead, we didn't kill him. He looked at Lu Chao and said, we are all his enemies, but this one is not. Not only is he not involved, he's actually quite friendly. With all this pent-up anger and nowhere to vent it, I'm afraid I'll have to take it out on you, brother Lu Chao, my apologies. Sorry, brother, we'll be quick. Just bear with it for a moment. Lu Chao? Shenwei didn't join the beating, he remained standing still, lost in thought. Jang Xiaobai finished cleaning up the scene and hurried towards the city gate. As she walked, she turned things over in her mind. Killing these people doesn't guarantee there won't be another wave. Seems like I'll have to stay on guard from now on. Back in the city, Jang Xiaobai immediately hailed a taxi and headed straight to the black armored ant nest near the western district. Embarrassing as hell. Jang Xiaobai, he shouted while tossing the corpse near the ant nest. After Jang Xiaobai left, the black armored demon ant emerged. Has that human left? Let's go. Phew, that human psycho who loves peeling skins is finally gone. At this moment, a black armored demon ant shouted, look, there seems to be a human corpse over there. The swarm of black armored demon ants gathered around it. It really is a human corpse. It seems to have poison on it. Poison? Even dogs wouldn't eat it. Oof. Munch munch. The next day, as soon as Jiang Xiaobai entered the classroom, he saw Ring Jingjin and Tian Ruyang excitedly holding a small box. What's in there? You're so happy about it. Old Yang, who was following behind, said, these are rewards given by the school. Apart from the Bloodchief pills and spiritual power pills which are for you too, the rest of the low-grade spirit stones are for your other classmates. Jiang Xiaobai took his 2 elixirs and fell into deep thought. Since I already have body tempering pills and don't need these, I might as well sell the elixirs for money. Who should I sell it to? Class 1? Forget it, I need to lay low these days. If I went, I'd probably get beaten up and thrown out. Winning over their class and then going to their classroom to sell stuff, this isn't just showing off anymore, it's a blatant slap in the face. Anyone in their shoes would be furious. By the way, I could sell it to Lin Shang and the others. He took out his phone and began contacting potential buyers. Who wants vitality pills and spiritual energy pills? Lin Shang, I'll buy it if it's cheaper. Jang Xiaobai, no problem. Lin Shang, how much? Jang Xiaobai, 85,000. Lin Shang, screw you. The original price was only 80 grand, and you're selling it for 85? Jang Xiaobai, this elixir of mine is rather special. Lin Shang, what makes it so special? Jang Xiaobai paused for a moment, extremely expensive. Lin Shang? Lin Shang, 70,000 for a chi and blood pill, I'll take it. At this moment, Bian Yuan interrupted, 75,000, I'll take both of them. Lin Shang, at Bian Yuan, with all that money you still try to compete with me? Bian Yuan, why not buy it if it's cheap? Jang Xiaobai, at Bian Yuan, deal, how should we proceed with the delivery? Bian Yuan, the day after tomorrow, we'll be heading to Qingqing for a mission. You can give it to me then. Jang Xiaobai, got it. Chapter 62, The Fire Ant Nest, Danger. 3 days later, early morning. This was the nth day Neza had been lost. Clutching 2 large steamed buns, he crouched atop a high building while munching and gazing into the distance, searching for the location where the black light had appeared last time according to his memory. At that moment, a figure in the distance caught his attention. He's still alive, and hasn't even been captured yet. The efficiency of the human organization is pitifully low. With those words, he took a leap of faith and soared toward the figure. Landing. Look up. Xingxin Internet Cafe. What the hell is this thing doing here? He pushed the door open and walked in. The clerk at the front desk glanced at Neza who had just walked in and said flatly, kid, minors aren't allowed to use the internet. Neza retorted, I'm an adult. The receptionist chuckled, how old are you? Over 3,000. 3 more days? Damn it, years. The receptionist burst into laughter, this kiddo is really something. Alright then, big bro will let you sneak in a quick play. The machine's all set up for you, go ahead. Neza stood there silently, motionless. The receptionist guy said enthusiastically, forgot your money? No problem. It's on me. Play what? Glory. He took a seat, and the front desk guy began teaching him step by step. A Caucasian-looking man beside him was drenched in sweat. The receptionist guy asked curiously, why are you sweating so much? That shouldn't be happening, we've got the air conditioning set to the lowest setting. And no, it's nothing. Alright then, kid, let's add each other as friends, my game ID is Steamed Bun Invasion. I'll take you along later. After the receptionist left, Neza said coldly, you sure can run. The man shook his head, no, don't worry, I won't kill you. The man was stunned, stammering, why? I've reviewed your records, you've never done anything truly evil. Good citizen. Neza changed the subject, I need you to do me a favor. The man couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. God seeking help from demons, this was definitely a first. What help? Beat someone up. Who's there? I'll let you know when I find it. The front desk guy, I've added you. Okay. Then he turned to the man and said, can you help me find where to add friends? Alright. Lin Shang, at Jang Xiaobai, we're already on our way to Qingcheng. Jang Xiaobai, alright, how many people? What's the mission? Lin Shang, team, mission classified. Details when we arrive. Jang Xiaobai, MHM. At that moment, the chubby boy came running over, panting heavily. Jianzi, I heard the principal wants you to transfer to class 1? Yeah, didn't go. Why? Can't bear to part with me? Ran Ponzi joked. Jang Xiaobai nodded, The chubby kid wiped the sweat from his forehead. Seriously, I really can't bear to part with you. Ren Jinjin was utterly baffled. Did we really have the same Chinese teacher? Jang Xiaobai didn't tease him further. I'm not going because class 1's cultivation coursework is too heavy. With my F-level aptitude, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to keep up or adapt. Besides, there's not much benefit in switching to class 8, just 2 extra low-grade spirit stones per month compared to the other classes. Ran Jijin. Ran Pengzi was starting to regret asking him, such a humble bragger. You're not worried about keeping up with class 1's pace, you're worried that class 1 won't be able to keep up with yours. Also, do you have any idea how important 2 spirit stones are to an ordinary student? Forget it. Truly the pillar I ought to cling to. Zhang Zi, have you finished the elixirs I gave you last time? What's wrong? After eating it, I felt my chi and blood, as well as spiritual power, had increased significantly. I'm almost breaking through to the 3rd level of body forging, Fatty Run continued. I wanted to buy another one to try, but I don't have enough money. I was thinking, maybe I could borrow some from you. Not much, just 2,000. Is that all? Jang Xiaobai laughed. No need to borrow. I have a source here, 20% off on spiritual herbs. Really? Of course. Jang Xiaobai seemed to recall something. The 20% discount is your price. For others, it's 5% off. A 5% discount may seem negligible compared to the original price, but when it comes to elixirs costing tens of thousands per pill, the price difference becomes quite substantial. The chubby kid didn't press further, having heard that Zhang Zi was actually related to that renowned hunter Master Mao from last time. It's perfectly normal for the price to be cheaper. After 2 classes, Zhang Xiaobai's phone rang. It was Cuihua calling. Human, could you do me a favor? What do you need help with? This favor is a bit dangerous. Our anthill might not hold out much longer. Zhang Xiaobai frowned. What happened? The black-armored demon ants have gathered all the demon ants nearby to launch an attack against us. How much longer can the ant nest hold out? Approximately 40 minutes. Alright, I'm heading over now. After hanging up, Zhang Xiaobai immediately ran to the office. Old Yang, I need half a day off. With that, he dashed out of the office. Come back. Old Yang stopped Zhang Xiaobai. What are you taking leave for? The principal has asked me to keep a close eye on you these past few days. What for? The principal's worried you might defect to number 1 high or number 3 high. Zhang Xiaobai. Old Yang continued. What do you need time off for? If it's just errands, I can handle them for you. Zhang Xiaobai thought for a moment and said, sick leave. I'm ill and need to go home to recuperate. What illness? A cold, fever, runny nose. Old Yang's mouth twitched as he looked at Zhang Xiaobai like he was an idiot. Couldn't you come up with a better excuse? Anyone who can cultivate magic doesn't even get cancer. And you're telling me you have a cold? Let me make this clear, unless you come up with a solid reason, don't even think about stepping outside the school gate. Otherwise, if you leave, I won't be able to explain it to my superiors. Good excuse. Zhang Xiaobai muttered to himself for a moment before suddenly realizing something. Wait for me a second. Half a minute later. Here, my medical certificate. Old Yang took the medical certificate, and his eyes immediately widened in disbelief. He glanced at the certificate, then at Zhang Xiaobai, his gaze shifting repeatedly between the two. You got a vasectomy? Yeah, just yesterday. The date on the previous diagnosis certificate from the pet hospital hadn't been filled in just now. Xiaobai Jiang had filled it out. Old Yang wiped his sweaty forehead and said, what on earth were you thinking? Zhang Xiaobai's expression was resolute. Those who cultivate must remain focused and undisturbed by worldly distractions. So to achieve purity of mind, I went to the hospital and got a vasectomy. Old Yang hesitated, unsure whether he should feel proud or try to console him. Most people would just shave their heads to achieve purity. You've got it easy. 6 roots purified means cutting off the lifeline. So thoroughly clean indeed. At that moment, Old Yang inadvertently noticed something peculiar on the medical diagnosis certificate. Wait a minute, why is this certificate issued by a veterinary hospital? Zhang Xiaobai murmured hesitantly, because it's cheap? Old Yang? Damn cheap my ass. Can't you even lie convincingly? Old Yang sighed softly. Whatever, your leave is approved. Get out. Before leaving, he added, stay out of trouble, got it? Zhang Xiaobai quickly left the school gates. As soon as he stepped outside, Principal Sun Xing called Old Yang. Hey, why did Zhang Xiaobai leave? Sick leave request. What's wrong? What illness do you have? Got snipped. In the taxi, Jang Xiaoa started sending text messages to Lin Shang. Jang Xiaoa, how much longer till you guys get here? Lin Shang, about an hour and a half. Why, can't wait to see us? Jang Xiaoa, come straight to the west side of town later. I'll send you the exact location shortly. Lin Shang, what's this about? Jang Xiaoa, a fight between several demon ant clans ought to yield quite a bit of profit. Lin Shang, good, we'll be there in 1 hour. West Forest of the city. Black armored demon ant nest. Banquet hall. At the dining table. Black armor queen, now that you've invited us here, what are our chances of winning this battle? The razor ant queen asked while glancing at the other ant queens present. The other ant queens nodded slightly in agreement with the razor ant queen's question. The black armored queen smiled lightly. Rest assured, with all 5 of our clans combined, we possess formidable military strength. Once we coordinate from within and without, victory will ultimately be ours. So, you can all set your minds at ease. Not a single benefit I promised will be withheld. The swift demon ant queen seized on the key point. Coordinate from within and without? Does this mean you have a mole in the fire demon ant's nest? Black armored queen? Who is it? The black armored queen did not answer her. You'll know when the time comes. Then, turning to a robust black armored demon ant by her side, she inquired, how much longer until all forces are fully assembled? Your Majesty, no more than 10 minutes at most, came the reply. Excellent. The black armored ant queen raised her glass and stood. Our day of reckoning is at hand. The other ant queens followed suit, lifting their glasses in unison. However, these queen ants each harbored their own ulterior motives. Some queen ants were calculating how much they could gain from this battle. Some were pondering whether they might become targets of annexation if the war was won. Others were wondering if spies had been planted among their own ranks. Chapter 63 The Ant Monster Battlefield. Jang Xiaoa didn't head straight for the western forest. Instead, he made a quick detour back to his rented apartment. With one hand pulling along the deeply sleeping werewolf and the other arm cradling the disoriented Siberian husky, he hailed a taxi. 20 minutes later. Upon arriving at the western city gate, Jang Xiaoa sprinted deeper into the forest. The werewolf was puzzled. Weren't you at school? Why did you run back here? Emerald is about to go to war. The situation is dangerous. Jang Xiaoa then asked, what's wrong with Era? Why hasn't he woken up yet? The werewolf smiled awkwardly, found him annoying, knocked him out. Fire ant nest. Emerald kept stepping out of the cave from time to time, gazing into the distance where the demonic ant army was gathering its forces. How's the digging coming along? Suehua asked a fire ant soldier guarding outside. Reporting to General Suehua, the defenses on the northern and eastern fronts are fully prepared, those on the western front nearing completion, while the southern perimeter has just commenced construction. Suehua nodded, then turned to a small fire demon ant beside her and said, the war is about to begin. Distribute all the spirit food. Every little bit of cultivation improvement counts. As you command, General Chuehua. Just yesterday, Chuehua broke through to the 8th level of body forging and was exceptionally promoted to general. Yet, before she could celebrate for even a day, she faced the war that would annihilate the ant colony. At this moment, the second sister of the fire demon ant colony approached Chuehua. How does it feel to be a general? Suehua turned around, her face etched with a bitter smile. Second sister asked, has that human arrived yet? How long until he gets here? How much combat support can he provide? Suehua sighed. He's on his way. As for how much combat strength he'll bring, we don't know yet. Right now, the most urgent task is to finish constructing these defensive fortifications. What are our chances of winning this war? Second sister couldn't help but ask. Suehua looked at the soldiers who were burying their heads in digging tunnels and paused. As the former general, you should know better than me. The second sister sighed. I understand. I'll go back first to avoid arousing eldest sister's suspicions. Got it. After the second sister left, Suehua, now alone on the anthill, sighed. 700 against 6,000. How was this battle to be fought? Inside the ant nest. Where did he go? Let's get some fresh air outside. It's too stuffy in here. Second sister countered. Why aren't you by Her Majesty's side? What brings you out? The high priest asked me to fetch some spiritual artifacts for her, elder sister replied. Second sister slightly furrowed her brows. Couldn't ordinary ant soldiers handle such errands? Why did it have to be you? The royal chambers of the ant queen. High priest, what brings you here? The newly delivered queen ant felt somewhat puzzled by the high priest's sudden visit. Your Majesty, I've come to deliver tonic medicine for you and the kings. As he spoke, the high priest gestured toward the withered fire ant king beside him. The ant queen nodded. Fine then, just bring me the tonic. Have the guards outside drag these kings away and replace them with a fresh batch. Got it. Having said that, the high priest slowly withdrew. The ant queen found the high priest somewhat strange, but she still drank the tonic he had brought. Right after drinking it, the queen felt her whole body grow weak, her head dizzy and vision blurred. She struggled to prop herself up, pointing weakly at the high priest and gasping, what did you put in the tonic? The high priest shed his previous meek demeanor, smiling pleasantly as he replied, "No particular reason. Just thought I'd trade your head for my life." What do you mean? Drawing a dagger with a cruel smile curling at his lips, the high priest advanced slowly toward the ant queen. The 5-ant alliance army has completely surrounded the fire ant nest. Do you really think we still stand a chance of winning? Earlier, the queen of the black-armored demon ants contacted me, saying they were preparing to launch a large-scale assault on the ant colony and asked me to switch sides. I agreed with her. That day, I even planned to bring precious spirit herbs as my pledge of allegiance, but who would have thought those brats had eaten them all? So, I came up with an even bigger pledge. You're the king of this colony. Without you, the entire ant nest would collapse in chaos. The losses for the black-armored demon ants would be minimized, and my gains would be maximized. So, I'll just have to inconvenience you a bit, my dear queen. The fire ant queen trembled with fear as she mustered her last strength to scream, "Guards, kill this traitorous minister." The high priest chuckled darkly. "Don't bother shouting. I've sent them all away. By the time they return, they'll find nothing but a headless corpse. General, report. All defensive fortifications have been completed. Good. Notify all soldier ants to gear up and assemble in position, ready for battle at any moment. Have the worker ants prepare for combat too." At this moment, the fire demon ant nest stood like a solitary island in the ocean, constantly at risk of being swallowed by the dark sea. Woo! Woo! The black-armored demon ants' battle horns had already sounded. The dense black ant swarm surged forward like a tide, pressing against the fire demon ant nest's defensive line. The fire demon ant warriors, exhausted from prolonged battles, were already depleted in numbers. The newly spawned fire demon ants had only reached body tempering stages 1 or 2, while most of the remaining forces were from Xiaoa's batch. Having long consumed monster rations, these ants had already advanced to body tempering stage 5. Those at intermediate stages 3 or 4 were extremely scarce, whereas the opposing magic ants were mostly at stages 3 or 4. High-level combatants at stages 5 or 6 were also few in number. Watching the coalition forces of demon ants pressing upon their nest, the younger generation of demon ants quietly swallowed their saliva. At that moment, the voice of General Greenflower came from the rear. "All ants, take shelter in the tunnels now." The fire demon ants quickly retreated into the tunnels, but in each tunnel, there were always a few stragglers who lagged behind. Soon, a volley of spears from the opposing side turned the slower fire ants into sieves, pinning them firmly to the ground. The spears impaling the fire ants were actually the bones of the shatterbone ants. These demonic ants could shed slender bones from their bodies to use as weapons. After 3 volleys of bone spears, the battlefield was littered with weapons from the shatterbone ants. This weapon belongs to the enemy, and also to the fire ants. Out of the tunnel. Grab your weapons. The fire ants emerged from the tunnel and picked up the bone spears on the ground. There were plenty of bone spears, each ant could have 4, with some left over. Beyond the defensive line, the shattered bone demon ants retreated while the black-armored demon ants slowly advanced. 100 meters, 50 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters, 60 meters, 50 meters. Xiaoa stood outside the ant nest, commanding, "Prepare for volley fire." Fire! The ant nest's defensive position was situated considerably higher than the surrounding terrain, allowing projectiles thrown downward to achieve greater range and penetration force. Whoosh! Whoosh! The soldier ants' 300-plus bone spears once again pierced into the enemy ranks. Though the black-armored demon ants' chitinous armor provided excellent defense, it still couldn't withstand the sharp bone spears' lethal strikes. Some black-armored demon ants hesitated in fear, but were relentlessly pushed forward by their comrades behind them. Second round, third round, fourth round. Nearly 1,000 black-armored demonic ants had fallen, yet their relentless advance remained unstoppable. At that moment, a fire ant from the southern front shouted, "It's a swift demon ant. Swift magic ants are attacking from this direction." Nearly 100 nimble phantom ants suddenly darted out from the tide of their armored kin, catching the fire ants completely off guard. They actually didn't trigger the traps, because they're too light. They don't weigh nearly enough. A 6th body tempering fire demon ant shouted, "Perfect. Let's save the traps for the black shells. 1st Battalion, follow me to kill these swift demon ants." Great! The fire demon ants roared in response and charged into battle. Seeing the swift demon ants breach their own defensive lines, the black-armored demon ants immediately quickened their assault. They strode forward, and when they were just 20 meters away from the position, the first 2 rows of black-armored demon ants instantly plummeted into a ditch about 1 meter wide. This ditch encircled the fire demon ant nest and was concealed beneath layers of branches. Under ordinary circumstances, it remained invisible. Only when a certain weight threshold was exceeded would it reveal itself. Splash! The black-armored demon ants that fell into the ditch let out agonized shrieks as if being burned by fire. Turns out, the ditch was entirely filled with the venom of fire demon ants. At the front, the remaining black-armored demon ants struggled to retreat backward. At the rear, the unaware black-armored demon ants pushed forward with all their might. And so, row after row of black-armored demon ants fell into the toxic moat. Not until the ditch was filled did the black-armored demon ants safely reach their positions. Seeing an opening on this front, other black-armored demon ants from different directions immediately rushed to fill the gap. Upon noticing the southern defenses being breached, Suehua swiftly summoned fire demon ants from other positions to reinforce the vulnerable spot. At this moment, the archpriest of the flame ants crawled out of the nest. She raised her head and howled toward the sky, holding the head of the flame ant queen high as she roared toward the battlefield. The queen is dead. Surrender now. The swarm of flame ants froze momentarily at the sight of their queen's severed head before turning their gaze to Suehua. Suehua stared coldly at the archpriest as she pulled a broken bone spear from the ground. Then he shouted to the fire-armored demon ants fiercely resisting the invasion in their positions, "Hold the line. I'll be right back." Chapter 64, Reinforcements Arrive. The allied demon ant soldiers grew ecstatic upon seeing the severed head of the fire demon ant queen, immediately accelerating their offensive. Yet contrary to their expectations, instead of surrendering after learning of their queen's death, the fire demon ant forces launched an even more furious counterattack against them. Staring at the poisonous rain filling the sky, the allied forces of demons and ants were stunned. Normally, when a hive's queen ant is beheaded, the demon ants in the colony would typically collapse in disarray. But this particular hive's demon ants exhibited such unusual behavior. Even with their queen decapitated, they continued to fight desperately. Damn it, what's going on? Isn't their queen dead? Why are they still fighting back? Could it be that the ant was lying to us? It doesn't seem like it. Only a queen ant's head looks like that. The leaders of the demon ant alliance, stationed at the rear, were baffled by the stubborn resistance of the fire demon ant army. Why are they still resisting when their queen is dead? Isn't the queen the one they're supposed to protect? They're not even following the basic rules of war. And these demon ant allied forces would never have guessed that the backbone holding the fire demon ant nest together was no longer the queen ant, but their great general, Suehua. On the other side, Suehua raised her spear and charged straight towards the high priest. The high priest was only at body forging 6th layer, completely no match for Suehua. The high priest shouted anxiously, "Why must we be so adversarial? Why not join the black armored demon ants with me? With your strength and talent, the black armor queen would surely treat you well, continue letting you serve as a general." Suehua remained silent, the force behind her spear thrusts growing stronger. The high priest could no longer hold his ground. Sobbing uncontrollably, he fell to his knees and begged for mercy. "Spare me, I beg you. Spare me, I just wanted to find a way to survive." Suehua finally spoke up. Traitors are despised like ants everywhere. Better to die standing than to live on one's knees. With a swing of her spear, the high priest's head went flying through the air. Suehua then thrust her spear at the airborne head, piercing straight through it. Carrying the impaled head on her bone spear, she strode toward the battle lines. The high priest used the queen's head to destabilize the army's morale. She would use the high priest's head to steady their morale instead. Suehua raised the high priest's severed head and shouted, "The traitor is dead. Fight with me." Then she charged forward like a god of war. Kill. Charge. At this moment, both soldier ants and worker ants fought desperately for their last hope of survival. However, the remaining 500 or so fire demon ants were quickly overwhelmed by the endless tide of demonic ants. Suehua watched as her sisters fell in battle one after another, her heart wrenching with pain. But she had no time to grieve, for war was cruel and granted no respite to any ant. Before long, only 50 of the 500 flame demon ants remained standing amidst the battle. The leaders of the allied demon ant forces in the distance sighed as they watched the encircled flame demon ants. "Our vital forces have suffered heavy losses. 6,000 allied troops reduced to less than 4,000, what a humiliating disgrace. It's just that they're stronger, nothing can be done about that." Trapped amidst the ant swarm, Suehua felt a pang of misery in her heart. Am I going to die? Are the humans not coming yet? I wanted to tell him I became a general. What a pity. Won't get to savor those delicious spirit foods anymore. Just as she was about to collapse, a bolt of lightning flashed, scattering all the demonic ants around Suehua. She looked up with astonished eyes. It was that human. He hadn't broken his promise. He came to save me. "We're saved, sisters. We're saved." Suehua shouted excitedly behind her, but not a single voice answered. Her body turned stiffly as she pivoted, only to see the entire battlefield now devoid of any other fire ants except her. Soon, a figure landed beside her. "Sorry, I'm late," Jang Xiaoa said with a tinge of guilt as he looked at the battered Suehua. "It's okay. This isn't your fault." With these words, Suehua lost consciousness due to excessive blood loss. Jang Xiaoa uncorked the healing potion and poured the red liquid into Suehua's mouth. After a while, Suehua's faint breath immediately returned to normal. Jang Xiaoa glanced at the elemental ring on his finger, energy critically low. He sighed slightly, "Looks like it's unusable." Then he summoned the fire ant blade and began fighting while retreating on the magic ant battlefield. The werewolf landed but didn't charge straight into battle. Instead, it ran directly to the rear of the battlefield. General's platform. What's going on? Why is there a human there? And a grand lightning mage at that. Damn it, the fire ant demons are actually colluding with humans. No wonder their levels have been rising so fast recently. Don't worry, we have the numbers advantage. Let's make sure he never leaves here alive. Just then, a voice sounded from behind them. Well, holding a meeting here? Who's there? The swift general of the magic ants reacted immediately, but as soon as it turned around, its body was severed in two. The other generals were so terrified they immediately retreated into the ant swarm. Though the armored black ant general was a first-rank fighter, it still didn't dare face the werewolf alone, because it sensed this werewolf's strength was at least second rank. Otherwise, it wouldn't have sliced the swift magic ant general in half with a single strike. The black armored general hid among the ant colony and shouted, "Why are you, a werewolf, killing our ants?" "Why?" The werewolf smirked. "Just felt like killing, that's all." The black armored general immediately summoned all nearby magic ants. "Kill this werewolf, and you'll be richly rewarded." "Kill him," the other demon ant generals chimed in. Forest edge. The slumbering era was startled awake by the clamor around it. It stood up, shaking its groggy head, and grew excited at the sight of the raging battle in the distance. But it also knew that while it could bully pet dogs with no cultivation skills, fighting these ants that bite painfully hard would be no different from suicide. The husky paced anxiously and dejectedly at the edge of the battlefield. As it walked, it suddenly caught a familiar scent, the smell of home? Yes, indeed, it was the smell of home. Following the scent, the husky found a massive dirt mound, the nest of the black-armored demon ants. With nothing better to do, the excited husky leaped onto the mound and began dismantling the home of the black-armored demon ants. The banquet hall of the black-armored demon ants. The ant queens were chatting away while enjoying their feast. Suddenly, they felt clumps of dirt falling on their heads. Just as they were utterly bewildered, a soldier ant burst in. "Report! There's a dog tearing apart our nest." The black-armored queen was furious. "What? A mere dog dares to challenge me? Take a few ants and kill it." "Just in time, it's been years since I've tasted dog meat. Since the other ant queens are here today, let them have a taste too." "Yes." The ant soldier bowed and retreated. Shortly after, another ant soldier burst in. "Report! What's wrong now? Didn't I send the ants to kill it?" The ant soldier trembled as he reported, "That vicious dog killed all the ants we sent." "What?" The black-armored queen slammed the table and stood up. At that moment, another ant soldier came rushing in. "Report! Speak! The savage hound has charged into the warehouse and devoured all the spirit artifacts inside." The black-armored queen was seething with rage. The other ant queen smiled gleefully, waiting to watch the show. "Damn it! Why are there only these body-tempering level 1 warriors here? Where are all the higher-level fighters? Where have they gone?" "Reporting, Your Majesty, they were all deployed by the general to fight in the war." The black armor queen turned to her guards. "All of you, hurry and stop that dog." "Yes." Half a minute later, the guards returned empty-handed. "What happened?" the armored queen asked. "They got away." "Where did they go?" "He ran towards the north, probably heading to the nest of the swift magic ants." "Swift queen?" "Forest." Whoosh! A bone spear streaked past Jang Xiaoai's face. "It's called a gun, but that's only relative to the size of the magic ants. To Jang Xiaoai, they were merely oversized bamboo skewers. One bamboo skewer is easy to dodge, but blocking a volley of hundreds proves more difficult." Fortunately, Jang Xiaoai had entered the forest where trees provided natural cover. He quickly rolled backward, picked up 2 magic ants in passing, held them in his hands for 5 seconds, then hurled them toward the ant army. Jang Xiaoai sheathed his fire ant dagger, deciding not to use it anymore. Because the fire ant dagger wasn't particularly handy during the day, the green light's blinding effect was rather limited. Plus, if Lin Shang and the others arrived just in time to see his head flickering with green light from time to time, they might just drag him out for dissection first. At this moment, the demon ant alliance's left and right flanks quickened their pace, intending to form an encirclement once again. Just as Jang Xiaoai was about to be overwhelmed by the ant tide, a heavy sword came sweeping across the ground. The heavy sword flew into the ant swarm like a demon ant harvester, reaping the lives of the demon ant army. One by one, demon ants were sliced in half, instantly creating a deadly clearing on the battlefield. "Xiaobai, we're here!" A young man leaped down from the distant forest and landed right in front of Jang Xiaobai, shouting loudly. "I'm Lin Shang," the young man greeted enthusiastically. Jang Xiaobai nodded. "MHM, Jang Xiaobai." The young man had a sunny appearance, wearing a trench coat that gave off a slightly Chinibu vibe. Before long, 3 more figures came sprinting out of the forest. Leading them was a woman. Tall and elegant, her lively eyes carried both feminine grace and masculine determination, exuding an air of heroic vigor. Her shoulder-length hair was casually tied back, and her face bore no elaborate makeup, yet she still looked strikingly beautiful. Gazing at her like this, she seemed just like a heroine straight out of a wuxia novel. The heroine strode into the midst of the ant corpses, wielding an overwhelmingly massive sword that clashed with her delicate appearance, cleaving through the swarm. Though the greatsword appeared cumbersome, in her hands it moved with effortless precision, as if it were a mere extension of her arm. Not only was the greatsword incredibly sharp, but even the heavily armored demon ants, known for their formidable defenses, were instantly slain by its blows. Lin Shan gasped at the sight of the demon ant corpses littering the ground, shouting excitedly, "We're rich! We're seriously rich! Xiaobai, I could kiss you. No worries for the rest of my life." The girl next to him, who looked as sweet and innocent as the girl next door, rolled her eyes and scoffed, "Grow up." Lin Shan pouted and retorted, "Well, not everyone has a dad who's the richest man in town. Some of us actually have to work for things." The girl ignored Lin Shan and instead examined Jang Xiaoa with keen interest. "My name is Bian Yuan," she said. "We've chatted in the group." So she was Bian Yuan. Jang Xiaoa asked Bian Yuan, "Is that guy with the greatsword the captain? Right? What do you think, gorgeous and badass, isn't she? Where are the others?" Bian Yuan replied, "The vice-captain has gone on a mission with old Zhang and will be here soon." Jang Xiaobai nodded and charged back into the ant swarm. This time, they were searching for the werewolf. The werewolf had been locked in fierce combat with the fire ant general at the rear but immediately disengaged from the fight upon seeing Jang Xiaobai approach. Jang Xiaobai said, "Quick, turn back into a dog." "What's wrong?" The werewolf was puzzled but still did as Jang Xiaobai instructed. "The Qingtian hunter squad is coming. It's inconvenient for Tsuehua to stay here, you take her and go first." With that, he took out a cloth and wrapped Tsuehua in it. At the same time, there was also a bottle of health potion placed inside. "If she still doesn't wake up, feed this to her." The werewolf nodded, then said to Jang Xiaobai, "Be careful." Jang Xiaobai felt a momentary surprise and a faint, fleeting warmth in his heart. Who would have thought this werewolf would grow a conscience and actually care about me? The next second, reality slapped him in the face. "A few injuries are fine, even losing an arm or a leg isn't a big deal, but you absolutely can't die. We're bound by a contract, after all." Jang Xiaobai kicked the werewolf away. "Get lost. Oh, and take that husky back with you." The werewolf carried the package in its mouth without looking back. "Got it." Jang Xiaobai wasn't in a hurry to return, instead, he made his way to the black-armored demon ant nest. "A battle happened here?" Jang Xiaobai exclaimed in surprise as he saw the half-collapsed ant nest. "Forget it. I'd better start by gathering the medicinal herbs inside first." Jang Xiaobai jumped into the collapsed ant nest and began searching for traces of the herbs. Soon, several black-armored demon ant soldiers discovered him. They screamed as they charged at Jang Xiaobai, but these mere soldiers were only at body tempering level 1, no match for him at all. Jang Xiaobai casually shooed them away and began searching for traces of the spiritual herb treasury. Report! The black armor queen darkened her face. "What now?" A human broke in, barged into the warehouse, and looted all the remaining spiritual grade treasures. The black armor queen nearly spat blood in rage, her trembling finger pointing at the guards beside her as she commanded, "You lot, go capture that human. Today we're not eating dog meat, we're eating human flesh." 30 seconds later, the guards returned. "Your Majesty, by the time we arrived, the human had already fled." The black armor queen's face turned ashen with fury. The other ant queens suppressed their laughter. Where did he run off to? He went in the direction of the Swift Ant colony. The Swift Queen? The guard had barely finished speaking when a black-armored demon ant rushed into the banquet hall, shouting, "Report! Another human has entered the ant nest." And then? That human searched the warehouse for a long time but left empty-handed, then headed in the direction of the Swift demon ant's nest. The Swift Queen. The Swift Queen seemed to sense something, dropping the food from her mouth and standing up abruptly. "Damn it, my warehouse is moving, enough eating for me." After the Swift Queen left, the black-armored queen clenched her fists and roared at the guards beside her, "Stand guard right at the anthill entrance. Don't return without my orders. As you command." By the time Jang Xiaobai arrived at the Swift anthill, he was astonished to discover that the Swift demon ant's nest had also been dismantled. Jang Xiaobai's heart skipped a beat as he rushed to the ant nest warehouse. Thank goodness, there's still quite a bit of spiritual medicine left inside. Looking at the nearly emptied warehouse, some overconfident young magic ants ran up to Jang Xiaobai, chirping and shouting at him. "Who gave you the right to take our family's spirit herbs? Return them to us immediately." "Spiritual herb? What spiritual herb? Hand it over now." Congratulations on collecting information about the Swift Magic Ant. Information completion increased by 45%, reward of 10 monster coins. After plundering the Swift Magic Ant storage, Jang Xiaobai immediately rushed toward the next ant nest. Jang Xiaobai froze again when he saw the shattered bone-crushing ant nest once more. How could it be destroyed again? Scanning the devastated nest, Jang Xiaobai suddenly felt a vague sense of familiarity. An inexplicable premonition stirred within him, until he found a tuft of dog fur in the powerful ant nest and spotted dog paw prints on the walls of the blade ant nest. His suspicions were confirmed. It really was that dumb husky. But where had the husky gone? Without overthinking it, Jang Xiaobai tucked away his bulging patched sack and strode toward the ant swarm. Lin Shan wandered around the black armor ant nest storage for half a day, looking thoroughly frustrated. Not a single spiritual herb? Whatever, might as well head north and check there. He traveled northward, making his way through the Swift, Bone Crush, Titan, and Razor ant nests in succession. All 4 nest storages were completely empty. This infuriated Lin Shan so much that he stood cursing at the entrance of the Razor ant nest. The blade ants in the nest cowered deep inside, not daring to show their faces. Though they couldn't understand exactly what the human was cursing about, they grasped the general meaning. He was berating them for why their warehouse was empty. Upon hearing this, the blade ants also wanted to swear. Damn it, first a dog tore apart their home and devoured half their spirit products. Later, another human came and stuffed the remaining half of the spirit produce into a sack, carrying it all away, and you have the nerve to come here shouting at me? Are you for real? Stop me, I'm gonna fight him to the death. The other demon ants quickly intervened. That won't do, that won't do. I can't beat them, I just can't. Lin Shan returned to the forest with his head hanging low. By now, the demonic ant alliance had been routed, scattering in every direction as they fled back to their respective nests. Deputy Captain, you're here. Lin Shan greeted his deputy with a thoroughly dejected expression. Before the deputy leader could speak, Zhang Yan, standing nearby, burst into laughter at Lin Shan's exasperated expression. I've never seen Lin Shan look like this before. By the way, where's Jang Xiaoa? Lin Shan looked up. He's not here? Bian Yuan replied. No, didn't he go out with you? Not at all, I didn't go with him. Lin Shan scratched his head. At that moment, Jang Xiaoa came jogging over from the side. Jang Xiaobai glanced at the people present, 9 in total. Looks like everyone's here. Xiaobai, where have you been? Lin Shan greeted him. Jang Xiaobai said casually, it went to hunt down the distant demon ants. Actually, he went to gather information about the magic ants. There were 5 types of demonic ants in total. Jang Xiaobai had already gathered 100% of the monster information for black armor demonic ants, swift demonic ants, and mighty demonic ants among them. The 3 magic ant origin substances have also been secured. Lin Shan regained his composure once more and pulled Jang Xiaobai over, introducing him with great fanfare. This is our deputy captain, Fengcheng. Jang Xiaobai found himself momentarily lost in thought as he looked at Fengcheng. He swore that this was the most beautiful man he had ever seen in his life. Yes, the most beautiful, without a doubt. Rosy lips, skin like congealed cream. The corners of her lips curved slightly, carrying a faint smile. A head of ink-blue tousled hair, a pair of clear bright eyes, coupled with a tall straight nose bridge, fully displaying his unique ethereal grace and handsome features. Hello, welcome to the Azure Sky Squad. Fengcheng extended his right hand toward Jang Xiaobai as a friendly gesture. Jang Xiaobai was momentarily stunned, mechanically extending his own right hand in response. The moment their hands touched, his eyes widened in shock before he immediately schooled his expression into practiced neutrality. For at the instant of contact, a system notification had echoed through his mind. Collecting monster information.